We did it. We've made it to June 10th, and look at you now. You are watching Draftkings is the Sweat with me, Emerson Latzia, and a boatload of DFS and sports betting analysts talking NBA, NHL, French Open, and DOS baseball. It's time to throw down. Draftkings contributors Steve Buchanan and Nick Fryer in the house. Steve, it's a Thursday edition of Put Up Your Bukes. This is when you give us your favorite DFS play at the following positions, and then Nick will either fight you on it or pivot to another option. But looking back on what went down in this segment on Tuesday, so you guys finished in a 1-1 tie here. Take a look at this. Steve nailed Pablo Lopez on the mound. Nick gets the win at, infielder there with Carlos Santana. And then it's a wash in the outfielder and value play department. Steve, a quick statement, please.
Yeah, he was all about Alex Wood. That didn't go well. You always have to listen to me. Nick might have something that he wants to say to try to fight back, but let me tell you something. For somebody with a bland background like that, you just can't trust somebody like that.
Are you going to do the same thing over and over again, the same insults? One day it's the fashion, one day it's the bland background, and then some days I'm celebrating my victories. I mean, can you try something different one time, Steve?
Well, if you could just be a little more likable, that'd be great.
I don't care about that. I care about giving people good picks. In general, I do that.
All right, well, speaking of that, guys, let's get after it today. Put up your bukes. Start us off at pitcher, Steve.
Yeah, so there's no pivoting allowed when we start talking about Trevor Rogers because there are no pivots. You don't go away from Trevor Rogers. When Trevor Rogers walks out to the mound looking studly as he is, you just play this guy and call it a day. Now he's actually facing the Rockies, who by far are one of the worst road offenses in the league. I don't have to tell you that. Nick doesn't have to tell you that. Everybody knows that. But Trevor Rogers has been so good, and now he's finally the biggest favorite on this entire MLB slate, and for good reason. I mean, this is somebody who has gone out, hasn't allowed more than 3 runs in any of his starts this season, which amounts to 13, by the way. And in the 21 innings that he's pitched at home in Miami, 238 WOBA, 2.28 FIP, and he has yet to allow a home run. And then the caveat, the cherry on top, he has a 3-pitch arsenal, and his slider, which has been one of his best pitches, the Rockies rank second to last against that pitch. Only the Brewers are worst against the slider. There's nothing to not like about Trevor Rogers tonight. And if Nick tries to say anything different, well, then he's not allowed back on the show.
All right, Nick, proceed with caution here.
I just want you to know that I'm saying this because I know I'm right, not because Steve is trying to bully me, but I agree with Steve 100% on this pick. Look, Rodgers has been great at home all season long. Steve touched on that already. His one bad outing was his first outing of the season at home. That's it. Other than that, he's been great in Miami. The Rockies, again, terrible on the road, and they're also not doing that great against left-handed pitching. For their OPS is middle of the pack, but their ISO has been brutal against left-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. And I know they're not striking out a ton against lefties right now, but the best pitcher they've faced over the last few weeks has been Cole Irvin, and he's not that good. And he's still got 5 strikeouts in 6 innings against them in Colorado. So however you want to slice it, whether you're looking at Steve's numbers or the ones that I'm bringing up, Trevor Rogers has to be in your lineup tonight.
All right, Steven, put up your bukes at the infield position, please.
Yeah, from one stud to another. Now we have Bo Bichette going up against the Chicago White Sox tonight, specifically Dallas Keuchel. Dallas Keuchel is not somebody that's going to go out there and strike out a bunch of batters. He relies on contact to get out. That's a great strategy if you're actually getting outs, which he has not been doing at all as of late. He's been struggling at home, pitching at home, and then you have Bo Bichette, who comes into this game, some really, really solid numbers against lefties, 384 WOBA, 231 isolated power, and a 146 WRC plus with 3 of his 11 home runs on the season. Bo Bichette quietly, by the way, has a 7-game hitting streak that he's going on, that he's riding right now as well. So he's been consistently getting those fantasy points. I think this is going to be a great spot for the Toronto Blue Jays against a struggling pitcher who relies upon contact. So Bo Bichette is my guy in the infield today.
Nick, you pushing back on this?
I can't lie that Bo Bichette wasn't on my radar tonight, but there's an infielder I do like more, and he's at 4.9K, and he's going up against Michael King in the Yankees, Josh Donaldson. And look, King over his last 3 starts, righties have a 971 OPS against him. He's doing worse against them than he is against lefties. And in general, King is just getting hit around. I know he's a Southeast New England guy, but still, it doesn't matter. And Donaldson has a 1.012 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks, and his ISO during that stretch is 250. So I have Donaldson as my infielder to pick tonight.
Take us to outfield, Steven.
Yeah, so Mark Canha usually doesn't jump out at you as somebody you want to roster in the outfield, despite there being 3 spots that you can choose from. But I love this matchup tonight going up against Mike Minor, who, by the way, pretty overrated. He might have been the ace over when he was with the Rangers, but that says more about how the Rangers pitching staff was than his abilities. But you have Canha, who is a really good hitter against lefties, 371 WOBA, 244 isolated power, and a 144 WRC plus. Is 4 of his 11 home runs going up against lefties. Mike Minor has been getting hit really hard when he's taking the mound, struggling with home runs. I think 11 allowed so far on the season. You have a really tough athletics team against lefties, and Canha is one of those guys that can kind of fly under the radar, but post some really good numbers in that matchup. I don't see this being a good start for Mike Minor at all, so I'm going to be taking the A's as a stack as a whole, but Canha is one of the top guys in that stack.
Okay, Nick, you want to pivot or are you picking up what he's putting down?
Well, it's weird because Steve's right. Like, Canha's not necessarily a guy you're going to target, but he is somebody that had my attention because he has done well against Mike Minor in the past. However,
Sure
I do. He does. He has 3 career home runs against him, and I think 15 at bats. And Minor's given up 11 home runs. You said that 10 of them are to righties. But anyways, I still like Teoscar Hernandez more because Steve was right. You do need to get a piece of Dallas Keuchel, and at 4.4K, at same price as Bo Bichette, but this guy mashes left-handed pitching, and I know he hasn't done that as much of late. But still, I'm going to go with what he's done over the course of his season. 1.16 OPS against lefties. And the other thing is too, he hasn't done anything against Keuchel. He's had 5 chances against him. He hasn't put up any numbers at all. Over. So I like that right now he's got a couple bad trends going into tonight. That means he's due. And against Dallas Keuchel, a guy who Steve said you have to target, I'm going to go with Teoscar Hernandez if I'm going to pick one outfielder tonight.
Steve, put up a fight for us there in the value department.
Yeah, so you look at Miguel Andujar, and he's probably, another player that doesn't go out at you, but he's 2,600 tonight, and he's going to be hitting in what is projected to be the highest scoring game on this slate. I had to make sure that the Yankees and Twins game wasn't taking place in Coors Field because according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, this game is an over-under of 11. That is Coors Field-esque. So now we have Andujar who's going up against Jay Happ, who another guy doesn't strike out many batters, relies on contact to get out, but those outs have not been coming. So Andujar has had a nice little stretch as of late. He has 5 hits over his last 3 games, 2 of those by being home runs. And again, you're getting a really cheap piece of this game that is supposedly going to be extremely high scoring. Nick already mentioned that he likes targeting this game overall. So getting someone like Andujar to kind of round out your stack, save a little bit of salary, I think that's the way to go tonight.
All right, so you've already mentioned you're targeting this game, Nick, but are you targeting this individual as your value play?
No, I don't like Andujar that much. As much as Happ is definitely a guy that you generally want to go after. I'm sure there's somebody else in the Yankees lineup that you can go with here. I just don't like what he's done against lefties over the last couple of weeks. Instead, I'm going to go with Hunter Renfroe at 3.8K, and I know he's going up against a much better pitcher in Zach Greinke, but he has 3 home runs against him in 21 career at-bats, put up a good OPS so far. And Renfroe has been mashing right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks, 975 OPS against them, and then a 226 ISO against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. So I feel very comfortable with him and what he's done. So I'd rather go with him at a value play.
I feel like today was very civil. And for that, I want to congratulate both of you. Steve, go enjoy that shampoo bottle filled with Chick-fil-A sauce.
Amazing.
That you have. You could dip anything in Chick-fil-A sauce, buddy. 2 NBA playoff games on the slate tonight. We'll chase your fate some DFS and sports bets after this.
Nice.
Not one, but two playoff games on the NBA slate tonight. We have questions about them. These two have answers, hopefully. DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Chase or fade the following for me, please, gentlemen. Nets are up 2-0 on Milwaukee, and they're doing it without James Harden in the lineup. Kevin Durant is absolutely balling out, back-to-back 50-plus DK fantasy point performances. Chase or fade for me, Jules, that KD at 10-6 is a must play on tonight's slate.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason he's not a must play is if you want to be a little bit contrarian on a shorter slate. Obviously, everybody's ownership is going to be up on these short playoff slates, so there's not that much you can do. But yeah, I'm in on KD. I think we've seen enough. I think that the Bucks, what the Nets are forcing the Bucks into defensively is really working in favor of the Nets. Giannis was supposed to be the piece, in terms of length that can stop a guy like Kevin Durant, and it's not happening. KD is taking it right to Giannis. And when they get switches, all due respect to, a guy like Drew Holiday, who is very well respected by other NBA players as a lockdown perimeter defender. This is why Kevin Durant's so good. He can just go right over the top when he's in the post. He's the mid-range king in the current, layups and threes only NBA, and it's working. So, yeah, I like Durant to score a bunch of points and continue rebounding the ball in this game.
Nick, is he a must play, or are you going the Carl contrarian route?
He's not a must play because you do have Giannis at $1,100 and $100. I don't know how to say that. $11,100. Wow.
Yes, nailed it.
There's a. I knew that did not sound right when I said it the first time. But the thing with Giannis is, even though it feels like he hasn't played all that well, his floor is so high just because of what he offers defensively. He still hands out a ton of assists. He grabs a ton of rebounds. Obviously, Durant has the higher scoring ceiling right now, but I don't think Giannis is a bad play, even if you're a little bit down on him after how game 2 went. But man, you said it at the top, Emerson. It cannot be overstated that the Nets are doing this without a 7-time All NBA guard in James Harden, and Kevin Durant is making it look easy. It's not like it's taking 45 minutes of Kevin Durant playing his best basketball to vanquish the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, he's doing this with ease. He's getting Giannis in switches and he's shooting right over him. He's getting Drew Holiday in switches. He's backing him down. He's creating space in the mid-range, and he's just splashing everything. The Bucks have nobody who can guard Kevin Durant right now. 12 of 18 from the field in game 2. That's absolutely preposterous. Like, nothing that he's doing looks difficult. And obviously you would expect Milwaukee to have some sort of adjustments in game 3, but everybody says the word adjustments. I don't know what those adjustments are. It's not like they have some secret weapon that didn't play in games 1 and 2, who's all of a sudden going to come in and stop Kevin Durant. I think the Bucks can play better, but I don't know that there's a whole lot they can do defensively against KD.
Well, Nick, we'll see what adjustments maybe the Clippers will make tonight, because the Jazz right now are up 1-0 in this series. And Mike Conley, he missed game 1 with a hamstring injury. So Joe Ingles filled in for him in the starting lineup and posted north of 22 DK fantasy points at a 4.9 salary. Tonight, he's even cheaper, $200 cheaper, 4.7. So chase or fade if Conley sits. Ingles is your favorite value play.
He's up there. It feels like they're baiting us into playing Ingles again after that rough game 1. He really did not shoot the ball well, obviously, despite some really good looks from 3, just 1 of 8 from 3 in that game. And this is part of a longer slump for Joe Ingles. He's 2 of his last 18 from beyond the arc over the last 4 games, dating back to that Memphis series. So a little bit of a concern, but he's also a guy that has been prone to slumps and prone to streaks throughout his career. And you think he's going to have a pretty good chance to break out of it. I mean, Joe Ingles is not someone who's going to break you down one-on-one and, is attempting these crazy step backs. Like, pretty much every look he's getting is wide open. And I don't think he's going to continue to miss those for too much longer. So if there's no Mike Conley tonight and we see elevated usage, elevated minutes for Joe Ingles, I think he's a perfectly acceptable play at that number.
Jules, you feel like you're being baited here to take Jingles?
I'm not being baited into any jingles, I don't think. He's a fine play. The 1 of 8 from downtown and the even longer shooting slump that Nick touched on, you would assume that's gonna change at some point. But I also think the Clippers are going to make some shots in this game. Paul George missed a lot of shots. Marcus Morris, who is cheaper than Joe Ingles, literally built a brick house in game 1. I don't know why he kept shooting so many shots, but he did. And that's the type of player he is, so he's going to do it again. So I think Morris is a good value to expect a bounce back from. And, we're talking about no James Harden. That Nets backcourt continues to produce. Mike James is a nice value. Bruce Brown is a nice value. So I don't think Ingles is like the only guy in that price range that you have to slot in, and we're just scraping around for value on this slate.
Jules, this is when you really shine when we head over to the sports book. And despite being down 0-2 to Brooklyn, Milwaukee is actually favored in game 3. So by 3.5 here, a chaser fade the Bucks win this game and cover.
If the Bucks get one, this has to be the one, but I'm gonna fade it. The sharp side of this game should be Milwaukee's role players come around at home as you're supposed to in the playoffs. Brooklyn's role players finally take a step back and regress some on the road here in a tough atmosphere. But I'm going to stick with, the take about the star power in this game. And Durant has been the star of this series. It just feels to me, we talk about Harden being off the floor and people just kind of keep betting the Bucks. Like game 1 was supposed to be the Bucks game. Like they were well rested. They were going to take one on the road. Then Harden goes down and it was going to be the Bucks. They didn't do it. Game 2, Harden remains out. All right, we'll go back to Milwaukee with the split. It's the Bucks game. They get mopped. Game 3, it's the Bucks game. They got to get one at home. I don't know. Give me the Nets money line, plus 140, whatever it is. No Harden, any other team, those old Houston Rockets teams, dead in the water. This time, it just puts the ball in Kevin Durant's hands, who is even better than James Harden. And when it's not in Durant's hands, it's in Kyrie's hands, who's a top 15 player in the NBA. No other team can do that. I still think the Nets get this done. They're defending better, and Durant can score on anyone.
Nick, you want to chase or fade that Milwaukee wins and covers?
Man, I really don't feel good about this, but I have learned that if a number doesn't look like it makes a ton of sense to me on the surface, there's usually a reason for that. Based on how the series has gone in games 1 and 2, you would think that this line should be flipped, but I'm going to take a leap of faith here and go with Milwaukee. Like Julian said, I think if they win a game in this series, it's going to be this one. If they go down 3-0, this is not a super resilient bunch. This is not a team that's handled pressure very well. And that's part of the reason that I'm nervous about this pick, because Milwaukee has been up 2-0 in a series a couple of years ago and completely blew it. They've been on the other side of this. And even in that scenario, they weren't able to hang on. So very little about this team has kind of foretold that they're the type of team that can climb back into a series against an opponent that maybe has more top end talent like Brooklyn. Julian mentioned the role players for Milwaukee. You'd like to think you probably get a better effort at home, but to me, it's the stars that have been the issue. If you're depending on Pat Connaughton or Bryn Forbes or PJ Tucker to knock down a bunch of threes to beat the Nets, I think you're in trouble if that's the game plan. They need a better effort from Chris Middleton. They need a better effort from Giannis. They need a better effort from Jrue Holiday. I mean, Middleton can't start the game 0 of 8 from the field on some pretty good looks. And the biggest thing to me is that the Nets cannot get away with Blake Griffin guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo for 20 plus minutes in a second round playoff game. I mean, that's what happened in game 2 is you have Blake Griffin playing 7-8 feet off Giannis, and the Bucks offense, they didn't know what to do. They tried to play it as they had all year and let Giannis be the primary initiator. That results in him just getting a runway and plowing his way in and essentially hoping that the defender guesses wrong and he's able to, finish with a Euro step. More often than not, that's not what happened. I thought the Nets played Giannis really smartly. And, right now, as I alluded to in the last answer, I don't know what the adjustment is for Milwaukee. You don't have some sharpshooter you can throw out there and make, Brooklyn scramble on defense. I think you have to find something internally. But playing at home, playing in front of a capacity crowd for the first time in 15 months at Fiserv Forum, that should help. I'm putting blind faith in the Milwaukee Bucks tonight.
Two quick things.
Go ahead, Jules.
2 quick things I want to add to that. Number 1, I do want to see who the officials are for this game. The Bucks might get a little help.
Very true.
That's just the way it is. Number 2, whoever wins this game, I may or may not bet this game. Whoever wins this game, I will bet the Nets game 4, because that is either going to be 2-1 Nets, and they're not going to want to go back to Brooklyn 2-2 with Harden's health kind of up in the air. They would love to not have to play him in this series. Or this gets to 3-0 and the Bucks are going to lay down in that game 4 and the Nets are going to finish this off. So tonight's a coin flip. Like Nick's right. There's a lot of reasons to like the Bucks. No matter what happens tonight, give me the Nets in game 4.
Well, Jules, how do you then feel about the Clippers plus 130 underdogs? Do you want to chase or fade that they pull off the upset for us, please?
I will chase that. This one I've bet. I'm on the Clippers money line. I think this goes back to LA 1-1. We've seen the Clippers have no issues on the road in this postseason. Obviously, Utah, that second half got a little wild, but they knocked down a million threes. I think there's a lot of adjustments that the Clippers can make to get this win. Tyronn Lue letting Luke Kennard just get abused time after time in that pick and roll with Donovan Mitchell. That needs to change. But they took Mitchell's best shot and lost that game by 3, getting a meh game from Kawhi Leonard. He tried to keep him in it, but he wasn't special. And Paul George and Marcus Morris shot a combined 8 for 31 in that game. More shots are going to go in. Adjustments will be made. I think that the Clippers find a way to get this one done and keep this series close.
Nick, how much faith do you have in the Clippers here as plus 130 underdogs?
A pretty decent amount of faith, especially if there's no Mike Conley. I thought the Clippers were the better team in that game for most of game one. The Jazz really started pouring it on in the third with all those threes. And this was still a close game, throughout the fourth quarter. I thought the one issue, and this is something that we've seen from the Clippers throughout the year, is in crunch time, they didn't know what to do. They had a chance to win this game late in the fourth quarter. And I believe the the game ended with Marcus Morris getting blocked in the corner by Rudy Gobert on a shot that he probably never should have been taking. Kawhi Leonard deferred, Paul George deferred, and all of a sudden you're forcing up a bad shot. And that's something that's plagued the Clippers throughout the year. So they're a team that needs to be up, multiple possessions going into the final minute. I don't trust them if this is like a 110 game with a minute left. Then give me the Jazz, give me Donovan Mitchell, who was awesome in game one. But game one felt like it was the Clippers to win for like 35 of the 48 minutes. And they just kind of took their foot off the gas at the wrong time. So especially if there's no Conley, I do like a Kawhi Leonard to rebound. We virtually have to get a better game from Paul George, who was terrible in game one. So I think we head back to LA with this series tied up.
Slate approved time, guys. Favorite bet or DFS play tonight? Nick, go ahead.
I believe Julian mentioned him earlier, but Bruce Brown at 4,200. I think he's going to be really popular. But there's a reason for that. 20 plus DK points in 4 straight games. He's top 25 DK points in 3 of those games. And then on the sportsbook side, if I'm going to ride with the Bucks, Chris Middleton's going to be the reason that they win this game. So there's a player parlay that you could do on the DK sportsbook. Chris Middleton to score at least 23 points plus the Bucks win the game. You can get that at plus 170.
Jules?
We already covered it. Clippers money line plus 130. Get the hammers out.
Oh my God, Jules. Easy there. Don't hurt him. Excellent work, guys. Who to captain tonight in game 6 between the Avs and Golden Knights right after this? The Avs are on the brink. The favorite to hoist Lord Stanley, just last week, maybe a few days ago? Uh-oh. Good morning to our NHL panel, Draftkings contributor Jeff Ulrich, along with the RotoWire duo of Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. Guys, the Golden Knights hold the 3-2 series lead after an overtime victory in Game 5. Now the series shifting back to the Sin City, where they will look to close it out in the DK Showdown contest. Who was your captain here, Jeff? 1.5 times the salary, but 1.5 times the points.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, you look to your best players, and I'll just stick with Nathan MacKinnon in this spot. 3 games without a point now. I know he's the most expensive player on this slate. I just don't really care. I just cannot see the Colorado Avalanche losing 4 games in a row here to the Vegas Golden Knights. I know they're on the road. I know it's going to be a madhouse. There's plenty of narratives around this game, but the best player is still Nathan MacKinnon. And regardless of the outcome, for a DFS perspective, if people are going to be a little bit down on the Avalanche and maybe be more prone to going with Andre Fleury in the net or something, I'll take the slightly lower ownership. I think this is a game where Nathan MacKinnon steps up and does something big.
Paul, your captain tonight.
Look, I'm treating this game like yesterday's game when I said it's really the home side's best chance to win the series. If it goes Game 7, I'm going to flip to Colorado. Vegas has taken control of this set after Game 1's blowout, and it has a lot to do with the top 6 Knights forwards outplaying the top 6 Avs up front. A big part of that is a healthy Max Pacioretty, who has points in 6 straight games. I expect that trend to continue tonight, with Patches bulging the twine for Vegas and paying off as my showdown captain. With a high volume of shots to go along with that, I lock him up for $13,200.
All right, AJ, who's your guy?
Well, this is the moment Jeff's been waiting for. He can get the Avs to win the series at plus 245 right now. So we've been looking for that for a while, right, Jeff? But
Yep.
For me, in this one, I'm with Paul. I think Vegas closes it out at home tonight. And I'm actually looking at Jonathan Marchessault at 11-7 tonight over Pacioretty. Both guys are on extended point streaks right now, but Marchessault's the one who's putting up the goals in the multi-point games. He's probably the riskier of the two, no doubt about it. He's more likely to go cold, but that savings of $1,500 by captaining Marchessault over Pacioretty has me going that direction.
AJ, what about value? Need some value from you in this showdown contest.
Well, I think the value comes from pairing up Marchessault with his center, William Karlsson, who comes in at about 7,000. He's got 5 points in his last 3 contests here. Again, the shot rate is a little inconsistent, which makes him slightly riskier option, I think, than maybe some other guys that might be a little bit safer. But if Marchessault is going to produce in this one, it's going to be due in part to Karlsson. So I think they make a great double down in this showdown slate.
Jeff, where does the value come from in this game, do you think?
Yeah, obviously I'm the Colorado stan in this trio today, and that's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think it's going to be a good contrarian side for showdown as well. A lot of people are going to look to Brandon Saad here. That's fine. He's playing alongside MacKinnon now a little bit. He's got goals in like a million straight games or whatever. It's fine. He's too cheap. He's 5,000. But I think that the other Colorado Avalanche that will probably go overlooked here and won't get a ton of ownership is Andre Burakovsky. And he hasn't done much in the playoffs. Does this guy even have a goal in the playoffs? I don't know. I don't think he does. But again, he did score 19 in the regular season. This is the type of game where you'd expect Andre Burakovsky just to come through for Colorado. He's done it for a lot of the time during the regular season. And I think that, again, you're going to see some of these Avalanche guys come to life here because I do see Colorado winning this game. And I think a guy like Burakovsky in a showdown format, if you're playing in a big field GPP, again, you want to just roster Saad and MacKinnon, that's fine. Maybe you're making a core lineup or something. But for these bigger field GPPs, Burakovsky's going to have far lesser ownership. And again, I see one of these Avs coming through for them tonight. And I think Burakovsky could easily be that guy.
Okay, Paul, how about you? Need some value.
Clearly, I'm sticking with Vegas here and looking at the cheapest of their top 6 forwards, and that's Riley Smith tonight. He has points in 3 of his last 4 games and is the top playoff scorer in the Knights' brief history, in fact. He has picked up his scoring pace in these playoffs after a subpar regular season, and I've spoken at length about the fact that his line has been the difference maker in this series. That has to continue for the Knights to wrap up the series tonight, and I expect it to happen that way.
Golden Knights, yes, are the favorites here. You can get Colorado to force a Game 7 at plus 120. I have a feeling up to this point how you guys are feeling, but is that too tempting not to take? Go ahead, Jeff.
It's definitely too tempting not to take. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days ago, if you had asked us, do we want Colorado on plus 118, we would have all rushed our bank accounts, just gone to the window, whatever. We would have laid it all down. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days, this is still the Colorado Avalanche. Nate McKinnon is still the best player, in this series. I could go on and on. I mean, I'll take them in a one game matchup here versus Vegas. Look, we've seen this in the playoffs a lot. Teams go on runs, they go through dips. I think the Colorado Avalanche are still the better team here overall. And again, seeing them lose 4 games in a row to Vegas, I mean, nobody would have even thought that was possible. I think we've shifted too far in the odds here at plus 118. I think at the very least, this one should be a coin flip. So I think you're getting extremely good value on the Avalanche. Are they going to be at home or on the road, in a Vegas madhouse? Yes, but Vegas is the one who's got to win 4 games in a row here. There's got to be at least like a little bit of burnout just in terms of the adrenaline that's running through this team. I think Colorado gets it done tonight, and I actually think they win the series.
Paul, how do you feel about the value here?
I feel like Jeff's wrong here. Sorry, Jeff, buddy. But it's been 4 games in a row that the Avalanche has been the second best team on the ice. That's not a fluke anymore. And we haven't talked about the reason why. It's the fact that the second line of the Avs has gone missing. They look like a one-line team right now. And that's the fact. And until they show that they have more than one unit, Nate McKinnon can play 30 minutes tonight. It might not make a difference. That's how badly they've been outplayed throughout this stretch. And I see no reason to back them because of that. They looked a second best team. As I said, I believe the momentum is squarely on the Knights, and they've convinced themselves that they are the better team right now, and I believe them.
AJ, what do you think?
You guys know I'm always looking for value. I hate giving up juice, right? So I thought about it for half a second, but I just can't do it. I don't see the Avs going into the absolute nut house that is going to be T-Mobile Arena and coming out with a win in this one. Having said that, I also don't really like the puck line here for Vegas. I think a 1-goal game is certainly possible. We've seen several of them already, although we have seen some bigger blowouts as well. So for once, I'm actually going to be giving the juice here, and I will take Vegas minus 137 in this one.
Total for this one here, though, 5.5 goals, gentlemen. So they've gone under this 3 times so far in this series. You want the under tonight, Paul?
No, thanks. I'm going to take these guys to lean on their offenses tonight. Their respective star power will dictate the fast pace that we've seen for much of the series, and that'll mean plenty of scoring chances at both ends and more than enough offense to pay out on the over. I expect we're going to see an empty net situation near the end of the game, too. That'll allow for a cheap goal on top of the regular play. That means we're looking at only 5 tallies earlier on, and with the firepower on the ice, that shouldn't be a problem at all.
AJ, how about you?
I want to promote the under here just so I'm not agreeing with Paul for the entire show, because I hate doing that. But I have to stick with the over. There's just too many offensive powerhouses on both sides of the puck. Even if Jeff's right and this ends up being an Avs win tonight, I think we could see a ton of offense coming out of it. Look, you talk about those 3 unders. 5 has been the total number of goals in those contests. That means 1 empty net goal, 1 power play tally, and you're looking at a couple more overs here, and 2 of those were overtime contests. So it's very close to hitting that over, and that's where I'm going to go tonight.
Which direction you leaning, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll jump on the bandwagon here. We can do a trio of overs. I think we were right on the total last time too, so that's good. I think we're right on the over for the Islander game. So again, these game 6s can be weird. I mean, one of these teams could easily jump out to a 2-3-0 lead, and the other one's just like, okay, we're packing it in. Either Colorado's packing it in for the season, or Vegas is just trying to rest for Game 7. We see that play out a lot, especially when we get deeper into the playoffs. And I think this could be that type of game. So I agree with what Paul said as well. We're going to see probably an early empty net situation. If there is like a 2-goal lead, we can easily get like a couple empty net goals. And just to AJ's point, a lot of these games have been like 5 goals in like 10 minutes, and then it looks like it's going to hit the over, and it just hasn't. So in a lot of ways, the over bettors so far in the series, I feel like, have been a little bit unlucky. I would much rather be on the over side as well. And if you're looking at the DraftKings Sportsbook, you're getting the plus money there at plus 102 right now. So yeah, I would be on the over side. And just for a player prop, if you're just going like me, going crazy Colorado Avalanche, go with Nathan McKinnon, plus 2 points as well. So, if the Colorado wins, I mean, he's going to get multiple points. It's pretty
all right, guys. We will get some quick takes from you here on this one. Islanders taking down the Bruins last night. Now moving on to the semifinals where they're going to face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now Tampa is favored in the series, but let's take a look at the series spread options for this matchup. How long is this series going, and who is going to win it, Paul?
I'm looking at the futures bet in favor of Tampa in 6 games. It pays out at 425, and I believe they'll be tested by a relentless checking of the Islanders, but they have simply got too much talent for their foes in this series, and I think that the defending champs are on the way to the Cup final once again.
Jeff?
Yeah, I would be looking for Tampa Bay. I mean, you could even make a couple bets. I mean, you've got Tampa Bay at plus 425 to win in 6 or plus 450 to win in 7. I mean, I don't hate like laying down on both those and just like putting one unit on both and coming away with a nice profit if it hits, because I just do not see how the Islanders squeak out a win in this series after what Tampa Bay did to Carolina, who, quite frankly, was, I thought, one of the deepest teams in the league. So,
all right, AJ, bring us home.
Well, hey, we've seen through the first 2 rounds, Islanders win in 6. You can get that at plus 700. Ultimately, I do think the Lightning will probably take this series, but I like that plus 700. The thing I actually like is just straight up the Isles to win the series at plus 180 when you can get that level of value, and they've faced some difficult teams already. So, yes, I think the Lightning will probably win, but I'm willing to take the risk at plus 180.
Way to be, hockey dudes. Appreciate it, guys. We are going to talk with Kenny, who is here to share his men's semifinals French Open strategy right after this. It's a tennis major going on in France, known as the French Open, and we're nearing the end of it. Draftkings contributor Kenny Ducey, hello. We are looking at the bet angles for tomorrow's men's semifinals. It looks like first up here, we've got the 5 seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and the 6, Alexander Zverev. All right. Hey, you have to give me an A for my attempt at that, though.
You've been a champ all tournament long.
It's been a long week in these tennis segments. I'm not going to lie. I can tell you, I know he's young. He's got a nice head of hair because I tried to research his name, which I got close to nailing. So it's the 3rd straight Grand Slam for the 22-year-old. He's a heavy favorite in this match. Do you see any way, though, that the German can pull off the upset at plus 180 odds?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he does have a great head of hair, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and you should get used to pronouncing his name because he's going to be a future #1 tennis player in the world. I'm very convinced, Emerson. He's going to be winning some of these Grand Slams. It could even happen. This year, he was an odds-on favorite to win if it wasn't going to be Rafael Nadal. So I do think that he advances past Sasha Zverev here, even though the fact that he's a minus 275 favorite, he's pretty unbettable here. Look, he just owns this head-to-head. He owns it 5-2. He won their only meeting on clay. One of those losses came in Acapulco, which had strange conditions this year, and also he was like, just killing Zverev and then just fell apart. Maybe the heat, maybe the exhaustion. But Tsitsipas is going to be fresh here, pretty quick 3-set match rather against Daniil Medvedev. Zverev, he's a hard player to trust in Grand Slams. He has a tendency to choke and not perform under pressure. So it's pretty surprising that he's gotten this far, frankly. He almost did lose to Oscar Ott, a relative unknown German, earlier in the tournament. But I do believe that he can give Tsitsipas a fight here. If I wanted to take a bet on this match, I might take one of the overs here. I think over 36.5, minus 137, a little bit juicy, but probably a good bet just considering Zverev holds on to his serve pretty well. the thing to know about Zverev is he has most talent of any player in the men's game. And so I do believe that when you have that much talent, you can beat anybody, but he rarely puts it all together for a whole match. And that's why he's failed to win some of these Grand Slams. But yeah, I mean, obviously the value is all on Zverev here, plus 215, given the fact that he has beaten Tsitsipas twice and as recently as this year, but never on clay.
I'm interested to hear your take here on the other semifinal, because this is the marquee matchup between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal here, dude. In this lifetime matchup, the Joker has the edge at 29 wins to Nadal's 28, but the odds heavily favor Nadal here, minus 295. How do you see this match playing out?
This is going to be a cracker, as they would say in England. This is going to be a fantastic match, Emerson. It's going to be a cracking affair between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal. You look at last year's French Open final, and you mentioned his head-to-head record. Yes, Djokovic owns Nadal on every surface except for clay, where Rafael Nadal obviously is king, the best clay court player of all time. And when you look at the last 5 meetings between the two, they've all gone to Rafael Nadal. Djokovic has never beaten Nadal on clay since 2016 in Rome, but 4 of those 5 matches did hit the over. So I love the over in this match. I believe it's 37.5 games. I think this will go 4 or 5 sets. I might even look at Djokovic, the game spread. When you look at last year's final, though, Nadal ran over Djokovic. The conditions were different. They were wet and cold. Now, Djokovic he had to beat COVID. He had to go to the United States. He had that strange mishap with the he hit the ball at the umpire at the US Open. He had a grueling 5-set match against Tsitsipas in the semifinal. That's why he came out and just looked flat against Nadal. That's not going to happen this time. I think that he is really playing some of his best tennis. Clay is not his best surface, and I don't believe he wins this match. But boy, Emerson, should he push Nadal to the brink, I do believe this is going to go 5.
Well, taking a look at both of these matches, which props stand out to you on the DK Sportsbook?
So I actually am looking at the Tsitsipas-Zverev match, and I do believe that if you want to just take an exact score here, then it's a pretty good bet. I think that Tsitsipas to win 3-1 at plus 300 is something that I have my eye on. I just believe that Zverev will probably steal one of these sets. I know that it's not the odds-on favorite thing to happen, but 3-1 here, I think that Zverev has been able to take a set. He was able to take a set off of Tsitsipas in their only clay court encounter. Tsitsipas won 2-1. I do believe that he'll take a set here, and Tsitsipas will take the rest. 3-1 plus 300 sounds pretty good to me.
All right, so whose odds do you like to win it all?
You know what? I'm going to say Zverev plus 1,200. Look, there's no value in taking the futures or the favorites here, right? Nadal minus 182. Djokovic and Tsitsipas sitting at plus 450. That's really where they sat before the tournament, which is pretty surprising to me. But if you're going to take a futures market, Emerson, you know all about the futures markets. Why not just take a shot on Zverev plus 1,200? Here's the thing. Zverev, I mentioned, has the most talent on tour. He's beaten Nadal before plenty of times. He's beaten big opponents on clay courts. He's been to the final of a Grand Slam where he served for the match and couldn't do it, and maybe he's learned from those mistakes. But look, these are ridiculous odds. I think if you think he can beat Tsitsipas, you might as well bet him plus 1,200 because he'll either run into a gassed Novak Djokovic, who is not playing on his best surface, or he'll run into Nadal, a guy he's played before. He plays Nadal very, very closely and very well, Emerson. He has played him very well. And he can beat Nadal here. I think he could stun him. He'll have that confidence. Plus 1,200, why not? Why not? Just throw your lunch money on that.
Okay. I trust you, buddy. You're good people. Thank you, Kenny Ducey. We're going to wrap up this baby with some of the best bets on tonight's baseball slate right after this. All right, everybody, we got our last segment here before we kick off a 6-game slate, a Madden slate on the Dream Stream. So let's cover the bases. Some favorite bets from tonight's MLB main slate with our baseball panel, our beautiful baseball panel consisting of Draftkings contributor Gary Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Eric, talk to me. First base here. Favorite money line or run line bet?
Yeah, so I was on the Blue Jays as an underdog last night. Actually got to go to whatever insurance company Comiskey Park is named after these days. Looked like I was going to be wrong for most of the game until a late rally involving a drop third strike, an infield single, and an error and more gave the Blue Jays the win. And I'm on them again tonight as slight favorites, minus 113. Two excellent offenses. Blue Jays are fourth by WRC+. White Sox are second. And then two soft tossing lefties. If you're into old school baseball, hate 90-mile-per-hour pitches, you may not see much for the early part of this game. And I just think Hyunjin Ryu is enough better than Dallas Keuchel that I think the Blue Jays are a clear pick here. Ryu at least strikes out some people. 22.8% is close to league average. Only a 4.2% walk rate and above average ground ball rate. That means his 3.23 ERA looks mostly deserved according to the estimators, whereas Dallas Keuchel is at the lower limit, I think, of how many people you can strike out while sticking in a rotation. He's at 12% for his strikeout rate this season. He's always had low strikeout rates, and he's found success despite them, but he's at 18.7% for his career. So he's less than 2/3 of his already low career numbers. No other qualified starter is below 14.8% this season. So he's in another tier all by himself. 4.25 ERA is worse than what he's done in most recent seasons. Looks deserved. So I think that's a big enough gap that I think the Blue Jays should be a little bit more favored than they are right now.
Gary, and this is first base. Don't pull a Pittsburgh and be afraid of it. I need you to answer. Favorite money line or run line bet tonight?
Yeah, I will say first, I agree with Eric. I do like the Jays money line today, although in the interest of bias, I'm just a little biased.
Oh, okay.
So in the interest of biases, I'll just say the Yankees money line, which I actually am surprised is only minus 141 on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now. I don't want to say this pitching matchup is lopsided because Michael King has not done well as a starter so far this season, but I think he's a perfectly fine long man. I think he can pitch 3 or 4 or 5 semi-effective innings in this game, and the back end of the Yankees bullpen is among the best in all of baseball. So if the Yankees are leading after 4 or 5 innings, this is pretty much a wrap. And I think that's definitely going to happen because right now, J-Happ is just in one of the worst stretches of his entire career. He started the season well enough, but all of the ERA estimators were screaming that it was luck and it was not real, and they have been validated across his last 5 starts. He has an ERA over 10 going back to May 12th. He's giving up a 4.52 WOBA to opponents in that span of time. Maybe Michael King allows 3 or 4 runs, but I think J-Happ might allow 7 or 8. So the fact the Yankees money line is only minus 141, I'm going to jump all over that.
How about as we travel to second base here, Gare Bear, a favorite game total on the slate?
Well, I know Kenny was just on talking tennis, so he couldn't talk baseball, although he probably screamed about Frankie Montas at some point because that's what Kenny does. So I will back up Kenny, and I will say that the over in the Kansas City-Oakland game, right now it sits at 8, the total. The over is minus 106 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I think the over is a very good bet. You've got an Oakland Athletics team that has the 5th highest WRC plus against left-handed pitching in all of baseball at 115. They are going up against Mike Minor. And then you have Frankie Montas, who, if you were just to watch this guy, you would assume he's an ace. His stuff is amazing, but the results have been underwhelming to say the least so far this season. 11% of his batted ball events have been barreled so far this season. That is the 6th highest mark of all qualified pitchers. I think the Royals can do enough damage here, and I think Oakland is going to carry more than its share of the weight offensively to get this game over.
Eric, what about you, dude? Favorite game total?
Yeah, there's a lot of really tight ones, I think. I was finding it tougher than usual to find a very appealing one, but I like the Red Sox Astros over 9. That's at minus 115 right now. two pretty good pitchers in Zach Greinke and Eduardo Rodriguez, but these offenses have been great this year, particularly the Astros. They lead the league with a 121 WRC plus. Only one other team is above 109. So they're in a tier by themselves. The two teams combining for 10.3 runs. So an average game from the two of them will hit this over. And I don't think Zach Greinke and Eduardo Rodriguez, while they are good, I don't think they're too scary. Greinke's got a 3.38 ERA, but some of the estimators have it a lot higher, including his xFIP, which is up at 4.20. That's his highest since 2006, which was just his third year in the league, and he only threw 6 1/3 innings. And it's that high because while he is still not walking guys, just 4.9% walk rate, his strikeout rate of 18.4% is his lowest since that same season, 2006. And his ground ball rate just under 40% for the first time since 2007. So at this point, he's basically just good at avoiding walks and doesn't do a whole lot else. I think the Red Sox can score off a guy like that. Eduardo Rodriguez, on the other hand, has a 5.59 ERA. The ERA estimators like him a whole lot better. Most of them have him actually in the mid threes. Good strikeout rate and walk rate, getting hurt by a 3.69 BABIP. But again, that Astros lineup in a tier by itself at the top of the league. And I think those two sides, I think Rodriguez isn't going to be able to shut down the Astros. And I think the Red Sox should be able to score enough off of Greinke to hit the over here.
Yeah, Erod struggled a lot since that 4-0 start this season. Eric, third base, favorite pitcher prop?
I'm going to go with Luis Castillo under 5.5 strikeouts. That's at plus 120 right now. Not really sure why you get plus on that one, given that he's hit the over twice in 12 starts. The Brewers do strike out a lot. They have the 5th highest strikeout rate. Maybe that's part of the reason. But this just is not the Luis Castillo we're used to. He struck out over 30% of opposing batters last year. He's under 20% this season. He is doing better than he was early in the year. His velocity's ticked up too. It was at 95.7 miles per hour on his fastball in April. He's up a tick and a half since the start of May. And he's had some better results in recent starts, but he still has hit the under in 3 straight starts. 4 starts ago, he struck out 11, but that's a clear outlier in his season. Again, 10 out of 12 starts, he's had 5 or fewer strikeouts. So I think when he's hitting the over that rarely, I think it's a pretty easy under.
Gary, what about you?
I'm actually going to stick with the same game and also take an under on a strikeout prop. This one's a little bit more risky, I think, but Freddie Peralta, while he does have a 36% strikeout rate so far this season, he's not exactly known for working deep into games, A. And B, when you look at the raw numbers, 8 of his 10 games so far this season have been either 7 or 8 strikeouts. This prop is set at 7.5. So already it's a thin line to get over this number in his general range of outcomes. And I think Cincinnati's plate discipline really has to be commended the past couple of weeks. If you look at just June, Cincinnati has the lowest strikeout rate in all of baseball at 18.1%. They're really jumping on pitches early in at-bats, which has helped them. They don't get to a lot of 2-strike counts with that aggressiveness. So I think with the way Cincinnati is trending and with the fact that, generally speaking, Peralta doesn't shoot over when he does go over this prop, I'll take the under at minus 113.
Guys, we got 90 seconds to go here. So just real quick on this last one. This should take us home as we cover the bases. Favorite hitter prop, Garen?
I'm going to go with Jonathan Scope, who is one of the hottest hitters in baseball, to go over 0.5 hits in this game against Seattle. It's Justice Sheffield, who struggles enough on his own. He's left-handed, and so far this season, Scope is hitting has a 130 WRC plus within the split. He's got like a 400 WOBA across the last 4 weeks. I just think this line is too low.
All right, Eric.
I'm going to take a flyer on Max Muncy to hit a homer at plus 340. The implied probability there is 22.7%. And if you look over his last 30 games, he has 10 homers. So homering, 33% of the time. And he's facing Mitch Keller, who not only has a 6.65 ERA, he also just has a 35.6% ground ball rate. So giving up a lot of balls in the air, pitching very poorly overall. Muncy will get the platoon advantage against him. Wish it was a better park, but he's shown enough power this season that I think if you're taking a flyer on somebody, he's the guy I'd go for.
Good stuff, dudes. Hope both of you have a great rest of your Thursday. We've got a 6-game men's slate kicking off here at high noon. Broncos at the Browns. I'll be on the call with BK. So join us, and thanks for watching the sweat, everyone. We're back Friday morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time, right here on the Dream Stream. Peace out.
$2,000 dog, not the.
Oh, wait. So your dog?
They just jump the fence and they run all over.
Your dog. Your dog has run. Your dog has run away.
Mm-hmm.
This is right now. What's happening?
Yeah. No.
Do you go? I'm
no,
dead
I can't.
serious.
No,
go take care of it. It's not.
This happens. This happens literally once a week. If I showed you our neighborhood community forum, it's hey, 2 dogs are running. It's a burner and a black lab, and so we will now have the invisible fence company come and put in an invisible fence on Saturday and do all the training, and that'll be that. It'll be worth $2,000 just to see him get shocked.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, go get the dog right now.
My wife's on it. My wife's on it. I've been doing it for the last
Are you
hour.
serious?
I'm 100%
like
serious.
Just do it. Like the Sim fan wants you to do it. I want you to do
okay,
it. It's more important. I've never been more serious in my life. If something happened to one of my dogs right now, I would say F you, F everybody. I'm going to take care of this dog. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find that effing dog.
I also have a 2-year-old crying because of the dogs or because my wife's closed the door. So give me 1 sec.
Okay, yeah. Like, has anyone here seen Billy Madison, right? You remember the story of, like, the lost dog? Like, it was a life lesson we learned with Miss Lippy. Like, I don't know if BK has seen the movie or has read that story, because that is what life is all about. You get out there and you find that effing dog. Let's go. All right, so, yeah, that's kind of how we're starting off the sim today. T's and P's to his dog. Apparently his dog loves to escape and go frolic because it apparently loves the scent of another dog in the neighborhood. Now they're going to get one of those invisible fences. I haven't done the invisible fence thing before, usually just a physical fence for the dogs, and my dogs will still find a way to escape, but they always come back because I am the best dog dad on the planet. It is good to see everybody here on the Dream Stream today. It is a Thirsty Thursday edition. I am Emerson Latzia. BK is floating around somewhere. You're just joining us. His dog just ran away, so he's got to find his dog. Producer Terrell's here. Rob behind the scenes on the ops team, adding up scores for us. TP Thomas, rise up on the 1s and 2s. Hi, Mo. Good to see you over here on the YouTube channel, in the YouTube chat. Retees, did you know? It's good to see you on Twitch as well. 2nd and 2, Baker Mayfield meets your enemy, Mr. Miller. BK, is everything okay?
Yeah, if it's not, it will be. And luckily on the dog that ran away, she has her tag, and that's still gone, I should say, because the other one came back. My wife's phone number is listed, not mine, so she'll get the call, not me.
Okay, well that's good to know, I guess. 3rd and 7. Ooh. Oh my God! Does Mr. Hunt reach out and pick up the first down? He does. So 2 for 2, 23 yards here for Baker Mayfield.
Did you get a lineup? We neither of us made a contest. I originally.
Yes.
Oh. Did you make a contest that I missed?
Yes.
Oh, now I feel like a jerk, but I've been chasing around these stupid dogs. Also,
no, dude,
it's not fair. It's not fair when the Broncos are playing, for me to fill out a lineup. I feel like my institutional knowledge is.
Okay, because I noticed that, like, yesterday. I was on a Broncos game yesterday. I said, man, I want another one tomorrow. Like, what's going on here? But I said, oh, BK's here. BK covers the team, so anything that's going on with the team, like, it's fun. We can talk to someone who knows more about it than most people. But yeah, I made a contest that John Denver is full of. It was a Century Club contest, so only 100 spots.
Oh, maybe they filled up, and that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I was just looking, and so there were a couple that some of the DK Sim fan members made, but I just, between the dogs and us getting on a second or two late, I just couldn't get to it in time. You want to know what my fake lineup would have been? I'll tell you after the first person scores who my captain is, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so here's what I did. I said, Fant, you're going to go ahead and you are going to earn the nod at captain today. I'll pay 1.5 times the salary, but I'll also receive 1.5 times the points. And then Baker Mayfield, Drew Lock, Chubb Muffin, Landry, and Mr. McManus.
The McManimal. Talked to him yesterday on post-practice Zooms because they put both he and Von Miller on. Peyton Manning was selected for the Broncos Ring of Fame. Not that surprising when you have the 4 years that he had, capped off by a Super Bowl. And by the way, he's headed to Canton, so it looks silly if he wasn't in the Ring of Fame, just in the Hall of Fame. So they both talked about it because those are the only 2 guys left from the Super Bowl 50 team, which in some ways doesn't seem that long ago, and in football years does seem like a million years ago, even though it was just 5 years ago.
Was he throwing the football around out there? Did I see like comments from Von Miller that like Manning still looks good, like still has it out there? Or was he talking about something else? It was just a tweet.
Yeah, I think he was talking about something else. I mean, I'm not saying Peyton wasn't around, but we weren't at practice.
Okay.
We're only allowed to be there 1 day a week. I feel like I would have seen video or photos of Peyton throwing the ball around.
Okay. Yeah.
Every now and then.
Because I remember, like, towards the end of his career, he didn't really have it. How does he have it all of a sudden?
Yeah. Well, it's easy to have it when you're just doing nothing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he probably feels a little better than he felt that year. Odell almost scores there. By the end of that year where he'd missed whatever it was, 7-8 games, and Brock Osweiler had to start 6-7 games. I guess because Brock was 5-2. He was just at the end of his rope. In fact, that's the only Super Bowl team where the quarterback position, even though Brock had more touchdowns than picks, had more interceptions than touchdowns and still won the Super Bowl.
Chubb taken down at the 1 a second ago. I needed him to score there.
Yeah, sure. Jewel stoning him.
People are concerned about the dogs, as am I. So they run off frequently together. You have 2 dogs who decide to do this?
Yeah, so we have one dog that's a rescue. Oh, touchdown, Kareem Hunt, vulturing Nick Chubb.
No!
I actually had Kareem Hunt on my fake lineup. No, Congo Cap wants to know if that was me that Charles Barkley shouted out last night. It turns out, in fact, it was. And I actually have the audio of it.
Wait a minute. This is real?
Yeah.
All right, this is a positive story. I like this. It'll distract us from the dog being MIA. What is it?
Can you play it? Here's the thing. I'll play it, but because I have to feed it back through my computer, if we minimize the Slack chats, then you won't hear and it won't drive Carolyn crazy with it playing back. But I actually have it up right here. We got it.
Okay. So can you give me a little context here and what we're about to dive into?
Well, so it happened during Nuggets post game. I guess you don't know the way Glash and Koff do that I've been friends with Charles Barkley for a long time because I used to do a show with Kenny Smith. Charles is my all-time favorite person in sports. I even put it up on replying to a tweet last night when my sales manager heard him shout me out. A picture of me and Chuck when I was 14, meeting him outside a Mavericks game. And then just, the way the world works and in this business, you meet people and we just kind of hit it off. And, so when I see him at the Final Four or All-Star Weekend or anywhere in between, we hang out like old friends and probably drink more than we should from time to time. So that's kind of the backstory. I didn't know this was happening because I was on Michael Malone's post-game Zoom as he's ripping his team to shreds. But here, I can quickly.
This is phenomenal. Yeah, this is a fun little fact that I did not know about you. So everyone else probably knows except me then.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to talk about it too much on air because it sounds so silly. But here you go. This is in highlight. Give credit to our friends at TNT, Turner Sports. So we'll wait till Drew Lock throws this incomplete. Oh, look at that.
No. Relax. 2 for 2 in this one, man.
Okay, here you go. So this is last night, mid-highlight. Let's see. Let's hope the volume's okay.
I bet you my friend BK from Denver ain't going to be calling me bragging about the Nuggets anymore.
That's an interesting point you make. And there's Jokic.
Yeah. Him and my boy Vic Lombardo. When things going good for the Nuggets, they blow up my phone. There's a book out. Now they're going to be blowing up other things.
that come through okay?
Yeah, that sounded awesome. Did you guys hear that loud and clear? Charles Barkley. No big deal. Just kind of low key sliding in. Yeah, my boy BK out in Denver.
What's funny is I was on there. Because they play like a snippet of the press conferences, and because in olden days we would introduce ourselves if you're in a press conference. Now the moderator of the Zoom says, let's go to Brandon Cristal from KOA. And so the other night, because I was the first one out of the box, they played my question, but they clipped it where I was introduced. And so I gave Chuck and Kenny a hard time, and I'm like, hey, y'all didn't even shout me out. That was me asking the question. They're like, oh, we didn't even realize it. I was like, well, my Zoom voice is different. So, but yeah, it's fun to have fancy friends, I guess, Emerson. You know how that goes. You were just at Jesse's wedding.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're damn right. Very, very fancy.
Was it a nice affair?
Yeah, it was a good time.
And
it was a very, very good time.
And
lots of dancing, lots of food.
That's good.
I talked about it a little bit yesterday. It was the first game I called yesterday here on the Dream Stream. Yeah, it was the first wedding I've been to with fireworks. So that
fireworks.
Was, yeah, there was actual fireworks. So I can imagine it's something maybe like your boy Barkley does on a weekly basis.
Sure.
When he has the bros over, hey, you guys want to come over and we'll set off some fireworks.
What's funny about him saying that was, it's unsolicited, and I was in the middle of the post-game Zooms, and next thing I know, I'm looking at my phone, and it's just, hey, Chuck just shouted, yeah, Chuck, it's like one after another, probably a half dozen or a couple more, and then a couple on Twitter. Yeah, so fun time, right?
Dude, you got to get him on for a sim on the Dream Stream.
Right now I'm trying to get him on. Right now I'm trying to get him on the Shelby Harris podcast, but if I can get him on the Dream Stream too.
This should be a priority right here. What are you talking about? We have great support and fans. We're the DK Sim fam. We're a family here.
Sure.
We're the biggest family you have. You have to make us a priority.
Here's the one thing is that Charles doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do. When he wants to do it, he'll do it. But he doesn't ever really seem to do anything he doesn't want to do.
Well, why don't you just, next time you're hanging out with them and, have a bevy or two, just say, hey, dude,
I'll just jump on. I'm like, hey, let's just jump on a sim. Whatever sim is on right then, I'll dial in on my phone and then just have him drop in. We'll do it.
Well, speaking of that, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Don't, Tom, do not take the game yet. Do not take the game yet, because I was just asked, I got to turn this air conditioner off right here. I was just asked to FaceTime Brendan Glasheen here. And of course, now the clown is not answering. What is happening? All right, well, forget it. See, I'm trying to FaceTime Glash. Well, anywho, never mind.
He's on vacation, it seems
he
like.
Literally just said, FaceTime me at the quarter break. Do you want me to read the next text? It's appropriate, but it's a little disgusting.
No. Well, if it's disgusting but not over the line, then sure.
Yeah, he says nips are out.
Oh.
I think he's out at the pool.
Yeah, he's right at the pool.
He's also
Where is he? Because I saw that he was going to Wawa, so he's somewhere south of y'all.
Yeah, he is. He's obsessed with Wawa right now. He has discovered the gas station, and he's down. I believe in Florida, spending some time with family.
Okay, cool. What's funny about him saying FaceTime me is he could easily just get on the sim right now too if he wanted from the pool. It's not like he doesn't know how to log in.
You know what I was doing? I was truly just trying to flex my muscle. You're talking about like your famous friends and Charles Barkley. I'm like, well, I have this guy who will do literally anything. And he's my famous friend, Brendan Glasheen.
Voice of the Connecticut Sun.
That's right. Oh God, here we go. It's 7-0 in this game, folks. We're in the second quarter.
Are the Broncos still over? Did they lose yesterday too? Man.
Yeah. Wait. No, I think they won yesterday. Didn't they win yesterday? I can't remember. I was on that game yesterday. Yes, they won.
A long time ago.
Yeah, they beat Las Vegas. Yes. Thank you, Rob, from the ops team. Thank you for reminding me. Do we have an update? Do we have an update at all about the dogs?
No, my one dog, she is looking out for the other dog that she lost because she's super fast. She's a pointer lab, so she's essentially a hunting dog. Now, we got her as a rescue, and I don't hunt. But she, when we first had her, she was literally snatching birds out of the air. It was crazy.
And hold on,
offense. Oh, Broncos D.
Baker Mayfield scrambling, lost the football. It was on the turf for what felt like forever. Nobody wanted to pick it up like a hot potato, but they're going to review this thing. Yeah, he's down. He's
Shelby
down.
Harris on the tackle. You can hear the new episode of, Jarrell Casey. There's Shelby getting knocked over by his own player. But you can hear the new episode of the Shell Shock podcast today with Draymond Jones, Shelby, and myself, wherever your podcasts are downloaded. One of only 2 active NFL players with a weekly podcast. He and Patrick Peterson.
Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, that cracked the goal line. It certainly did.
Hollywood.
So the Browns growing their lead here. Oh, not a good. Yeah, not a good look for your Broncos right now, bro.
It's all right. I don't work for the team or play for them. I'm okay. And I grew up in Dallas. So.
Oh, well, it all makes sense. Hey, did I see a
Hollywood
headline?
Higgins, who played his college ball right up the road at Colorado State here in Fort Collins. But sorry, what were you asking? Did you see what?
The story this morning about Deshaun Watson wanting to play in Denver.
So this is via Kareem Jackson, Broncos starting safety, who was very excited on Twitter when all the Deshaun Watson rumors came out about him wanting to leave. The rumors and allegations now, it's a different deal. So it's kind of quieted, but he's on Aqib Talib's podcast, and he says that Deshaun wants to come here. And then you hear Aaron Rodgers has Denver high on his list or would want to come here. What's interesting is Deshaun's agent definitely talked to Ian Rappaport, because Ian Rappaport was quick to tweet, while Deshaun would happily play for Denver, that's not the only team on his list. I'm not saying that's exactly how it happened. I'm just doing quick math, knowing how agents and Ian and Adam operate. That when he throws that out there after Kareem Jackson, who I'm sure has talked to Deshaun at some point, but I think it's, if you're somebody that's looking at this Broncos roster, you say, okay, they've got Pro Bowlers on both sides of the ball. They've got a lot of young talent. They've got an offensive line that's improving. And with Von Miller back healthy and Chubb and Simmons, and they added all those corners, and including Surtain, that they kind of feel like they're a quarterback away. Now, can Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock be those guys? Most people in Broncos country would tell you no. And if you can get Deshaun Watson or Aaron Rodgers, why wouldn't you? It's just funny because everybody wants to talk about the gap between them and the Chargers, and then that gap between them and the Chiefs. And it's fair because their quarterback play has been so dreadful the last 5 years since Peyton retired. But the other 51 guys on the roster right now, are 50, I guess, and there's 90, but you know what I'm saying. All right, it's a pretty solid makeup.
31 here, and Melvin Gordon picking up the first down. 2 carries, 6 yards for him. Is kids out of school already this summer?
Out here, yeah, mid-May here, or May 26th, I guess was the date, 24th. There, it's after Memorial Day, right? It's right around now.
I think so. My kids are always out of school.
Yeah, that's
the 2 fur babies.
Sure. Well, so one dog's a rescue. The other one, so what happened was we had 2 other dogs that were also rescues that both died at 2 and 3 years old because they had physical ailments. So my wife's like, I'm not having another dog die, because her dog from college also died a few years ago. So my 14-year-old had lost 3 dogs in like 4.5 years. And so she's like, we're getting a purebred dog. And so now we have this purebred Bernese Mountain Dog that is a sweetheart and an idiot and does everything the other dog does, but she's nowhere near as athletic. So she can clear the fence, but she can't keep up. So at some point they get lost. Not all the time, but sometimes. And this is one of those times. And I'm actually a little more nervous only because she will go into somebody else's, car or arms. The lab, you got no chance catching her, including a dog catcher, no chance. But the burner, if you throw some food her way, she'll probably. Oh, here she is. Nope, I see her.
She's a lover. Wait, we got her.
We got it. Update. They're both here.
Yeah!
You want me to see if I can get them to come on here at the quarter break?
Yes.
I'm glad they're home, and this will probably be the last time that happens because, like I said, my wife we're ponying up for the invisible fence.
Yeah! The return of the prodigal dog. Let's go.
Our dogs are named Frankie and Brooklyn. What are your dogs named?
Winnie and Georgia.
Okay.
All 4 names are beautiful and gorgeous.
Yep.
So you've got a couple girls.
And
Same here, man.
We may breed
Girl
the
dad.
burner. We've talked about it because my wife wants the little ones to have puppies around, and then get rid of them.
Yeah.
Can we get rid of her and keep one of the puppies?
If you guys
Must be, says Tim
Listen-
Tebow, Denver's last good QB. No, I'm pretty sure when Peyton Manning set the all-time record for yards, touchdowns, and completions in a season. That was a good year.
I don't know if Must Be was just trolling you there.
You think?
Because now, I mean, if he was rather the last good quarterback Denver had, he's about to be the next best tight end.
Do you have either of your 85 jerseys, white or black, the 2 best-selling jerseys on NFL.com?
I've got nothing right now, dude. Nothing.
It's going to become a novelty because I just don't see a scenario where he makes a 53 a real one. But if he does, good for him, right? But otherwise, everyone's going to have that Tebow jersey, and it'll just be something that you wear around Jacksonville because it's kind of Jacksonville fashion in general. You can go to the movies, you can go to dinner. You're good. Go to the beach, Daytona. Go up to Daytona. Sport your Tebow jersey.
I'm just going to not go anywhere near Daytona.
But if you're wearing your Tebow Jags jersey, you can.
Yeah, I'll just hop on my Harley and head over there and take a cruise up A1A. Dude, kill a Slim Balla. I'm not going to calm down, bro. Damn. You kidding me? His dog has been found.
Very exciting. Now, your level of concern was higher than mine only because they always make their way back home. And like I said, by Saturday, they will have shot collars on and it'll be a whole new world.
I just put myself in your shoes and I would be absolutely panicking if either one of my children were able to escape.
I get it. But if they did it all the time and always came back. Also, your dogs are, what size are they?
They're like jacked medium size, very shredded and lean for their age, very beautiful, killer eyes, shiny coats.
Well, that's all good.
And they smell great too.
Sounds like you take great care of them, which is good. I mean, I've got a 110-pound dog and a 50-pound dog. And like I said, people are scared of black dogs anyway, maybe less of a Bernese Mountain Dog than a black lab. But, the second they show any kind of fear or growl just out of nervousness, people aren't going to go near him.
Yeah.
Hollywood Higgins is balling out of control.
He really is. So this game started with a Kareem Hunt touchdown. So he 100% vultured the Nick Chubb touchdown. Chubb had an opportunity on 1st and goal from the 1, got stopped. Kareem Hunt scores it on the next play. And then Cleveland, Austin Hooper's now on the board, by the way. So Cleveland then decides to do the whole Baker to Higgins connection to make it 14-0. He's got 4 grabs, 53 yards now. Get in there, Chubb Muffin. Thank you.
And this Vic Fangio defense is having a tough first half here in the land, where they will be on Thursday Night Football this year. Broncos at Browns, which I guess is technically what this game is. They should have made it a night game, guys. Just kidding. I mean, sort of. Because today is Thursday.
Denver's 1-5 in this season, and then Cleveland is 3-3. That's where we are at.
If I'd have been paying attention, I would have told Tom to load it up as a night game.
Reetis, did you know, said BK, this is over on Twitch, which I gotta show some love and shout out my Twitch fam. Reetis, did you know, said BK woke up one day on a bender and was married with kids and 2 dogs. you were on a bender.
You know what's funny
Mark.
is I sat next to one of my old colleagues from another station at the hockey game, and I probably haven't seen him since Super Bowl in Miami. I mean, we've texted or whatever, but just haven't seen each other. And, I'm going over the stuff from camping last weekend and showing him pictures of the kids and everything. It's like, man, what a different world you live in now than when we used to be at the Final Four together. Because Westwood One would send us to the Final Four. They would give you basically a trip for two employees, right? Whether it's on air and a producer, what it was. And so we'd share the room at the Final Four a bunch of years. And so he's just like, man, and at Super Bowls too. And he's like, man, what a different world you're in now. I was like, yeah, couldn't be better.
Isn't it so different? And I'll throw it out to the DK Sim fam as well. Just as we get older and, you see some of your best friends, especially when you're not in the same city and town together, you see them less and less as we get older. Because, people buckle down with families and their jobs and kids and responsibilities. And it is so funny to see some of my old college friends now and how different they are than when back in the college days. And some of the decisions they made then, they would not make now. And some of the decisions they make now, they would not have made then. But every once in a while when you see them, you still get those rare moments. We try to do a bros weekend every summer.
Every summer we try to do a bros weekend. And, last year got wiped out because of COVID. Year before that, we couldn't get everyone on the same page. So we're hoping for this summer. But it's nice. It's fun. You sit around, you share the stories of the glory days and how you wish they never ended. Yeah, I mean, nostalgia is kind of a funny thing, right? Because
it is.
You probably remember things more fondly, right, than when you were actually in the moment. And certainly plenty of experiences are good, but are they as good as you remember them? Or is you sitting around with your wife who's making you watch a show you don't want, your kids are being annoying and your dogs are running away? And I'm not saying that happens for me. I'm generalizing. You're like, man, is this really what I wanted? And then you realize, yeah, it probably is. Unless you hate your
Yeah, dude, it's so much better.
Right. Like to be perpetually, out all the time, getting after it, chasing whatever you want to chase, doing whatever you're trying to do. It can get a little old. But I waited till I was 35 to get married, so.
I think I was like 29. It was around that neck of the woods.
Yeah, when I have friends or I know people who get married at 22, I'm like, all right, well, let me know when you get divorced.
Dude, Damon says, can we get DJ Kenny, the Deucey, a shot caller?
For every time
oh my God. That is the best idea anyone has ever had in the DK Sim fam ever. All right, so we got to get a shot caller. He's got to have one on, and we'll have to do some competition. Who holds the buzzer that day? We'll get like a lucky member of the DK Sim fam. So when he goes on one of his rants, you just press the button and he goes, this is it.
Basically, you know how you send out a login for Zooms when you're on a Zoom meeting or something, or Microsoft Teams or any of that or whatever. You send out that day and it's tied to the website. So only one person can access it. They have to have a unique code. And then they can, every time they hear Kenny say something wild, they're just like, wait, no, wrong.
Everyone's like, yeah, support it. Guru's like, I'm in. 3rd and 10, that's not gonna do it. 4th
good.
and 10 now coming up.
Preseason schedule, and the only reason that matters is because of when my kid's birthday is. And yep, right at 10 o'clock Eastern, so 7 o'clock Pacific, I may or may not be in Seattle on August 21st for his birthday. Saturday, Thursday. Any team you want to know about their preseason schedule? I've got the whole thing right now, courtesy of
talk to me about America's team, the only team people here on the Dream Stream care about, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So they open Saturday the 14th, hosting Cleveland. Then they go to New Orleans on the 23rd. So that's Monday Night Football. A little Monday Night Football warm-up on the 23rd.
Well, that's because they're thinking you'll see a lot of Trevor Lawrence in that game.
Sure, and they don't want to put Jacksonville on real Monday Night Football. And then
that is a fact.
They are at Dallas to close things out. Actually, they might be the only game on the 29th. Everybody else is playing on the 28th or earlier. Oh, no, there's a couple on the 29th. So on the 29th, they are at Dallas.
And that's your childhood team, right?
Yeah. I can't say I will or won't be watching that game. Let's see what time is it. It is 1 o'clock. So unless NFL Network has it live or one of the other networks. Oh, you want to see if I can get my dogs to come over here? They're pretty tired.
Yeah, can we see the one who we questioned would ever come back?
Yeah, Frankie.
I wish my dogs would do that. Frankie, snap. Yes. Master.
Here she is.
Let me see her. Oh my God.
Oh, wet.
Oh yes.
She's just getting wet.
She's a big mama.
She's probably 20, and I'm dirty. We have a creek right behind our house. You want to see the other one?
Yes, absolutely. You don't have to ask stupid questions. Come on. Bring it up. Bring her up. Oh, she just looks all limp.
You didn't like to.
I'm ready to run away. I'm ready to run away again, Dad.
If I could, I'm not going to, but if I could swing the camera over the couch sectional that I pushed out, the white leather that is kind of stupid in its own right with all the kids we have, that is now white and black leather from all the dirt that was under her. And look, I mean, I look like I ran through the creek.
Well, your dogs look beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. We're at halftime, so it's 21-0, which is why we have requested to see your dogs, because it's already
not much going on.
We've seen in the first 2 quarters.
I don't even know what that is on my shirt, though. Like she ran through grease, which is possible, I guess.
Grease lightning, dude.
I gotta go get another one of these shirts at the combine at Sun King Brewery, home to one of my favorite beers in the world. I am a mess. If anybody else has preseason schedule questions,
let's see. Well, hold on. That's a good one. El Paso.
Yeah, everyone else could also just follow Adam Schefter's Twitter, but it's easier to read it.
This is who cares about Adam Schefter when I can get the information from you who's getting it from Adam Schefter. So El Paso says, I want to know the Titans and Washington football team.
Okay, Titans. Now, these teams have already been announced, and it was like they might play Thursday, Friday. So this isn't blowing anyone's mind, but it's just kind of reminding you. Dallas, by the way, and Pittsburgh are playing in the Hall of Fame game in Canton August 5th, that Thursday night. It's going to be a pretty fun weekend in Canton. We got Peyton Manning going in, John Lynch, and Steve Atwater, so I will be there for that. But Titans first. And Julio Jones on the practice field today. Tennessee is playing at Atlanta on the 13th, so that's a Friday. Then at Tampa the following Saturday. That'd be a fun little game. Vrabel against his old pal, TB12. Not sure how much time he's playing in the preseason. And then they close it up with the Chicago Bears in Music City on Thursday the 28th. Oh, Saturday the 28th. Okay, so that's why some teams are playing on the 29th, because then they still have a full week of cut downs, because they knocked the preseason schedule down, you know? They basically eliminated that Thursday fourth game that every team does. And, of course, they added the 17th regular season game. So, all right, so you said Titans. What was the other one? Washington?
Yeah, Washington was a request from
So Washington's at the Pats. That game might stand alone on the 12th. So that's Thursday the 12th, 7:30. That might be a little Thursday night football. I don't know if they'll put Fox on that or NFL Network, or at the very least, NFL Network will carry the game. So Thursday the 12th, 7:30 Eastern kick. Washington's in New England. Then they're home on Friday the 20th against Cincy. That could be nationally televised in some form or fashion at 8 o'clock on a Friday night. And then on the 28th, they play Baltimore at 6 Eastern. They battle for DC's soul, although most people in DC are just Washington fans, whatever. That general area in and around the Beltway in Baltimore, DC, whatever.
V. Robinson says Frankie is a gorgeous dog.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. She's
hold
as
on
dumb.
a second, big guy.
Told you, second half
got
team.
ourselves. Yeah, we got
Hamler
ourselves
time.
some
Hamler
points.
time.
Ham it up.
Good value, of course, every sim for KJ Hamler. That's going to help some lineups.
Yeah, not mine, buddy.
So to finish off that thought about Frankie quickly, she is as stupid as she is good looking. She's actually kind of a smart dog. She just does silly, stupid things. And she's almost 2 years old and still pees and poops in the house. I think just to spite us. I think just to spite us.
That's awful. Reese's Did You Know said he stole Jesse's dog. It does look a lot like Jesse's dog, Thor.
It does. Jesse's dog is some sort of relation to a Bernese Mountain Dog, but isn't a full-blown burner.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's got like shorter hair.
If we were to breed her with another Bernese Mountain Dog, we could sell those puppies for around $2,000 because that's what they cost. If we were to breed her with a standard poodle for a Bernedoodle, those puppies go for 3 to 5 G's.
I've never heard of a Bernedoodle.
It's a pretty common dog. It's the kind of dog that I think the Obamas had because it's hypoallergenic. You know, it's a big dog, but it's not as big as a burner.
Oh, wow.
It's heftier than a poodle, I guess, a little bit.
Beautiful, though.
And if you get those tri-colored ones, like those can go for 5 G's easy.
Damn.
But what you need to let people know in general, if you're a breeder or if you're buying one, is they aren't hypoallergenic until the 3rd generation. So like if we breed it, we will tell people, yes, it's definitely a Bernedoodle, but it's not hypoallergenic. So if you have bad allergies, don't buy this dog.
Yeah, like you will die, you know?
Ernest Tyson wants to know, or Thiessen, we'll go with one of those, wants to know what I think the Niners are going to do. They're a really good roster with quarterback question marks because you have to say how good is Jimmy Garoppolo and or when will Trey Lance get on the field. But they get Nick Bosa back healthy. You know, Zach Kerr, who used to play here, he's played a bunch of places. He was on our podcast a couple weeks ago with Shelby, and he's there, and he just was raving about the defense. You know, Fred Warner's obviously a tackling machine. They lose Richard Sherman. I think they're getting younger, but obviously more inexperienced in the secondary. They've got Javon Kinlaw, their high draft pick from a year ago. And then on offense, you know, they've got a million running backs. Mostert's not as good in real life as he is in the Sims. Can Ayuk have a bounce back year and just stay healthy as a rookie? Or as he was, you know, in year 2 because he was banged up as a rookie. Debo, can he stay healthy? George Kittle, can he have a kind of a bounce back here? Wasn't really his fault.
Yeah, that should be their number one goal. It's to
just stay healthy. And if you stay, but we've talked about it before on these Sims. I don't know if you and I have necessarily because we don't work as often together. It will not surprise me if all 4 NFC West teams make the playoffs and only one team from every other division, because now that you can have that 7th team, I like the direction the Cardinals are headed in. You got to like the Rams, especially with the addition of Stafford, and Seattle.
How soon until Trey Lance starts?
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't know if they're going to be in a hurry to start Trey Lance, but if he looks like he's picking everything up, he just can do things differently than Jimmy can. He's got a little bit bigger arm, and he definitely runs better. So it's an element that Kyle Shanahan's never had in his offense. I guess he had it with Johnny Manziel, but that didn't really
I think like the general consensus there is Jimmy G winds up starting like the entire 2021 season. Trey Lance sits as his backup, learns the proverbial
the whole season
NFL ropes.
Look, if Jimmy G's playing well, and there's some people that'll tell you, I talked to Eric Davis a few weeks ago or before the draft. He does a Niners podcast now. Of course, won a Super Bowl, was all pro and was on NFL Network a long time. He thinks they got to the Super Bowl because of Jimmy G and that they were in the game because of Jimmy G. Yes, he did miss that one pass to Emmanuel Sanders just off the mark that would have put the game away. But as he pointed out, he's like, he didn't let Tyreek Hill get behind him on 3rd and 26, whatever that down and distance was. And he was the reason they were in the game. There's a big sack for Alexander Johnson.
A big old sack.
Feels like the Broncos are a garbage time fantasy points team in these Sims. Like they never have a chance to win the game, but they do end up scoring a touchdown or 2 or 3. And you're like, oh, they only lost 31, 20, 21, 24.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because Slim Bala chimes in again. Says, Denver sucks every sim. Yeah, we'll never learn not to roster them ever in the Classic. We're passionate, and upset member of the DK Sim fan. It sounds like upset with himself.
Sound upset. I just realized day games in baseball, I want to make sure I get all my pitchers in.
Oh, hey, what's going to happen? Your Avs going to stave off elimination tonight?
Man, there would be no reason to think that they are based on what we've seen in recent days. But
dude, up 2-0, and the Golden Knights have just come roaring back. It's in Vegas tonight, too.
But not only were they up 2-0, they were up 2-0 in a game They were up 2-0 and then up 2-1 in game 3 in Vegas. In a game they probably shouldn't have been up. They were being outplayed. And then Vegas gets 2 goals in 41 seconds. And next thing you know, it's 2-1. And then they get drilled in game 4. And in game 5, sort of the opposite way. Like, they probably should have won, right? They outplayed Vegas. And as their coach, Jared Bednar, pointed out, he's like, we had 3 bad plays. But they scored on all 3 of those turnovers. And we have to live with that. So they've won in Vegas before. I think home ice can be a little overrated, but 18,000 fans there at T-Mobile are noticeable. And, you know, they're not on the ice, obviously. If any team can win, I do think it's the Avs on the road. They beat Vegas the final week of the season when they had to help secure best record. They went into Vegas and stole a win where they were outplayed. But I certainly would not pick them to win it. If that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't feel good about it.
The mood was somber last night around this neck of the woods with the Bruins.
The
season
Islanders
coming to an end.
Islanders, the upstart Islanders, huh?
Yeah.
Man. I was thinking if it ended up being Avs Bruins, I'd come out there and stay on one of your couches, somebody's couch. And
you probably would go to Koff, right? You'd probably go over to Koff's place.
Maybe. It's just, I mean, obviously he and I are you know, just friendlier and have been better friends longer. But he, I think, also lives the farthest, right? Like,
yeah,
lives the least close to Fleet Center.
Every once in a while, Glash decides to just drop in, and I don't know if Koff's family really appreciates it, but they welcome him with open arms because
it's weird because it's something you did as a kid, right? Like we were talking about nostalgia. You certainly did it in college with your friends. You're near their house. Oh, I was around the corner here, and you just stop over. As an adult, that's harder to do. But you have to know the friends are kind of always home or always, you know, out back or in their man cave or the garage and just have a beer waiting for you.
That was great. I loved it. Didn't have to tell anyone you were coming by.
Yeah, but you get less and less of those.
That was back in the day too. Well, it's still. I still think to this day though, like nothing triggers me more than an unexpected doorbell ring or unexpected like knock at the door, and I'm like, oh, son of a.
Here's where that will change when you live in the suburbs and you have your own. If you have kids of your own that aren't just dogs, or even if you do have dogs and maybe step out. But you'll have random neighbor kids will stop by, though. They're selling you Girl Scout cookies, or they saw your dog, but with all the deliveries, you know, some of them ring the doorbell, some of them don't. We have a sign that says, please don't ring the doorbell, or you'll have to babysit the sleeping baby and the barking dogs. But, you know, with the ring doorbell, there's at least an anticipation because your watch or your phone will buzz. You're like, oh, somebody's about to be at the door. So it's less surprising, I think. But I get your point.
Okay.
I think we've seen some comedians that do that bit, right? Like the doorbell rings and you go hide. Like who's? I mean, Sebastian Maniscalco did it. Was that his bit?
Oh God, yeah,
Jack
that's one of my wife's
out.
favorite comedians too.
Yeah, I think that was his bit where he's like, "Who the what?"
Yeah,
like,
no one. But it's so true because no one likes it.
Yeah, very rarely. Very rarely.
Growing up as a kid, you'd always like go around the wall and see like who it is first.
Well, trust me, with the little one, he is running to the door at all times. And my 14-year-old,
he's like,
it's like, who's it? Who is it? Who is it?
Yeah.
They came to see me.
Yeah, the little one's like, yes, take me, stranger.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
By the way, producer Tara, as we've reached the quarter break between the third and fourth quarter here, it's 21-7. Producer Tara says, ever since Nipplegate with Glash, and word got out about that Koff's family no longer wants Glash coming over.
I guess I'm not sure what Nipplegate is. I missed the whole story because I was out.
Yeah, he was just texting pictures of his nipples. Yeah, it's. I'll send you a few pics and we'll get you caught up and in the loop.
Is that Hollywood again? Oh, Landry.
There we go. No, it's not, Mr. Landry. And now an extra point away. We're making this a 7. Actually, wait, I was thinking like Denver. So yes, they have gone back up 3 touchdowns, which they were up 21-0 until Denver decided to score. But stats have been updated. Check out whatever contest you're in, guys. Got to add in the Mayfield to Landry score. Rob, on the ops team, adding things up. Looking terrible, 88 out of 100. But we've got a two-way tie for first in the big showdown contest. Almost 9,000 entries. Leaders currently floating around 89.
Yeah, I think my lineup has right around 87. Is Baker the captain in the winning lineup? Leading
Right
lineup?
now the captain in the leading lineup is Baker. Yes.
Yeah, that's who I have right now too.
Let me refresh the game page because it looked like it was Baker and then it was OBJ, Chubb, Higgins, Hamler, and the Browns defense.
Yeah, mine sounds similar to that. I'll let you know when the game's over and you read out the winning lineup, what my lineup was too. I'll remind you.
Thank you. Oh yeah, BK, I see you there on the YouTube. So you're in a man cave?
Yeah, this is our basement. I wanted TVs everywhere, and my wife goes, "Why don't we just put 4 TVs in little viewing, little theater area?" It's certainly not set up as a theater, but it's got a couch and 4 TVs and then a pull-down screen with a projector that we just added this Christmas. And I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah." But the sacrifice is that there aren't TVs behind the bar or in the other parts of the basement, so I have to get a 50-foot long cord if I want to, we have a poker game over there. I don't have TVs over there, so I have to bring a TV, from storage and run a cord all the way across the basement to make it work. But I'm certainly not complaining.
Dude, I wish we got the link up when I was out there a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, you had a tight window, but you know
what?
I'm going to keep living here, so come on back.
Thank God.
Whenever.
Now, I don't know if your dogs will keep living there.
Well, look, with the new fence that's coming, the electric fence, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be a whole new world for them.
Dude, the first time they experienced that, they're going, what the hell is that?
Well, so here's the one dog, the lab, she'll just take off. And when we first moved in, she would be gone for 2 hours at a time, and it was a little nerve-wracking. Most times a burner, because we'll let her out and not always keep her, on a leash or anything. And I'll just let her out just to go to the bathroom, and then I'll do something. She'll just jump the fence and kind of hang out near the house. She's not adventurous at all. So then I'll come out front, and she'll either be at the front door or on the side. We have all this open space behind us and a little walking path right next to us, and she's usually somewhere that we can see her or hear. She can hear us. And the other one though just goes for a run. Another sack. Yeah. That was not good blocking by Dalton Reisner and rookie center Lloyd Cushingberry.
What am I looking at right now?
I don't know, he's pretty excited.
Oh God, he was pretty excited. That was Case Keenum.
Case, well, former Bronco.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's so.
I know, he's fired
jazzed up on the sideline. Big old sack for our defense.
Yeah. Hey, so when the schedule came out, did you? I feel like we were on around schedule release. Have you circled any dates that you're going to head down to Jayville to check out Trevor Lawrence and company?
Yeah, the top one is the Bills.
Yeah,
the Bills, because with my wife being from Buffalo, we've got the Jags-Bills household, so we have struggled together for quite some time with our football teams. Hers seems to be coming around.
You're going to have
Jags
to make
could potentially be next.
The custom license plate, the house divided with both their logos, because that is not one.
We're not.
But that is not one that they have on NFLShop.com. You'll have to customize that one.
The house divided story is so beaten into the ground every time, playoff time. It wouldn't shock me if one of your local stations in Denver right now, BK, as on 4th and 20. I thought he was going to pull it down, but incomplete. So incomplete pass there by Drew Lock. But wouldn't shock me if one of your local stations there are doing a house divided story tonight.
Yeah, sure.
He's an Avs fan.
CUCSU.
He likes the Golden Knights.
Yeah. CUCSU, it happens every year when the Rocky Mountain Showdown, Colorado State.
We would do that in Utah when we lived in Utah. Yeah, the Utes and BYU, same thing.
Of course. Do you know Damon Amendolara? DA from the DA show on CBS. He used to work at the Sports Hub. He may have predated you.
Okay, yeah, he probably did then.
But so he's a Syracuse guy, like Cough and Glash, and so he and I were at a Chiefs game a million years ago. Larry Johnson was the running back and scored on a 2-point conversion to win the game. But it was one of those weekends where we just started drinking and never really stopped. So we get to the tailgate. Mind you, he's doing morning radio in Kansas City, so I think he finally stopped around the game time. But, you know, there's all these house divided because there's like KU, K-State license plates, KU, Missouri license plates. And we just kind of got on one where everything was funny to us, was house divided. So we'd see two Chiefs fans, one with a white jersey, one with a red jersey, and yell out house divided because their jerseys were different colors. It was much funnier to us because of how many soda pops we had than it is telling the story now or even reliving it in my head. But the house divided to me is just a funny premise that you're going to, I went to Wichita State and I went to Kansas, or my wife went to Kansas. Let's get a front license plate cover that says house divided.
Yeah, there's no way Meg would want that.
Maybe I'm gonna see if I can.
On
Let me
our
see if I
car.
can make a custom house divided license plate cover and send it to y'all to just carry around at the game. You can wear it like a chain, like Flava Flav, or a T-shirt.
Oh, now I would do that. Absolutely, because I would have been tailgating for a few hours. I'd be filled with.
Are you gonna be in the
all sorts of
pool? You gonna be in the pool,
liquids
or you
and
don't know?
sausages. No, those are just a little too out of the price range.
LBJ hits the bonus. He was actually who I was captaining. No lie.
You know, I also have discovered today that I'm no longer the only Jags supporter on our DK team. Rob over on the ops team, baby. Rob over on the ops team is like, hey, I'm with
Customize
you.
your house divided license plate.
Oh my God! Wait, you're looking this up now?
Yeah, but I'm trying to see what are your options. He's appeared like this is Georgia and Bama. Only one available. I don't. License
Georgia and Bama. Yeah, but you can do the Florida Georgia thing is big down in the South too.
Sure, but that would make sense. Like Georgia and Bama. Where can I pick the teams?
Yeah, let me know. And if you need my address, if you're just gonna do it for me, that's cool.
Hey, for $30, happy to do it.
Oh, that's my guy.
Now getting it to actually work. Well, you cared so much about my dogs. I almost would send you one of them too.
I'm gonna pay for some weight on that one with Frankie.
Yeah.
Overnighting Frankie would be like $3,000. You just get a whole nother puppy.
What's interesting, so I'm on this website, and all it seems like you can do is personalize it, but it's like Washington and the Ravens. Actually, it says Redskins. It's the Redskins logo, so it's probably a couple years old.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Now, Mayfield, 21 of 21. Did I read that right? $28-7. And how about some garbage points? I don't know. You want to hand it off to Nick Chubb here? I'd be down for that.
Kareem Hunt again's going to vulture him after Chubb gets tackled at the 1.
Does he get in? Oh, come on.
Big tackle for Von Miller coming down the line, tackling Bradley Chubb's cousin. We weren't really tracking to see if the Chubbs had any interactions. That's maybe more of a better idea than an actual executable.
That is so weak. That is so weak.
Is that Kareem Hunt again?
No. It expired.
Oh, time ran out.
I
can do. There's
also
also
taking down the one.
You'd probably rather have this. I love my dog, but here you go. Any school or any team. Let's click on this. $20, $4 shipping.
Yeah.
All right. How did I pick my teams?
I don't know if since Winnie's from Arizona, is she like a Wildcat, or a Sun Devil? And then Georgia's from Georgia. So I don't know if she's going to be a Bulldog.
No. I guess I got to pick my player of the game. Gosh, Baker, 21 of 21, 248. I know he didn't hit the bonus. Is he still the quarterback in the?
Yeah, but why not? I don't know how many times we see someone who has perfect numbers like that with a minimum of 20 pass attempts.
It's kind of stupid. On this house divided thing, I'm just typing in the team names, but they aren't showing us the logos. It's like any team name. Like, well, no, not really. I can type whatever I want. I could just put DK Simfam on one side and Ducey on the other.
Sounds good. You don't need to send that one to me. Six catches, 111 yards. Yeah, for OBJ. He hit the bonus. Higgins 4 for 53. He got a touchdown. Landry had a touchdown just on 3 grabs, 18 yards.
Your captain, Noah Fant, could he be cruising for a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
Give it to him.
What was his ownership? What was Fant's ownership?
Okay, so
sorry,
I can look only at least in my Century Club contest.
Yeah, but that's close enough.
He was 44% owned in our contest.
And he got you what, 4 points? 6 in the flex, 6 and change in the flex.
9.5 in the captain spot. So yeah,
or in the captain spot. Sorry,
not good.
No, not if
I'm not
half
going
the
to
people
take.
are relying on
Just
him.
give it to anybody.
No, Fant, you earned it. Jerry Jeudy actually. What was Jerry Judy's ownership numbers? He's usually around $5,600. He had 2 catches for 20 yards. I can do the math on that. That's 4. And 6 in the captain spot.
I can't find it. There it is. 30%. 30% in the flex, 2.8 in the captain.
All right. No, Fant, you did it. Congrats.
All right, guys, we're going to have a re-air of the sweat coming up right after this. And then a lot of talk about Kenny here. So if you guys want to talk about Kenny putting his name on a license plate, he's with the perfect guy to do it.
Am I with you
Rossi.
tomorrow? What do I have tomorrow?
No. You're back tomorrow with Jeff. I don't know what time.
We are back to 4 Eastern.
I'm back tomorrow at noon with Christian.
Jeff and I. So I will make the contest because we know Jeff won't. I will make the contest. It'll have 200 people, not 100, like Emerson's super exclusive contest. Why not make it just 5 people?
You got to get in, bro. You got to get in. Come on, man. I'd let you in. Well, exclusive club right here, buddy. I'll put you right under my wing.
Thank you, everybody, for caring about my dogs. They're home safe, and they will never leave again.
Oh, and there's mine. Look at mine. She just popped. Come here. Come here, sweet pea. Say hello. Say hello to everybody. All right. She's got a good stretch coming in. Come here. Here she is. All right, everybody. Have a good day. Love y'all. And BK and I will talk to you later. Thanks, Rob, Tom, and Terrell behind the scenes. Toodles. We did it. We've made it to June 10th, and look at you now. You are watching Draftkings is the Sweat with me, Emerson Latzia, and a boatload of DFS and sports betting analysts talking NBA, NHL, French Open, and DOS baseball. It's time to throw down. Draftkings contributors Steve Buchanan and Nick Fryer in the house. Steve, it's a Thursday edition of Put Up Your Bukes. This is when you give us your favorite DFS play at the following positions, and then Nick will either fight you on it or pivot to another option. But looking back on what went down in this segment on Tuesday, so you guys finished in a 1-1 tie here. Take a look at this. Steve nailed Pablo Lopez on the mound. Nick gets the win at, infielder there with Carlos Santana. And then it's a wash in the outfielder and value play department. Steve, a quick statement, please.
Yeah, he was all about Alex Wood. That didn't go well. You always have to listen to me. Nick might have something that he wants to say to try to fight back, but let me tell you something. For somebody with a bland background like that, you just can't trust somebody like that.
Are you going to do the same thing over and over again, the same insults? One day it's the fashion, one day it's the bland background, and then some days is I'm celebrating my victories. I mean, can you try something different one time, Steve?
Well, if you could just be a little more likable, that'd be great.
I don't care about that. I care about giving people good picks. In general, I do that.
All right. Well, speaking of that, guys, let's get after it today. Put up your bukes. Start us off at pitcher, Steve.
Yeah, so there's no pivoting allowed when we start talking about Trevor Rogers because there are no pivots. You don't go away from Trevor Rogers. When Trevor Rogers walks out to the mound looking studly as he is, you just play this guy and call it a day. Now he's actually facing the Rockies, who by far are one of the worst road offenses in the league. I don't have to tell you that. Nick doesn't have to tell you that. Everybody knows that. But Trevor Rogers has been so good, and now he's finally the biggest favorite on this entire MLB slate, and for good reason. I mean, this is somebody who has gone out, hasn't allowed more than 3 runs in any of his starts this season, which amounts to 13, by the way. And in the 21 innings that he's pitched at home in Miami, 238 WOBA, 2.28 FIP, and he has yet to allow a home run. And then the caveat, the cherry on top, he has a 3-pitch arsenal, and his slider, which has been one of his best pitches, the Rockies rank second to last against that pitch. Only the Brewers are worst against the slider. There's nothing to not like about Trevor Rogers tonight. And if Nick tries to say anything different, well, then he's not allowed back on the show.
All right, Nick, proceed with caution here.
I just want you to know that I'm saying this because I know I'm right, not because Steve is trying to bully me, but I agree with Steve 100% on this pick. Look, Rodgers has been great at home all season long. Steve touched on that already. His one bad outing was his first outing of the season at home. That's it. Other than that, he's been great in Miami. The Rockies, again, terrible on the road, and they're also not doing that great against left-handed pitching. For their OPS is middle of the pack, but their ISO has been brutal against left-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. And I know they're not striking out a ton against lefties right now, but the best pitcher they've faced over the last few weeks has been Cole Irvin, and he's not that good. And he's still got 5 strikeouts in 6 innings against them in Colorado. So however you want to slice it, whether you're looking at Steve's numbers or the ones that I'm bringing up, Trevor Rogers has to be in your lineup tonight.
All right, Steven, put up your bukes at the infield position, please.
Yeah, from one stud to another. Now we have Bo Bichette going up against the Chicago White Sox tonight, specifically Dallas Keuchel. Dallas Keuchel is not somebody that's going to go out there and strike out a bunch of batters. He relies on contact to get out. That's a great strategy if you're actually getting outs, which he has not been doing at all as of late. He's been struggling at home, pitching at home, and then you have Bo Bichette, who comes into this game, some really, really solid numbers against lefties, 384 WOBA, 231 isolated power, and a 146 WRC plus with 3 of his 11 home runs on the season. Bo Bichette quietly, by the way, has a 7-game hitting streak that he's riding right now as well. So he's been consistently getting those fantasy points. I think this is going to be a great spot for the Toronto Blue Jays against a struggling pitcher who relies upon contact. So Bo Bichette is my guy in the infield today.
Nick, you pushing back on this?
I can't lie that Bo Bichette wasn't on my radar tonight, but there's an infielder I do like more, and he's at 4.9K, and he's going up against Michael King in the Yankees, Josh Donaldson. And look, King over his last 3 starts, righties have a 971 OPS against him. He's doing worse against them than he is against lefties. And in general, King is just getting hit around. I know he's a Southeast New England guy, but still, it doesn't matter. And Donaldson has a 1.012 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks, and his ISO during that stretch is 250. So I have Donaldson as my infielder to pick tonight.
Take us to outfield, Steven.
Yeah, so Mark Canha usually doesn't jump out at you as somebody you want to roster in the outfield, despite there being 3 spots that you can choose from. But I love this matchup tonight going up against Mike Minor, who, by the way, pretty overrated. He might have been the ace over when he was with the Rangers, but that says more about how the Rangers pitching staff was than his abilities. But you have Canha, who is a really good hitter against lefties, 371 WOBA, 244 isolated power, and a 144 WRC plus is 4 of his 11 home runs going up against lefties. Mike Minor has been getting hit really hard when he's taking the mound, struggling with home runs. I think 11 allowed so far on the season. You have a really tough athletics team against lefties, and Canha is one of those guys that can kind of fly under the radar, but post some really good numbers in that matchup. I don't see this being a good start for Mike Minor at all, so I'm going to be taking the A's as a stack as a whole, but Canha is one of the top guys in that stack.
Okay, Nick, you want to pivot, or are you picking up what he's putting down?
Well, it's weird because Steve's right. Like, Canha's not necessarily a guy you're going to target, but he is somebody that had my attention because he has done well against Mike Minor in the past. However, He does. He has 3 career home runs against him, and I think 15 at-bats. And Minor's given up, 11 home runs? You said that? 10 of them are to righties. But anyways, I still like Teoscar Hernandez more because Steve was right. You do need to get a piece of Dallas Keuchel. And at 4.4K, at same price as Bo Bichette, but this guy mashes left-handed pitching. And I know he hasn't done that as much of late, but still, I'm going to go with what he's done over the course of his season, 1.16 OPS against lefties. And the other thing is, too, he hasn't done anything against Keuchel. He's had 5 chances against him. He hasn't put up any numbers at all. So I like that right now he's got a couple bad trends going into tonight. That means he's due. And against Dallas Keuchel, a guy who Steve said you have to target, I'm going to go with Teoscar Hernandez if I'm going to pick one outfielder tonight.
Steve, put up a fight for us there in the value department.
Yeah, so you look at Miguel Andujar, and he's probably, another player that doesn't go out at you, but he's 2,600 tonight, and he's going to be hitting in what is projected to be the highest scoring game on this slate. I had to make sure that the Yankees and Twins game wasn't taking place in Coors Field because according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, this game is an over-under of 11. That is Coors Field-esque. So now we have Andujar who's going up against Jay Happ, who another guy doesn't strike out many batters, relies on contact to get out, but those outs have not been coming. So Andujar has had a nice little stretch as of late. He has 5 hits over his last 3 games, 2 of those by being home runs. And again, you're getting a really cheap piece of this game that is supposedly going to be extremely high scoring. Nick already mentioned that he likes targeting this game overall. So getting someone like Andujar to kind of round out your stack, save a little bit of salary, I think that's the way to go tonight.
All right, so you've already mentioned you're targeting this game, Nick, but are you targeting this individual as your value play?
No, I don't like Andujar that much. As much as Happ is definitely a guy that you generally want to go after. I'm sure there's somebody else in the Yankees lineup that you can go with here. I just don't like what he's done against lefties over the last couple of weeks. Instead, I'm going to go with Hunter Renfroe at 3.8K, and I know he's going up against a much better pitcher in Zach Greinke, but he has 3 home runs against him in 21 career at-bats and put up a good OPS so far. And Renfroe has been mashing right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks, 975 OPS against them, and then a 2.26 ISO against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. So I feel very comfortable with him and what he's done. So I'd rather go with him at a value play.
I feel like today was very civil. And for that, I want to congratulate both of you. Steve, go enjoy that shampoo bottle filled with Chick-fil-A sauce.
Amazing.
That you have. You could dip anything in Chick-fil-A sauce, buddy. 2 NBA playoff games on the slate tonight. We'll chase or fade some DFS and sports bets after this.
Nice.
Not one, but 2 playoff games on the NBA slate tonight. We have questions about them. These 2 have answers, hopefully. Draftkings contributor Julian Edlow, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Chase or fade the following for me, please, gentlemen. Nets are up 2-0 on Milwaukee, and they're doing it without James Harden in the lineup. Kevin Durant is absolutely balling out, back-to-back 50-plus DK fantasy point performances. Chase or fade for me, Jules, that KD at 10-6 is a must play on tonight's slate.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason he's not a must play is if you want to be a little bit contrarian on a shorter slate. Obviously, everybody's ownership is going to be up on these short playoff slates, so there's not that much you can do. But yeah, I'm in on KD. I think we've seen enough. I think that the Bucks, what the Nets are forcing the Bucks into defensively is really working in favor of the Nets. Giannis was supposed to be the piece, in terms of length that can stop a guy like Kevin Durant, and it's not happening. KD is taking it right to Giannis. And when they get switches, all due respect to, a guy like Drew Holiday, who is very well respected by other NBA players as a lockdown perimeter defender. This is why Kevin Durant's so good. He can just go right over the top when he's in the post. He's the mid-range king in the current, layups and threes only NBA, and it's working. So, yeah, I like Durant to score a bunch of points and continue rebounding the ball in this game.
Nick, is he a must play, or are you going the Carl contrarian route?
He's not a must play because you do have Giannis at $1,100 and $100. I don't know how to say that. $11,100. Wow.
Yes. Nailed it.
There's a. I knew that did not sound right when I said it the first time. But the thing with Giannis is, even though it feels like he hasn't played all that well, his floor is so high just because of what he offers defensively. He still hands out a ton of assists. He grabs a ton of rebounds. Obviously, Durant has the higher scoring ceiling right now, but I don't think Giannis is a bad play, even if you're a little bit down on him after how game 2 went. But man, you said it at the top, Emerson. It cannot be overstated that the Nets are doing this without a 7-time All-NBA guard in James Harden. And Kevin Durant is making it look easy. It's not like it's taking 45 minutes of Kevin Durant playing his best basketball to vanquish the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, he's doing this with ease. He's getting Giannis in switches and he's shooting right over him. He's getting Drew Holiday in switches. He's backing him down. He's creating space in the mid-range and he's just splashing everything. The Bucks have nobody who can guard Kevin Durant right now. 12 of 18 from the field in game 2. That's absolutely preposterous. Like, nothing that he's doing looks difficult. And obviously you would expect Milwaukee to have some sort of adjustments in game 3, but everybody says the word adjustments. I don't know what those adjustments are. It's not like they have some secret weapon that didn't play in games 1 and 2, who's all of a sudden going to come in and stop Kevin Durant. I think the Bucks can play better, but I don't know that there's a whole lot they can do defensively against KD.
Well, Nick, we'll see what adjustments maybe the Clippers will make tonight, because the Jazz right now are up 1-0 in this series. And Mike Conley, he missed game 1 with a hamstring injury. So Joe Ingles filled in for him in the starting lineup and posted north of 22 DK fantasy points at a 4.9 salary. Tonight, he's even cheaper, $200 cheaper, 4.7. So chase or fade if Conley sits. Ingles is your favorite value play.
He's up there. It feels like they're baiting us into playing Ingles again after that rough game 1. He really did not shoot the ball well, obviously, despite some really good looks from 3, just 1 of 8 from 3 in that game. And this is part of a longer slump for Joe Ingles. He's 2 of his last 18 from beyond the arc over the last 4 games, dating back to that Memphis series. So a little bit of a concern, but he's also a guy that has been prone to slumps and prone to streaks throughout his career. And you think he's going to have a pretty good chance to break out of it. I mean, Joe Ingles is not someone who's going to break you down one-on-one and, is attempting these crazy step backs. Like, pretty much every look he's getting is wide open. And I don't think he's going to continue to miss those for too much longer. So if there's no Mike Conley tonight and we see elevated usage, elevated minutes for Joe Ingles, I think he's a perfectly acceptable play at that number.
Jules, you feel like you're being baited here to take Jingles?
I'm not being baited into any Jingles, I don't think. He's a fine play. The 1 of 8 from downtown and the even longer shooting slump that Nick touched on, you would assume that's gonna change at some point. But I also think the Clippers are gonna make some shots in this game. Paul George missed a lot of shots. Marcus Morris, who is cheaper than Joe Ingles, literally built a brick house in game 1. I don't know why he kept shooting so many shots, but he did. And that's the type of player he is, so he's going to do it again. So I think Morris is a good value to expect a bounce back from. And, we're talking about no James Harden. That Nets backcourt continues to produce. Mike James is a nice value. Bruce Brown is a nice value. So I don't think Ingles is like the only guy in that price range that you have to slot in, and we're just scraping around for value on this slate.
Jules, this is when you really shine, when we head over to the sports book. And despite being down 0-2 to Brooklyn, Milwaukee is actually favored in game 3. So by 3.5 here, a chase or fade, the Bucks win this game and cover.
If the Bucks get one, this has to be the one, but I'm going to fade it. The sharp side of this game should be, Milwaukee's role players come around at home as you're supposed to in the playoffs. Brooklyn's role players finally take a step back and regress some on the road here in a tough atmosphere. But I'm going to stick with, the take about the star power in this game. And Durant has been the star of this series. It just feels to me, we talk about Harden being off the floor and people just kind of keep betting the Bucks. Like, game 1 was supposed to be the Bucks game. Like, they were well rested. They were going to take one on the road. Then Harden goes down and it was going to be the Bucks. They didn't do it. Game 2, Harden remains out. All right, we'll go back to Milwaukee with a split. It's the Bucks game. They get mopped. Game 3, it's the Bucks game. They got to get one at home. I don't know. Give me the Nets money line, plus 140, whatever it is. No Harden, any other team, those old Houston Rockets teams, dead in the water. This time, it just puts the ball in Kevin Durant's hands, who is even better than James Harden. And when it's not in Durant's hands, it's in Kyrie's hands, who's a top 15 player in the NBA. No other team can do that. I still think the Nets get this done. They're defending better, and Durant can score on anyone.
Nick, you want to chase or fade that Milwaukee wins and covers?
Man, I really don't feel good about this, but I have learned that if a number doesn't look like it makes a ton of sense to me on the surface, there's usually a reason for that. Based on how the series has gone in games 1 and 2, you would think that this line should be flipped, but I'm going to take a leap of faith here and go with Milwaukee. Like Julian said, I think if they win a game in this series, it's going to be this one. If they go down 3-0, this is not a super resilient bunch. This is not a team that's handled pressure very well. And that's part of the reason that I'm nervous about this pick, because, Milwaukee has been up 2-0 in a series a couple of years ago and completely blew it. They've been on the other side of this. And even in that scenario, they weren't able to hang on. So very little about this team has kind of foretold that they're the type of team that can climb back into a series against an opponent that maybe has more top end talent like Brooklyn. Julian mentioned the role players for Milwaukee. You'd like to think you probably get a better effort at home, but to me, it's the stars that have been the issue. If you're depending on Pat Connaughton or Bryn Forbes or PJ Tucker to knock down a bunch of threes to beat the Nets, I think you're in trouble if that's the game plan. They need a better effort from Chris Middleton. They need a better effort from Giannis. They need a better effort from Jrue Holiday. I mean, Middleton can't start the game 0 of 8 from the field on some pretty good looks. And the biggest thing to me is that the Nets cannot get away with Blake Griffin guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo for 20 plus minutes in a second round playoff game. I mean, that's what happened in game 2 is you have Blake Griffin playing 7-8 feet off Giannis, and the Bucks offense, they didn't know what to do. They tried to play it as they had all year and let Giannis be the primary initiator. That results in him just getting a runway and plowing his way in and essentially hoping that the defender guesses wrong and he's able to, finish with a Euro step. More often than not, that's not what happened. I thought the Nets played Giannis really smartly. And, right now, as I alluded to in the last answer, I don't know what the adjustment is for Milwaukee. You don't have some sharpshooter you can throw out there and make, Brooklyn scramble on defense. I think you have to find something internally. But playing at home, playing in front of a capacity crowd for the first time in 15 months at Fiserv Forum, that should help. I'm putting blind faith in the Milwaukee Bucks tonight.
Two quick things.
Go ahead, Jules.
2 quick things I want to add to that. Number one, I do want to see who the officials are for this game. The Bucks might get a little help.
Very true.
That's just the way it is. Number 2, whoever wins this game, I may or may not bet this game. Whoever wins this game, I will bet the Nets game 4, because that is either going to be 2-1 Nets, and they're not going to want to go back to Brooklyn 2-2 with Harden's health kind of up in the air. They would love to not have to play him in this series. Or this gets to 3-0, and the Bucks are going to lay down in that game 4, and the Nets are going to finish this off. So tonight's a coin flip. Like Nick's right, there's a lot of reasons to like the Bucks. No matter what happens tonight, give me the Nets in game 4.
Well, Jules, how do you then feel about the Clippers plus 130 underdogs? Do you want to chase their fade that they pull off the upset for us, please?
I will chase that. This one I've bet. I'm on the Clippers money line. I think this goes back to LA 1-1. We've seen the Clippers have no issues on the road in this postseason. Obviously, Utah, that second half got a little wild, but they knocked down 1,000,000 threes. I think there's a lot of adjustments that the Clippers can make to get this win. Tyronn Lue letting Luke Kennard just get abused time after time in that pick and roll with Donovan Mitchell. That needs to change. But they took Mitchell's best shot and lost that game by 3. Getting a meh game from Kawhi Leonard. He tried to keep him in it, but he wasn't special. And Paul George and Marcus Morris shot a combined 8 for 31 in that game. More shots are going to go in. Adjustments will be made. I think that the Clippers find a way to get this one done and keep this series close.
Nick, how much faith do you have in the Clippers here as plus 130 underdogs?
A pretty decent amount of faith, especially if there's no Mike Conley. I thought the Clippers were the better team in that game for most of game 1. The Jazz really started pouring it on in the third with all those threes. And this was still a close game, throughout the fourth quarter. I thought the one issue, and this is something that we've seen from the Clippers throughout the year, is in crunch time, they didn't know what to do. They had a chance to win this game late in the fourth quarter. And I believe the game ended with Marcus Morris getting blocked in the corner by Rudy Gobert on a shot that he probably never should have been taking. Kawhi Leonard deferred, Paul George deferred, and all of a sudden you're forcing up a bad shot. And that's something that's plagued the Clippers throughout the year. So they're a team that needs to be up, multiple possessions going into the final minute. I don't trust them if this is like a 110 game with a minute left. Then give me the Jazz, give me Donovan Mitchell, who was awesome in game 1. But game 1 felt like it was the Clippers to win for like 35 of the 48 minutes. And they just kind of took their foot off the gas at the wrong time. So especially if there's no Conley, I do like a Kawhi Leonard to rebound. We virtually have to get a better game from Paul George, who was terrible in game 1. So I think we head back to LA with this series tied up.
Slate approved time, guys. Favorite bet or DFS play tonight? Nick, go ahead.
I believe Julian mentioned him earlier, but Bruce Brown at 4,200. I think he's going to be really popular But there's a reason for that. 20 plus DK points in 4 straight games. He's top 25 DK points in 3 of those games. And then on the sportsbook side, if I'm going to ride with the Bucks, Chris Middleton's going to be the reason that they win this game. So there's a player parlay that you could do on the DK sportsbook. Chris Middleton to score at least 23 points plus the Bucks win the game. You can get that at plus 170.
Jules?
We already covered it. Clippers money line plus 130. Get the hammers out.
Oh my God, Jules. Easy there. Don't hurt him. Excellent work, guys. Who to captain tonight in game 6 between the Avs and Golden Knights right after this? The Avs are on the brink, the favorite to hoist Lord Stanley. Just last week, maybe a few days ago? Good morning to our NHL panel, Draftkings contributor Jeff Ulrich, along with the RotoWire duo of Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. Guys, the Golden Knights hold the 3-2 series lead after an overtime victory in Game 5. Now the series shifting back to the Sin City, where they will look to close it out in the DK Showdown contest. Who was your captain here, Jeff? 1.5 times the salary, but 1.5 times the points.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, you look to your best players, and I'll just stick with Nathan MacKinnon in this spot. 3 games without a point now. I know he's the most expensive player on this slate. I just don't really care. I just cannot see the Colorado Avalanche losing 4 games in a row here to the Vegas Golden Knights. I know they're on the road. I know it's going to be a madhouse. There's plenty of narratives around this game, but, the best player is still Nathan MacKinnon. And regardless of the outcome, for a DFS perspective, if people are going to be a little bit down on the Avalanche and maybe be more prone to going with Andre Fleury in the net or something, I'll take the slightly lower ownership. I think this is a game where Nathan MacKinnon steps up and does something big.
Paul, your captain tonight.
Look, I'm treating this game like yesterday's game when I said it's really the home side's best chance to win the series. If it goes game 7, I'm going to flip to Colorado. Vegas has taken control of this set after game 1's blowout, and it has a lot to do with the top 6 Knights forwards outplaying the top 6 Avs up front. A big part of that's a healthy Max Pacioretty, who has points in 6 straight games. I expect that trend to continue tonight, with Patches bulging the twine for Vegas and paying off as my showdown captain with a high volume of shots to go along with that. I lock him up for $13,200.
All right, AJ, who's your guy?
Well, this is the moment Jeff's been waiting for. He can get the Avs to win the series at plus 245 right now. So we've been looking for that for a while, right, Jeff? But For me, in this one, I'm with Paul. I think Vegas closes it out at home tonight. And I'm actually looking at Jonathan Marchessault at 11-7 tonight over Pacioretty. Both guys are on extended point streaks right now, but Marchessault's the one who's putting up the goals in the multi-point games. He's probably the riskier of the two, no doubt about it. He's more likely to go cold, but that savings of 1,500 by captaining Marchessault over Pacioretty has me going that direction.
AJ, what about value? Need some value from you in this showdown contest.
Well, I think the value comes from pairing up Marchessault with his center, William Karlsson, who comes in at about 7,000. He's got 5 points in his last 3 contests here. Again, the shot rate is a little inconsistent, which makes him slightly riskier option, I think, than maybe some other guys that might be a little bit safer. But if Marchessault is going to produce in this one, it's going to be due in part to Karlsson. So I think they make a great double down in this showdown slate.
Jeff, where does the value come from in this game, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm the Colorado stan in this trio today, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think it's going to be a good contrarian side for showdown as well. A lot of people are going to look to Brandon Saad here. That's fine. You know, he's playing alongside McKinnon now a little bit. He's got goals in like a million straight games or whatever. It's fine. He's too cheap. He's 5,000. But I think that the other Colorado Avalanche that will probably go overlooked here and won't get a ton of ownership is Andre Burakovsky. And he hasn't done much in the playoffs. I mean, does this guy even have a goal in the playoffs? I don't know. I don't think he does. But again, he did score 19 in the regular season. I mean, this is the type of game where you'd expect Andre Burakovsky just to come through for Colorado. He's done it for a lot of the time during the regular season. And I think that, again, you're going to see some of these Avalanche guys come to life here because I do see Colorado winning this game. And I think a guy like Burakovsky in a showdown format, if you're playing in a big field GPP. Again, you want to just roster Saad and McKinnon, that's fine. Maybe you're making a core lineup or something. But for these bigger field GPPs, Burakovsky's going to have far lesser ownership. And again, I see one of these Avs coming through for them tonight. And I think Burakovsky could easily be that guy.
Okay, Paul, how about you? Need some value.
Clearly, I'm sticking with Vegas here and looking at the cheapest of their top 6 forwards, and that's Riley Smith tonight. He has points in 3 of his last 4 games and is the top playoff scorer in the Knights' brief history, in fact. He has picked up his scoring pace in these playoffs after a subpar regular season, and I've spoken at length about the fact that his line has been the difference maker in this series. That has to continue for the Knights to wrap up the series tonight, and I expect it to happen that way.
Golden Knights, yes, are the favorites here. You can get Colorado to force a game 7 at plus 120. I have a feeling up to this point how you guys are feeling, but is that too tempting not to take? Go ahead, Jeff.
It's definitely too tempting not to take. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days ago, if you had asked us, do we want Colorado on plus 118, we would have all rushed our bank accounts, just gone to the window, whatever. We would have laid it all down. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days, this is still the Colorado Avalanche. Nate McKinnon is still the best player, in this series. I could go on and on. I mean, I'll take them in a one game matchup here versus Vegas. Look, we've seen this in the playoffs a lot. Teams go on runs, they go through dips. I think the Colorado Avalanche are still the better team here overall. And again, seeing them lose 4 games in a row to Vegas, I mean, nobody would have even thought that was possible. I think we've shifted too far in the odds here at plus 118. I think at the very least, this one should be a coin flip. So I think you're getting extremely good value on the Avalanche. Are they going to be at home or on the road, in a Vegas madhouse? Yes. But, Vegas is the one who's got to win 4 games in a row here. There's got to be at least like a little bit of burnout just in terms of the adrenaline that's running through this team. I think Colorado gets it done tonight, and I actually think they win the series.
Paul, how do you feel about the value here?
I feel like Jeff's wrong here. Sorry, Jeff, buddy. But it's been 4 games in a row that the Avalanche has been the second best team on the ice. That's not a fluke anymore. And we haven't talked about the reason why. It's the fact that the second line of the Avs has gone missing. They look like a one-line team right now. And that's the fact. And until they show that they have more than one unit, Nate McKinnon can play 30 minutes tonight. It might not make a difference. That's how badly they've been outplayed throughout this stretch. And I see no reason to back them because of that. They looked a second best team. As I said, I believe the momentum is squarely on the Knights, and they've convinced themselves that they are the better team right now, and I believe them.
AJ, what do you think?
You guys know I'm always looking for value. I hate giving up juice, right? So I thought about it for half a second, but I just can't do it. I don't see the Avs going into the absolute nut house that is going to be T-Mobile Arena and coming out with a win in this one. Having said that, I also don't really like the puck line here for Vegas. I think a 1-goal game is certainly possible. We've seen several of them already, although we have seen some bigger blowouts as well. So for once, I'm actually going to be giving the juice here, and I will take Vegas minus 137 in this one.
Total for this one here, though, 5.5 goals, gentlemen. So they've gone under this 3 times so far in this series. You want the under tonight, Paul?
No, thanks. I'm going to take these guys to lean on their offenses tonight. Their respective star power will dictate the fast pace that we've seen for much of the series, and that'll mean plenty of scoring chances at both ends and more than enough offense to pay out on the over. I expect we're going to see an empty net situation near the end of the game, too. That'll allow for a cheap goal on top of the regular play. That means we're looking at only 5 tallies earlier on, and with the firepower on the ice, that shouldn't be a problem at all.
AJ, how about you?
I want to promote the under here just so I'm not agreeing with Paul for the entire show, because I hate doing that. But I have to stick with the over. There's just too many offensive powerhouses on both sides of the puck. Even if Jeff's right and this ends up being an Avs win tonight, I think we could see a ton of offense coming out of it. Look, you talk about those 3 unders. 5 has been the total number of goals in those contests. That means 1 empty net goal, 1 power play tally, and you're looking at a couple more overs here, and 2 of those were overtime contests. So it's very close to hitting that over, and that's where I'm going to go tonight.
Which direction you leaning, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll jump on the bandwagon here. We can do a trio of overs. I think we were right on the total last time too, so that's good. I think we're right on the over for the Islander game. So again, these game 6s can be weird. I mean, one of these teams could easily jump out to a 2-3-0 lead, and the other one's just like, okay, we're packing it in. Either Colorado's packing it in for the season, or Vegas is just trying to rest for Game 7. We see that play out a lot, especially when we get deeper into the playoffs. And I think this could be that type of game. So I agree with what Paul said as well. You know, we're going to see probably an early empty net situation. If there is like a 2-goal lead, we can easily get like a couple empty net goals. And just to AJ's point, a lot of these games have been like 5 goals in like 10 minutes, and then it looks like it's going to hit the over, and it just hasn't. So in a lot of ways, the over bettors so far in the series, I feel like, have been a little bit unlucky. I would much rather be on the over side as well. And if you're looking at the DraftKings Sportsbook, you're getting the plus money there at plus 102 right now. So yeah, I would be on the over side. And just for a player prop, if you're just going like me, going crazy Colorado Avalanche, go with Nathan McKinnon, plus 2 points as well. So, if the Colorado wins, I mean, he's going to get multiple points. It's pretty.
All right, guys, we will get some quick takes from you here on this one. Islanders taking down the Bruins last night. Now moving on to the semifinals, where they're going to face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, Tampa is favored in the series, but let's take a look at the series spread options for this matchup. How long is this series going, and who is going to win it, Paul?
I'm looking at the futures bet in favor of Tampa in 6 games. It pays out at 425, and I believe they'll be tested by a relentless checking of the Islanders, but they have simply got too much talent for their foes in this series, and I think that the defending champs are on the way to the Cup final once again.
Jeff?
Yeah, I would be looking for Tampa Bay. I mean, you could even make a couple bets. I mean, you've got Tampa Bay at plus 425 to win in 6, or plus 450 to win in 7. I mean, I don't hate laying down on both those and just like putting one unit on both and coming away with a nice profit if it hits, because I just do not see how the Islanders squeak out a win in this series after what Tampa Bay did to Carolina, who, quite frankly, was, I thought, one of the deepest teams in the league. So,
all right, AJ, bring us home.
Well, hey, we've seen through the first 2 rounds, Islanders win in 6. You can get that at plus 700. Ultimately, I do think the Lightning will probably take this series, but I like that plus 700. The thing I actually like is just straight up the Isles to win the series at plus 180, when you can get that level of value, and they've faced some difficult teams already. So, yes, I think the Lightning will probably win, but I'm willing to take the risk at plus 180.
Way to be, hockey dudes. Appreciate it, guys. We are going to talk with Kenny, who is here to share his men's semifinals French Open strategy right after this. It's a tennis major going down in France, known as the French Open, and we're nearing the end of it. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Hello, we are looking at the bet angles for tomorrow's men's semifinals. It looks like first up here, we've got the 5 seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and the 6, Alexander Zverev. All right. Hey, you have to give me an A for my attempt at that, though.
You've been the champ all tournament long.
It's been a long week in these tennis segments. I'm not going to lie. I can tell you, I know he's young. He's got a nice head of hair because I tried to research his name, which I got close to nailing. So it's the 3rd straight Grand Slam for the 22-year-old. He's a heavy favorite in this match. Do you see any way, though, that the German can pull off the upset at plus 180 odds?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he does have a great head of hair, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and you should get used to pronouncing his name because he's going to be a future #1 tennis player in the world. I'm very convinced, Emerson. He's going to be winning some of these Grand Slams. It could even happen. This year, he was an odds-on favorite to win if it wasn't going to be Rafael Nadal. So I do think that he advances past Sasha Zverev here, even though the fact that he's a minus 275 favorite and he's pretty unbettable here. Look, he just owns this head-to-head. He owns it 5-2. He won their only meeting on clay. One of those losses came in Acapulco, which had strange conditions this year, and also he was like, just killing Zverev and then just fell apart. Maybe the heat, maybe the exhaustion. But Tsitsipas is going to be fresh here, pretty quick 3-set match rather against Daniil Medvedev. Zverev, he's a hard player to trust in Grand Slams. He has a tendency to choke and not perform under pressure. So it's pretty surprising that he's gotten this far, frankly. He almost did lose to Oscar Ott, a relative unknown German, earlier in the tournament. But I do believe that he can give Tsitsipas a fight here. If I wanted to take a bet on this match, I might take one of the overs here. I think over 36.5, minus 137, a little bit juicy, but probably a good bet just considering Zverev holds onto his serve pretty well. The thing to know about Zverev is he has most talent of any player in the men's game. And so I do believe that when you have that much talent, you can beat anybody, but he rarely puts it all together for a whole match. And that's why he's failed to win some of these Grand Slams. But yeah, I mean, obviously the value is all on Zverev here, plus 215, given the fact that he has beaten Tsitsipas twice and as recently as this year, but never on clay.
I'm interested to hear your take here on the other semifinal because this is the marquee matchup between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal here, dude. In this lifetime matchup, the Joker has the edge at 29 wins to Nadal's 28, but the odds heavily favor Nadal here, minus 295. How do you see this match playing out?
This is going to be a cracker, as they would say in England. This is going to be a fantastic match, Emerson. It's going to be a cracking affair between Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal. You look at last year's French Open final, and you mentioned his head-to-head record. Yes, Djokovic owns Nadal on every surface except for clay, where Rafael Nadal obviously is king, one of the best clay court player of all time. And when you look at the last 5 meetings between the two, they've all gone to Rafael Nadal. Djokovic has never beaten Nadal on clay since 2016 in Rome. But 4 of those 5 matches did hit the over. So I love the over in this match. I believe it's 37.5 games. I think this will go 4 or 5 sets. I might even look at Djokovic, the game spread. When you look at last year's final, though, Nadal ran over Djokovic. The conditions were different. They were wet and cold. Now, Djokovic he had to beat COVID. He had to go to the United States. He had that strange mishap with the he hit the ball at the umpire at the US Open. He had a grueling 5-set match against Tsitsipas in the semifinal. That's why he came out and just looked flat against Nadal. That's not going to happen this time. I think that he is really playing some of his best tennis. Clay is not his best surface, and I don't believe he wins this match. But boy, Emerson, should he push Nadal to the brink, I do believe this is going to go 5.
Well, taking a look at both of these matches, which props stand out to you on the DK Sportsbook?
So I actually am looking at the Tsitsipas-Zverev match, and I do believe that if you want to just take an exact score here, then it's a pretty good bet. I think that Tsitsipas to win 3-1 at plus 300 is something that I have my eye on. I just believe that Zverev will probably steal one of these sets. I know that it's not the odds-on favorite thing to happen, but 3-1 here, I think that Zverev has been able to take a set. He was able to take a set off of Tsitsipas in their only clay court encounter. Tsitsipas won 2-1. I do believe that he'll take a set here, and Tsitsipas will take the rest. 3-1 plus 300 sounds pretty good to me.
All right. So whose odds do you like to win it all?
You know what? I'm going to say Zverev plus 1,200. Look, there's no value in taking the futures or the favorites here, right? Nadal minus 182. Djokovic and Tsitsipas sitting at plus 450. That's really where they sat before the tournament, which is pretty surprising to me. But if you're going to take a futures market, Emerson, you know all about the futures markets. Why not just take a shot on Zverev plus 1,200? Here's the thing. Zverev, I mentioned, has the most talent on tour. He's beaten Nadal before plenty of times. He's beaten big opponents on clay courts. He's been to the final of a Grand Slam where he served for the match and couldn't do it, and maybe he's learned from those mistakes. But look, these are ridiculous odds. I think if you think he can beat Tsitsipas, you might as well bet him plus 1,200 because he'll either run into a gassed Novak Djokovic who is not playing on his best surface, or he'll run into Nadal, a guy he's played before. He plays Nadal very, very closely and very well, Emerson. He has played him very well. And he can beat Nadal here. I think he could stun him. He'll have that confidence. Plus 1,200, why not? Why not? Just throw your lunch money on there.
Okay. I trust you, buddy. You're good people. Thank you, Kenny Ducey. We're going to wrap up this baby with some of the best bets on tonight's baseball slate right after this. All right, everybody, we got our last segment here before we kick off a 6-game slate, a Madden slate on the Dream Stream. So let's cover the bases, some favorite bets from tonight's MLB main slate with our baseball panel, our beautiful baseball panel consisting of Draftkings contributor Gary Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Eric, talk to me. First base here, favorite money line or run line bet?
Yeah, so I was on the Blue Jays as an underdog last night. Actually got to go to whatever insurance company Comiskey Park is named after these days. Looked like I was going to be wrong for most of the game until a late rally involving a drop third strike, an infield single, and an error and more gave the Blue Jays the win. And I'm on them again tonight as slight favorites, minus 113. Two excellent offenses. Blue Jays are fourth by WRC plus. White Sox are second. And then two soft tossing lefties. If you're into old school baseball, hate 90-mile-per-hour pitches, you may not see much for the early part of this game. And I just think Hyunjin Ryu is enough better than Dallas Keuchel that I think the Blue Jays are a clear pick here. Ryu at least strikes out some people. 22.8% is close to league average. Only a 4.2% walk rate and above average ground ball rate. That means his 3.23 ERA looks mostly deserved according to the estimators, whereas Dallas Keuchel is at the lower limit, I think, of how many people you can strike out while sticking in a rotation. He's at 12% for his strikeout rate this season. He's always had low strikeout rates, and he's found success despite them, but he's at 18.7% for his career. So he's less than 2/3 of his already low career numbers. No other qualified starter is below 14.8% this season. So he's in another tier all by himself. 4.25 ERA is worse than what he's done most recent seasons. Looks deserved. So I think that's a big enough gap that I think the Blue Jays should be a little bit more favored than they are right now.
Gary, and this is first base. Don't pull a Pittsburgh and be afraid of it. I need you to answer. Favorite money line or run line bet tonight?
Yeah, I will say first, I agree with Eric. I do like the Jays money line today, although in the interest of bias, I mean, I'm just a little biased.
Oh, okay.
But, so in the interest of biases, I'll just say the Yankees money line, which I actually am surprised is only minus 141 on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now. I don't want to say this pitching matchup is lopsided because Michael King has not done well as a starter so far this season, but I think he's a perfectly fine long man. I think he can pitch 3 or 4 or 5 semi-effective innings in this game. And the back end of the Yankees bullpen is among the best in all of baseball. So if the Yankees are leading after 4 or 5 innings, this is pretty much a wrap. And I think that's definitely going to happen because right now, J Happ is just in one of the worst stretches of his entire career. He started the season well enough, but all of the ERA estimators were screaming that it was luck and it was not real, and they have been validated across his last 5 starts. He has an ERA over 10 going back to May 12th. He's giving up a 452 WOBA to opponents in that span of time. Maybe Michael King allows 3 or 4 runs, but I think J Happ might allow 7 or 8. So the fact the Yankees money line is only minus 141, I'm going to jump all over that.
How about as we travel to second base here, Gare Bear, a favorite game total on the slate?
Well, I know Kenny was just on talking tennis, so he couldn't talk baseball, although he probably screamed about Frankie Montas at some point because that's what Kenny does. So I will back up Kenny, and I will say that the over in the Kansas City-Oakland game, right now it sits at 8, the total. The over is minus 106 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I think the over is a very good bet. You've got an Oakland Athletics team that has the 5th highest WRC plus against left-handed pitching in all of baseball at 115. They are going up against Mike Minor. And then you have Frankie Montas, who, if you were just to watch this guy, you would assume he's an ace. His stuff is amazing, but the results have been underwhelming to say the least so far this season. 11% of his batted ball events have been barreled so far this season. That is the 6th highest mark of all qualified pitchers. I think the Royals can do enough damage here, and I think Oakland is going to carry more than its share of the weight offensively to get this game over.
Eric, what about you, dude? Favorite game total?
Yeah, there's a lot of really tight ones, I think. I was finding it tougher than usual to find a very appealing one, but I like the Red Sox Astros over 9. That's at minus 115 right now. 2 pretty good pitchers in Zach Greinke and Eduardo Rodriguez, but these offenses have been great this year, particularly the Astros. They lead the league with a 121 WRC plus. Only one other team is above 109. So they're in a tier by themselves. The 2 teams combining for 10.3 runs. So an average game from the 2 of them will hit this over. And I don't think Zach Greinke and Eduardo Rodriguez, while they are good, I don't think they're too scary. Greinke's got a 3.38 ERA, but some of the estimators have it a lot higher, including his xFIP, which is up at 4.20. That's his highest since 2006, which was just his 3rd year in the league, and he only threw 6 1/3 innings. And it's that high because while he is still not walking guys, just 4.9% walk rate, his strikeout rate of 18.4% is his lowest since that same season, 2006. And his ground ball rate just under 40% for the first time since 2007. So at this point, he's basically just good at avoiding walks and doesn't do a whole lot else. I think the Red Sox can score off a guy like that. Eduardo Rodriguez, on the other hand, has a 5.59 ERA. The ERA estimators like him a whole lot better. Most of them have him actually in the mid-3s. Good strikeout rate and walk rate, getting hurt by a 3.69 BABIP. But again, that Astros lineup in a tier by itself at the top of the league. And I think those 2 sides, I think Rodriguez isn't going to be able to shut down the Astros. And I think the Red Sox should be able to score enough off of Greinke to hit the over here.
Yeah, Erod struggled a lot since that 4-0 start this season. Eric, third base, favorite pitcher prop?
I'm going to go with Luis Castillo under 5.5 strikeouts. That's at plus 120 right now. Not really sure why you get plus on that one, given that he's hit the over twice in 12 starts. The Brewers do strike out a lot. They have the 5th highest strikeout rate. Maybe that's part of the reason. But this just is not the Luis Castillo we're used to. He struck out over 30% of opposing batters last year. He's under 20% this season. He is doing better than he was early in the year. His velocity's ticked up too. It was at 95.7 miles per hour on his fastball in April. He's up a tick and a half since the start of May. And he's had some better results in recent starts, but he still has hit the under in 3 straight starts. 4 starts ago, he struck out 11, but that's a clear outlier in his season. Again, 10 out of 12 starts, he's had 5 or fewer strikeouts. So I think when he's hitting the over that rarely, I think it's a pretty easy under.
Gary, what about you?
I'm actually going to stick with the same game and also take an under on a strikeout prop. This one's a little bit more risky, I think, but Freddie Peralta, while he does have a 36% strikeout rate so far this season, he's not exactly known for working deep into games, A. And B, when you look at the raw numbers, 8 of his 10 games so far this season have been either 7 or 8 strikeouts. This prop is set at 7.5. So already it's a thin line to get over this number in his general range of outcomes. And I think Cincinnati's plate discipline really has to be commended the past couple of weeks. If you look at just June, Cincinnati has the lowest strikeout rate in all of baseball at 18.1%. They're really jumping on pitches early in at-bats, which has helped them. They don't get to a lot of 2-strike counts with that aggressiveness. So I think with the way Cincinnati is trending and with the fact that, generally speaking, Peralta doesn't shoot over when he does go over this prop, I'll take the under at -113.
Guys, we got 90 seconds to go here. So just real quick on this last one. This should take us home as we covered the bases. Favorite hitter prop, Garen?
I'm going to go with Jonathan Scope, who is one of the hottest hitters in baseball, to go over 0.5 hits in this game against Seattle. It's Justice Sheffield, who struggles enough on his own. He's left-handed. And so far this season, Scope is hitting has a 130 WRC plus within the split. He's got like a 400 WOBA across the last 4 weeks. I just think this line is too low.
All right, Eric.
I'm going to take a flyer on Max Muncy to hit a homer at +340. The implied probability there is 22.7%. And if you look over his last 30 games, he has 10 homers. So homering, 33% of the time. And he's facing Mitch Keller, who not only has a 6.65 ERA, he also just has a 35.6% ground ball rate. So giving up a lot of balls in the air, pitching very poorly overall. Muncy will get the platoon advantage against him. Wish it was a better park, but he's shown enough power this season that I think if you're taking a flyer on somebody, he's the guy I'd go for.
Good stuff, dudes. Hope both of you have a great rest of your Thursday. We've got a 6-game men's slate kicking off here at high noon. Broncos at the Browns. I'll be on the call with BK. So join us, and thanks for watching The Sweat, everyone. We're back Friday morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time, right here on the Dream Stream. Peace out.
Welcome into your Madden NFL Dream Stream here on Draftkings. Hope you all having the best day ever, and we're just going to be just like the cherry on top of a sundae. I don't know if you get sprinkles on top of an ice cream. Ice cream's on the mind. He's Kenny Ducey. Follow him at Kenny Ducey on the Twitter machine, dropping knowledge on you on the daily. Kenny, what is up, dude?
Nothing much. What's up is your contest saying Julio is a Titan. Bit does it matter? He's a Titan bit?
Bit doesn't matter? That could become a thing, dude.
Julio is a Titan bit. Does it matter?
It could become a thing. Evolving. I got to stay young, man. And that's how I do it. I got to change words, make people follow a line. Like, come on. This is what you're living that TikTok youthful lifestyle.
That's right. There is a Counter-Strike player for one of the best teams in the world named Bit. So
I was asking him a question.
There you go.
I was asking.
Does it matter?
Anywho.
He is Brazilian. I filled out a lineup for this one, sure. And Sammy Watkins is going to be my captain. I have a standard Chiefs lineup. It's always Watkins in the captain spot with Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce. And for the rest of my money, I just sneezed. I had A.J. Brown at $7,000 and the Shermanator at 1.6K. I wanted to get CEH in here, but I only would add $600 left. I wanted to get Tannehill in. That was impossible. So, Sammy Watkins, captain. Do it for me, Sammy. Come on.
Oh, there you go. I went Tyreek Hill in the captain. We're going to see the Titans start with the ball here.
You look like you were up all night, by the way, with that hair.
I'll explain that in a moment. Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
Well, I just look like a wreck, but that's just me. You just don't notice it half the time. Tyreek Hill is in the captain. Travis Kelce is in there, as well as Robinson for my Chiefs. So, boy, I'm dropping everything. I went with Gostkowski, Corey Davis, Derrick Henry for the Titans because I like what you do stacking up the Chiefs, but the Chiefs, oddly, they don't win a ton in Madden. So I think they're going to give up a lot of points. So we shall see. Opening drive here. We had first down the first play. Look at that. Derrick Henry making catches. We see y'all in the chat. We got Papa Herb. We got Mike Bizzle. Poppy, should I say? Salty, Cajun. Like that. Yeah, so my hair is all spiked up or voluminously up because, one, I didn't shower yet today, just being honest. And two, because I'm shaving my head on Sunday. I'm doing the buzz off to an event for kids with cancer. So I'm just letting it all hang out, Kenny, for the next few days. I'm just letting it fly.
Nice.
And then
good for you.
Yeah, then we'll see how it goes. So some people have asked. I am probably later today. If you follow me at Jason B. Rossi on Twitter, I'm going to tweet out a video with a link how you can donate. If you are interested, if not, no stress, no worries. I'm not going to push or anything like that. But if anybody is, I'm going to send some emails out to friends and family. So I'll be hosting that event on Sunday. But here we are in Simland, trying to make some cash for you here with your lineups. And that looks like Derrick Henry again. It is. Derrick Henry is becoming a PPR monster here in this opening drive.
Yep, I faded Derrick Henry, and it's very fun right now.
Well, you got to make those choices. This is the thing about lineups like this. Like, I don't have had Patrick Mahomes. I went against Patrick Mahomes to fit in Derrick Henry. You have to make sacrifices. This was actually like an interesting matchup for roster building. We're going to get Tannehill taking a sack there by that D. Hey, Lisa Robinson, how you doing? Shane. Oh, yeah, sorry, Killa. Killa, what's your lineup? Let's be honest. Let's see how it works out. I'm the money killer. Congo, what's up, man? So is this your... No, it was BK and Emerson earlier. You roll, is this you one and done? What's your day look like?
Yeah, this is one and done for me.
Damn,
I do have some big news to announce that I just saw come across my phone.
So is it breaking news? Do I hit a sounder?
It is breaking news. Hit the sounder.
Breaking news on your DraftKings Dream Stream. Here's Kenny Ducey.
Thanks, Rossi. Just in a moment ago, Emerson Latzia is now a connection with Kenny Ducey on LinkedIn. Emerson and I now LinkedIn friends. So that's the big news. That's the big news of the day. Emerson and I are connected on LinkedIn. Just moments ago, Emerson going on LinkedIn, hitting accept on my connection request. And there it is.
Wow. Big things happening over on LinkedIn. That's the second sim in a row someone's brought up LinkedIn to me. I am not a big LinkedIn guy. Not because I don't like it, because I don't know, it doesn't fall into my used apps. But there you go. Look at that. Yesterday, Tommy Freezepop's like, hey, do you see Ray Bork's post on LinkedIn? I was like, what are we are we 55 years old? Germ, Free Piercy, Disco, what's going on? Over on the old Twitch. All right, here we go. Killison Slimeballa says, I have Mahomes, Hill, Watkins, Henry, and both kickers. Dude, I'm rooting for you. You know me and kickers. But see, that's what you had to do with this lineup. It was hard to fit a lot of the players in. As Tannehill has 4 hours of time. He's on LinkedIn trying to find Kenny Ducey.
Oh, there we go.
Catch there. Jonnu Smith gets him into the red zone, into first and goal at the 5-yard line. Nice opening drive here. A lot of interesting stuff going on. Sorry, semi-distracted. I was in an all hands on deck.
You were?
Yeah, like I'm here. Listen, you want to know how dedicated? I'm here for the Sim fam in the middle of we'll just go with my day job, quote unquote, having like an all hands on deck meeting that was only supposed to go till 2 p.m. and they're still going. And there's a lot of sarcasm. I don't like when people are rude and sarcasm.
Yeah, sarcasm to me, lowest form of comedy.
I'm going to tell this dude. I almost want to tell this dude to F off. Sorry. The sarcasm, I don't need that.
Well, who? Someone in the chat?
No. Love the chat. Someone I work with.
Oh. Telling off a coworker.
Being an absolute clown.
You gonna use the clown emoji?
Oh, look! It's funny. The person I'm going to.
Wow, Daniel and I just became LinkedIn friends in.
Wait, what's going on?
That might be the quickest one. He just added me on LinkedIn.
Tannehill just went forward, backwards, I think he just did the Cupid shuffle and finds A.J. Brown, who will remain.
Oh, man, the only Titan I rostered. That's freaking Joe.
Here you go. So A.J. Brown comes smiling into the contest. Big old grin, because he's just so happy right now to have Putio on the other side of him. We'll be wearing, what is it, number 2? Is it number 2 he's wearing? 8?
All I do know is that clearly Daniel's watching right now because he just added me on LinkedIn. And we just became friends in like a record time.
Dude, so things are happening right now.
I added him immediately.
I
accepted his requests. Oh. The guru says sarcasm is used by intelligent people.
Okay.
No,
right.
No, it's not. It's not really.
Let me explain this. Sarcasm is one thing. I really undersold it. It is passive aggressive behavior. That is what this guy's doing, and he looks like an absolute A clown right now. And I hope somebody says something, because if not, when I'm done with the sim, I'm just going to go to town on him.
Hold on, I gotta say something. Congo Cab said, "How about Kenny? How about those Nuggets and Porter Jr. you picked yesterday?" When I didn't even give basketball picks yesterday, and I hate the Denver Nuggets. I was on the show yesterday. I said Austin Rivers under 9.5 points. He has scored 6. I said the Suns are going to rout the Nuggets. I said the Suns are going to sweep the Nuggets. And I said they would score, both teams, fewer than 223.5 points. And what happened? The Suns are going to sweep. The Suns are looking amazing. They won by much more than 5.5 points. Where does this dude get Michael Porter Jr. and the Nuggets? I've never once picked it, even going back to the Blazers series. Never once have I ever said that the Denver Nuggets were a good team or going to win. I've eaten my words many times because the Nuggets did win that series, but I think I picked against them every single time. So no, I did not pick the Denver Nuggets. I want to set the record straight, and I have no idea where Congo Cab came up with that fabrication. Please, you could go back, you could look at like all my terrible tennis picks from this tournament. You could go back and look at bad baseball picks, although there's not that many of them. But don't come up with a bogus pick that I made and say it was wrong when it wasn't. I've given you a wealth of things to criticize me for, and I'm very aware of that. There's plenty of wrong takes that I've had. But that, sir, was absolutely not at all what I said. Go back on the dream stream, rewind it. I dare you, Congo Cab, do it.
I let Kenny
Go flip it on Twitter. Someone smash Lana if you're in here. Go find that clip. Go put it on Twitter, and let's correct the record there for Mr. Cab, Mr. Taxi.
Beep beep baby. Yeah, let Kenny make his own mistakes. He'll do it. Don't worry. We all do. We're all human. JE says, "Be easy, Jay Rossi," as we say in the DMV. JE, the fact that you work in the DMV, dude, all the credit to you.
Killa Slimbala said, "I will co-sign you, Ducey. You hate the Nuggets. Absolutely hate the Nuggets. Love eating nuggets. Hate the Denver Nuggets."
I saw a great recipe. I'm a big YouTube recipe guy.
Oh boy,
back for like homemade chicken nuggets. Looked amazing. Like, cut all your calories.
Me too, actually. I saw it on TikTok.
Ooh, the tiki. All right, this has got my attention. Ryan Killa says, "So far, so good, dude." I'm with you, Killa. It's gonna happen at the end of the first. I didn't even get to shout out.
Why don't you say his last name? Slim Balla. He's a baller and he's slim.
Allegedly,
Killa
he's also a killer, though. Anywho,
if there's any word to not say, it's probably Killa, right?
Oh, Killa. It's not like
Slim Balla. That's like Kevin Durant, Bol, Mikal Bridges. They're just slim ballers.
What about Tayshaun Prince? He's my all-time favorite slim baller.
I don't know how slim he was.
Tayshaun Prince? What would he weigh? 140 pounds?
I don't
know.
Dude,
mighty little. Anyways, through one, it's 7-0 Tennessee. Tannehill drew that really weird touchdown past A.J. Brown, but he's perfect so far. 7 for 7, 73 yards in the touchdown. The Patrick Mahomes-led Chiefs are on their opening drive. My hair is wild because I'm shaving it on Sunday. There you go. I know people are going to be like, what happened to these guys? Derrick Henry kind of quiet on the ground, but through the air, he's got 3 catches for 15 yards, making up for, I guess, the weird opening drive he has had. I love this. Robert Leaf says, Jason Rossi looks as if Jason Sudeikis and Jared Carabas had a kid that grew up to be 32 years old.
I kind of love that.
I'll take it. I feel like it's a compliment. Oh yeah, by the way, Tara Lynn is our producer extraordinaire today. Absolutely killing it. TP is their technical director. You know, he gets a thumbs up from me. And Bert is crushing it in ops.
TP.
Yeah, the manual scoring. Who doesn't love it? Who doesn't love it? Great job by everybody. And you guys, the DK Sim fan being here, let's smash that thumbs up. We don't have to go. I'm gonna set a weird bar here, and I'm gonna ask for it. Let's get over 200 likes here. Usually when there's an Emerson-led noon, he like gets it way over 100. And I don't know what happened in the noon. I'll be honest. As I mentioned, I'm in the middle of a all hands on deck meeting, but I was a little distracted getting some work done prior, but let's get that pup north of 200. Let's do it. Let's pump some positivity out there. Let's get Kenny Ducey, Jason Ross. See you, executive sessions, Emerson's forehead. He says, did your cat sleep on your head, or is it still there? Yeah, no, my cat's actually sleeping right next to me over here. It's chilling like a villain.
I'll tell you exactly what happened in the noon sim.
What happened?
What happened in the noon sim, you must know.
I do. I must know.
Is there's no record of the noon sim ever happening.
No, well, because it just happened. Germ over on Twitch says that.
I'm looking at the Madden doc right now. I figured, oh yeah,
they don't have.
I'm gonna see what happened in the noon sim. Nothing here. Just the last thing I see was the Dolphins beat the Pats in OT. And the 10 p.m. sim.
Wait, last night?
Yeah.
No, I thought it was Jets Patriots last night.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. Bird even calling you out, saying, "Come on, Kenny." There's a touchdown, by the way. And who is it to? Mr. Robinson, baby. Yeah, look at him.
Stands. It was Packers over football team, right?
Yeah, it was brutal, dude. It was
it still stands. There's nothing here for the noon, so I don't know what happened.
We'll find out later.
Wow, someone spelled Robbie Anderson with an I-E. As Robbie Anderson's father, I completely...
Brother, actually. It's weird.
I'm very disappointed in whoever did that.
Patrick Mahomes was perfect on that drive. So both quarterbacks, both opening drives, perfect.
Oh, here we go. I can edit it. I have editing power. I just edited it.
7 for 7 from Tannehill, 6 for 6 by Patrick Mahomes, both ending in touchdowns. A.J. Brown for the Titans, and right there, Robinson scores it. So we got ourselves a little bit of a shootout here. No, Lisa Robinson, you're a sweetheart. Browns smashed the Broncos, says Scotty Too Hottie. So there we go. Cleveland kicked Denver's butt. Did Jake Butt have a catch, though, Ernest, is what I need to know.
Patriots all over the Jets yesterday.
Oh, dude, it was a barn. It was so bad because I had a lot of Jets. I stacked the Jets in that game, too.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
People asking, Jordan Lindenbaum, if I walked past you in the street and you had a cup in your hand, I would put change in it. Well, now you're giving me ideas, Jordan. Giving me a little of that entrepreneurial spirit. Maybe I'll
by the way, our internal chat here,
yes,
very quiet. Normally, a lot more going on. I feel like maybe we're not producing enough great content.
Kenny, what are you just throwing fire at everybody?
To set off TP or Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn, and here we go. Tara Lynn really enjoyed when you were feuding with your coworker. That was good content. But since then, nothing's been said, and I'm wondering, maybe we need to start coming up with some better content here. Like, what can we talk about?
Well, talk about anything. I don't know.
How about Slim Ballas?
Go ahead. You can talk all about Slim Balls. You're calling out our production staff.
It's not a slight. It's if anything, I'm taking it on myself. It's my fault that we're not talking more. I feel like I need to be producing better content, because normally, when I go on some crazy lunatic rant, everyone's just like lit up in our chat, and they're like, "Kenny, what are you talking about?" Wow,
big run. I think you already did that, so they just muted it.
Tara Lynn said that she misses my old apartment, so there you go.
We all do. No, it came out of nowhere. I did bring this up in a sim. I go, if I knew Kenny was...
It wasn't out of nowhere. I told everybody my lease was up and I was moving.
I had no idea. I was not informed. It was not an email. I'm very upset. Oh, by the way, Ryan Shield, I did not watch it yet. Loki, the new Loki show. Derrick Henry's having a day so far.
Oh, I didn't watch it either, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I've heard basically a lot of the tweets I saw was like, if it just turns into Tom Hiddleston and Owen Wilson just chatting for the next 6 episodes, they're in.
That would be all right with me.
Yeah.
Tara Lynn said all Koff cares about is that show.
Really? Oh, was he talking about it? So I watched Loki. Tannehill scrambles out. He's got the first down. He's got plenty of room to go. Slides.
That was a great cough.
Thank you. Really good.
Very good cough. Very well done.
Rossi with an Everett hairdo. Awesome. Dude, it's my blowout right here. Jordan. Oh, yeah, Destiny saying the reason the chat's quiet is because she's not here. No, we weren't saying the chat.
Oh, man, Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry battles in the highest owned in the contest.
Come on now.
There he goes.
Come on now.
Get in there. Who would fade him? What kind of buffoon?
Yeah, what kind of buffoon? TP wants my brick background, so here we go.
Don't slow it down, though.
Yeah, it's probably gonna make it real laggy. Do it anyway.
Somebody was saying, I apologize. I already lost. Your guys.
I can't wear this hat though because it blends in with the.
But if you keep it forward, no, watch. Lean your head forward. Yeah, now put the hat.
I'm just gonna do my terrible hair here.
Look at mine, dude. You could literally have one.
It's gonna be the bad hair sim. I like that.
You're gonna look like I'm an angel compared to me. Charm, you're a bad man. Slim Baller says, Tara Lynn, you're my celebrity crush. First of all, before you even says replacing Kourtney Kardashian, listen, Tara Lynn, if you don't feel as flattered as ever, that's amazing. First of all, celebrity, and I'm not saying it rude. You are.
Hey, Tara Lynn is a celeb.
But I'm just saying the fact that he puts her there, that's pretty amazing. So goodbye, Tara Lynn, right there. She says, oh yeah, you did. You added him. There you go. Wait, is this true? Mike Bizzle. Interesting. He says, I saw a good documentary last night called The Donut King. It's about a Cambodian refugee who created a donut shop empire. Quality movie. All right. What's it on, Mike Bizzle? Can I stream it? We're going to get a penalty here. 3:51 remaining here in the first half. It is 7-7.
You know what I thought of? I thought of a good nickname for Terlin.
Oh, boy.
Well, I kept seeing her username while she was sending stuff about the sim this morning. I was like, I'm just going to call her Tasik.
Wait, what'd you call her?
Tasik.
Oh. All right.
T-A-S-A-C, Tasik. That's just what it looks like on my screen every time I see her. I see her type.
Tasik sounds. Oh, let's see what he says. Like a teacher's assistant. TA sounds like a teacher. That is true, Bert. But I think Tasik sounds like a pop star.
That was actually something that I just went off on yesterday. TA sounds like a teacher assistant. It is a teacher's assistant. That's like people who say, it's like, no, I want to run this by you. Because I had something where it was like, you know how sometimes like there'll be someone who's like, oh, this guy's name is, Frankie Soria. Sounds like a type of pasta. It's like, well, no, it just sounds like one very specific type of pasta, which is birria pasta, or like, this has nothing to do with Bob, by the way. It's just something that I've noticed a lot, and I feel like people, it's like, I think we talked about this, didn't we? It's like Mandela effect or whatever.
Mandela effect. Oh yeah. By the way,
right, when people are like remembering something, but they don't remember it. Like,
look at this
touchdown for Tyreek Hill.
Look at this beauty. Tyreek Hill, one of the best receiver in the game, only for this fact. Not only did he catch that ball, looked like he was leading out of bounds, kept it in bounds, turns it upfield. My captain, I'm excited. Let's go.
I can't wait for those points to hit my lineup.
Oh, Bert's got you, dude. What time is the first NBA game?
Is it Bert, Bob, or Robert, or Robbie, or Rob?
I was once told Bert, but he can tell us. He can change
Bill.
his name every day. He's got such a versatile name.
Okay, all right. Hit me with those points, Bert. There they are.
I guess there's a contest that First Time's asking me. It is an NBA contest tonight. Is it in the?
It's not his first time anymore.
Well, it's still his name though. Is it in the DK SimFam there? First Time? I'm looking for it here. I'm not playing that Cough Classic beat crap. I want to be in yours. Yeah, I see the link. Actually, I think I can do it this way. Anywho, this is we're going all over the place here. I love it. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's smash that like. Let's keep the positivity rolling. Deucey Rossi with you.
And Tasik behind the scenes with TP.
Bert
on ops.
Bert, Tasik, TP, Deucey, Rossi, wildness. Oh, you have a Twitch fan.
It literally just looks like her name is Tasik when it comes, because it's all lowercase when it comes across the screen.
All right, I like it. Well, that is the Fourth Wall team name. Hulu, thank you. Mike Bizzle said it's on Hulu. I will check that out. By the way,
What's on Hulu?
That's that Mike Bizzle, that Donut King. So if you're bored later, maybe you and the lady want to kick back before the NBA games or whatever.
I'm not bored. I have so much going on with my new puppy.
Maybe the puppy wants to watch.
Actually, the puppy loves watching TV. Like, I've had dogs my whole life.
Yep.
And you put them on the couch while you're watching TV, and they're just looking around, they don't watch TV, they don't care. This dog looks directly at the TV. Amazing.
Gotcha.
My kind of dog. Carolyn says, can we see the dog? How much time we got? Yeah, you can see the dog. I don't know about the Sim fam.
Just wait till halftime. Bring the dog over. Oh, look at Tannehill. Has a man open. It's caught down the seam. Is that Corey Jonnu Smith? Just as I said, 56 yards. No. Who is this? Who is Evans? There it is. Caw! I'm a vulture. Caw!
Oh, Darrington Evans?
Was Darrington Evans? Was Downton Abbey? What are we doing here? Who was this? Who is that?
I'm gonna give everyone a little. Oh, I can't. You know what? This is gonna be too difficult to do the dog.
Just do the damn dog. It was Corey Davis.
difficult.
Bert's just like, dude, you're a moron. It's Davis. I thought I saw. All right, anyways.
I
Corey
can't.
Davis.
The dog is sleeping right now, so I can't bring the dog on camera.
Yeah, don't do anything like that.
Why don't I take a picture of the dog and I'll put it inside?
Dude, I am. Listen, everybody.
I have multiple dog pics that I can put in Slack from today. From today alone.
Ashley Edwards, Corey Davis, no vulture weirdo. No, I totally am a weirdo. I'm an idiot too. Happens, people. We're all excited here. We're having a good day. It's good vibes here in the chat and the sim. Appreciate you guys and make mistakes. Ooh, what a name.
Thanks.
I don't want to share. I don't know if it's public knowledge. I'm sorry.
Oh no, her name is Harlow. It's fine.
Okay. What's your dog named after?
I don't know. My girlfriend just really liked that name.
Okay. But there's no tie into something like
Absolutely no tie. Yep. I've named all my pets growing up.
I love that.
Not this one though.
Okay. Lindenbaum, dude, I got you. I know I'm blind, but that had nothing to do with glass. That was just pure stupidity.
All right, sending the photos now.
Oh, Brant. Poor Brant says, God, dude calls the wrong person 90% of the time. Really, Brant? 90% of the time? Or like 75, dude. Get it right. I'm an average guy. Draftking, what's up?
The one on the left is her right now. She's just laying. And then that's her at the park.
Oh, look at these. We got dog photos. Oh, beautiful.
And then there's also one of her watching. She's a very good girl. She just sits.
Is she watching Puppy Dog Pals? Oh, no. She's watching kids. Babies. I see babies in the background. It's like a stroller gang.
Let's see if we have one more pic here.
Emerson's forehead. Rossi's hair got in his eyes, and he thought it was Evans. Hilarious.
I'm spamming right now with puppy pics.
All good.
I gotta have another one here.
Thank you, Cristobal. Evans is 54. Kind of looks like 84. I appreciate you.
That's a good puppy pic right there. Sorry, I'm just gonna spam the chat with puppy pics right now.
Well, it's not the chat. It's our private Zoom. The chat is expecting pictures now. You can't do it.
TP said never apologize for posting dog pics.
I'm gonna start posting bathroom pics.
All right. Well, you know what? He can pick whatever one he wants. I actually personally like the one of her crossing the street best, but you can't really see her face.
Oh, good.
There's only that one when.
All right. Let's see.
Tasik saying, "Do not post bathroom pics."
No, she said post. I only see something that said post. I would just meant like the pictures of my bathroom, you freak. Come on. What are we calling her again? Tasik?
Yep, Tasik.
Or my bathroom the mirror selfies. Come on, isn't that what the world's all about?
All right, I'm emptying the clip here. These are the rest. Oh, that's such a cute pic. Oh my goodness. What a cute picture.
Of me?
No, not of you.
I thought you were taking a picture of me right now and you were going to post it.
No.
Oh. So, look at that.
Bert saying, where is Kelsey?
Oh, he's sleeping. Grabbing water for his team. Oh, there he is! Bert! Speak him into existence. Ashley Edwards is begging for walk-ins. Need more walk-ins. Look at this. Congo saying a Sammy Watkins TD coming. Ashley Edwards pleading for it. Base Pop saying playing with his what? Oh, what a catch. 40 seconds remain here in the first half. Ducey, Rossi, Tara Lynn, TP, Burt, we got a crew. Oh, we're going to get some dog picks at halftime. Here's your halftime show. We have the Puppy Bowl.
That's right.
Oh, look at this. All right, we get touchdown. It's not Sammy Watkins. It's CEH. The man you said you didn't have the room for, but you got it. Got the touchdown there. So CEH from Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes in fuego here.
Not happy.
See,
Derek said, I think Kelsey's playing with his dog on the sidelines.
Very well could be.
Victor said Hill TD. Nope. Nope.
Not a Hill TD.
Nope, not a Hill TD.
Sorry. You like Bobby Portis tonight? You don't have to get into in depth. Just
No,
say
I
yes.
don't. I don't like Bobby Portis tonight.
Okay, that's all I needed. What do you think about Mike James? You like Mike James tonight?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
I like Mike James. He's been playing really well.
There has been getting quality minutes too.
Ashley Edwards, the only time I'll ever agree with her. She said Chargers can't win a Super Bowl.
Whoa, what do you mean only time? She's never said anything you agree with?
No, never. But she thinks the Chargers stink, and I agree.
It's going to be a tough division. I don't know if they stink, per se. Too many Nets.
Totally agree.
Too many Nets.
I just received word that the other parent to Harlow is going to be tuning in for halftime.
Okay, we love it. Love to
Very
hear that.
excited.
Smash that thumbs up when you get in there, please. Big catch across the middle. Humphreys making a little garbage time here. They're going to take one shot. What's up, Smash Lana?
She's also going to be in for a surprise when she sees my background. I've moved back.
I was going to say, what did you do? But now I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, Tannehill. Oh, it doesn't go deep. He has it. Ooh, nice play. Gets out of bounds. Grab on the sideline. Everything working out. Twitch fam, I am in. Here we go. 21-21. We've had a star-studded affair so far. We got dog picks coming. J.E. says Portis thumbs down. Mike
Thrilled about it.
Thumbs up. Same thing. So here we go. We're going to see a potential bomb here. Tannehill lets it loose. Does he have the arm strength? A little shy, but if the ball bounces the right way,
oh,
intercepted at the 1 yard line. So we're
you know
going
what? That was right after TP said end of quarter as the ball was in the air.
Well, he's letting us know. He's watching out for us just in case we're drifting off.
It would have been funny though if it was a touchdown and then he was like, oh, not end of quarter.
Actually, Edward says, tell the Chargers to appear in a Super Bowl game. What do you mean, tell them?
Hey Chargers, you wanna appear in a Super Bowl game?
Yeah, what are you guys doing in February? Mahomes, perfect in the first half. 206, well on his way to the bonus. 3 scores. Wow. Tannehill has got 2. He's got the interception there. 2 touchdowns. He's over 145. On the running side, we all know the story so far. It has been our dude, Derrick Henry, because we both, oh wait, somebody faded him.
That's right. I faded Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
and I'm proud of it.
All right, when we get the TP, give me the heads up when the dog picks are going on, so I'll just start saying goo goo gaga stuff.
I guess it's gonna happen now.
Wait, right now, dude, pop those pups. I don't care.
Let's get those pup picks going on the stream.
89 yards by Derrick Henry. There you go.
Yeah,
I think he's close to a bonus. The other one has got to be Tyreek Hill's got to be real close.
So we can't even see the pictures. I mean, I know what pictures I sent, but
look at the pup.
Trust that they're up here.
Look at that pup. Come on.
Let's see. I'm on delay here with YouTube.
And we all are, but you just pretend because I know they're up there.
Oh yeah. Oh, so cute, so adorable.
Oh, there he is. Look at him walking.
What
a beaut.
Cutie. She's so adorable.
I'm a father. Oh boy.
Well, he didn't have to field the text, but yeah. First time said, is Kenny only wearing one headphone? I'm not actually. I have it's just I have the green screen effect on. Yep, that's our life in the city.
No, Tyreek Hill. I was gonna say Tara Lanazak. Tyreek Hill's 6 yards away from the bonus. Get the touchdown.
This is what you need. You just need some dog picks in your life.
Look at this. Just crosswalking, taking a photo, going across the crosswalk. Ballsy move right there.
Well, I wanted. She's really good at walking. She's getting really good. So I wanted to make sure that I captured that. Yeah. That was important content. It does look like I'm only wearing one headphone because the wire on the left side is blending in with the green screen effect.
Oh, good. Don't let the couple comments throw you off.
It's hilarious. It looks like I'm not wearing headphones at all because it's white, but I am.
My green screen makes it look like my hair standing up, so it's amazing. Green screens are cool. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi. Follow him at Kenny Ducey. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Hope everyone is rocking and rolling in there. Thursday, one day away, a little Friday Eve. Hopefully it's nice wherever you are.
You know what? And thanks again to my puppy for giving Bert the chance that he needed to catch up on the stats. Stats are all updated now.
Because if we didn't have those puppy picks, what the heck were we going to do? Love to see it.
Who knows?
Congrats to Kenny, fam. Good stuff. Here we go. TP shout out again. Tasic. Trying to find something else here. I'm trying. Yes, people are wondering. The world wants to know, Tara Lynn, when will she be back on the Dream Stream? When will her face appear? Tomorrow, 6 p.m. She'll be chilling out with Moose. Only imagine.
Sean said Kenny got AC now. Yeah, man. I haven't installed it yet, but actually I did get an AC.
The question we all really want to know is Kelsey makes catch. In the new apartment, is there room for an air fryer?
Jordan Lindenbaum says that Elijah Moore, he's hearing that Elijah Moore is crushing it at OTAs. And I just wanted to say, I got an inside source.
What you got? What are you saying?
I got an inside source with the Jets. This is absolutely true. I know someone with the Jets very well, talk all the time. And they said that Elijah Moore is looking absolutely unbelievable. Also, this is stuff like I would never tweet because I don't have to be news, but I can read you this message that I got. Said that Zach Wilson very aggressive in 7-on-7s, going after the defense, just trying to make big throws.
Gotta love it.
And also, they sent me a video of a throw to Elijah Moore, which looked amazing, and said that Zach Wilson and Keelan Cole have a very good connection as well.
This is what it's all about, baby. 7-on-7. Get hyped.
Yes. By the way, Mike Bizzle, I did not see Fast 9. I didn't make it because the sim went to overtime. I didn't make it to the premiere.
Oh, were you supposed to go when was this?
I was supposed to go on Tuesday night to see the premiere of Fast 9. And the game went to overtime. You were with me, weren't you? No, it was me and Christian, actually.
Okay.
The game went to overtime. TP points out that Patrick Mahomes is 21 of 21 in this sim. After you just said that the Chiefs aren't good in this game.
Not exactly what I said, but continue.
Yeah, kind of though. But anyway, I was supposed to see a special advanced screening of Fast 9, and I missed it because of overtime. I had a whole plan. I was like, I'm going to finish this. I'm going to go.
Was this like the premiere or like a screening premiere?
It was a screening premiere. I have a friend. My friend is a movie critic.
Nice.
So he invited me.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was not able. When does the movie actually release?
Maybe Thursday.
Oh, it's this week. Oh, so today's Thursday. You can get in there. Tyreek hit the bonus. Thanks, Bert. Appreciate you, bro. That's one bonus down. 2 more to go. One being Derrick Henry, just short yardage away from it, as well as Patrick Mahomes.
The TP said this is some Kenny ASMR. Yep. I'm used to this because I grew up.
Here we go.
When I was in college, I worked for a radio station, WFUV. We had very high quality microphones, and we did talk radio, but we were this close to the microphone. This is how I learned how to broadcast. Was soft talking,
eat the microphone,
and essentially eating the microphone. We were really close, so stuff like not popping your peas, it's like people say that Patrick Mahomes is really, really persevering in this
Robinson.
this important contest, If you say the peas like that, you get a little pop. So you're supposed to soften it. SCTP said my ears. That's why you don't pop your peas. So you'd say Patrick Mahomes, and you can make it sound like you said Patrick, but you really didn't, pop it.
Oh, big stop there. So Robinson got it down to the 1. CH gets stopped short. 3 minutes left.
Anyway, this is how I'm comfortable talking. I know how to talk this way.
Hey, what's up, Brian C? You see brother Philip in this
Brian
mode.
C is so nice.
Yeah, I told you.
I love Brian C.
I love when he starts the sim off with his catchphrase.
Always nice, and he has his little catchphrase. He comes in. Everyone would be wise to be more like Brian C. Because Brian C comes in immediately positivity, immediately nice things to say, energy, let's go, where the bleep do I sign? Love it.
Yeah.
Everyone should be more like that guy.
Well, at least just more kind in general. Whether you do it here on the sim or not. I have a feeling the people that are the most, let's say, goofy with us on the sim are the nicest people in the world. I truly believe that. Outside of this, they're not like that at all. They're very kind-hearted. This is where they let out their other side, their dark side. As Kelsey makes a catch on 3rd and goal. Very interesting the Chiefs didn't go for the end zone on that play. So they're down to the 1, get knocked back a few yards, and go back a few more. So it's going to be 4th and goal. We'll probably get a, how do I say it again? Buckner. It is a Buckner. No, I keep putting the N in there. Why do I do that? I think it's the first baseman blew the World Series to the Red Sox. What am I doing? Field goal is good, regardless. Butker. There we go. Got it. Working it out, baby. Working it out. Brian C says he's going to cry. Don't cry, dude.
Brian, you deserve it. You're such a great guy.
Jeez. You could be a horrible human being. You don't know. Just because he says something nice in the chat. Brian C is a murderer. I'm just kidding.
Emerson's forehead. I'm always positive. You are. Emerson's forehead. Great chatter. Mike Bizzle. Really good chatter. Jordan Lindebaum, of course, we're friends.
We're friends. We're personal buds.
Freak of Nature says, great energy in the commentary. Amazing energy from Freak of Nature. Amazing energy in the chat. Amazing energy on this Sim 24-21 game. Unbelievable.
Love it.
Derek says, here the soft talking reminds him of the SNL skit with Alec Baldwin. Christmas sketch. Everyone knows what I'm referring to. Yes.
Shreddies.
Really, really good sketch. Love it.
Yes. Brian C says, easy, Ross. You don't hurt yourself. Butker. No, I know. Listen, it was a joke last time me and Ducey were together. I was saying Buckner the whole time. I don't know.
You know what? Another great take from Ashley Edwards says a Sammy Watkins touchdown is coming soon.
Prediction. I like it. As a run, gonna get there.
I never thought that Ashley and I would be great friends on this sim, but here we are, hating the Chargers and loving Sammy Watkins.
6 yards away from the bonus. A minute left here in the 3rd. Oh, Mr. Nick raised his hand. I do like when people raise their hand.
And this is the nicest way he could have said this, too.
Just a heads up, Tannehill's missing a TD. Thanks, Ops team, for your hard work.
Amazing. What?
That's a good way to do it. That's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Nick, I wish I could give you a hug. What a great comment. That's amazing.
Bert says, my bad, thank you. See, that's all we need. No, what the heck is going on? Daniel's missing a touchdown. Not that I feel like the people in this chat actually do that often. I'm looking around. Got most of the good ones. And guess what? You're all good. You're all good. Hope you're having a great day. Let's get it.
Especially my dog. My dog is very good as well.
Sure. Dog is amazing. Love the dog.
Must be now feuding with Brian C. I don't know what to think. Is Brian C getting milkshake ducked?
No, must be clowning. We're gonna get to the end of the third.
Congo Cab says Ashley likes the Raiders. I don't think she's cool with you, Kenny. I don't care. I just agreed with two things she said. Also, maybe I don't hate every Raiders fan, Congo Cab. Maybe it's a Congo Cab thing and not a Raiders thing. Maybe.
2 seconds left here. 3rd and 11, down 3. Tannehill takes the shotgun snap, looking, searching, gonna run to a sack. Oh wait, what?
I like
Murph Monster.
Brian C says, enough with the kindness. Now I'm gonna go back to hating. Nature is healing.
There you go.
All right.
Brian C says he's blocked. Must be a while ago. Oh man, guess there is some beef there. Good to see it. Mr. Nick, love all the emoji faces. After 3, bonus time for Tyreek Hill. Just 32 yards shy of the bonus is Patrick Mahomes. He's got 3 touchdowns, 2 for Tannehill. He's at 153. He's got the interception. The Chiefs are going to take the ball back over when we get to the beginning of the 4th. We have, 7 yards shy of the bonus is Derrick Henry. Didn't do much there in the 3rd. It was mostly one long drive for the Chiefs that ended in a Butker field goal. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi. I got an itchy nose because it's allergy season. My hair is looking wild AF.
It really is season.
Oh, dude, it's the worst. We're just about to get through it though. We're usually mid-June. We're getting better, but you can check out. I'm going to be buzzing all this off. I'm going to look so different come this time next week. Beard's coming off, hair's coming off, all for the One Mission Buzz Off for kids with cancer. You can check out the organization. It's called One Mission. You can check out onemission.org. Part of my nonprofit organization, Frank Says Hi. We're going to be making donations. So if you want to help out, I'll be putting a post on my Twitter account later today. Peace of mind. Dude, Rossi, what is it with the psych ward here? I think I'm jealous. Well, peace of mind. You might be, you might not be. Not sure. If this is something to be jealous of, it shouldn't be. But if you're just talking about having longer hair, okay. But I'm gonna be it's gonna be shaved off, bro. It's going. It's Taryn A. Zach. We got TP. We got Bert. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi. Hope you guys are having a great day. Thanks for joining us here. Smash that thumbs up. What are we up to for the thumbs? Where are we at the thumb?
I'm chat is just having a great time in the chat right now.
Enjoy it. It's like going on.
Lucky Thumb says Rossi looks like the dad on Prodigal Son.
Huh.
Herb Dog.
That's a good
totally
one.
Impressed, Rossi. I'm very impressed.
Oh, there's not much to be impressed, but
Peace
Lucky.
of Mind said, I'm bald.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, I'm going to be shaving.
Sorry, Palm, P-O-M.
Why would you do? What did Palm do?
I'm sorry, he's bald.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe not. Listen, a lot less maintenance.
Mike Bizzle reminding me that the Reds game is going on right now. It was in a rain delay for quite some time.
I'm a big Reds fan. I was watching it. I was watching on my MLB app.
Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens when you get a rain delay. Now we got Brent Suter in, just a terrible pitcher.
Please tell me.
And we're gonna have Castillo out. So
but Castillo's been brutal, dude.
Actually, Castillo was in because he had a sacrifice bunt. So maybe,
Well, bottom of the 5th, 2-1 Reds over
maybe
Milwaukee.
Castillo staying in. This could actually be great.
I doubt he will. That's just my opinion.
Well, he's in. I mean, he just batted. That's my point. Why would they have him bunt?
Oh, gotcha. I didn't see where we were here.
Unless they put him out there just to bunt, and then they were gonna.
No, they wouldn't do that.
I think he might be staying in the game now.
Should be. He's actually having a good outing. Could actually win a game. It'd be nice.
The Reds are 2-10 when Luis Castillo plays.
Yeah, really bad. Dude, Brian C, you can take my job any day of the week, dude. Not this one. You can take my other job. Let me see if that passive aggressive guy said anything else actually. Or if anybody else has commented on it, not just me and my side conversations. Nope, just him. Nobody liked. So in Slack, there's a lot of thumbs up emojis. Nobody's liked anything he said. Love it. Guy looks like an absolute buffoon.
What? I'm confused about Sean. He's saying I might have issues using my AC on a branch. What? Branch circuit? What?
I don't know. What did you guys talk about AC units recently?
I don't think so.
Damon says.
Let me see how many BTUs it is. I don't. How does he know what's? I don't even know what a branch circuit is or branch Kurt. I don't know what that is.
Holmes still. He's in the bonus, by the way. Still perfect. 1st and 10 here.
Tasic said maybe he just hears it. That's a fan though, not an AC.
Those are Kenny's fans.
You're hearing a fan. Someone's actually coming at 3:30 to install the AC. Damon asked, "What was your first dog's name?" I named all my pets growing up. We had Sport is our cat.
Sport.
And then Champ was our dog.
Oh, got another catch. Thought he was. I don't know where.
I loved Champ. He was amazing.
Champ, Sport, love it. Smash that thumbs up if you like dogs.
And then I just decided randomly to name our current dog Reggie, which I think is actually an amazing name.
Yeah, Jerem, we're getting some of the backup tight end action in this game. 4:33. Mahomes is just dissecting this team. There's Robinson again on a catch. So we have ourselves a perfect Patrick Mahomes. He's in the bonus, threatening to put this game potentially away if they score a touchdown here. Field goal leaves it a one-score game. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line.
Ryan C, good joke, but you missed it by about. It's 2:52. You could have made that joke earlier. So it's the best time to go to the dentist. Answer 2:30, but it actually was just 2:30, not too long ago.
By the way, Brian C, I'm also told it's called tooth hurty. Hurty.
Wow. So Luis Castillo staying in.
He is. Another heads up. Hill missing a bonus point. Promise I'm not trying to be that guy, says Mr. Nick. Dude, you're not being that guy. You're raising your hand.
You're helping out. You're being nice and respectful. You're going about it the right way.
Yeah, Bert's hard. Our ops crew, I just want to also let people know how this works. They are hard at work. We're over here clowning around. Kenny's eating the microphone, chatting it up, putting brick backgrounds. I look like an absolute buffoon moron. Can't say a name right. Those are the ones like TP, Tarolin. But Bert is literally typing in and doing all the work here. So shout out to them. Appreciate Bert and the crew we always have. Always got to give, the Devils their due, if you will. Was that caught? It is. Okay, I thought that might have been out of bounds. But 4th and 5 here with 2:50 left. They're not going to get the first down. Second drive that is stalled out in the red zone for the Chiefs. They're going to try a Bucker field goal, it looks like here, remaining a one-score game. CH, thanks for the heads up, dude. Yeah, we're just getting things tossed at us. I was watching the game earlier with the Reds. And the YouTube game I saw today earlier was the Dodgers and
It's still on.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I love day. I want more day games in general. I like these getaway days. Here we go.
My favorite is when the Major League Baseball account tweets out "Oh, what's better than day baseball?" Or "Oh, no day baseball today." I'm like, dude, Major League Baseball doesn't schedule day baseball every day. It's their fault.
Well, of course, but I want them to. More baseball in the day. And Sean Preston says, just trying to help you with what I know, electronically or electrically.
I need Daniel Vogelbach right now to just unload on a pitch. I need him to absolutely just demolish.
Is that for a lineup or for a
one
person?
of these Luis Castillo fastballs? No, I picked the Brewers to win. So
bad call, dude. Bad call.
Call. We got 5 innings left or 4.5. We got the whole half the game left.
Even if the game was 10-0 Brewers. I'm a Reds fan. I say that every time when people tell me the Reds are going to lose. Don't say bad call, dude. No way. No, they stink.
You just said that Castillo stinks.
No, I know, but I'm still a Reds fan. Like, I'm a Bruins
Castillo
fan.
is in the game right now, by the way. He's still pitching. And he's probably going to walk. Only 3-1 now. I feel like only bad things are going to happen here.
A Kicking Club says, just hope Tara Lynn found a more comfortable, sturdy box to sit on. Tara Lynn, what are you, sitting on boxes still? You don't get your chairs? What's going on here?
You walked them. There you go.
All right,
Now
2
you
minute.
got the Yell Boy up with Vogie on first base.
It says she needs a chair. Oh, boy. All right, we can work on that. You, I knocked on wood. Here we go. 2nd and 10. Nice catch across the middle. There is A.J. Brown making the grab. It will be a 3rd and inches after the 2-minute warning here. Here we go.
Tastic wanted to know when I was back. Looks like I am back not tomorrow. Looks like I'm off tomorrow. I don't know why I took off tomorrow, but I did. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm back tomorrow, 2 o'clock, right at the same time with Christian.
I don't know why I took off.
What a grab.
Oh, I know why I took off. Yeah, it's a big weekend for me.
Kicking Club says, Rossi, you're a good one to talk. You've spent the last year on a lawn chair. No, it's a wrestling chair, bro. And I could, Carolyn, you want one of my wrestling chairs? I can hook it up. Soft on the old tuchus. I'll just say that. Carolyn wants one. I will personally deliver it. I'll go to her location. And Henry makes another catch. He is having a day. I don't think he's going to be able to beat Patrick Mahomes today unless Kenny, it's going to be his call in a moment. But for our Kenny Ducey, what are we going? Delectable, delicious?
No, Ducey's delight. It was never delectable.
I just like the word.
Ducey's delight, Ducey's disappointment.
There you go. Oh, she goes, what's a good wrestling chair? I don't know, Carolyn. I have like 30.
Just asking, what's a wrestling chair?
Oh, I just said, what's a good one? I'll show you in the break. No, you don't wrestle with the chair. Come on, Carolyn. It's just a folding chair that has padding on it, but I'm going to show you the one I saw. We'll do it when we get out. 45 seconds. So who will after this pass, will make the call? Oh, Henry's going to go to him again. Another catch for Derrick Henry. Oh, bouncing off you guys. Probably going to call your timeout here. So who's your Ducey's delight here? Even if Henry scores or whatever, is there anybody against Patrick Mahomes?
Give me a sec.
Patrick Mahomes was perfect in this game. Emerson's forward said Carolyn is very picky about her chair. She's not going to settle. I'm just giving her an intermediate chair at worst. Soft cushion. She goes, oh, you hit people over the head with it? No. No, you don't, Carolyn, unless you want to.
All right, so I'm gonna have to give it to. Let's wait. Let's wait and see what happens.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Here's what I can do.
Okay,
I think I can give out my Ducey's disappointment while we're waiting on the end of the game. Does that work for you?
Yeah, you go right ahead.
Okay. Well, I would say that Travis Kelce. Oh, it was out of bounds. I was actually about to name him as my disappointment.
Just give us your damn disappointment right now.
I would say my Ducey's disappointment today. Travis Kelce, 5 for 57. He was very popular. Just not a great game for Travis Kelce standards. Coming off, I believe, a 30.
That doesn't look like a catch.
A 30-point game. Yeah, he was for sure out.
Robert Leaf says
Luis Castillo in trouble now. By the way, so
okay.
You know.
Robert Leaf says Holmes that one.
Yeah. All right, they're going for it. Big play, Rossi. Get the call ready. Fourth down. 14 inches.
Run the ball here. Here's the handoff. Derrick Henry's got the first. Call the timeout. They do. 18 seconds remain. Smart play. He still didn't get the bonus there, though, I don't believe. He needed 7 yards. Looks like he got about, 4?
Mm-hmm.
So, by the way, Reeds, I know a lot about baseball, bro. Love baseball. Needs 2 more yards. Derrick Henry to get the bonus. Krusty was
Fantastic. I have not decided yet. I'm waiting on this play.
Oh yeah, we haven't told him that one. And that's going to be a touchdown, a game winner. The Humpty Dance. Shout out.
And with that, it's not the Krusty, it's the Deucey. It's the Deucey's Delight. And it's going out to Ryan Tannehill. Game-winning touchdown. He was very unpopular in our contest.
Yeah.
Just 18% owned. Checking the numbers on the free showdown. He was also not popular in the free showdown. He was let's get it here.
48th. I didn't get it done today.
Hold on. I can't open these ownership numbers.
A lot of points today across the board.
I don't see anything about Tannehill, but
I'll just give it to him. Who cares? If you want to give it to him, just give it to him.
21.32 DK fantasy points, 3 passing touchdowns with the one coming at the very end to decide the game. 223 yards, 14 rushing yards to boot. I absolutely love Ryan Tannehill. No, it's Ryan Tannehill.
All right, Tannehill. Mahomes literally perfect. Bonus and everything. I get the high ownership, but there you go. So Tannehill on the up, Travis Kelce on the down. Even though, hey, listen.
People expected Patrick Mahomes to be good, though, and he wasn't that much better than Ryan Tannehill today. He just wasn't. By the numbers, he was not.
Was he really?
I'm gonna take a look and just look, and I'm gonna give you the ownership numbers here. I'm gonna let you know who.
The Packers have just signed another quarterback, by the way. Jake.
You know what? You know what's making me second guess this is Tannehill is not in the winning lineup.
Jordan, that was not a moosh today. Not even close, bro. It's the most points you're going to see all day. Can't even say I was even a little bit. Everybody was.
Yeah.
Just keep your picks. We're not going back to it. It's over. Stamped in.
Well, let's see what happens here with Mahomes. Maybe he gets some more yards. Okay.
Good. Timeout. So you're right.
In this game.
Do it for Jake Dolgala. Come on, baby.
I think I might actually I might change my pick here. Mahomes could get some more points. Rossi, he's up over 30 now. He's the only guy with 30 fantasy points.
First, I appreciate the heads
up.
Tastic,
don't enter that just yet. Let's see what he does here.
Ooh, deep ball, incomplete, and that's ball game. 28-27.
I'm going with Mahomes. 347, 3 touchdowns. He got over 30. Good enough for me. Pat Mahomes, Ducey's delight, Ducey's disappointment. Absolutely absolutely Travis Kelce, and that's your ball game.
All right, there you go. He's Kenny Ducey. Follow him at Kenny Ducey. Mike Bizzle says Ducey respecting the post-game awards. Or is he? So we got a good one there, though. He's at Kenny Ducey. Check him out. He'll be back sometime in the future. 1 incompletion by Patrick Mahomes, but still. And some of that took him away from being a perfect passer rating. Crazy. 347.
Hey, Mahomes, he was good enough to get Ducey's delight.
Yes, that put him over the top. He had a great one. Appreciate everybody. See you all over there on Twitch. Love you. Appreciate it. I'll be back in 23 hours. Coming up next sim, I believe, is it Koff? I feel like Koff's got to be lurking somewhere. I feel like it's his type of day. Yeah, he is. He's up next. But before we get to all that, and ZT? Oh, I'm coming back for that.
Professor.
Love ZT. Big ZT guy here.
Me too.
All right.
ZT household.
Oh, I love it. On behalf of the incredible crew here, Bert, our guy in ops, huge shout out to him. Smash that thumbs up for him. Tara Lynn, awesome job. Also, TP, great stuff throughout. And Kenny Ducey, always a pleasure, dude. Great stuff on your end as well.
Thank you. Good to be with you, Rossi.
Always a good time. I'll be back, like I said, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Ducey will be back when he damn well pleases. Right now, it's the unreasonable odds. So enjoy that, and make sure, as always, drink your water, say positive things, and do something nice for somebody today. Or give somebody random a call. Just do something. See you guys.
Welcome back to another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. This, podcast might look a little odd because Julian and I being together at the same time on the same podcast. It's not something that's happened much here in 2021, but here on June 10th, 2021, you're getting a special edition, unfortunately, of the Unreasonable Odd podcast because we're together. So we're actually going to be talking about some sports subjects as this podcast was meant to be. And there's a lot going on in the sports world right now, but I want to kick it off with what just recently happened over in the NFL, probably one of the biggest moves we've seen all through this offseason. Julio Jones finally getting his wish granted, moving on from the Falcons, going to the Tennessee Titans, which initially for me, Julian, I don't know how you felt like this, I thought was a terrible landing spot. I was not excited about him going to the Titans, not because I'm a Patriots fan and, my homer inside of me wanted him to go to the Patriots, but I just thought overall how the Titans have run their game offensively. They're a very run-heavy team. Now you add somebody like Julio Jones, who should draw plenty of attention, but I'm not exactly thrilled, with the quarterback and Ryan Tannehill. Now, I can't say that I was thrilled with him with Matt Ryan to begin with, but I guess I was kind of hoping that he would land someplace else in a more ideal spot. But as time has gone on now, I'm starting to actually like this a little bit more as I kind of look into this, read into this, hear people's opinions about this. The return was kind of surprising for me. The Falcons only ended up getting a 2022 second round pick and a 2023 fourth round pick. And when you think about what the Falcons were looking for originally in the first week leading up to the draft, they were asking for a first round pick and nobody was even buying. I think the closest that they even got to obtaining one was going to be in a pick swap. So nobody was even willing to give up a first round pick, even for a talent like Julio Jones. What were your initial reactions on this trade? And are you okay with the landing spot in Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, the first rounder just wasn't going to happen because of the amount of money, the contract that Julio Jones is on. That's a part of it. It's not that Julio Jones' talent isn't worth a first rounder. It's that paying him what he's going to get paid over the next few years is going to have to make a team work around things. And what happens as soon as the trade happens? Ryan Tannehill starts reworking his contract to make Julio's money fit, which I would do too if I was Ryan Tannehill, because he's sitting pretty right now. It does, when you hear it at first, sit kind of funny. And I think we still have some bias for the Tannehill that we saw in Miami not being that great. I think he's developed into a much better quarterback in Tennessee. And then you give him Julio, and that just makes him better. So I like the landing spot. I did grab some. I think it sits at minus 167 now on DraftKings Sportsbook. I grabbed some at minus 135. Titans to make the playoffs. The Colts are going to be a good team in that division with Carson Wentz. I think the division's kind of a coin flip. You can get plus money on Tennessee, so that's how I would bet it. Wentz, I think, will be better in Indy, but of course the injuries are always a thing with him. But the playoffs, I think, is much safer with the three wild card teams. You can have the Colts win the division and still get one of those wild card spots. I think they're a pretty safe team, the juice is starting to get there, but sitting, a lot of these teams that have had as good a run as the Titans have had the last couple of years sit at minus 200, minus 250 to make the playoffs. So I like backing it that way. I'm not really getting into the player prop market because of this. I don't know, things are going to look different. Julio Jones has played a lot of good games in domes. In Atlanta, in New Orleans. It's going to be a little different. So I don't want to touch his yardage, but Julio Jones personally is one of my favorite receivers in football. I like the way that he plays. I think he's going to add a dimension to that Tennessee offense that wasn't there before. I think it's going to do great things for AJ Brown. I think it's going to do great things for Derrick Henry if he can get any better. He's already like a 2,000 yard guy, but it's just going to open up Tennessee's offense as long as those three pieces and Tannehill are healthy, and the offensive line isn't a wreck or anything out of nowhere. A lot of guys that can really move the ball downfield in this offense. So I think it's going to be an interesting year to see kind of how we adjust to that in player props and DFS, but it's going to be a good offense.
No, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because that was going to be one of my points too. The Titans offseason, got off to a really rough start. They lost Corey Davis. He ended up going to the Jets. Obviously, John O. Smith, he ended up going with the Patriots. So they lose two big bodies right there. Now this offense that, was heavily relying upon Derrick Henry to begin with, at first seemed like they're really going to have to rely on Derrick Henry. But then, and this is kind of going back to my original point, as I started to read more and started to think about it more, I mean, this actually does wonders for Derrick Henry. Because at the end of last season, you can worry about A.J. Brown. Corey Davis is a hit or miss, but they're always boxing it up Derrick Henry with 8 or 9 defenders trying to stop the run. Didn't usually work, but at least the effort was made. They can't do that anymore. You can't let Julio Jones go into single coverage. You can't let A.J. Brown go into single coverage. So now you really have to kind of cherry pick who you're trying to stop against the Titans, and that's a dynamic they didn't really have before. So that really does bring in a whole different element for them. Now, on the Falcons side, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that maybe Tennessee could use a little bit of an upgrade from what they have left over at tight end. That would be nice. That would help to get somebody there, not Johnny Smith's level, obviously, but somebody. But yeah, that's the whole idea of it, is just having Julio Jones and A.J. Brown opposite each other. You're either going to get beat deep, or Henry's going to have a lot more room than he's used to, in front of that line.
So now on the Falcons side, this obviously has some big ramifications too here as well.
Yep.
Calvin Ridley is now the bona fide wide receiver 1. We've seen him play that role multiple times, because at least if there's one thing that we can say about Julio Jones for sure, is that he deals with a number of injuries. So there is no guarantee that he's going to play all 17 games this season. But this also opens up Russell Gage. And this also opens up an interesting spot for Kyle Pitts. If Kyle Pitts is everything that everybody is saying he is, which is that, yes, you label him as a tight end, but he's anything but a tight end. He's basically a wide receiver. So I look over at the Draftkings Sportsbook, and this is a very heavy rookie season, obviously. But I look at somebody like Kyle Pitts, who, could basically challenge Calvin Ridley for the wide receiver 1 role, if you really want to believe the hype in him, sitting at 8-1. Now, tight ends usually don't flourish in their rookie years. We all know that notion there. But you look at that field, obviously it's very quarterback heavy with the amount of quarterbacks and good quarterbacks that we've seen this year. But I love looking at Kyle Pitts at 8-1 for offensive rookie of the year over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I think it's a really interesting bet to make, because the ball is going to be going his direction. Matt Ryan does not have his security blanket anymore in Julio Jones. So that ball has to be spread around a bit more. They obviously do have a nice addition at running back with Mike Davis. So that's an element that they also haven't had. But there is so much that I like about Kyle Pitts at 8-1 for offensive rookie of the year. Not as a slam dunk, but definitely somebody with, as the season goes on, definitely those odds could be shifting.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think he has a solid chance. The question is really, do one of the quarterbacks make some noise and lead a team to the playoffs, or, Trevor Lawrence gets the Jags to 500-ish, and that's good enough to win it. Like a Kyler Murray had a pretty rookie season. He was just good enough and won it because nobody else particularly stood out. I think Pitts should stand out. I think, maybe Ridley shifting to the wide receiver 1 now opens up stuff for Pitts. It's Kyle Pitts, a lot of people thought was the best player in the draft. So at 8-1, it's a good bet. It's just historically tight end is not going to win rookie of the year, but this is a unique case. I'm excited to see when his yardage total comes out. I think it did come out on DraftKings, and it's gone now. A lot of players are gone. It was pretty high, and I think people were taking the under, which isn't great now that, with Julio gone, that number is gonna change. So I think that maybe a play on the yardage is where I'm going to look, just in case. I'm just more confident in that than him actually winning rookie of the year. It's almost like you're fading the entire quarterback class of first rounders if you do go that route.
So that is some of the one of the bigger news in the NFL as of right now, but let's shift our attention over to the NBA. We have 2 games going tonight here, Thursday, June 10th. We have the Nets and Bucks. The Nets looking to kind of really just put a stranglehold on this series, leading 2-0 over the Bucks. Only game 2 for the Clippers and Jazz. Utah with the early lead in that one, 1-0. What are your kind of leans on this one coming up? Obviously, the Nets, like I just mentioned, could really just kind of put this one away. The Bucks have almost look pretty lifeless so far. And then Clippers and Jazz. I know there's been a lot of love for the Clippers coming into this series. So where are you kind of leaning here for Thursday's games?
Yeah, the Bucks have, after impressing and, getting the monkey off their back and sweeping the Heat, who knocked them out last year, and they were going to give the Nets a series. They have become the Bucks again that struggle in the playoffs and just cannot get it done. If they win a game, it's this one, I think. Just like the Celtics kind of snuck up and stole that game 3 at home in the last round when nobody thought it was possible. If I bet it, it's Nets or nothing for me, though. They've just been so good with their adjustments. There's no answer for Kevin Durant. Even with Harden off the floor, it's just more Durant, more Irving, and it hasn't really been an issue. So for me, I'm either going to bet the Nets plus 143 right now as we record on the money line, or maybe I won't play it or play it very small and just kind of watch and do something in game. Like if the Bucks get off to a fast start and they're at home with the big crowd for the first time and they maybe get a little bit of help from the officials to try and keep this thing closer, like I think we'll be able to tell, okay, maybe this isn't going to be the Nets night and they'll try and get this in 5 games. If the Nets come out and just keep this relatively even early, I think I'll take the Nets, and I think they'll still be at a fine number that you can just bet them live. And I'll also say going into game 4, I think I like the Nets money line for game 4, regardless of who wins this game, as long as they stay healthy and nothing crazy happens. If this does become 2-1, I think the Nets want to make sure that they, buy Harden some time and close this series out. And I think that they would bounce back and win that game to make it 3-1 and go home for a game 5 and not have that pressure and that storyline looming. Will Harden return for a game 5 if it's 2-2 when they kind of now need him? I think it avoids that. So I like them in game 4. And then if the Nets do wind up winning tonight and it's 3-0, the Bucks are going to lay down in game 4 and the Nets are going to take care of business and get it done and get Harden some rest before the Eastern Conference Finals. So Nets game 4 for the weekend is one that I already have circled.
Now, I think it's kind of interesting, too, that the Bucks, for being down 2-0 in this series, are very big favorites tonight, like you mentioned, minus 175. The Nets have only been underdogs 21 times this season. They're 12-9 in that scenario, plus 143. So with the Bucks as big of a favorites as they are right now, they are down 2-0. But I look at that series line that they have for the series winner. The Bucks are at plus 380. So hypothetically, if you look at the lines here, they should be winning this game, and now they're only down 2-1. Do you think that plus 380 is somewhat enticing to look at because of how big of favorites they are tonight? If they can pull off the next one, then that series is all tied up and now we're back to square one and now it becomes a best out of 3. Is this worth a shot taken at that plus 380, or do you think that the Nets are just, maybe they lose this one, but then they just kind of roll with it after?
Right. So I see what you're saying there. One of them has to be mispriced. And you're saying, so if this is the spread, the series has to be a little mispriced. I think the series is appropriately priced. And this game is mispriced. I think this game should just be closer to a pick 'em at this point, given what we've seen so far and given the adjustments that have been made, I guess. The Nets adjusted from a win without James Harden when it wasn't in the game plan to an even bigger win with James Harden out of the game plan for both teams. So I've been impressed by what they've done so far, and I would have probably had this game around to pick them. So I think that's where the pricing mismatch is.
And then real quick, I just want to touch upon Friday's games too as well. The Sixers and Hawks going in that one.
We'll go Clippers Jazz real quick, actually, because
sure, go ahead.
The late game on Thursday, I have already bet Clippers plus 130 money line. I very much like this one to even up at 1 going back to LA. Game 1, I mean, the Clippers came out ready. They had that. They withstood a barrage of 3-point shooting in the second half and lost it by 3. But Mitchell absolutely went off. Luke Kennard getting into that pick and roll every time and letting Donovan Mitchell score. That can't happen again. That needs to be the first adjustment for the Clippers. It would be ridiculous of them not to, have him off the floor late and have a defender that can, handle that pick and roll situation with Mitchell. Kawhi Leonard was nothing special. Marcus Morris and Paul George shot a combined 8 for 31. I just think it's going to bounce back the Clippers' way in this game, and getting them plus money here, I like a lot.
So looking at that Friday series of games that we have, Sixers and Hawks, that series is tied 1-1. Suns at Nuggets. Obviously, the Suns are massive favorites in this one. I think they're minus 910 to win the series with that 2-0 lead against the Nuggets. Obviously, the Hawks have been one of the bigger surprises here. You and I were both on the under for their win total. They absolutely went past that one. But
they were 14-20 at one point in time. This team was 14-20 and cost me my win total under, cost me my Knicks first round bet, and cost me my Sixers game 1 bet.
And that cost me a what the hell ever. I'm going to make a degenerate bet because I'm bored, and then ended up losing on that. But that's okay because those win totals, they're a complete hit or miss. But obviously, this game is close to a pick 'em here. The Sixers are favored minus 1.5 on the spread here as favorites. So they have absolutely dominated as favorites, 50-13 on the season as favorites. But like I said, the Hawks have been extremely surprising so far. They are just absolutely, it feels like tearing these playoffs apart. What are your thoughts on this series moving forward, and more specifically on this game for Friday?
Yeah, I think that the Hawks might have another game in them at some point, but I really like the Sixers to close out this series, whether it be in 5, 6, or even 7. I would really like them in a game 7 at home still. So I just kind of lean, if you're going to give me this like pick 'em type of game, Philly minus 122 money line, I'm just going to take them. I know that the Hawks might have one left in them, but if you lose it, I feel like you can come back and bet Philly again in game 4 and you're going to get there. They're not going to go down 3-1 in this series. The Hawks were up like 20 whatever at halftime of game 1, and in the 3 halves since then, the Sixers have won those by like almost 40 points, I think. So they made adjustments. They made adjustments in game 1 to come back and almost win it, and then those adjustments carried over into a big win in game 2. And for the most part, those adjustments are get Danny Green out of there as much as possible, because he is a 3-and-D guy who is getting older and can no longer 3-and-D. So get him off the floor, keep a guy like Thibault out there, a longer defender, a guy who can bother Trae Young. Those are big guys, Thibault and Ben Simmons, to cover a Trae Young, smaller point guard who he'll still make some plays, but that's going to be your biggest advantage in this series, is limiting Trae Young the way that they did in game 2. Nobody can cover Embiid. The Hawks are going to make some shots. They're a good young team. They're exciting, but Philly gets this done. If you're really tempting me with this minus 1.5, minus 122 money line, like I think I'm going to be betting the road team in every game Thursday and Friday night to get it done, which tips my cap for this Phoenix Nuggets, or shows my hand for this Phoenix and Denver game. Jokic gets the MVP award before the game. Fun story, but this is kind of like a lightweight battle of Bucks Milwaukee, or Brooklyn Milwaukee, in the sense that the Suns mopped the floor with the Nuggets in the first 2 games, and now they're underdogs in game 3. Like, is it going to swing back to Denver? Everything I've seen from the Suns is that they just have this in complete control, and the Nuggets just don't have an answer for Chris Paul, Booker. Ayton can hold his own. Bridges and Crowder are doing their jobs out on the wing. If you're going to give me the Suns at plus money, I'm probably going to take the Suns.
And you look at the Suns too, as away underdogs against the spread. They're 8-3 and been covered by an average of 5.2 points. So they have just thrived in this scenario. And again, this is kind of like you said with that Nets and Bucks game. You look at the series line on this one, it's minus 910 for the Suns. Like, it's so astronomical, and yet the Nuggets are favored in this spot. It's kind of incredible to see this.
This one I agree with you on. Something has to be mispriced here. And I think it's game 3 that's mispriced, because if the Suns are -9, whatever, to win the series, like there's literally no shot for the Nuggets unless there's an injury to the Suns, like there was to the Lakers in the first round, because the Lakers at one point in time were also -900 and the Suns won that series, but that took an Anthony Davis injury. So it'll take a similar Chris Paul, Devin Booker type of injury to swing it back to Denver. And Chris Paul does get hurt. So let's not, especially in the playoffs, let's not rule that out. But if Phoenix is a -900 favorite in the series, why are they an underdog in a game?
Right. I mean, to be fair, Denver has done well at home during the season. So, I mean, I guess that is where that would land, I guess, because you look at Denver's record, 27-12 straight up at home this season, and they've covered on the spread by an average of just under 2 points. So there is that. But, like you said, like with the way that the Suns have played so far in this series, it just doesn't feel like that they have a chance. I mean, maybe they seal this one at home, but this is just, it just seems like very oddly priced, in my opinion.
And if Denver does get this game, like, I feel like it's because they stepped their offense up to keep up with the Suns. Like, I don't think the Suns are going to have like a 98-point dud. They've been scoring in the 120s the first 2 games of this series after things were kind of a slower pace against the Lakers. So Suns team total isn't out yet, but if you don't want to back the money line, you're afraid Denver gets it, it's going to be because they score and keep up. So I would look at maybe the Suns team total over, getting that in a win or a loss.
Any other closing thoughts before we move on from NBA?
Not really, other than so I've been piling on the Nets to win the East all season. That's -250 now, so you probably don't want to do that, but look at who's left in the West. The Clippers could give him trouble if they got there. The Suns could give some trouble if they got there, but Brooklyn would be and will be a huge favorite in the finals when they win the East. They're still on the board at +120 to win it all, getting that plus money. If they win tonight, if they win Thursday night, plus money could be gone for the Nets to win the title the rest of the way out. So Thursday, +120, Nets to win it all. I would probably get in there again.
All right, so just quickly want to touch upon MLB tonight too as well. Only 6 games on the dock tonight, so not a really like a full one here. I just wanted to point out this astronomical total going over with the Yankees and Twins. This is playing in Minnesota. I had to make sure this game wasn't in Coors Field for some whatever reason, but the over-under is at 11. 11 runs tonight in MLB in a non-Coors Field game. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a total that high. Absolutely astronomical. Michael King, who's been in the rotation, this will be his 3rd start going against Jay Happ, who just can't get outs at all.
Jeez,
for somebody who doesn't,
I was gonna say, normally I have my baseball articles, some best bets, some stacks or whatever, and this is my first year kind of focusing on other things and being off of baseball, and NBA goes later. So when I'm out of the loop, I had to look up the pitching matchup. I'm like, are these guys this bad to have this total?
Well, see, here's the thing with Jay Happ. Like he relies upon contact for outs. That doesn't work when you don't get outs. Like if people, everything is just dropping in, it's not a good strategy. But I just could not believe the over-under on that. I honestly still don't know what I want to do with that, because for me, when I see a total like that, it's going to be one of 2 things. It's an absolute trap, or it's going to be done by, before the 5th inning even hits. But that is just such a large total that I was shocked that not only did it, open at that, but it's been sitting there too as well, that it hasn't gone one way or the other. So I just thought that was such a crazy one to do. One other thing I did want to bring up is that I've been doing a lot of run line bets. I really are starting to like those. Underdogs are just the play. They're just absolutely the play so far this season. Underdogs on the run line are hitting at 58%. 58%.
So my one question, I have one question. I want to hear what you have to say if you have more thoughts, but how many of those do you think you have won where the team didn't win, but you covered? Like, how much does that spread run line 1.5 come into play? And you're like, you got a 4-3 loss and you win your bet because you took that instead of the money line.
It's definitely because of that. They not because that they're winning, because if you look at straight up, underdogs right now are only hitting now at 43.1%. And that has gone down dramatically from when we were first talking through the first month and a half. Underdogs were like the play continuously. I mean, underdogs at the end of the day, I mean, you are going to likely turn a profit if you're just continuously betting underdogs blind because of how much you can get back. But underdogs it is definitely leveled off since, when we first talked about this for the first month or so in the season. But teams are just covering. There have been a lot of close games, and obviously the numbers are backing it up here that the dogs on the run line are covering at such a rapid pace. Like I said, 58.3% dogs are covering on the run line right now. But to that end, the juice is usually there for that. Like you look at tonight in that game with the Twins. Actually, this one isn't too bad, but the Twins are underdogs on the run line, and it's only minus 130. But like, for example, the Blue Jays and the White Sox. The White Sox are the underdog on the run line. And it's at minus 177. Not sure if I really want to take something like that. The Red Sox, underdogs on the run line, minus 195. No, thank you. Not really looking
so
to
that's
take
interesting
that.
because that's when, if you have a game that's a near pick 'em and
Yep.
you also offer a run line, that means one team has to be the underdog. And
Right.
it's going to have to be juiced.
Right, for sure. So just something to keep an eye on as you're looking at the DraftKings Sportsbook and making some of your bets. Just take a look at some of those run lines because, I feel like, first run, no innings, that's getting really popular. Obviously, the DraftKings Sportsbook and Bleacher Report are doing a promo for that. First half lines are getting really popular, which I'm happy to see because I think that's probably some of your best ways to get some action if you're just worrying about the starting pitcher. But run lines too, I think are starting to get some love too as well. So just something to kind of keep on for tonight. If I had one bet that I want to take tonight, though, I am absolutely taking a run line bet, but it's for a favorite, and that's the Marlins against the Rockies tonight, minus 1.5 for that. You're getting even money. Trevor Rogers going up against the Rockies, who are like the most putrid offense on the road. It's almost comical how bad they are. But Trevor Rogers, if he wasn't on the Marlins, he would be getting so much more buzz about how well he's pitched. He is the biggest favorite on the money line at minus 225. But for the Marlins to win this game by 2 runs at even money, I will 100% take that against a Rockies offense who cannot score.
How's Miami's offense and who are they going against?
So Miami's offense is not great, but they're going against probably the Rockies, probably one pitchers you really don't have to worry about it at all in Chichi Gonzalez, and the Rockies bullpen is overworked, and they're not really that strong overall anyway. So that's why I just like that at even money. I think that's the play tonight on this small slate.
All right, I might be on that.
That's going to probably do it for this edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. We'll be back next week. Julian, of course, will have some more NBA talk as we get closer to the conference finals. We'll get into that, some NFL talk, I'm sure, and some more MLB talk. So for Julian Edlow, I'm Steve Buchanan. We will catch you maybe next week.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Hello, welcome in. It's the early bird special, also known as the Zach clearly requested to work only with Koff this week free roll. Thank you for being with us. He's Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. Zach just parachutes in for the one right now. He's
it's true.
Fraud shifting it up, but that's okay. That's okay because I get to be with him every single day, and I'm here for it.
Yep. On Monday, I worked with BK, and then since then, it's been one game with you every day, and that works. Sure.
Yep.
I don't mind the schedule.
It's a good chemistry. You can't fight it, folks.
It's true.
You got to embrace it. Lineups have locked, my friend, for this. What I hope is a very fun matchup between Atlanta and Miami. Julio Jones, Falcons still. Queens Falcons. What would you say? What do your lineup look like?
So I'm fired up for this one. These two teams, when they played before in Madden 2020 and Madden 2021, we've seen a lot of points. So I think we're going to get a lot of points. At least that is my hope. I do have Julio, but he is not my captain because I actually had him as my captain, was trying to build and was running out of salary. I was like, what's going on? And then I realized Devontae Parker is only $7K in a flex. He's probably pretty cheap as a captain. So guess who's my captain?
Yeah.
DVP, Devontae Parker at 10.5, and I don't know if anybody ever calls him that, but I just did. Julio Jones, Matt Breida, Todd Gurley, Russell Gage, and hey, Albert Wilson rounds out my line.
So we took similar mindsets in our lineup construction. Miami with the ball first, and Tua picks up 6 there to Breida, so 2nd and 4 on the way. 31-yard line, again, obviously a scoreless game, virtual South Beach. I originally had Devontae Parker in the captain spot.
Oh, you did?
Originally, along with the flex of Calvin Ridley, Matt Breida, Todd Gurley, so I went with both RB1s, Mike Gesicki, and Russell Gage. You will notice, folks, I reluctantly faded Julio and Matt Ryan. Didn't feel good about either one, but I did it. I faded both. There's Devontae Parker. So I originally had that build that I read off to you, but then I don't know why. It's really a personal flaw of mine. I didn't like seeing so much money left over. So I switched out.
You did it.
I kept the same group, but I switched Ridley into the captain spot. I moved Parker to the flex. So we'll see what happens.
I love that because now when Parker goes off, not only will it help my lineup,
it will not help me as much.
Exactly.
It will help me 1.5 times less.
Exactly. And Tua's going to throw in a complete pass. So both of us did completely fade quarterbacks. No quarterbacks in my lineup. No quarterbacks in your lineup. All right. It was in Madden 2020, one of our biggest receiving games ever, and it was our biggest receiving game for a very long time, was Devontae Parker against the Falcons. Now, he hasn't been that great against them in Madden 21, but we'll see if that duplicates itself. Obviously, in that game, he was working with the great bearded one, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Did you see his first day of school picture, by the way? Speaking of the great bearded one, I can't believe that hasn't happened already.
How has nobody done that?
The first time that's come along.
Exactly. How is that a new idea? How have we not seen that every year? Because there was so much fun content that came out of that. Even just the different best friends, right? Like there was a line on there for best friends.
Yeah.
There was some really creative stuff thrown in there. Feels like something we should have been doing for a long time.
I'll Google it so I don't.
It's on the Washington football team Twitter account.
Yeah.
And a lot of other places. That is where it started. As we see a face mask there on Deion Jones.
Very easy. I just Googled, Ryan Fitzpatrick first day photo, and
there you go.
There she goes. So if anyone missed it, and you should Google it just to see it because it's great. It's just a stone-faced killer looking Ryan Fitzpatrick with the big beard and all in his Washington football team jersey, and he's as parents out there know, as you set up your kids to do on the first day of school, you have them stand out in front of the house with a little whiteboard or chalkboard or whatever it is. It says, who your teacher is, what grade you're going into, what year it is, the school, bus number, whatever. I mean, any number of different things you could include, up to you, obviously. 2nd and 3 from the 4. What are we going to get? Breida, no, stop short. 2 for 9 for him, 3rd and 1 on the way. So Fitzpatrick, he's out there on the practice field there for Washington. It says Ryan, just great looking chalkboard. It says, Ryan's first day of year 17. My teacher is Mr. Rivera. I am 38 years old. I am 74 inches tall. And my friends are Terry and Curtis.
There you go. I like it.
I like it a lot. It's just great.
It
Here's
is
a handoff,
the
Breida again.
biggest
Again
beard
stopped.
I have seen in a first day of school photo. I can confirm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Defense with the stop there.
Marveling at this photo. I really, really like it.
Grady Jarrett up the middle with the big stop on Breida there.
Do you feel
So,
slighted if you're any part
Sanders-
of that offense, by the way, that's not Terry McLaurin or Curtis Samuel?
I would not know. Because obviously, I mean, oh, there, go for it. 4th and 3.
Oh, I like it. Bobo calling for a Devontae Parker touchdown. Can we get it?
Let's see it.
4th
Let's
and 3
see it.
from the 4. Tua back in the end zone.
No, he dropped it.
Dropped. And it was Parker.
DVP.
Tough.
Don't
Tough.
do it to us. Disappointing.
That is
Disappointed for anyone who has him, including me. But that's all right. It's all right. Let's
We all
get it now,
wanted
Matt Ryan.
Lot
9
of us
yards.
clearly, Bob wanted it. You're Bobo.
Yeah.
You wanted it. I wanted it. You know, I didn't have him captain, but you know what? Popular guy today. Excuse me, Devontae Parker. 43% owned overall, 13% in the captain slot.
Yep. 45% in the larger free showdown, just under 7% in the captain spot there. So the Sim fam likes him just a little bit more than the general public.
2nd and 1, halfway through this opening quarter from the 13. Falcons ball after a turnover on downs from Miami.
Gurley.
Gurley gets 4
You think
right
Gurley
there, touchdown on the way.
finds a team before preseason? I mean, I know he worked out with the Lions, but nothing.
I don't know that I'm
Nothing
willing
done.
to commit to he's going to find a team before the preseason, but I do believe he's going to find a team before the season.
Okay. Fair enough. Because, yeah, we always get, the running back that goes down in preseason,
Right.
whether that be in practice or in a game, and then all of a sudden, the market is open. Who was it last year that signed with the Giants, like week 5, and was their number 1 running back for a hot minute?
Yeah, it was, shoot, I'm picturing
I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, me too. It was from the Falcons. Freeman.
Devontae
Freeman. Yeah.
That's
Yep.
who it was. Russell Gage,
So you-
11-yard pickup.
Those veterans can land late.
Absolutely. Of course, he didn't really do anything either.
That's
Obviously, it was after Saquon went down. It was, well, Deion Lewis can't be their number 1 back. They got to do something. And they go out and they signed Devontae Freeman. And I think he had
wasn't
a
either.
game or 2 that was okay, but it was just such a backfield share situation that really
Right.
nobody was ever particularly good.
Yeah, you couldn't really trust anybody in that backfield. I mean, Gallman was pretty good for a few games.
Yep.
Trying to remember, they had some solid games, but like you said, always a timeshare. So it was one of those places you could definitely target in like a cheap spot in your Draftkings lineup. Even if you didn't want to pay up for a running back, you could go with Gallman, who actually did have, I pulled up the stats here. He had 6 rushing touchdowns to lead the team. So he was pretty
good
decent.
the last 2-3 weeks, wasn't he, as I remember right?
Let me pull up his game
I
log
like
and
that
tell
was
you.
his general window of success. Again, scoreless game, about 2 minutes left, opening quarter. Taralyn Asak, her.
What's
TF
up?
Producing. We got undercover boss Tommy P, who is our technical director, and Bird Hood, always up to no good. Bobo is our manual ops individual here.
Deep.
All big gainer down to the 9. Who's got it?
Julio!
56-yard pickup, Julio Jones.
So all 6 of Wayne Gallman's touchdowns, just to wrap that conversation, came between week 7 and week 12. He did have a lot of carries towards the end of the season, but did not have his touchdowns. His touchdowns came earlier And then towards the end of the season, we got a little bit of let's see who's getting the other carries for the Giants. Alfred Morris got a few. But
First and goal. Can we get Calvin Ridley?
Andy Jones actually had a bunch of carries.
Hand off Gurley.
Gurley.
3-yard pickup. 3 for
Going
9 for him.
nowhere.
See if we get some points before the end of one. Folks, you got to brace yourselves. I hope you're sitting down. This could be good. It could be bad. All depends on your perspective. You got a lot of me today. Going forward, you have got a lot of me today. So I've got this sim here with Zach, obviously. I'll be here for the next one with Christian DeAndrea. In between, I'm going to keep on talking. Hanging out for our Catch-All Thursday show, our all sports program with Sweet Tea, Reed Fowler coming in from Hawaii. Gurley.
I'll just tag out with
right
Reed.
side.
Gurley. Looked like he broke free there for a moment.
Yeah.
But tackled at the 2, 3rd and goal.
So I'll be hanging out with Reed in between.
Nice.
Who knows what we'll be talking about? Could be anything. I'm sure there'll be some golf.
I bet there'll be golf.
You can count on that.
Exactly.
And then, folks,
you can ask him all your golf questions. Remember we were talking about golf salaries and all that?
Right.
Like he would be the guy to know. Matt Ryan on a QB.
Yeah, that's true. We could go back into that portal because I never really did get answers on that. 4th and goal. Man, back-to-back 4th and goal for each of these teams.
They're going to go for it?
This
Let's
one
see.
is able to actually, I mean, it was the lesson learned.
Who calls the quarterback draw for Matt Ryan also? That does not seem like a high percentage play. Out of the shotgun?
Seems less than ideal.
Don't like it. They're going to go for it.
Go for it. I'm not sure they will before the end of this quarter, though. 3, 2, 1.
They
All
will.
right. It's a handoff. Early stop. Wow. Well, you know what? You know what? I will take the aggressive AI in a scoreless game over a 3-3 game. I don't have either kicker, so I don't have a dog in the fight. That's one. But two, I that's way more exciting than I'm going to kick a field goal from 20. Give me that. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Make me feel like something's going to happen. Parker, almost. He dropped it. Gurley, go back to the well. Didn't happen. A little aggressive on the run, if I had my pick, though, by the Falcons on that last attempt, series, I should say.
I know where you would have thrown it.
Yeah. Right into the stone-ready hands of Calvin Ridley. He's got the Teflon on the gloves, or the stickum. I mean, the stickum.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, you don't want the Teflon. Teflon would be no. You got the stickum on the gloves. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking today. Gage 2 for 15, 2 for 13. So that wasn't all though. That wasn't all. I'm not done.
Wait, Julio had a 56-yard catch. Now go ahead.
That's your offense. No score. And safety territory here for Miami taking over to begin quarter number 2. So still battling this stupid freaking thing. So
tough, man.
Reed and I know it feels too easy. It's like I'm teeing people up. I got a cough. Oh, cough's got a cough. So Reed and I will be with you after this. Then Christian and I for the sim. Then I'm gonna leave very briefly.
Good.
And then I'm gonna come
then
back.
You're back.
Then I'm gonna come back for our NBA watch along. I'm going to be here tonight between the 8 and 10 p.m. sims. So roughly, I don't know, 9:15-ish Eastern time.
Yep.
I will pop on back. I don't even know who I'm with. Probably Lamarca, if I had to guess, because he's on the sims at 8 and 10. And we're just going to follow along with what's going on in the 2 basketball games tonight that I'm sure at some point you and I will talk a little bit about. So that'll be a good time. So you got a lot of me coming up on the Dream Stream later on, folks. Like it or not. While we're at it, by the way.
And you don't have to tell us if you like it or not. If you want to, you can, but,
While we're at it on the NBA DFS-related conversation, I just want to take a little peek here.
Take a little look-see.
Got about 20 spots left.
Okay.
In the hashtag Cough Classic NBA, and we upped the interest today. We made it a $2 buy-in. Pay up to the top 15, as usual, for the 75er. Should be a good time.
It should be. Do you want to go into that now, or do you want to save that for the second half?
I'm not in any hurry. We can save it.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good. we still got a scoreless game here, although we've had some decent offense. Both teams going for it on fourth down. If you're just joining us and neither one of them getting it, Tua throwing it to no one in particular on that first down play. I think the Falcons' offense has been a little bit better. I mean, they had that huge catch by Julio, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's still 0-0.
Now, Abby Rizzle says, Zach rocking the fresh tennis tee. You got the, I mean, you tend to rock the polo, the collared shirt when you're doing these things. That tends to be your look more often than not.
It does. Oh, boy.
Look at that big boy catch. Run. Daylight ahead.
Go.
Got
Touchdown.
it. Touchdown. Jakeem Grant.
Jakeem to the stream.
84-yard score, takes the selfie in the end zone. Who's got him?
Well, sir, no more scoreless, no more going for it on fourth down. We'll just go for it on second down, 84 yards. Speed from that wide receiver 3 spot going off huge against the Falcons, which they do allow a lot of points to slot receivers, and just gave up a big play there. Their slot receiver, Russell Gage, also pretty involved. Wonder if we'll get to see him or your boy.
That's a quick 20-plus in the captain for Jakeem Grant, who is owned in only 0.7% of lineups in that captain spot in our small contest, about 30% overall. Wow. Speaking of Loki and Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow. I feel like I'm always looking up to you. Feels right.
Well, if you've got Jakeem, you're off to a great start.
Smash that like button, folks. I think we're off to a decent start in that department. Almost 150.
Nice.
Smash that like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. It is greatly appreciated, obviously. My dude, I think it was it Herb Dog? I think it was Herb Dog said, listen to your podcast there, Koff. And
people can listen to their podcast in between listening to you here. That's fine. We don't
right?
mind.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me see. Yeah, there it was, Herb Dog. Koff, listen to your podcast. Awesome. Herb, my one question is, was it the one from last week with Jared Weiss from The Athletic, or was it the one we recorded today that I didn't even know if it's posted yet, which features none other than also from The Athletic and along with Turner Sports, David Aldridge. And,
how was DA?
He was awesome. He was,
He's so good.
I was just, it's your classic, you're just happy to see he's as nice a dude as he always seemed on TV. You know,
Yeah.
just like couldn't have been a better guy. Spent a solid hour talking. He was
That's
in
cool.
no hurry. We were just hanging out, shooting the breeze. We got into some fun stuff about his time at Turner, and if anyone hasn't seen it yet, the Inside Story documentary documenting, obviously, 25, 30 years of inside the NBA, obviously profiling its longtime hosts, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal. But David Aldridge was at Turner for, I think, 14 years, something like that. So he was a big part of that documentary. Not always on that show, but a big part of the doc, just talking a little bit about it. And that was cool. We also...
Yeah, he was kind of a sideline reporter, wasn't he?
Sideline guy, yeah. Speaking of which, he also, we can't really delve into it here for some obvious reasons, but has been a part of the video game culture for a number of years. His likeness and voice used in basketball content, and I was just asking him a lot about that, and like how that even works. I've never talked to someone, or at least I've never asked the question about, like, so you're in a video game, how does that process of
do you have to just sit there and read everybody's name?
Right, exactly. Like, how does that all happen?
And then
so
do it again, but be excited?
He had a lot of really cool information
That's
about
cool.
that, and some fun stories, and then just obviously just a ton of NBA and Celtics related chatter. So yeah, I would.
Did he tell you who the next coach is going to be? I mean, not that you don't have to give it away if it's spoiler alert. I understand.
No, so I mean, he doesn't know. Obviously, it's not like he, like David Aldridge has the inside scoop on who the Celtics head coach is going to be. We're just waiting for Boston to announce it. But he certainly had his theories or people that he felt
Okay.
would be better fits than not. He did say, and this was actually before the report came out on social media a little while ago that I noticed, at least I think it was before the report because we spoke this morning, but he seems to think that Chauncey Billups to Portland is an inevitability, which
Okay.
for those of us hoping he would wind up in Boston, that was a little disappointing.
Gotcha. He does seem to be a good fit there. I
Yeah.
mean, I think he'd be a good fit a lot of places, but
Correct.
Work with Damon CJ up there.
Lindenbaum Koff, listen to your Osimo show from earlier. Watch Novocaine. It was a good movie. We were talking about the movie Novocaine with Steve Martin on the show this morning. I've not seen it, but it's on the wall behind me. And,
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, it's very available. I've just not.
Yeah.
watched
It would not be a big task to
Yeah,
find
do
a
not-
way to watch
Do not
that.
need to Google like where's it streaming. Mike Bizzle, Koff, are you aware Charles Barkley shouted out BK last night on TNT? Yes, I am actually. I'm aware of that because he sent me the clip. Like, check this out. But it was very cool. It was cool that and like to, because I would think it's like, if it were me, I'd think it's cool. I'm going to celebrate it
Oh,
happening
boy.
to him. It's very cool. So because it wasn't like, it wasn't one of those where, because they read a lot of social media and that sort of thing. It wasn't like, BK's tweet showed up on the screen and they read it and he was like, oh yeah, BK. No, it just came out of, they were just talking about the Nuggets.
You ready for this, by the way?
Nope, no safety, not yet.
I was talking about Calvin Ridley getting his first catch. What do you think I was talking about?
We're in a 2nd and 3 from the 8. So BK, they're just talking about the Nuggets, and Charles said something like, well, I guess after they go down, like, I'm not going to have to hear from my guy BK in Denver all about, something like that. But then the best part may have been, after that, when Kenny Smith goes, oh, Brandon? And he goes, yeah, Brandon. Because BK used to work with Kenny Smith, and he is friendly with Charles Barkley. And so it was, that was a pretty cool moment for sure. I like that.
Very cool. Very cool. BK is actually the reason I'm here. He was supposed to be here, and I was supposed to do the 12.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and he needed to move his up because I don't know, maybe he had to be on TNT. Yeah, I don't know. And he had a meeting with Kenny and Charles. I don't know what that is about.
So Bird says BK played the sound clip for us last sim. It was really cool, and
there you go.
saying the same thing. So I didn't realize that he already played it on the stream. So there you go. You guys know.
Very cool. So yeah, I just flipped sims with him, so that's why I am here now. He had something else he needed to do.
Undercover boss Tom Emerson tried to convince him to get Barkley to come on the stream. Well, I don't think he'd do it for free. I'll put it that way.
If he did show up though and wanted, I'd share the booth. I'd scoot over for him.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do a 3-person booth with Charles Barkley.
I'd be okay with it. Although
when
it might
BK
have to
sent
be
me the
4
clip,
because
I said that to him. I said, next we need Kenny and BK to start talking about the Madden sims on TNT.
Yeah, there you go.
He's like, yeah, sure, I'll get right on that.
I was gonna say we might have to go four-man because if he's coming, BK would probably come with him. So then it'd be the 4 of us.
That's
and
true.
I just would sit here and listen, really.
Me too. Who am I kidding? I'd talk all over Chuck. Charles, let me finish this point about this movie that I saw yesterday. Charles, have you watched Loki? I gotta tell you what I thought. You're not into that sort of thing? Well, just listen then. 2.5 to go opening half. 7-0 Miami.
Oh, he reached for it. I think they gave it to him. Yep, first down. 109 yards now for Matt Ryan. Still just about half his production on that one deep pass to Julio. That was Hayden Hurst with the catch.
Brian says, cough, big Knicks fan here. And yes, I know you love Boston, LOL. Anyway, or as he wrote,
Okay.
anywho. Do you think the Knicks are for real going forward, or was this year a fluke? And thoughts on Coach Tibbs? So if you want, I'm curious to Zach's answer too, obviously, as another follower and fan of the NBA. My sort of quick thought is, I mean, I like Tibbs. I mean, he's a retread coach, but he was the coach of the year, and obviously he's a guy that, you know, he's got a bond there with Derrick Rose going back multiple stops, and you know, I think he works well with certain players for sure. Gets some to buy in, but he seems like the kind of guy that is, you know, that he gets tuned out pretty quickly after a little while. Like he doesn't have a long shelf life.
I don't think so. My theory on that is he plays guys a little bit too much. So it's not so much that they tune him out; it's that they get worn out.
Yeah,
right.
There's a lot of truth in that. A lot of truth.
But go ahead.
Yeah, and I just don't. So I'm trying to think of the right way to say it, Brian. I don't think the Knicks are frauds.
By Julio.
There you go. 63 now. I don't think the Knicks are frauds, but are they for real? I think this year was a little fluky.
I think this was a great first step, but I do think they played over their heads. I would agree with you on that. I think they probably, while they are definitely headed the right direction, I don't think they're as far along that path as their performance this season shows. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're headed the right way, but I think this was the best possible scenario for them this year. Like, they took such a huge jump that I think there's bound to be a little bit of regression next year, at least in some players. Now, maybe they compensate for that with an addition. But I do think there's going to be some players whose play comes back to earth a little bit.
Yeah. Like, is Julius Randle going to, and I know he wasn't good in the playoffs, but is he going to be that good next year in the regular season?
Think so.
I don't think so either. And I'd like him to be. I love Julius Randle.
I think the best plan for the Knicks has him doing less. You know, I think the Knicks can be better if he does less, and maybe Barrett picks up more work and takes the next step, or they bring in somebody else. How many years can you count on Derrick Rose to be at the level he was at this year, too?
Julio again.
First down, timeout.
Yeah, I mean, like, those knees aren't going to last forever. How old is Derrick Rose now?
Off the top of my head, I think he's 92. No,
I mean, he might have 92-year-old knees, but he's got to be.
Okay.
I mean, he's got to be at least 30, right? 32, yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll be 33 when the season starts next year.
Hurst first down, but not enough for a touchdown, and we've got time ticking off. Tick, 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 tick. Falcons still got one timeout, so they're fine. But
Kicking Club says, Conk, you need to ask TL what she thinks of Ducey's new name for her. Is it Tasak? Tasak? T-A-S-A? Point is, it doesn't work. It's not good.
The fact that you can't tell what it is indicates how bad it is.
Right? Let's see. Oh, some people talking about last minute NBA Nugs Suns showdown from last night. I got pressured into doing the
how did that go?
50-person contest. So I did wind up cashing, actually. I finished 8th, top 10 cashed. Second and goal from the 6. Ryan avoids the sack.
That's your boy.
Ridley. So close.
That's the one.
Our guy Congo Cab was the winner. Raiders for life,
nice.
202. Congo Cab with a 2-point victory at a solid build. Paul, about 75 points in the captain spot. Joker, 50+. Millsap, only in 20% of lineups, went for 25+. The hot fire emoji. And then got standard but good performances out of Booker, Bridges, and Crowder. So it was a good all-around build.
What was your reaction to the game last night? I know we
10
said
points off the lead. Or off the win, I guess. Here we go.
Touchdown.
Julio Jones. Touchdown. Julio. New Titan.
Ties the game up here for his former team.
The league has announced key dates for next year.
Okay.
We're back to starting up, October to June calendar.
Okay.
We're
So we're
getting
back to the old.
next year.
Okay.
Yeah. So for anyone that thought the league was, looking to, there
Slide
were reports
to
I remember
December,
like,
yeah.
let's not start till around Christmas and have that tip off our season. That's not happening.
Were you a fan of that or not? It doesn't seem like something you'd be a fan of because it's change.
No, yeah, it's so perfectly put. No, I did not like it. No.
Okay.
I don't think I had a problem with it just because it's change. I'm trying to remember what my main issue was with it. I guess part of it is just
it would make November pretty dry.
Well, that and I
you have NFL, but
I kind of like that. I kind of like that absent, baseball
and Mondays.
There isn't, and I'm not including postseason, obviously, which ends mid to late June. Basketball and hockey, but summer technically starts like June 20th or something like that. That's
something like
the first day of summer. So I like the summer being just baseball, meaning there's not a whole lot going on. Like I don't know, the idea of I'm staying home tonight to watch the Celtics game in July or in June as we ramp up toward the postseason. That doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't appeal to me. Summer's a month to a time to branch away from your screens a little bit. Go enjoy the weather, at least here in New England.
Fair enough. Or go enjoy some baseball. That's what
Right.
I tend to do.
Right.
Yep.
Mike Bizzle here. We got a second.
6 seconds left.
6 seconds. Bizzle here says, Koff, bigger disappointment, C's or Bruins? Without a doubt, the Bruins. It's not even close. Because
what?
Here's why. Because the Bruins were actually contenders.
Oh,
the Bruins actually were looked upon as Stanley Cup favorites at points during the year and going into the postseason, and they bowed out lackadaisically in the second round. They didn't even have a good sustained run. At least beat the Islanders and put up a fight and lose to Tampa. And we could say it wasn't a terrible season, but you do what you did. And then the Celtics were a disappointment for loads of other reasons.
Gotcha. So you're talking letdown.
I'm talking, sure. I mean, if we're to sort of relabel it, I guess you want to say the Celtics are a bigger disappointment, the Bruins are a bigger letdown. That's fine. I mean, that's
because to me, I think the Celtics from preseason expectations to now, the Celtics were a bigger disappointment because they fell further. But as if we're talking postseason expectations, my expectations for the Celtics in the postseason were 0, and they lived up to them.
Right.
But so there's not disappointment there because I didn't expect anything from them. But if we're talking overall on the season, I think I would actually go with the Celtics because coming into the season, thought they were legit contenders and they just couldn't stay healthy.
See,
I
never
specifically.
See, coming into the season thought the Celtics were a team that not at best, if everything broke right, they would do better. But more than likely, I thought they were a team that went down in the second round. So they only so slightly did worse than that. Obviously, they lost in round one. But, and obviously we never really saw what they could have been because of all the injuries and COVID and everything else. But, I mean, the Bruins all year, it's this team could win a cup. This is a team that could win a championship. We could have a parade. The Celtics, that was never on the table for this team, even going into the year before all the injuries, as far as I was concerned.
Fair enough.
So that's how I looked at it.
All right. I can see your point then. You surprised me with your answer, though, because to me, the Bruins, while they didn't make a long run, they lasted. They weren't a total bust in the playoffs, in my opinion. They won a series. It wasn't a great series this time, but there's injuries they're dealing with, and the Celtics crashed out of the playoffs in such a inglorious fashion that it was ugh.
But
so I could see where.
But we talked about this at the time. That's what it was gonna be. The second they beat the Wizards, that's what they were signing up for. If you were looking for them to potentially put up a fight, you needed the Sixers. You needed that matchup. They were always going to get embarrassed by the Nets. And quite frankly, they've looked better against the Nets than the Bucks have.
That is the scary thing, right? The scary thing is how like we thought the Celtics were just trash, but maybe the Nets are just really that good.
Mike Budenholzer might be
He better
looking for a
get
job
things
after the
around.
series.
Yeah, if they don't win tonight, I mean, okay.
Fire
I'm not
him
saying they're going to fire him
mid-series.
before Game 4, but I'm saying if they don't win tonight, even if they win Game 4, I don't know if it will be enough.
You know what I did think was interesting though, a little spoiler, I guess, from the David Aldridge podcast. when we were talking
Ooh,
about
spoiler alert!
He said he's like, no one in Brooklyn's going to admit this, but honestly, losing James Harden is like the best thing that can happen to them, because it is so difficult to balance out three superstars that all want their shots and everything like that, against a team. And he's not talking like long-term to win a championship or whatever, but like against the Bucks, like you can just, Durant can take 35 shots and Irving can take however many shots he takes. They don't even have to think twice about it. No one has to worry about sharing the ball. Just go out, play your game, do your thing as you're used to, and, roll, basically. Whereas it might, with a healthy Harden, have been a little more complicated.
I think the ceiling's a lot higher, obviously, if you've got all three. But yeah, it could complicate things. I agree. I also think it's interesting, right? Like they brought Harden in kind of as a we don't know what Kyrie's doing policy, kind of insurance, backup, whatever.
100%.
And now Harden's the one who's out, and Kyrie's doing just fine. Thank you. It's crazy though that they might be this good without one of the best players in the NBA. Like they have lost one of the best players in the NBA, and they're still this good. They're still housing the Bucks right now.
Lisa says, Koff's act to either if you consider the Suns the playoffs favorite to win. I'll tell you this, Lisa, they are the team that I want to win. They are my adopted playoff team now. I'm rooting for Phoenix. I don't view them as a favorite. I mean,
I don't think they're the favorite.
I mean, the
Nets
Nets
they look
are
good.
the favorite. I don't like
yeah.
them, but the Nets are the favorite. Now, if you want to talk about Western Conference, it's going to depend what happens
Clippers, right?
with the Clippers. Yeah, it's going to depend what
I
happens.
mean,
with the Clippers.
I think the Clippers would be the favorite just from like a national perception. And I told you I think the Jazz are going to do it, and I think Donovan Mitchell is going to emerge or continue to emerge onto the national scene as a true star. And I think they're going to knock off the Clippers, but we'll see if that is what happens or not. What did you think of the game last night? And then we can hit tonight's here as we get about midway through the third. You said the Suns are your adopted team. Mm-hmm. Do you think the Nuggets have anything that can challenge your new team in the rest of this series? Does a change of venue change the results at all?
No, I don't think so. I think we spent some time on it. The not having Jamal Murray is just it's too big for Denver. It's too big. I don't think
Jokic is awesome
against Phoenix,
but you can't.
Yeah, I mean he's awesome in the same way Giannis is awesome. They can't do it alone, Right. And I know he's not.
Although
alone,
Giannis has not been awesome in these last few games. He's been pretty bad.
But you're also getting nothing out of Holiday and Middleton as well.
Correct.
So that's a problem.
Just getting a lot of nothing.
Right. But for Denver, and Joker's been great, but like where's Aaron Gordon been? Where's Michael Porter been? He's like he needs some help. And I just think the Suns, Paul talked about it last night. CP3 talked about it last night. They are just so well-rounded. They're so well-rounded. Like DeAndre Ayton has arguably been their MVP of the playoffs.
I was going to ask, is he the biggest breakout star so far of the playoffs?
Gotta be.
I think so.
Crowder's been
I think
solid.
it could be Mitchell. If Mitchell does as good as I think he can do, carry the Jazz past the Suns, I could see him being like the star that emerged from this whole thing, coming back from the injury and kind of finding his groove and going off like he did last year in the bubble. But everybody kind of forgets about that because they just remember that Jamal Murray's team ended up coming back and winning, and Murray had great games as well. But I think so far it's been Ayton, right? And sorry, Mike James, it's not you, but I think it's Ayton. Although James has been good. I'm not trying to.
He has been good. James has been good. Brown's been good.
Yep. Brown's been good. He's somebody who, at least for DFS, Brown was in my lineup all the time. Like last year with the Pistons, this year with the Nets, always a go-to option just because he fills in all the way across the box score. And when you get players like that, you get them at a decently cheap price with low risk. Those are the kind of players I find on my roster all the time.
Have you started to think about a DFS build for tonight yet?
I have not. No, I need to, but I have not.
You gonna jump in our contest, our hashtag Cough Classic?
I might.
Got some studs to think about. You got Durant, you got Irving, you got Giannis, you got the guys in LA, obviously, George, Kawhi.
Yeah, I feel like it's a Kawhi night. I feel like Kawhi is not going to let this series get away. I feel like he's got a big game tonight. It's kind of where I would lean.
I think I'm fading your guy Mitchell and all of the Jazz for that matter. I think I am. It is a full
really
fade right now.
So obviously, do you think they're going to win? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just thinking DFS.
Okay. Do you want to talk about whether the Clippers are going to win or not?
So I'm rooting for Utah. I am a believer in LA. We've talked about it so much in the last several months. I'm not a believer in the Jazz being a true contender. They're a fun team. I'd like to see it. I would. We were saying it yesterday. I'd love to see a Suns Jazz series. Let's go. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Fair enough. Suns, Jazz, Nets, Sixers seems like a pretty solid Final Four.
Lucky, is there a problem in the chat, sir? Blabbermouth.
Loki? What? Loki's in the chat? What?
Lucky, not Loki.
Oh, sorry.
Not the Loki charms. Lucky. Lucky, do you have a question? Lucky Thumbs? If there's anything on your mind,
just shout it out. We're waiting.
Happy to discuss. Meager says only 11 spots left in the Conf Classic. Lamarca, better get in while you have the chance. Is he here? Is Lamarca in the chat?
I don't know.
I don't see him.
I think so. I scrolled back here. I think Lucky Thumbs asked you a question and then felt offended that I asked a question, and I apologize, Lucky Thumbs. I did not see your question, but I will now pass it along because it's a good question. Do you think the Suns could beat the Nets? That question coming to you from Lucky Thumbs.
From Lucky Thumbs.
Not mine, the guy.
Man. I think I'm trying to think if there's a team that I think has a better chance than the Suns to beat the Nets, and I'm not sure I can come up with one. Because the Suns have the offensive balance that I think they could keep up offensively with Brooklyn.
I think they could.
Clippers have our power. I think they could do it. You know, they're not quite as top heavy as Brooklyn. But
I cannot get by playoff P, man.
I agree with that.
Like they would need him to actually show up for the playoffs.
I can't think of a team in the West that would have a better shot than Phoenix in my estimation. What do you think?
I would agree. I mean, I think that the balance is the key, right? And right. I think because they have so many scoring options, it would be a very difficult matchup for the Nets, especially if Harden and Irving are both on the court. Because if Harden and Irving are both on the court, I actually think so. I know we joke about it, but if Harden and Irving are on the court, you've got defensive mismatches, right? And there's DVP. He's here a little bit late, but there he is for the touchdown. Thank you, Devontae Parker.
I'll take it because I rostered you, but you were my captain, no longer.
Anyway, I think that if you've got Harden and Irving on the floor, Booker and CP3, both, or at least one, is going to be in a pretty favorable matchup. So I think the Suns could beat the Nets. Do I think I would give them more than a 50% chance? No. But that wasn't your question. You said could.
Yeah.
So I say yes, they could. I would give them a better chance than Utah. I would give them a better chance than Denver. I'd give them a much better chance than Milwaukee now. Philly's going to be interesting just because I don't think Philly matches up well, but they have a huge advantage with Embiid. I just don't know if Embiid can stay at this level dealing with the injury he's dealing with for the rest of this series and the next. Like, that's a big ask, man. That's another 6 games where he's got to carry this team. I mean, single-handedly is probably more than, that's probably an overstatement, but almost single-handedly. I don't know if but I would give the Suns a better chance than anybody else.
Yeah, just thinking about the teams that are left, right? Like, who can beat the Nets like normally, if we were having this conversation a week or whatever ago, I would have qualified that with like, provided there's no injury or whatever. Well, look what they're doing in Milwaukee with a significant injury. They don't have James Harden. So I don't even have to include that in the conversation.
No.
Who do we feel can beat the Nets?
Milwaukee?
I think Philly could maybe beat the Nets. I don't think Milwaukee can, apparently. Atlanta can't. Okay, so it's Philly or finals. It's Philly or finals for for the
Well, I mean,
and over in the West.
But that's because there's only 2 rounds left.
Right, I know, but I'm saying whoever they face in the next round, like if it's the Hawks, I'm like skip the series. Just roll right past it. If Philly doesn't get by Atlanta and Brooklyn has to play Atlanta, just skip it.
Trae Young on line 1.
It's like a bye week or like a bye week in the NFL. It's in the playoffs. Like you skip the wild card round. That's what Brooklyn would get to do with Atlanta. Like you're just
really
just a bye into the finals is how I would view Atlanta for Brooklyn. That's
really okay.
Yeah, I do. I don't take the Hawks serious. Like, all due respect, Nate McMillan. No, I don't see it. And then over in the West,
even if they beat Philly, you would feel that way.
Yeah, because if they beat Philly, we're going to say, well, Embiid was hurt. That's what's going to happen. It's not a full strength Philly. Now, if Embiid plays out of his mind, a la, the way he did last game, the rest of the series, if he does that all series and there aren't these lingering injury issues or he misses time, whatever, like he plays the top of his game and they still lose, maybe I'll change my tune. But for right now, I'm still looking at it as you brought it up earlier. Can Embiid be that? Can they stay healthy? So that's how I view the Hawks. Over in the West, I think the Clippers could. I don't think they would. I think they could. I think the Suns, I'd root like hell for them. I'll tell you that right now. But I think they could. Utah, nope, don't see it. And Denver, I mean, no, I really don't think so. I don't.
They're down 0-2, so.
Yeah, but even if they
have
did
to get there
miraculously come back and win the series, I still don't think I would believe they.
I don't think you could.
Brooklyn.
I don't think. Yeah. I don't think Denver could with that backcourt.
Yeah.
Grant, by the way, already has the bonus. Jakeem Grant has 4 catches, over 100 yards, and his touchdown. So. Well, if the Suns are in the finals against the Nets, what?
He had that one catch for 80-some yards?
Yeah, and he's finished it off. He's already there. He's got the bonus.
Yeah.
And wide receivers don't lose the bonus typically, so we don't have to worry about that. Running back sometimes will, where they'll get over and then lose some yards. If the Suns are in the final against the Nets, you and I might have to get like those Suns Valley shirts or something to wear on one of these. Right, like after the time we spent together in virtual Arizona, I feel like we owe it to the people of Phoenix.
We do. Even though I don't love them, we can get the Valley alternate fumble.
Well, no, let's not get the jerseys. Those are. Let's go with.
Yeah, fine. We'll get the jerseys. We'll get the.
There we go.
In support of our Phoenix fandom.
They do have them. They have them. I'm looking at them here.
I'm in.
As long
as there isn't a Suns logo, we can wear it. As long as it's just like the Valley logo or whatever. That's
fine. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Terrelyn, check with you. Are we okay to do that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're good. All right, she said yes, we're good.
Sure. So I don't know. I'm not guys, I've already moved on to the in-between Sims program.
Hey, she said sure.
I do know, and the answer is sure. You know what?
Parker. Oh, no, it's Breida. Check down. Fighting for the first. Not gonna get it.
This is gonna sound really
no, they did.
contradictory.
No, they're ninjas.
This is gonna sound really contradictory, but even though I don't love the jerseys, I like the t-shirt.
I kind of am with you. I mean, I like the jerseys, but I like the t-shirt too. All right. There we go.
Everyone's like, sure. I do know, and the answer is sure.
So, do you want to go CP3? You go CP3. I go Ayton.
Yeah.
You can throw me lobs. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Perfect.
Sure. Good
day.
answer.
Sure.
I do know the answer. Sure.
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 We'll just build. We can invoice.
Hey, there he
Those
again. DVP.
This is our manure right here.
Bob, where you at? Our boy, DVP. Getting work done. I've never called him DVP in my life. I won't ever again. It's just a one-day special, everybody. Don't worry.
I gotta look to see where I am in this ridiculous contest. Like I have to somehow find this frustrating.
Should we be Ayton in CP3 or Booker in CP3? Or Booker, Nate?
I mean, like, I don't know. Who do you want to be is really the question. Like CP3,
I want to go Ayton.
Seems to work for me. Like I'm aging, I'm a little broken down, I'm overpaid, but I make people around me better.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll let the chat decide. Chat, do you want me to be Booker or Ayton? I think that locked you into CP3 right there. Like you just made a very strong case for you to be CP3.
Must be a Philly fan because he says crap takes Kaufman, and he's been coming at me ever since I was critical of the Sixers. Your name is crap takes Kaufman. I mean, doesn't have a terrible ring to it. $21-7 Miami.
21-7 Devontae.
Hey, producer Tara Lynn, since you are a producer and since you know things, do tell. What should Reed and I talk about on the All Sports show? What's Reed want to get into? What can I tease for the people here? With about 6 minutes left.
Big golf. In Hawaii.
Oh, must
Flag
be
on the play.
The hot Atlanta guy. That's what it is.
Bobo says Booker.
Your Booker or he's getting Booker?
No, I'm Booker.
Okay. I didn't know if Bobo was joining getting a shirt too.
First round reactions to the golf. That's what Tara Lynn said.
So let's see. First round
like
reactions to the Palmetto Championship.
The one time only, limited edition. You'll never see it again. Well, maybe you will, but
Aaron
at least
Rodgers
it's not.
Talk.
At least it's
Julio
not
with
planned.
the Titans.
Yep.
We could really psycho-analyze, like dive deep into that first day of school photo for Ryan Fitzpatrick. Ask if Reed has watched Loki yet.
What do you think? Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, I was going to go with no as well. Although he did have a long flight.
True.
Still no.
I think.
But it might have been early. I think he was there before. So yeah,
I was just gonna say that. I think
There's
he
no
got
way he took time in Hawaii to watch it. No.
He's taking time to do this stuff, though. So
If I was in Hawaii, I don't think I would have watched it. Right. But I mean, this is kind of. I mean, it's his job. He likes it. That's what he does.
Bobo says,
Breaks
talk
down
about
well.
how Loki is related to sports. I don't know how it is, but you guys could find a way.
I think you just did.
Loki's the villain. Loki's the heel, man. Loki's the NWO.
Lakers. Oh, sorry. Did I say that?
Lakers. On the Lakers, by the way, and I didn't. I'm sure there's a full explanation here for this that I just haven't read. Why? This wasn't written in the article that I read, so this is my own personal speculation. Is LeBron so superstitious that he's going back to the number 6 from 23 after a bad year just because they won a championship in his first year when he wore the 6 went to 23 and they go out early and now he's going back to 6? Russell Gage, thank you, sir. He's in both our lineups. What why is LeBron after 1 year switching back to number 6 again? What's happening here? Why is this a thing?
Is this a real question you're asking me? Because I have no idea.
I'm just curious.
I don't know.
All right. And he's doing it after the release of Space Jam, I guess.
Maybe let me. All right. I'll just do a Shannon Sharp here. Call LeBron and find out. Just kidding.
Yeah, send him a text.
I know. I was going to call him, put him live on the air. Isn't that what you do?
Yes, FaceTime him. Solomon says, Koff, you have young kids. I do. For a 5-year-old, what's a good superhero show or movie? We watched the Spider-Verse, and that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I like Spider-Verse a lot. Abby Rizzle says he's wearing 6 in Space Jam. That's what I was wondering.
So he did it for the aliens.
So Solomon,
maybe Loki will be in Space Jam.
5 years old. I mean, like the Lego Batman and stuff like that would be good.
Oh yeah.
Little kids.
Good call.
Here, and there are the like Lego Avengers. There's a whole bunch of Lego stuff that you can
right, because the violence is literally Legos falling apart.
Legos breaking. Yeah. So there's no real violence to worry about, but it's still got that superhero theme to it.
Yeah.
I think 5. Yeah, like if we were talking about like 7, 8, I'd branch out a little bit, but 5, I think that's around where you'd want to live.
Yeah, and even like the Lego movie has Batman in it.
Yep.
Lego movie 2.
Everything is awesome.
It's true. True.
By all means, though, chat, Sim fam, help Solomon out if you have ideas.
Will Arnett's a pretty good Batman. At least the over-the-top Batman.
He's just got a great voice for it. He's got a great voice.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all he is. He's the voice. He's not.
No, but I just mean like
that's their character.
It's got to be more in the tone, right? Like I mean, like Alec Baldwin has a good voice. That
yeah.
You gotta have the right personality and diction.
Yeah.
Too.
So your scoffing was not. It was an agreement, not in disagreement. I thought at first you were scoffing at my take that he was a good Batman. I was like, no,
it was like it was like I can't even get over what a good take that was. But, I mean, it's the best. You know what I mean? One of those.
I thought you were like, oh, how dare you think that?
No.
Like if I had said Ben Affleck is a good Batman, that would have gotten a very different reaction.
So Ben Affleck was not George Clooney was a bad Batman.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, fair enough.
He will admit to that. I think Ben Affleck, like, while I don't enjoy the movies in which he is Batman, his portrayal of Batman is not bad. It's just a different Batman. It's an older, like, I hate the world, gruff Batman. But I don't object to his Batman. Bert says he was a good Bruce Wayne, I thought. Yeah, he was. But he was that loner, again, like, I just want to be off the grid sort of Batman or Bruce Wayne versus, the Christian Bale, Val Kilmer, Playboy Bruce Wayne.
Right. The later.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne.
Michael Keaton was kind of between. I mean, he's my favorite Batman, but he was kind of between the two, in terms of like he wasn't
where in the canon,
but he wasn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't totally miserable either.
Speaking of Batman, Reed Fowler is coming up next.
I don't see him wearing a cape. Didn't bring his cape. No mask.
Yeah. Well, you
Not
you
all
don't
heroes wear capes. Cough.
That's a good point. It's a great point. He's Batman. T-Pie, K-Cough, who do you believe is the best actor? Best actor to be Batman, regardless of whether they played the role in the past or not? I like that question. Who would be your?
So is it?
Who would you cast as Batman? Basically, is what he's saying.
Wow.
Supposedly Robert Pattinson's going to do a good job. That's what the people believe. I'm not sold on it yet. I need to actually see the movie. I wasn't wowed by the trailer the same way everybody else was. Who would you cast to be Batman? Julio Bonus. Thank you, Bert.
Gage with the catch there. So a lot of Atlanta wide receivers putting up good days. Check out the contest while Koff ponders Batman things.
I mean, I'm going to be thinking about this all night.
I know. Well, you're going to be here with the people all night, so you can keep them up to
this in the next 60 seconds.
Okay.
So
we're talking a reboot, basically, right?
Yeah, like if you're starting a Batman franchise, who is it? Anna says Glass should be Robin and Ducey could be Batman.
That was not your first choice, was it?
No, we're gonna need someone with a little bit of a deeper voice, I think.
I'm voting Reed. He can be Batman. Jeff can be Robin. Break down all the golf while they save the world.
Sure. Like the sound of that.
Julio Jones has 26 fantasy points. It's very quiet, but it's a good day. It's a very good day for Julio. Is he Krusty Koff player of the game, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. It's probably Grant.
Producer Tara Lynn, a very important question. Did you Instagram message me something not nice and unsend it? I didn't even know that was a thing, that you could unsend things on Instagram.
Whoa. The drama is real.
Right?
The soup is thick.
Got a notification from you.
Uh-huh.
Now it's gone. It's missing. She's like, no, I stand by my DMs.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. God. Yikes. Let's talk about Krusty Koff since they're,
let's do that.
Down.
Yeah.
Krusty Koff winner for this one is Jakeem Grant. Hit the bonus, had the big long touchdown, 23 fantasy points, owned in under a third of lineups in our smaller contest. And he was pretty much the key to being in the very top. The leading lineup as of right now, as scores still being updated, did have Grant in that captain spot, as just 0.7% of people did. He had over 35 points in that captain spot. So he is the Krusty Koff player of the game. The Not My Kid Award, Albert Wilson, come on down in my lineup, in a lot of lineups actually, and didn't do anything. So sorry, Albert, not your day. Also, I know we talked about him a little bit in the open because we were, talking lineups, and Younghoe Koo has not done much either. He was in not as many lineups though as Wilson, so that's why Wilson gets the Not My Kid Award for this one.
Tough build.
So are you gonna toss to yourself now?
It's a great question.
Or
it's
gonna toss to Reed? How does that work?
We're gonna find out all together. I'll tell you that right now.
I toss to Reed.
You could do it that way.
I mean, we coordinated our outfits somehow, which is
just want to shout out Daquan, who is a projected winner of our early bird specialty. Zach has clearly requested to work only with Koff free roll. Grant in the captain spot, 0.7% owned. Jones, Breida, Gurley, Parker, and Gage. That's a nice, well-rounded build.
I just mentioned that, and 0.7% ownership where you were lost in Batman.
I'm emphasizing
Come on
it.
back.
That's a very low number.
It is.
Like, that can't be highlighted enough, 0.7%.
I think how many people are in this contest? Yeah, it's one person, man. He's the only one.
Yes, Daquan, you deserve it. Daquan by himself. Daquan is the Krusty Koff Award winner. Forget Jakeem Grant's Daquan being the one person bold enough to roster Jakeem Grant. All right. Well, you're done until the next time you work with me. So
cool. Next week, see you Monday.
I look forward to it. There's another sim on the way in less than an hour. But Zach Thompson, let's golf clap.
Aloha.
Let's golf clap him out of here and say aloha to Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler, joining us from Hawaii. I always like to. I never say it to Reed's liking. I always try. I do try. Give it.
No,
to me.
you don't.
Give it.
No,
I
you
do.
don't.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
No. See, when you pause like that and you have a stupid smirk on your face, it's not really
I
trying.
always have a stupid smirk on my face.
That is true. That is true. And I won't. Tarylyn and I are standing firm. I will not say it to you. You have to figure it out for yourself there, you big baby. TYSM. You're welcome, Tarylyn.
I'm going to Google it.
Oh, yeah, because the voice Google will tell you how to say it. Exactly. They're always phonetically correct.
This is the catch-all sports program. That's how you have to say it. Sports, like your voice is cracking. Reed T. Fowler, Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you. Our whole crew hanging out, except for Zach. Zach left. Who could blame him? Like I said, you're stuck with me a lot because I got the next sim with Christian. But for the now, I don't know, next 45, 50 minutes, we're going to really do whatever the heck Reed wants to and whatever the heck you guys want to get into in the chat. Obviously, there's much to be talked about golf-wise with the Palmetto Championship. That is underway. Hope everybody's doing well. We can get into some lineups and all that good stuff. NFL mini camps, Julio Jones out there with the Titans. There is a lot going on. We can talk a little NBA on the docket tonight as well with a couple of games going on. We'll also have our game watch. I'm guessing with Matt LaMarca a little bit later on in between the 8 and the 10 to talk a little bit about that. But I'm not sure as of right now who I'll be partnered with. But how are you, my friend? How's the weather back home treating you?
Doing well. I'm looking right now at the right side of my balcony. I can see the water, and if I look to the left, I can see the mountains. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool right now. It's a little windy, Koff. If I'm being completely honest here, it's a little windy. But I mean, everyone else who's in some pretty hot weather back where you guys are probably is wishing for some wind. But it's good. It's great. It's seeing family, seeing friends after a long time of not seeing them it's always good times. But you're waking up at like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, yeah, it's the time difference obviously makes for an adjustment for you. How long are you home for, by the way, before you get back?
Undisclosed.
Okay.
Undisclosed.
All right, just a one-way ticket, just hanging out.
Hey man, you got to live your life, Koff. You know what I'm doing? I'm deploying the Tarylyn ASAC business model of working where the sun is. If I can work where the sun is and get that Tarylyn ASAC money, then that's the goal.
That all sounds pretty good. I like the sound of that. So by all means, everyone, if you have questions, get them in, hit that like, all that good stuff, hit the subscribe button. Something that Zach and I were talking about this the other day.
Yep.
And he said, you should ask either Reed or Jeff because they'll be more knowledgeable on this than we will. I was positing how is if you're not like a Spieth or a Rory or a DJ or Phil or whomever, like if you're the last guy in the FedEx Cup standings, you are at the bottom when it comes to world rankings. How is the life of a professional golfer effectively that of a freelance worker? Obviously you don't get paid for tournaments that you don't participate in. You probably are not littered in great endorsement and sponsorship opportunities or appearances and all that stuff. How do these guys, broad strokes here, how do these guys, not that they're living paycheck to paycheck, but how do they make their money over the course of a calendar year? Or is it just we make enough in the tournaments we participate in that all offsets?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. They're all by business standards. They're all general contractors, each golfer. Right. So the Spieths, the Rorys, DJs, they're all general contractors. They're not employees of the PGA Tour. And so when it kind of gives you an idea that, the worst golfer in the world, right? Like and professionally, they are like general contractors. They are like when you're in that space, you and I and a lot of people in our industry are in that space for quite some time. And so you have to pick and choose what you're able to do. I would argue that, and this is just a guess, right? A lot of these pros, they're either PGA professionals. If they're teaching at their local course or local country club, they might be teaching pros. And then when they get the chance, right, to travel to certain tournaments, they're able to do that. They're all trying to qualify, right, on the smaller tours. If they're going over to the European Tour, the Corn Ferry Tour, all the mini ones that you can potentially make $5,000-$10,000 if you win. But that's the thing, right? That's why it's so hard, is that if you don't make the weekend, you don't get paid. And the guys even the guys that make the weekend and get paid, you're paying your expenses. You're paying your hotel, your room and board. You're also paying for your caddy stuff, right? So you're not just paying for yourself. You're also paying for everything else as well. So, it's a tough go, because if you're not playing well, and this is the toughest test, right, the PGA Tour, then you're not making any money. And you really have to, and you hear some stories every now and then of guys who are on their last $500 in their bank account, right? And then they win a Corn Ferry Tour tournament. And if they get into the top 25 in money earned on the Corn Ferry Tour, then that gives them their PGA Tour card for the next year. And then they got to keep it on the PGA Tour, right, based on how much money they make. So it's pretty tough, right? It's tough. You are a general contractor. If you don't make money, you're trying to do anything you can to make money and maybe pay your entry fees into the next tournament and then work your way up.
So it's not, again, like, it would be overstating it to say some of these guys are paycheck to paycheck, but maybe the ones at the very bottom are.
Oh yeah, and paycheck to paycheck, and they might not get a paycheck, right? Like, that's the thing, is they're going to work, but they might not get paid. Yeah. Now, granted, this is golf, right? We're not talking about this is golf. That's we got to keep perspective here.
Yeah,
it's a game, right? So, but most of these guys, though, like the ones that really want to play and they really want to do it, they're scraping by. It's like you hear this all the time, right? With actors or actresses who get their role, like, and when they have $0 in their bank account, and they finally get the role that's essentially given them their career, but they were working for 20 odd years, 10 odd years. Some of these guys have been chasing their tour card and trying to get on just the Corn Ferry Tour, because that's really hard to get on, for 5, 10, 10 odd years. And when do you call it quits, right? When do you say, okay, maybe I'm not good enough? And that's tough for any athlete to say, oh, maybe this is not my life, my future. This has been my life for the last 24, 30 years, but maybe this is not my future. And that's really tough. And so that's the ugly side of golf, is that you see some of these guys who have been struggling, pushing, and the majority of them don't make it.
So in the same way that you compare to an actor, obviously, like getting that one big break, like, waiting tables, bartending, whatever, like, I just need that one big break, that one big role, and they get it.
Yeah.
In the golf world, is the equivalent to that winning a tournament, or does it need to be a major tournament? Like, what is it that puts you on the map, that not only puts you on the map, but really like sets you up for, not for life necessarily, but for a long time?
Yeah, it's stages, right? I would argue that the guys, most of them, not like taking away the top guys, right? Like the Spieths,
we're talking about the
Brookses,
guys that most people haven't heard of,
right?
Like you said, just trying to hang on.
I would say making the tour is similar to getting cast, getting your role in a movie. Because when you make it on tour, then you're able to get to the tournaments and then essentially qualify, right? And if you're on tour, if you're the top 125, 150, top 200 ranked players in the world, that means you're either on the European Tour, you're either on, one of these, or the PGA Tour for the most part. And you get the opportunity to potentially make a lot of money, right? That's the big thing. Corn Ferry Tour, I'd argue, that's like one step down. Making it on that tour is one step closer, but making it, then giving yourself the opportunity, because winning you don't necessarily need to win to make decent money, right? On the Corn Ferry Tour, sure, like your goal is to win and to make money, but it's to win and be in that top 25 or top 25 to get to the PGA Tour. If you're in the PGA Tour and you get last place, I think it was Rick Gaiman on Twitter, is that if you came in last place every single tournament in the entire year, you're like a multimillionaire, right? Just like last place.
Yeah.
So
sounds
like,
pretty good to me.
Right, but then you have to make the weekend, right? It's like you have to make the top 65 in ties and so on and so forth. But getting to the tour is the big thing. Is that once you do that, then you're giving yourself the opportunity to make some money, and endorsements are probably going to come your way too as well. Maybe not the bigger ones, but if you're on tour, then the guys are going to want you to sponsor you, because maybe it's the golf clubs, the manufacturers, golf balls. Maybe it's not the big Nikes, but you're probably going to get some cheddar from some of these smaller companies that want to make themselves known.
Well, it's not just that too. Like Tara Lynn's producing this show, but producer Jordan, when we were having this original conversation, he sent us, and I think it was an article from Golf Digest or something, and it said like even Phil Mickelson, who of course like he's not shy for money or anything like that, but had one of his endorsement opportunities was even like a medication for an injury he was rehabbing from. So it's not like it's just like you said, apparel brands and that sort of thing that are available to these guys.
Right. And golf too, right? Think about the demographic that watches golf, right? There's a myriad of things that you could, or just like, 18 to 35s or 50 and above, like there's a myriad of things that you can do. And so with golf, and that's an interesting conversation, is like the business side of golf and how these guys make it. And there's a lot of stuff out there too that shows you, and there's shows out there, there's documentaries, and maybe not huge ones and not popular ones, of guys that are trying to make it, right? Living in their cars, sleeping in their cars, going from tournament to tournament, and not being able to necessarily stay in a hotel because they're trying to save up their money for the entry fees to get into that tournament. And that's just, if you win that means you can qualify for like the mini tours. And that means then you have to win on the mini tours to qualify for the Corn Ferry Tour. And that means, so it goes up and up and up. And it's similar to baseball in that sense, where rookies like on the PGA Tour could be in their mid-30s, right? Like you could get a guy who's like 38 and this is his first year on PGA Tour.
Urban Legend said, Fowler, miss you, buddy. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Now be careful with this, Reed. If Goff were a golfer, who would he be?
Oh, Graham Deliot. 100%.
Of course.
100%. Go back. First time playing Fortnite. I don't know if you go back into the Rolodex and the archives. One of the first shows that Adam and I did was a golf show. I forget. It was like PGA, Pre-Lock or something.
Yeah, it was like our golf. Yeah, so back in the day before we had the Sweat, which was an all-encompassing show, as people know, watching here at 11 a.m. We had individual sports shows called Pre-Lock Live, baseball, basketball, and
hockey. I think we had
golf. I don't think we ever did hockey. Maybe like one time. It just wasn't as big in the fantasy space, but yeah, golf, and I would do that with you, with Mayo on occasion, Jeff obviously.
Yep. Well, yeah, and he tried Graham. So Graham Deliot is a Canadian golfer, and golfers' last names aren't as difficult as hockey last names. Trust me, I know. But
none are as difficult as UFC fighters.
Yeah, true. But Goff was real. Like you could see, like he was trying, and he just couldn't get it. Like phonetically, you said it correctly, right? Like that's how you would say it, but it just wasn't correct. So Graham Deliot. He proceeded to say Deliot and then delete, and I believe we were on the show with Jeff.
Yeah, it's like
so it just made it even better.
Like it's like if I were just looking at your name, being like, is it red?
Right.
Yeah, it's like just looking at it and just going with it. Like, oh boy, I've never seen this. I've never heard this. I'm just gonna feel it out.
Yeah, I'd say Koff's humor is like, it's like a dry wit. So maybe he's like a Kevin Kisner. Kevin Kisner is pretty funny. Like he's a witty guy.
I'll take that.
Yeah, Kiss is a good guy.
Good. I'll take that. I just want to be liked. So let's excuse me. For Christ's sake, let's look at the Palmetto Championship at Congaree. I'm ailing, Reed. I'm trying, but I'm fighting here. So
get away from me.
Well, that's the thing. Virtually, you're fine. We're not right next to each other, so we're not completely through one round here on this Thursday. But some guys are. Doc Redman is done. DJ done. Both these guys in the clubhouse as the co-leaders at 6 under. Although we have others that are tied for first as well, who are still on the course. You've got Chesson Hadley.
There we go.
Chesson, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
He is just the one hole left. That is Eric Van Ruin.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ruin, yeah.
Yeah. He is also 6 under with 4 holes to go, 5 holes to go actually. But the best spot is Wes Roach. good old Wes Roach, he's 6 under through 11. What is your standout so far here today?
Yeah, we talked about Wes Roach on the Getting the Green with Jeff and I, and someone brought it up. So hopefully that person brought it was Ross or Wes Roach. I think he was in like the mid 6s. And someone I also mentioned too, who I liked, was Cheston Hadley at mine, who's right now at -6. That's a lot of golf left. You can't win a golf tournament after round one. You can definitely lose it. But this is the one thing too. Like Dustin Johnson, I wouldn't say is a standout, but he was someone that we talked about too. Is that his performances of the last week and a half, or month and a half, excuse me, have not been great. Especially not just by normal standards, like they haven't been great. Like by his standards, like they've been terrible. But like as an average golfer, they've been bad. So when you take a look at what he's doing, this is exactly what DJ can do. He can absolutely turn it on whenever he wants, shoot 6 under. Right now, what you're seeing with this course too is that it's going to be a birdie fest. And this is one thing that I struggle with Russell Knox a little bit, was that if it does become a birdie fest, I think Russell might have some issues, and he's at even par right now, top 58. Brooks is at +2. Tommy Fleetwood, Ian Poulter, -3, -2. So they're doing okay so far. Fleetwood is done. I think Poulter has a few more holes left. But the standout right now has to be these guys like Wes Roach and Cheston Hadley. They're in the $6,000 range. And this is why weeks like the Palmetto and weeks where we got maybe less a WGC because it's a strong field, it's the top guys in the world competing. These type of tournaments, and this is similar to what we see in the fall series or the fall swing when NFL starts and golf is coming back up after the Tour Championship, is that you get these fields that feel a little bit more like Korn Ferry Tour fields, where you can get players like the Wes Roaches, the Chestons, the Nick Taylors, their Danny Lees at -4. You can get them at the top of the leaderboards, and you can make a lot of money because a lot of these guys, most people don't know about. Most people don't know about Wes Roach. Most people don't even know about guys like EVR or even Johnny Vegas. Maybe more so like Johnny Vegas, but there's some names up here that you don't necessarily see all the time. So it can be a lucrative week for both these guys to make sure that they get a win. If they get a win on the PGA Tour, that is like the ultimate, right? It's 2-year exemption on tour where you can set your schedule. You don't have to worry about qualifying in terms of the money. So winning a tournament like this for these guys, these secondary, tertiary guys, not so much DJs or Brookses, it's huge for them because it's job security.
Any big disappointments for you so far today? I'm just looking at the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Looking to see who's over, who obviously is off to a rocky start. Who stands out to you?
Yeah, Sanjay and Lucas Glover. I think these two guys, and this is what I worried about when I was writing my the Pivot article, is that Lucas Glover is an ambassador to this course, meaning like he was really lobbying for this course to be played in a replacement of the RBC Canadian Open, and it finally did. I think he's a member here. I believe this course is private. I'm not too sure, but anyway, this is one of the courses that he plays quite a bit, and so he was coming in, and he was like second in strokes gained total like the last 24 rounds. So he was getting a ton of ownership, just flocking towards his ways in the high 8s, I believe. And now he's at +4 through 15. It's not great, right? And that's the one thing that playing in your hometown might be harder than a lot of people anticipate, is that you put so much pressure on yourself to play well at the tour, at the place you always play. Maybe you have friends and family that are in the stands or in the crowd, in the audience. But like the course looks different. The course is going to look different than when he plays regularly, as in comparison to what it does on the PGA Tour, how they set it up. So he's at +4, and then Sanjay's at +4 as well. I shot 75, and that's the one thing that you worry about Sanjay, is that this is what he does. Like he might come out and shoot 5 under tomorrow, but one of his rounds, for whatever reason, and maybe he's just going through some things right now, it's just not great. So both of those guys, Sanjay and Lucas, are disappointments so far.
Brooks Koepka's 2 over as well. And he's not done. He's got a couple of holes still to go, but where'd you view him coming into this thing?
Yeah, he was another, he was someone that I was trying to figure out, between the two, right? DJ and Brooks. Brooks was coming in on way better form, but we all know that Brooks before major or any tournament sans major, he doesn't necessarily turn it on, right? I mean, we just saw him, come runner up to Phil Mickelson in the PGA Championship. Then all of a sudden now, the next tournament out, he's +2. He looks like a completely different golfer. Maybe he gets it back. Is it a disappointment? I'm not surprised, but obviously as one of the best golfers in the world, it's disappointing at +2. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. He did double, I believe, number 8 or his 8th hole today. But even then, right, it's just kind of like this is what he kind of does. He kind of meanders, pre-tournament or pre-major. It doesn't really show up. And then next week, you'll see him at Torrey Pines and he'll be leading the GD thing. And like he shoot -4, -5 in the opening round. So like it's not surprising. I would not put stock either. If you like Brooks next week and his number drifts down because of this, or drifts up, because of this, then just hammer it. Because Brooks at a major, silly. He was coming in like plus 5,000 at the PGA Championship, and it was silly for anybody to not take a look at that. He's not going to be that at Torrey, but if it drifts to a number that's more to your liking, hop on it because Brooks at a major, peanut butter and jelly.
Van Rooyen, new leader. He's got 1 stroke advantage on the field, 7 under through 14. What's that going on the wall behind you, by the way?
Well, a lot of this way. I forgot cameras are opposite.
That's right.
A lot of it's like one of those. Again, this is something that you see in like those inspirational like pictures with the bald eagle flying over the mountain. It says like courage, taking the trash out in the dark type of stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just a lot of like sayings like change your world, be the friend you'd like to have, live every moment. Just some words to live by.
So without the pictures, it's like an adult version of a kid's book.
Pretty much. I think my favorite one though is speak up.
Yeah.
Speak up.
You do that.
Yeah, man. Because we're speaking.
For yourself, baby.
Yeah. There you go.
We've got you for about 20 more minutes. Any thoughts, any questions, comments, concerns, whatever it may be, people would like to weigh in on YouTube, Twitch, thank you. Please do. Look, it's just here. We need to accept it. We need to battle through it together, all of us. It'll be gone eventually, I hope.
Oh man!
But right now, it's a part of me.
Koff, I have a question for you.
Oh yeah.
Do the Bucks have any shot? Do the Bucks have any shot against Brooklyn?
This is people who have watched this, the stream. They've heard this rant before, but for you, I'll do it again. This is embarrassing. This is absolutely, positively. Mike Budenholzer might be looking for a new job at the end of this series. Embarrassing on the part of Milwaukee, not only because they are down 0-2, but because they have played so lifeless, so passionless, so poorly in the face of the Nets missing one of their 3 superstars and a bench that honestly, while it's played better, is not that deep, folks. It's just not that. Like when Blake Griffin is going all Paul Pierce after the wheelchair and having this second coming right now in Brooklyn, when the guy looked like he literally couldn't dunk a basketball in Detroit, it doesn't make a lick of sense. What Brooklyn is doing, absent a superstar to Milwaukee, is just kicking butt, taking names, and make, like I said to Zach earlier, I don't know if this was the intention, and I'm going to give the Nets credit. I'm going to give Steve Nash credit and say that it was not. But if I'm the Bucks, this is sure as hell how I would take it. For them to be up 2-0 and to be so incredibly confident, to be so cocky about where they are, to not even bother Reed with the mind games of injuries going into game 3. Like they could have done the whole, James Harden's a game time decision. We're not sure if he's going to be available, but hopefully he can. And like at least give the Bucks something to think about. You know what they did? They said basically, not in these words, but they basically said to Milwaukee, to Giannis, to Middleton, to Holiday, to all of them, they said, you know what? We just beat you 2 straight without one of our studs, without an MVP in this league. Handled you by 40 points last time out. It was a laugher. You guys stunk. You look like you weren't even trying. We're going to rule Harden out the day before because we don't even need to chess match you. We're that confident we're going to kill you again. So you know what? Game plan all you want. Watch all the film you want. Same lineup. No Harden. No Jeff Green, no balance. We got 2 guys try and stop them, and they can't. So will they steal a game? Maybe. Hopefully tonight. Hopefully they play with a little bit of pride tonight, Giannis especially, and they go out and they actually take a win. But are they going to win this series? No chance. This is just, it is ugly. It is embarrassing. The Celtics put up a better fight against the Nets than the Bucks are. And that should really tell you
I agree.
something.
Yeah, I mean, what, like Durant or again Kyrie are averaging what 54 between the two of them per game, and like Blake Griffin's averaging like, no, it's two games, but 12 and 11. And like, how much of Blake Griffin, and we'll get to NFL, right after this, so I'll say this quickly, is how much did Blake Griffin really like posture, his way out of Detroit? Like, oh, I can't dunk. Oh, I can't do this. Like, oh,
Well,
I'm alone. I'm sure like there was some truth to it, but he lived in LA for how many years? You don't think he took some acting classes on the side? He was in some movies.
Yeah, he's done some comedy.
He does some comedy. Everyone says he's like one of the funniest guys. Commercials, yeah. You don't think he kind of acted his way out of Detroit? Chow, please. Come on now. This is a chess game. These guys are playing 40. 40 chess. He wants a ring, and his best chance of it is in Brooklyn.
It is just it's unfortunate that they are so lifeless out there. Obviously.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
And what's unfortunate too, and look, I'm not a Nets guy. Anyone who's heard me on these streams knows I'm not a Nets guy because largely I'm not a Kyrie Irving guy, and that's enough for me. But it's not even just that.
Yeah.
None of them are likable. Like Kevin Durant with all the social all the social media stuff and like the burner accounts and just like incredibly sensitive and hopping from super team to super team. Like, he's not likable right now. Kyrie Irving, for a litany of reasons, is not a likable individual. James Harden forced his way out of Houston. Blake Griffin, limps to the finish, like you said, in Detroit. Other guys, like just reclamation project after, like they're not a couple of years ago under Kenny Atkinson, while they were not nearly as talented, obviously, they were a playoff team. They weren't nearly as talented, led by like D'Angelo Russell and company.
Right.
But man, they were a likable group because they were out there busting their butts, trying hard, good balance. Like, you had Jared Allen there, you had Spencer Dinwiddie, obviously you had Karis LeVert. Like, it was a fun team to watch. This team is fun to watch because of their talent, because of their superstars, but they're just not likable. And what makes them even less likable is the fact that they don't embrace the fact that they're not likable. Like, at least take the heel turn. Like, we said it earlier, take NWO heel turn and just accept you're the villains, you're the Monstars. Like, it's like nobody wants you to win, and literally, unless you're a Nets fan, no one wants you to win, even in New York. Like, Knicks fans especially, no one wants you to be relevant. No one is rooting for this, like, other than your friends and family and Nets fans. Everyone else in the league wants you to lose. No one is rooting for you to win. So at least embrace that. Don't be like the worst thing about, and I don't even know about Harden, he doesn't talk all that much, but the worst thing about Durant and Kyrie is that they don't seem to understand why people have a problem with them.
Yeah,
if they just ran with that, it'd be a whole different story.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, kind of segueing to football is like it's kind of like, and you can speak to this more than I can. It's no one liked the Patriots, right? No one, absolutely no one liked the Patriots. Not a single person outside of the 617, outside of Massachusetts, and the people, the expats, literally in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, did not like the Patriots. There were some people who liked them because they were a winning franchise, but to your point, they embraced that. Belichick embraced it. Brady embraced it to an extent. All of them did. He said, "You don't like us? Great, we're winning. So who cares?
Us against the world.
Who cares?" Like that, and that's the thing that I think that a lot of us as fans this is entertainment, right? Football is entertainment. Seeing Julio Jones in a number 2 jersey in Tennessee and that Honolulu blue, trust me, looks nice, man. Looks nice to see Derrick Henry and Julio Jones next to each other. And that's what we want. We want it to feel good. We want it to look good. We want it to feel good. And that's who we like winning. But trust me, as a Raiders fan and you as a Patriots fan, you get used to the people, like most of the people hating you for a myriad of reasons, but you just got to embrace it. And that's the one thing I think with the NBA too, is that you saw that with LeBron, and he spoke about it pretty like, he opened up about it, that he tried to embrace that. But that's the generation right now, I think, of NBA players, just in general generation, is everyone wants to be liked, right? Everyone wants to be liked. They want to get the likes. They want to be liked. It's a lucrative business to be liked, right? So all of them want to do that. I'm sure they have people in their camp saying, yeah, we could heel turn. You could be the bad guy, Katie, but like that's not necessarily going to play to X, Y, and Z. Who knows? I'm just speculating. But this is why football is exciting, because it's less about the player. NBA is all about the players. It's about the teams, right? And so when I look at the Tennessee Titans now, because you have a pretty there is some connection between New England and Tennessee. Do you think Tennessee is one of the favorites now to come out of this division, to come out of this conference as potentially ones to compete against Tom Brady again in Super Bowl, whatever it is, 50 something?
Division, sure. Conference,
yeah.
No.
Still KC.
Is definitely still KC. Honestly, Buffalo. I'm not totally going to roll over on Baltimore, even though they haven't shown it for us at that stage of the year yet. But obviously, they still got Lamar, the Madden cover guy, as we know, at least for 21. But here's my thing with Tennessee, and I've talked about this a lot on the Sims as well since the Julio trade. I've never been a big Ryan Tannehill guy, but he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Like, go out there, play your game, play the system. Like, you'll be fine. And he's perfectly good enough. I'm not sitting here saying, like, oh, Ryan Tannehill can't win a Super Bowl. Sure he can. So it's not that. A.J. Brown is an elite young receiver. He's awesome. Julio Jones, even last year when he had the hamstring injury and missed a boatload of time and only appeared in 9 games, dude still had almost 800 yards. So let's not at 32 question what Julio Jones can do for you. He could absolutely, if healthy, be a 12, 13, maybe even more 100-yard guy. Like, absolutely. And we all know who and what Derrick Henry is. But I think it's impossible to ignore. And I'm not even talking about individual talents. It's about the collective whole. You bring in Julio, who he's not damaged goods, but he's coming off an injury and he's older, so you don't know. You can't bank on what he is going to be. You can say, if he's healthy then, but you can't say definitively he's going to be in the same way that you can look at A.J. Brown and confidently say, obviously barring injury, but you can believe going into the year he's going to be X. Julio, you don't totally know what to believe. And you bring him in and you've lost Jonnu Smith, who was not a world beater, but put up some good numbers for you, scored 8 touchdowns. You lose Corey Davis, who was obviously almost had 1,000 yards. You lose Adam Humphries, who again we're talking balance. You bring in Josh Reynolds, who's a good pickup for them. So it's you're very top heavy. You have nothing. I mean, all due respect to Jeff with a G Swaim and Anthony Ferkser, but until we see it, you have nothing at the tight end position. Okay, so you lose Jonnu Smith, you have nothing at tight end. You have a top-heavy wide receiving core, and you have a running back who, strong as an ox, I mean, a world beater out there, but I'm just not sure it's smart business, smart asset management to continue to run him into the ground literally the way you have been the last 2 years, when last year he had almost 400 carries. That's not even total touches, almost 400 carries.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced that they are a true Super Bowl contender right now when you don't have a top tier quarterback. You have a great wide receiver 1 or 1A or whatever, and then your 1B or 2, depending on how you view Julio, is not a lock to have a great year because you don't know what he's going to be health wise. And Derrick Henry, I feel like you got to start to scale back the workload because he's 27 years old.
Well,
So,
the thing no, I think those are valid points. The couple of things I'll bring up is Gary made a good point last year for Derrick Henry, and we'll talk about fantasy football in a little bit, because I'm interested to see where you would, if Julio Jones was still available, let's say like 3rd or 4th round, would you take him? But Gary made a good point last year, and I believe Henry is franchised this year. Right? They tagged him this year because he was in a contract year last year. And his point was that what does Tennessee have to lose by running him into the ground, right? He'll potentially, and this was last year, we didn't know that they were going to tag him. And if he's not tagged, I apologize, but I think he is.
I'll look up his
and that's, and I think that's still relevant this year as well, right? Is that if he's tagged this year for 1 year, what's the problem of running him again 20 plus times a game? I think bringing in Julio is great for real football in Tennessee. Of course, Julio is an upgrade of Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith, right? Like, he just is. You saw with Green Bay, I'm not saying Tennessee is Green Bay, but you saw with Robert Tonyan, who was great for a couple of games, wasn't a marquee tight end, and it was the best offense in football. But the same way Green Bay did not have a defense is the same way that I agree with you that Tennessee does not have a defense this year. They lost a ton of players either in free agency. They just don't have a defense that I think can stop teams like Kansas City. If Aaron Rodgers goes to Denver, boy, do they become someone to contend with. The Chargers, right? You got a lot of firepower, in the AFC right now. And so Tennessee, when you're talking about Super Bowl contenders, the defense is where you really got to pick up steam. Maybe they get some people in the trade deadline. But right now, Koff, they're given 2.5 week 1 to the Arizona Cardinals in Tennessee. Are you taking that? Or are you taking the Cardinals plus 2.5 on the road against your I guess not your Tennessee Titans? Way too early. A lot of stuff can happen. A lot of injuries.
Just initial feeling. I would take Arizona. I'm a big Kyler guy. I love D-Hop. Obviously, I think they have. I'm curious to see what JJ is now that he's there. Not
their defense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a solid defense. On Derrick Henry, by the way, if I'm reading this right, and he was tagged previously, that is correct for 2020. But if I'm not mistaken,
maybe they didn't tag him this year then.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he has 3 years left on his contract. He's
okay. Okay, if he signed a new deal, then yeah, you're right. It was last year that he got tagged.
So if that's the case, and it says there's a potential out after 2022 with a whole bunch of dead cap, but if he's got, he's not a UFA until 2024.
Got it. Then yeah.
So he's got 3 years left on his deal. Does it make sense to continue to beat him into the ground? I mean,
I don't think you can.
None.
Well, it's not sustainable, right? I think there is regression to be had for Derrick Henry. I don't think he's a top running back. But for fantasy football purposes, Koff, and I'll propose this question again to you. If you got Julio Jones, and let's just take the Tennessee Titans, because I do think that downgrades to both AJ and Julio. If AJ was there by himself without Julio, I think AJ could have been top 2 or 3 overall wide receiver, getting 10, 11 targets a game on average. Because who else would they throw to? But now, if you see Derrick Henry, let's just do it with these 3 guys. Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Julio Jones. What round would you feel comfortable in? Just 12-team, half PPR. Let's just make it simple.
Man,
where would you feel comfortable taking Julio, AJ, and Derrick Henry? I'll go first. You can take a little beat to think about it. Yeah. I would actually take CMC. I'd probably take. I don't know about Aaron Jones. Like if Aaron Rodgers isn't there, like that's something that I'm trying to wrap my head around. Alvin Kamara without Breeze. Dalvin Cook, I would definitely take, but again, injury concerns. I'm probably forgetting some top guys. It's Saquon Barkley for sure. I honestly, I would take Joe Mixon. I think Joe Mixon is going to have a big year this year. I would probably have Joe Mixon close, and this is way too early. Like I've done really zero deep dive into my projections just yet for NFL. But Joe Mixon right now, to me, even Austin Eckler, some of these guys in terms of PPR against Derrick Henry, who I think is going to have regression. I think there's an argument, not to say that that's what I'm going to do right now, or excuse me, do back in September when fantasy drafts or August when fantasy drafts happen. But there is an argument to be made for these PPR guys. And that's what scares me about Derrick Henry, because if he regresses back, right, and he gets, let's say, 75% of his production and he doesn't get any work in the passing game, that scares me. So, second round, Derrick Henry is probably not going to be there, but I'm probably not going to be drafting Derrick Henry a ton. Same to go with AJ Brown and Julio Jones. I'd probably put them in late second, early third, like the Steph Diggs, the DK Metcalf. Terry McLaurin, I think, is going to have a big year as well with Ryan Fitzpatrick there. You start to think about, and maybe the defense is so strong they don't have to put up a ton of points. That kind of scares you, but it's Fitzpatrick. The guy just YOLOs every single pass. There's some receivers that I would rather have right now over Julio and AJ Brown, because I do think they cancel each other out a little bit.
So what I'm looking at right now, because I'm cheating. I pulled up.
Sure, that's all right.
I didn't want to forget anybody. So in not necessarily in any particular order, but I'm just going to read it in this order, but it makes sense. So looking at the top, McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Barkley, Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, who we didn't mention,
Yeah.
Ezekiel Elliott, who we didn't mention,
Right.
Nick Chubb, another guy to think about, obviously, like all guys who could conceivably go in the top 10, but certainly all more than likely round one guys. We know Derrick Henry, whether you view him at 3, whether you view him at 4, 5, 6, he's certainly going in round 1 to 12, team league. AJ Brown probably slots in mid to late second round, right? Because you're going to have DK Metcalf around there. You have Calvin Ridley around there. You're going to have, that's when you're going to start to get into quarterbacks potentially with Patrick Mahomes. Kittle and Waller could be there among the tight ends after, Kelsey had already gone off the board, obviously. So you're going to have that kind of, Justin Jefferson could be in the conversation around that time. Then you start to get to Julio, and, it's not crazy to think Julio could fall into round 4, because then you're going to have, you're going to start to think about Josh Allen, late 3rd, early 4th.
Yeah.
Maybe even higher, depending on how you view him. Mike Evans is going to be around there. Amari Cooper, possibly Kareem Hunt, our guy Raheem Mostert could be in around there.
Raheem,
Bobby Trees in LA. So that Terry McLaurin, Allen Robinson, David Montgomery, looking at, and at that point with Montgomery, you're already into like RB 20 practically, and you're still inside the first 35 picks. So to your initial question, Henry's absolutely a first round pick. I could see Brown slip into late second. Julio, I don't know. I'm not sure I'd reach for him in the 3rd if I think he'd be there in the 4th.
Yeah, I agree. I think 4th is fine. I think it's fine for Julio if he's your second receiver. God, Julio is your second receiver is such a crazy thing to say. But like, here's the thing that I always do too, Koff, and I'm not, giving you any trade secrets here, is what if it's Henry or like if you're number 10 or 11, if it's Henry or Travis Kelce, who are you taking? Right, because that's going to be an honest conversation that you're going to have with yourself on the clock. Is like,
Kelce. I'm taking Kelce.
Right, and I think most people would. That you're getting such an advantage at the tight end spot. Still, Kelce, like he's a wide receiver, and if you look at the running backs that are after Henry, it ain't so bad, right? It's not like you're losing. There's a huge drop off. So that's the one thing just consider. This is way too early. This is June. We're going to have our drafts. If you do super drafts or you do super leagues, super flex, you do dynasties, it's a little different, but or best ball. But a lot of talk. One guy that we need to mention though, because we're wrapping soon, Koff, is Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yes,
the guy who belongs
great
in the Hall
first
of
day
Fame.
school that he had there in Washington.
Yeah, Hall of Fame, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Right?
You're the only person who can make my Julian Edelman Hall of Fame talk not sound so crazy.
Right. HOF Ryan the Beard Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
There's a competition that they're having. I think it's all bull. Like this is
my butt.
Yeah, Taylor Heineke, you had your shot, pal. Yeah, as Jeff and Mayo like to say, you had your shot, pal. This is Fitzpatrick's team. and I think look what he did in Miami, Koff. Like, yes, the defense in Miami, towards the end, kind of the skids. In the beginning of the year, they played well, the defense in Miami.
Yeah.
But, Fitzpatrick had a lot of 20-plus games, fantasy point-wise. So, now you bring him to Washington, this division, sure. You have some defenses that can maybe step it up. Washington football team, they have the best defense, not just in the division, maybe in the entire NFL. Sans the Bucs, maybe. But like Fitzpatrick, like I mentioned with Terry McLaurin, I think it's such a nice fit. You got some weapons out there, right? You're bringing some players out of free agency. You got Logan Thomas, and you got Terry McLaurin. And with a young team, Fitzpatrick is, I think, the perfect fit. That's what he was doing in Miami. He had a young team, and what happened? He had that team firing on all cylinders. So I absolutely love Fitzpatrick in Washington.
Honestly, Reed, here's what I know. They're both going to play. They're both going to play, for one. And two, Heineke better hope he's the opening day, week 1 starter, because Fitzpatrick's absolutely going to get his opportunity, because there has never been a place that Ryan Fitzpatrick has been and not played. Like Cincy, Buffalo, Jets, Houston, Tennessee, Tampa, Miami. He started everywhere. St. Louis way back at the beginning. Like at some point in time, this guy will, and not like a one-off, like, he's hurt, I'm going to start. No, at some point in time, Ryan Fitzpatrick will be deemed the starter for the Washington football team. I think, like you, it's going to be out of the gate. But even if it's not, at some point it's going to happen, because it always happens. It always happens. You could put him on any team. You could put him in Green Bay right now, and I would tell you he's going to start at some point because that's just the way it works with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
You don't bring Ryan Fitzpatrick in to not do Ryan Fitzpatrick things, which is to sling it all over the yard. Cough. Last thing, they're 1.5. They're getting 1.5 at home against the Chargers week 1. How do you feel about that?
This is Washington.
This is Washington.
Getting 1.5 week 1. Oh man,
the Chargers got their defenses back. Yeah,
go Chargers. You got to go Chargers.
I mean, the over/under right now is 44.5. I'll probably take the over. We got if Fitzpatrick is under center, I'm taking the over in that. So
want a little Fitz magic.
Oh,
that'd be great.
I'm excited, man.
Well, great to be reunited with you, my friend. Glash had stolen my thunder for the last 3 Thursdays. So
yeah, he's down in Florida at Wawa's.
Yeah,
too much gas station lunch.
Yeah,
Wawa's is actually pretty good though.
I mean that's what he says. He says he understands the hype. He gets it
good
now.
Stuff. It's good stuff.
I mean this right here is good stuff. So I'm gonna take a couple moment break and then return with you with Christian DeAndrea for the next sim, which is coming your way. Excuse me, after I go cough up a lung. Bengals and Ravens. That's going to be a good time. Get your lineups in DK Sim Fan Friends League if you haven't. And this guy, Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler. From where? Where are you?
Oh, sorry, I muted because I was eating an apple.
Oh, sure.
I am in the 50th state.
Ah,
got you, Charon.
Yeah. Very good. All right. Thanks to our crew. Continue to hang out with us. We'll be back. Reed, enjoy that weather, my friend.
All right, buddy.
Okay, I'm back. I had a small glass of water, and I'm ready to keep talking. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. Let's move into the late classic side of the day here. 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim after the early bird special. Hello, sir. It's good to be with you.
It's very nice to see you happy and healthy-ish, I would say, based on the
mostly healthy, yeah.
A little scratchy, maybe the summer.
Yeah.
You get that summer drip and drainage. I get it, man. Happens to me as well. How are you, other than a little bit congested, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to have my voice back, which is really the biggest thing. There, you will still hear some involuntary coughs, which is there's no clever pun behind that. With the name, I mean, a lot of what I do is involuntary, but you know, just hacking up a lung is not generally what I choose to do. But there'll be a little of that, and if I anticipate it coming enough, if I can fight it off enough, like that one I just did, I'll hit the mute button or something like that. Once we get into the game, I'll try and you know, not infect anyone virtually here and keep it contained to me, my space, the DVD wall. That's what we'll do. What's your lineup here looking like?
Well, first off, look at you taking the DK Sim fan behind the curtain to show them that you are in fact mortal, that you do call.
way to show you're human.
Yeah. B, how often does the DVD wall get disinfected? Because I would have some concerns about that. Although to be
before
fair,
renting things out, that's true.
Yeah, and it's not like you're letting people like glash in your house anyway, so safe.
No,
my lineup for this.
You did hear about that one infamous sim, though, I hope, a Madden After Dark, when I surprised, well, not I, but like collectively, we surprised the DK Sim fam partway through the game, first quarter break. I'm doing the sim with Rossi, and Glash just walks behind me.
What?
Yeah, and he pulled up a stool and he just sat behind me and taunted me and Rossi throughout our entire sim.
Let him into your home. I thought
quite a time. Yeah, I let him inside.
All right. Wow. I had no idea. That was the kind of household you ran. The kind of household that allows Glash to be inside.
Well, like you think of him like an animal, and it's hard not to. But I'm kind of happy that he's vaccinated, just so that I can say, like, no, we let Glash in. He's had all his shots. Like a rabies vaccine or something.
Yeah, I don't know where he is right now, but he posted a picture of a Wawa, and I was like, oh man, he's somewhere around Philly, and I'm a little bit jealous.
Florida. He's in Florida.
Right Wawa in Florida? What?
Yeah, he's in Florida.
I didn't know Wawa's reach had extended that far, and now I'm a little bit angry they don't have him out here in Wisconsin. Although we do have Quick Trip, which is good, pretty solid. The sandwich game obviously cannot compare because Wawa undefeated, cheap, great meatball subs. I miss it dearly.
You're as you digress. Your lineup, sir.
I stacked up the Ravens in this one, obviously, because they're the Ravens. They're playing at home against the Bengals. It should be a bloodbath. But I do have a Bengal in my captain spot. That's my guy, CJ Uzama. I have him and Johnny 5 Sticks, my 2 token Cincinnati players. Then Lamar, Mandrews, Mark Ingram, who was like, I had the extra cash and I could have gone with Dobbins. And I was like, Dobbins is so hit or miss. Let's just go with the goal line snipertude of Mark Ingram, former Raven, current Houston Texan, and then the Ravens D as well. So a little bit bipolar, putting a Bengal skill player in the captain spot, and then also leaning hard into that Ravens D, but we'll see how it goes. What about you, Koff? What does your lineup look like for this happy hour sim?
So I don't know what kind of influence or control I have over the DK Sim fam, but I wish I had brought this up during the last sim when I meant to. I truly meant to, and I didn't, and now I'm mad at myself because I feel like we really could have had some fun with this. This right here, if you didn't notice, Christian, or anyone else, is called the happy hour. Let's just all Captain Lamar and see what happens. So I was kind of hoping, you know, we got 142 entries for our small free roll. I was kind of hoping everyone would Captain Lamar and we could all just see who wins based on the differentiation of the entire flex. But you know what? In fairness, people either responded accordingly to some degree, or it's just, hey, this is the matchup with Cincinnati and this is what we get.
Yeah.
But I have never, ever, in all the Sims that I've done going back to Madden 20, Christian, seen a higher percentage of ownership in the captain spot. To reiterate, ever.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson is 66.2% owned at the captain. At the captain. I've seen 50, 55, and even he's 54% owned in the captain in the larger showdown. But in our small one, 66%. He's 95% overall. So 5% of people did decide to be bold and fade him and hope that he just stinks and they can win the GPP that way. But 66% the captain. So here's what I did.
Okay.
Obviously, I captained AJ Green. No, I captained Lamar Jackson. I do have Green. I do have Uzma. I have Joe Mixon. We'll see what happens there. He's 22% owned. Tyler Boyd. It's your Boyd. And Willie Snead at about 24%.
Was it Snead that was super cheap today? No, it was
$3,800.
$3,800, which is
he was not expensive, but he's not good either.
No, he's been awful lately.
Yeah, I mean, he had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of his last 8 games, he has gone for single-digit fantasy points, and oftentimes only 3 or 4.
Yeah, like under 5, which is brutal. And then Gio Bernard
for like 2 catches a game, and you just hope he breaks one off and gets you some yards.
Yeah, and then on the other side of the coin, Gio Bernard going up at 9K. Like, does against the Ravens defense, does the Simland know something we don't know about Gio Bernard? Because I originally had Mixon in my lineup, and I was like, ooh, something tells me that if Gio Bernard is that expensive, the fantasy gods are on his side. He's going to do something awesome today. So I wound up avoiding him also because he's a Bengal. And I don't think the Bengals are going to have a very fun day. Although, to be fair, pretty much every Bengal out there right now outscoring Lamar Jackson, who, if you got him the captain spot, is currently good for negative 0.45 points.
Alana, 66%. It's crazy. We are scoreless, 2.5 in. We've got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Jim in ops. Hey, Jim. That's what Glash likes to say. And since he's not here, off vacationing in Wawa, Florida, or wherever he is. CDA, who, if you missed it pregame, and I did not do a good job of acknowledging. So when we come back on camera, I mean, you got a real Gardner Minshew look to you right now. What is happening with this stash on your face?
Yeah, the crazy thing is I haven't shaved anything on my face, and the rest of it, yeah.
If you look up close, you'll see. I mean, there's stubble there, but it's like white and clear and red.
So the only place that you are getting visual or visible facial hair is the mustache?
It's the dirt dash, yeah. It's real gross.
This really is Joe Dirt?
Yeah.
Something or other. Like, this is something.
Yeah, this is how it grows in now. For a while, I could get a full beard, and then, like, the colors would change on it, so I had to adjust for a minute just to make sure, like, the red and the blonde and, like, the brown all came together. And then all of a sudden, like, all this, like, real soft white started coming in. And there are also just some bald patches. Don't know where those came from or how, but, like, just random spots where hair doesn't grow in anymore. It's all real gross. And I'll get up close with it. You can see, like, there's some spots where there's still the dark hair, but, like, there's still hair over here, and it's literally clear, see-through, tiny hairs. And the only thing right now that's coming in of any measure is my gross dirt stash.
We're going to need to get that close-up look again when we actually do come on camera. How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
19 years old and already turning to the Just for Men.
Yeah. Sad, but fair. I got that Robin Williams disease from the movie Jack, so how it happens.
Chris, good to see you, my friend. Says, what's up, Christian Koff? First day back in 4 months. Yeah, where you been, man? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh,
apparently 4 months.
And speaking of Alana and Jared sent me a wonderful care package according to my Twitter DMs. I actually had yet to respond to the DM because I've been so overwhelmed by their kindness, but very excited to see what is coming. It sounds like it's going to be some sweet 1980s baseball cards, because the one hint I got on it was do not eat the gum, or do not eat the gum, your call. But I feel like eating some 1980s hard as a rock, ground down to a shiv, Topps baseball card bubblegum would be the next logical progression in the ghost pepper bed.
So it's funny you say that. I received the very same care package from Kilgore's.
Oh.
With a similar "Don't eat the gum" message, and I have so far I haven't opened the packs. I've opened the box. I haven't opened the packs, and I'm holding them off as a special treat for the kids, because I know when they see it, they're going to be like, they don't care if they've heard of the players. They don't care what year. They just want to rip packs.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be geeked out. They're gonna go crazy, and so I don't want to just like give them to them. I want to, like, wait till it's like, I don't know, they've really displayed good behavior for the day, or it's a special treat, or whatever. I want it to be a reward of sorts, like I felt it was when it showed up in the mail.
Yeah. I'm gonna open mine on stream, like we did with the Top Shot. I still have 2 unopened Top Shot packs waiting for a terrible sim.
Really?
Yeah. I started getting them. I'm like, we'll let them simmer, we'll let them marinate, and if there's an especially bad sim, we'll go from there. Joe Burrow, what are you doing, buddy? Oof, not great.
Brian asks, Conf CDA, who finishes with more total touchdowns in 2021 real life, Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson?
I think it's going to be Lamar, because I can see Lamar having a nice little bounce back season. I think the padded out receiving core is very much going to help not only him get back to that 2019 kind of level where he threw 36 touchdowns, but also lift the status of guys like Hollywood Brown, who again finished the season on the heater, was a pretty solid wide receiver towards the end of the year, caught like 6 touchdowns in 8 games, pretty useful. Mark Andrews fell off a little bit, didn't make the leap, but he might now that you have Rashad Bateman in town, you got Sammy Watkins. There's a good array of skilled players around Lamar Jackson this season. I think it could pave the way for one of his better aerial years. And Joe Burrow, I like him a lot, but he doesn't have the rushing touchdown upside of Lamar. And I feel like in a good year, he's probably only going to have 35 passing touchdowns, and I think Lamar might even beat him on the straight up passing touchdown numbers in that one. Although I do like me a whole lot of T. Higgins, especially now that he is stepping into kind of unquestioned X wideout role now that AJ Green is an Arizona Cardinal.
4th and 6, taking the kick. Who could blame him? From 33, no problem. 3-0 Cincy. That's Life Cena. Good evening, TK Sim fam. Koff Christian. Hello. What time's the first basketball game tonight? I see that our Koff Classic NBA has filled up for this evening. You all are wonderful, obviously. And let's see, I want to make sure I have a lineup before lock, obviously. About hour 16 away. Lineups lock at 7:30, 7:40 will be the tip for the first game. Good time to remind you folks, Lamarca and I will be together between the 8 and the 10. He's doing the 8 and the 10 sims, but we will be together between those sims for the NBA follow along, the watch along, keeping an eye on those 2 games tonight. So make sure you join us, get into some DFS and other sportsbook related talk. So we hope that you will be with us.
Nice. Sounds fun. I may tune in. I may pass out at 9 p.m. One of those 2 things will happen. We'll see.
Look, I mean, neither one sounds bad, if I'm being honest.
Lamar still in the negatives now. -6 rushing yards for him. So -0.9 if you are one of the 2/3 of y'all out there that captained him. I think Koff mentioned something about 66%. But
66% in the captain spot, guys. It's nuts. Waning seconds of this opening quarter before we get a look at Christian's Joe Dirt stash.
Yeah. Also, Koff, it seems like it's a nice clear night in Baltimore. It's not waning at all.
Ooh, this guy.
Yes.
This guy.
Yes. Yeah.
Are we sure you're not a wrestler?
I'm definitely someone's dad after that one. Woo!
Chris says, Koff send you a heads up NBA slate. You down? I'm down. Look, if anyone wants to do head-to-head NBA for the little 2-gamer tonight, send her over. Send her. I'll drop my username in the chat right now. Not that you guys don't all know it already.
So look, you can see hair, dark hair, white hair, This is kind of like an orange, like Garfield, but dirty. And then in there's a little red and brown. Yeah, no, this is all from like here down is shaved, but like here up has been growing for about a week. I'm gonna shave it all on Friday. I'm doing this for you, DK Sim fam, so you can see just how dirty things get over here. But yeah, it's not just the mustache. It is a full beard stubble that you just cannot see because I grow hair very bizarrely now in my old age.
That's a real Neapolitan beard you got going on.
Yeah, it's got something for everyone, which I appreciate. You know, I'm casting a wide net, and some ladies are like, I would love a mustache but hate a beard, and I'm like, look, ladies, I got it. But some other ladies are like, I want the full mustache and beard set, and I'm like, well, take a closer look. And then other ladies are like, what if your mustache was entirely flesh colored and looked like some blocky graphics from Windows 95? And then at which point I go, ho, 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 ma'am, do I have the thing for you?
How does your lady feel about all these other ladies with their preferences?
I mean, she's used to it right now. I mean, you don't get involved with something like this without knowing there are going to be some looky-loos along the way.
Oh, perfectly put. Lamar, completion. Emerson's forehead says, looks like Christian's ready to play some dodgeball.
I go back to like the sweat absorbing headbands. Get that one going. Yeah. For a while, I had a great like a Celtics headband I wore everywhere, and then finally got stretched out too much, and I was like,
That's not great.
Yeah.
Kilgore, if I didn't read this, says, I take no responsibility for 30-year-old gum consumption, whereas Alana, it said, do not eat the gum. It goes from cut you in the cheek solid to toxic liquid immediately.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure
liquid gum just sounds all kinds of disgusting.
So it sounds like they've tried it.
I mean, it's hard to know that without at least...
That's a very, very specific reference. You know something.
Ashley's calling for Lamar to Hollywood Brown. I mean, yeah, how many times do you need to see that in 1 week? There you go.
Yeah, see? So after a slow start, the Baltimore Ravens beginning to come alive. I had forgotten that there was a hypothetical franchise for the Baltimore market that was in the sweepstakes with Carolina and Jacksonville and finished a distant third, called the Baltimore Bombers, and their logo was just a B-52, and it would have been a terrible, terrible name for a franchise. Really like cheesy, like a spring football league type team. I'm glad they got the Ravens instead. I'm not happy they took the team from Cleveland, of course, just added on to Northeastern Ohio's woes for 5 straight years there in the end of the 90s. But I think Baltimore dodged a bullet there by being the Ravens instead of the Bombers.
First and goal, touchdown, Baltimore! The
We
Ravens,
have
not
there-
the Bombers, and it's Hollywood Brown.
Hollywood! Oh, I took him out of my I put John Ross in. I feel foolish, Carl.
Hit that like for Hollywood, folks. Do it for Hollywood Brown touchdowns, whether the Sims count or not. 28th touchdown in Simland for Hollywood. This is some real, chat VP consideration here from Alana. It says, Christian looks like he's downloading his facial hair using Deucey's Wi-Fi. It's true. Like we're back on like the old AOL dial-up days, and it's like it's just gotten to your upper lip and still working its way down.
Drink it in, Sim fam. Just for you. The other thing is, like, this
Daniel,
part of why-
mustache loading.
Yeah. What might be why it comes in so patchy. Just, like when I have stubble, I'm like, I keep like scratching at it and like stroking the non-existent beard I have, and it's like, So maybe that is owing to the weird colors and the hair going prematurely gray on my face. Or white or clear, either way.
7-3 Baltimore, early second quarter. CDA, AK, Mike, Daniel, Jim, all here with you. Thanks for being with us. Brian Liza is in front right now, marginally in our smaller contest with, you'll never guess, Lamar Jackson, the captain spot, 66% owned in that slot.
66.
Joe Burrow, Hollywood, who's got 16 points in the flex, 4 for 62 in a score. Boyd, and both DSTs. Bizzle says, Ducey went 2 for 2 on MLB picks. Not bad. Good for him.
Yeah.
We root for his success around here.
We do, or we root for him to be terrible. That's the way Kenny wants it. He wants to either be right 100% of the time or wrong 100% of the time. Because in Kenny's own words, the worst thing you can do is bat 500. Like, if I'm right all the time, you can follow me. If I'm wrong all the time, you can fade me. But if I'm only hitting like 52%, I'm worthless. And it's like,
Interesting view of the world.
Yeah, like, you know what? You live the gimmick and I respect it.
Chris says, Koff, my Madden $5 that I'm in has 70% Jackson at captain. How many entries in that, though? That's big. That's big, too. This might make you feel a little bit better.
Wow, there
Ross,
we go.
70 gun score.
Johnny, 5 sticks to the house. Let's hope he can do that for the Giants this coming season, because that dude deserves nice things. I mean, he shot up draft boards because he was very fast, but he was never that good at Washington. So expectations were always sky high on him. He just never was able to fill them because he was kind of one-dimensional, and B, he was hurt all the time. Now he gets to go to New York where, yeah, he's a little bit redundant with Darius Slayton in the offense, but he still got that 4.2 40 speed even after the injuries. And I wish nothing but the best for that man right there. A 14-point play, Koff.
10-7, Cincy in front. Still 5.5 left, opening half. Ryan asks, Koff, I apologize if you already talked about this. Did you watch Loki? And if so, what'd you think? As Lucky Thumb says, no Loki spoilers. Don't worry, Lucky, or anyone else. I would never do that to you. I always will stay spoiled. I mean, like, there's a shelf life. Like, if Loki came out 2 years ago, yeah, I'd probably spoil something.
I mean, you could probably throw some WandaVision spoilers in the mix right now.
You know, even that, I would feel it's a little early. You know, for me personally, I would be respectful of those who maybe just haven't gotten around to it yet. Falcon and Winter Soldier, obviously, same thing, which is more recent. Loki, to answer your question, and I have talked about it. I've talked about it a lot, so I will briefly touch on my thoughts, which is I've not only have I watched it, I've watched it twice. Because the first time I watched it, I felt I was mildly distracted. I wanted another clean go-through. Unimpeded, and I did that today just before The Sims, actually. Loved it, thoroughly enjoyed it. Tremendous start, great setup, and that's really what the first episode serves as a real solid setup for the next 5, in my estimation. It's interesting. Owen Wilson is great. The acting is awesome. I love the Loki character so much that I'm convinced the series is going to be great. Even if it weren't great, I'd view it as great because I love him that much. But I think it's going to be great. And it was very funny. That's something that I mentioned earlier that I got more appreciation for on the second viewing than the first. I feel like I didn't fully appreciate the humor in Loki the first watch through. Second time, it was like, man, that was really funny. So that is your spoiler-free review. If you've not yet watched it and you intend to, you will not be disappointed. And I now hate that I need to go week to week waiting it out.
See, that's why I always, at this point in my life, I understand how impatient I am. So if it's going to be something like that, I wait for it to go all the way through. Mayor of Easttown. Waited. I'm gonna start it up maybe next week. That way I can get through it in like 2-3 nights.
Yeah. So with WandaVision, I waited it out. I waited until that was completely done, and then I binged it over the course of a couple days or whatever it was. Falcon and Winter Soldier, I went week to week with it, and it wasn't that painful just because I only thought that was okay. I didn't think that season was incredible. Like, it didn't, there didn't have, WandaVision was much better with the cliffhangers than Falcon and Winter Soldier in my mind. Like, they would get to the end of the episode, and it was like, okay, well, see you in a week. It didn't kill me to, like, not be able to roll immediately into the next episode.
Yeah.
Loki, while it doesn't end on this huge cliffhanger. Again, it's more of a setup episode. I just enjoyed it so much that I want to roll right into the next one. So just, can't do that, obviously. But yeah, good time. I'm curious if our guy Daniel has watched it or if he's waiting until they're all done so that he can binge them. Because Daniel's big into the MCU.
So that's where I fall off. I have just not gotten into it. I think the only movie I've actually seen in the theaters for the past 6 years has been Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one. And
oh, really?
I'm way behind. I haven't seen any of the Thors, anything Avengers, just way behind.
Yeah, Daniel, like you. Daniel says he's watching. He's waiting to watch once a few more are out so that he can.
I know.
At least have a couple to go in a row. Who's screaming at you? Is that your dad?
Yes. He's upset. I borrowed the car last night, didn't have permission.
Right shot.
Went out and got some Tasty Freeze. You know how it happens.
Oh, yeah. CEH, is season 1 of Wanda over yet? Yes. Has been for weeks. Ended in April, right? Mid-April? Something like that. Or, yeah, mid-April, I would say. Daniel says, it is hard to resist waiting on this show. It looks like the best one from Marvel so far. That's how I felt even before seeing WandaVision or Falcon and Winter Soldier. This is the one that has been circled on the calendar for me. This is the one that I've been waiting on. But again, a lot of that comes back to just Loki and, caring more about that character and enjoying more that character than Falcon, Winter Soldier, Wanda, or Vision. Give me all the Loki.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard good things. I've heard Tom Hiddleston, kills it, but
kills it.
It's not on my. Also, I mean, a lot of this kind of depends on being able. I feel like if you really want to be a fanatic and get into the series, you got to watch them live in the theater, and I do not have the attention span for that.
I don't think you need to do that. I mean, not now. You can't anyway. So just, they're all on Disney Plus. Punt down at the 8.
So 2 banger punts there as the Ravens flipped the field, and now the Bengals have flipped it right back despite very little forward progress on either side. A game of punters indeed here in this starry night in Maryland. 2:18 left for the Ravens to take back the lead. Let's see if Lamar can justify that massive ownership today as Willie Snead paying off for that $3,800 salary with a catch there.
Our leading lineup features Lamar at captain, unsurprisingly, Ross, Brown, Mixon, Boyd, and Sample. Actually, that was true a second ago, and now it is flipped. Again, manual scoring, obviously, as we've hit the 2-minute warning. So now we have a new captain, Marquise Brown, 24 points in the captain slot. Jackson, Burrow, Andrews, Snead, and Bullock. Andrews in half the lineups. He's got a goose egg right now.
Yeah, no, he's an anchor on mine along with Mark Ingram, who is good for 0.2 points thus far, which, not great, not ideal.
So Alana says, I want to start a Marvel movie binge, but it's a big commitment. To which I would ask, how many Sims a day would you say you're here for, Alana? Because it's like if, you just skip 2 Sims, not that I want you to still make your lineups, but, skip 2 Sims and watch a Marvel movie. But it is a huge commitment. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there are, 24, 25 movies and then series to follow? And that's not even including if you were to watch The Shield or something like that. But even if you wanted to skip that and just do the series that have come out that are more directly connected to the MCU, yeah. I mean, you got a project ahead of you. I've started binging. I've seen them all, but just to refresh my memory before the new one, I've been binging the Fast and Furious movies so that I'm ready for number 9 and everything is fresh in my mind.
I heard Kenny got to see a screener of that. Like he used connections and and he's like, I've never seen any of the Fast and Furious movies before. And it's like, you can't just go in.
Huh?
Yeah, you can't go in blind into the 9th one, you not knowing what to expect. Also, I feel like
Who's
in
this
general,
guy Dom? He seems pretty cool.
yeah, I feel like in general, Kenny's going to find a way to complain about 9 Fast, 9 Furious, but not knowing anything beforehand is really going to throw him off. I feel like there's going to be a good 20, 30-minute rant coming in next sim Kenny Ducey does about how he understood none of the very, very complex and very, very intricate 9 Fast, 9 Furious galaxy.
Dean Murray says, Cough, I'm sure the DK bosses love that recommendation, LOL. Well, listen, I mean, you can't be here all day. Or can you? Hashtag team always here. Alana says, though, The Sims can be in the background. I need laser focus and silence for movies. I get that. I do get that. CEH says Kenny missed it. The sim went to overtime and he missed the screener.
What?
Good. Good. If he's never seen any of them and he was going to have a screener blessed upon him, he shouldn't be going anyway. That's karma taking over.
I mean, I feel like he could have just handed the sim off to the other person in the booth and gone and seen the movie and it would have been okay. I feel like we would have understood.
Yeah, I would have understood. Although I'll tell you this. Here's where I contradict myself. I would love to hear an impassioned rant from Kenny, as only Kenny can, critiquing Fast 9, having never seen the previous 8. I think that would probably be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get it. Maybe he's going to be emboldened now if he missed the screener to go actually pay the $14 or whatever it costs in New York City to see a movie and go get it out of the way.
Comes out June 25th, I believe. I think that's a Friday.
It is
We're
indeed.
a couple weeks out.
Today is the 10th, tomorrow the 11th. And I think the 25th also, Cough, is the day they open what was formerly Miller Park back up to full capacity and celebrate not only with a free 80s Ringer t-shirt for the Brewers, but also dollar hot dogs. And I may have to clear my schedule and go put down 6 pounds of nitrates and just kick back, enjoy myself. It's a long drive, and I don't know if I can make it's like hour 15 from here to the parking lot, maybe a little bit more because I'm on the west side of Madison. So it might be a little dangerous trying to get that done with a dozen hot dogs coursing through my veins. I feel like I would get pulled over and they would breathalyze me and everything would come back clean, and then they would test my blood for nitrates and they'd realize that I was a danger both to myself and to society.
Justin Tucker from long range, 40. It's good. 10-10 game. Final seconds of the opening half. Is this and people will see you in a moment, is this the new location for you? Is this the new room for Sims now?
Yeah, we've been going back and forth because the lady friend has a work from home job now, so she set up the home office, which was just really a storage room for a long time.
No, I want to be in front of the blue cabinets.
No, she's got a desk over there, so when she's in here in her meetings, I'm going to be out back in front of the painfully hand refinished blue china hutch. I'll be back there. I was there earlier in the week, and I'll come and go.
As long as the bobbleheads follow you.
Yeah, I got there. There were a few that made the cut next to an old mug version or picture version of Captain Morgan that came from one of our grandparents' estates. Can't remember whose, but yeah, no. So we still have the bobbleheads up there. I don't know if you can see them, but yeah, they get drowned out by the light a little bit.
Yeah.
And then of course we have this absolute unit right here.
There you go.
The 1967 gumball helmet,
like that
standings setup. Yeah, so it's a pretty good display over here. It's not bad. I got a desk too, so I feel a little bit more professional than actually working at a dining room table. It's nice. It's a good feeling.
And you look the part.
Yeah, I look professional, as you can tell. Right here is where you can tell I'm all business, and over here you see that I'm really dedicated to my job, whether that is growing hair or calling Sims. So I hope that everyone can take me more seriously now. that you can see.
Lamar 140 passing a score. Burrow, he has a touchdown and 99 in the air. Mixon 8 for 48, so maybe we'll get a bonus. It's certainly in play. Lamar only 17 on the ground. 77 on 5 catches for Hollywood. He's got a touchdown. Ross 1 for 72, but good enough to get a score. 39 for my guy Snead, and everybody else sub 20 yards and in many cases sub 10. Not great. We're going to quickly step aside because, look, you love the sweat. I love the sweat. We all love the sweat. Comes your way 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. And earlier today, the guys previewed tonight's NHL Game 6 matchup between the Colorado Avalanche and Las Vegas Knights. Must be nice when your team is still playing. The Knights lead that series 3-2. Can the Avs force a Game 7 tonight? Let's find out.
You can get Colorado to force a Game 7 at plus 120. I have a feeling up to this point how you guys are feeling, but is that too tempting not to take? Go ahead, Jeff.
It's definitely too tempting not to take. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days ago, if you had asked us, do we want Colorado on plus 118, we would have all rushed our bank accounts, just gone to the window, whatever. We would have laid it all down. I mean, this is ridiculous. 5 days, this is still the Colorado Avalanche. Nate McKinnon is still the best player, in this series. I could go on and on. I mean, I'll take them in a one game matchup here versus Vegas. Look, we've seen this in the playoffs a lot. Teams go on runs, they go through dips. I think the Colorado Avalanche are still the better team here overall. And again, seeing them lose 4 games in a row to Vegas, I mean, nobody would have even thought that was possible. I think we've shifted too far in the odds here at plus 118. I think at the very least, this one should be a coin flip. So I think you're getting extremely good value on the Avalanche. Are they going to be at home or on the road, in a Vegas madhouse? Yes, but Vegas is the one who's got to win 4 games in a row here. There's got to be at least like a little bit of burnout just in terms of the adrenaline that's running through this team. I think Colorado gets it done tonight, and I actually think they win the series.
Paul, how do you feel about the value here?
I feel like Jeff's wrong here. Sorry, Jeff, buddy. But it's been 4 games in a row that the Avalanche has been the second best team on the ice. That's not a fluke anymore. And we haven't talked about the reason why. It's the fact that the second line of the Avs has gone missing. They look like a one-line team right now. And that's the fact. And until they show that they have more than one unit, Nate McKinnon can play 30 minutes tonight. It might not make a difference. That's how badly they've been outplayed throughout this stretch. And I see no reason to back them because of that. They looked a second best team, as I said. I believe the momentum is squarely on the Knights, and they've convinced themselves that they are the better team right now, and I believe
All right. Thank you very much to the entire Sweat crew. Once again, comes your way 11 to noon Eastern time. That is Monday through Friday right here on your favorite DK channels, be it YouTube or Twitch, wherever you find us. We thank you for doing so, and check out that show because it is always a lot of fun, a lot of great information. And boy, Friday is upon us. So you got one more until the weekend, folks. But we have one more half of this game, which is not so far been as one-sided as many might have expected. That's for sure. 10-10 Baltimore and Cincinnati, and Lamar Jackson, despite the 66% ownership in the captain's spot, not doing a lot. Not doing a lot so far. He's not even captaining the winning lineup at this moment.
Yeah, 11-3 for Lamar, which, hey, at 22.6 pace is great, except Lamar averages like 27 per game, so en route to a below-average performance in this one. And that Bengal defense has been way better than I think anyone expected. I thought if they'd had the matchup advantage anywhere, it'd be that wide receiver 1 spot with Hollywood Brown going up against William Jackson III. And instead, Hollywood, a vital part of winning offenses in this one. And the rest of the Bengals defense doing a good job limiting big-time playmakers. Mark Andrews, Mark Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, all very low-key performances so far in this one.
So 10-all. CDA, AK, Mike Daniel, Jim. Oh, big sack to start off the half. Williams picks up his first. 2nd and 17.
Damon, I don't know how this came up with that recipe you threw in there. It does sound great. And Mr. Nick, yes, I will be there for the 40 home run Christian Yelich commemorative bobblehead. The Brewers have a great bobblehead lineup this year, in part because they are trying to flush out some of those 2020 bobbleheads they obviously did not have the opportunity to use. Every Sunday game this year is a different bobblehead, and they're going through like some throwbacks. So there's like 80s nights and smaller, and 90s you can get Robin Yount, and 2000s Ben Sheets, 2010s Ryan Braun. So I don't know how many of those games are going to make it to. Hopefully it'll be more than just this one, although this might be my only opportunity for a Sunday Pirates game, or maybe even a Sunday weekend Pirates game in Milwaukee in general. They don't play them. It used to be called. We would go watch the Pirates play at Milwaukee one of the last weekends of the year, and you'd always get like the fridge magnet with it, the schedule magnet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then you could see who they were. Yeah, exactly. So I got a whole bunch of those, not only from the Brewers, but I have some like 2005 Pirates schedules. I got some 2008 Vanderbilt baseball schedules. Vandy baseball, by the way, kicking off the Super Regionals tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central on ESPN2. So if you are so inclined, you got this on one TV, that you're watching the Dream Stream on the other TV, maybe something in the background. Why not tune into Hawkins Field and watch Kumar Rocker, see if he can reclaim the glory? Because it was 2 years ago, Kumar Rocker, as a freshman, elimination game against Duke, must win for Vandy. Rocker goes out there, 19 strikeouts, no hitter. Greatest pitching performance I've ever seen in my life. Kumar Rocker's an absolute stud. Expect him to be a top 5 pick when this year's MLB draft goes on.
I know you've got your love for Vandy, and you should.
That's sweet.
However, I got to tell you, I'm pulling for Virginia. I got to tell you, and here's why. You of all people, you keep up on what happens on social media. I assume you've seen this viral interview.
Oh yeah.
Back about a week, featuring relief pitcher Stephen Schoch.
Josh, yeah.
This dude,
awesome.
Kenny Powers reincarnated, man. This dude is, for anyone that is, just Google like Virginia pitcher Steven, and if you can't spell shock, but it's SCHOCH. This guy, I want to be friends with this dude. Like, this dude is unbelievable. He was talking post game after just a lights out performance against South Carolina in the NCAA tournament back on Sunday, folks. For anyone that missed it, was talking about how he comes in, fan offers, fans make noise, obviously. Fan offers, tries to bribe him with Dippin' Dots to lose the game, to like give up, the go ahead run out of relief, and he's talking about it. He like brings this up on his own, his post game interview. He's like, man, I was thinking Dippin' Dots are great. Like price of Dippin' Dots, like with inflation, they're outrageous. So if I lose, that's another day. That's more per diem. I could buy my own Dippin' Dots. Just goes off on this rant about, and Dippin' Dots are great, so I support that, and they are incredibly, unnecessarily expensive, quite frankly. But who doesn't love? Dippin' Dots, the ice cream of the future from 20 years ago. But this dude was just cracking me up. He was great.
Yeah, and Virginia has a pretty clear path back to Omaha now, because Dallas Baptist, came out of its regional, upsetting TCU. So now they get to, I think they get to host in Charlottesville, although it's called the Columbia Super Regional. So maybe I'm wrong. I have to double check, but yeah. I gotta look it up now. First off, Dallas Baptist is a team that clearly.
I don't know if they're through the Super Regionals yet.
No, they're hosting the Super Regional.
Okay.
If they're not hosting, then they are. And then they are going to be playing in. So yeah. So they must be in Virginia. I don't know why it says Columbia. This is embarrassing.
Your ability to use the internet?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they're playing at Founders Park in South Carolina. Why are they doing that? Okay, so neither team is a home team because they're playing. I mean, theoretically, the Cavaliers are closer as Lamar with tons of room and the juke to add a few extra yards there. So rips off about 35 on that one, up over 50 yards for him.
Still 10-all. 3 minutes to go third quarter. What do you got?
So Dallas Baptist and Virginia didn't put in any bids to host regionals or super regionals. So that's why they're having this in South Carolina and Columbia, where the Gamecocks would normally play in South Carolina. Did not advance this far, so we didn't have to worry about hosting that region. All right, I was going to say, I was like, is Columbia like a suburb next to Charlottesville? Like, what is going on? No. Anyway, neutral ground, two seeds, two teams that have a little bit of Cinderella upside to them, although no team in the Super Regionals right now, Koff, have a bigger Cinderella story than South Florida, a 4 seed in their regional, knocked off the Gators and then held on to win its regional there, so they could be vying for what I would assume is the first ever College World Series appearance in program history there. Me personally, I would love to see Vandy take care of business, win early Friday, win early Saturday, and give me the rest of the weekend to enjoy myself stress-free, but knowing this team, they will not do that.
It's a big boy run out of Lamar. X Factor lit, first and goal from the 7, final 2 minutes, third quarter. Can we break the tie? Quick pass completed and touchdown, Mandrews. Half your lineups, folks. First touchdown of the day, Mark Andrews.
Finally. It had been a minute since we'd seen that guy, but up into double digits in the flex just like that, putting some life back in those lineups. Mark Andrews, a guy I called out before. I think he's going to have a nice little bounce back here. Wasn't bad last season by any stretch. I mean, a year where most tight ends were kind of garbage. He still showed up for 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. Just didn't live up to the potential he set back in 2019, where he had 852 and 10 scores. So hopefully the rising tide of weapons in Baltimore will give him better quality looks and help him up that yards per target number and make him an elite NFL tight end.
So Alana said earlier, I kind of grazed over it because we'd like moved on in the conversation, but it's been like eating at me. It's been bugging me. And so now I want to go back because we have time to do it. We're a couple of creative minds, everybody in the chat, same deal, production crew, everyone, ops, obviously. I feel like we can help. We can be resourceful here. Talking about the Marvel movies, Alana said she wants to tackle this binge, and she said, I feel like I need a motivational poster or spreadsheet with goal checkpoints like people do for weight loss, but for progress on a Marvel movie timeline. So Alana, first I need to know, I think for us to do this right, you gotta give us a little bit into your home life in terms of like what your movie watching availability is, because we can't just set a schedule for you and you say no, like with work and my kids and Sims, that's just not feasible. So we need to we need to do this realistically. So I need to know, Alana, what kind of time do you have to budget for movies? Because these movies, are like, you got to allow yourself 2, at times 2.5, even when you get toward the end, 3 hours to be able to get through these things. And again, you got about 25, 24 to work with. So if we're going to do this, we got to do this right. And then we're going to hold you to it. We're going to hold you to the schedule. There are going to be check-ins. There are going to be quizzes. Maybe not quizzes, but enough that you will be able to prove you watched it without going to Wikipedia. This feels important to me.
I mean, again, I have nothing to offer here. I saw most of Guardians of the Galaxy in the theater, and that's about it. I saw Iron Man a long time ago. I saw Spider-Man while riding on a bus from Providence, Rhode Island to New York City in order to catch another bus in the middle of an 18-hour chain because my parents refused to either drive or buy me a plane ticket to get back to college one year. So that's about my superhero movie experience is real grim. I can offer no help in this situation as AJ Green picks up. Oh, I thought it was going to be a big first down there, but instead 4th and inches. So the Bengal comeback will have to wait here.
Alana says, well, riddle me this. Can our 5-year-old watch with us? She's fine with violence, but will it hold her interest? Well, I think we need to first have a conversation about your 5-year-old being fine with violence.
Yeah.
But second to that, so I do, in truth, my kids have not watched because they don't love violence, but friends of mine who have kids about the same age, and one of which is a 5-year-old, has watched them all and loves them. So they have held his interest. But I don't know, like it's to each the kid. She says, are they all rated PG-13 or PG for the most part, or R? I don't think any of them are R. Daniel, you would know that. Are they all PG-13, PG? Where do we stand? Yeah, they're definitely not R. I mean, they're on Disney Plus. We'll inquire as we're through 3. 17-10, Baltimore.
Yeah, Ravens with a chance to put this game away here. Need to go 80 or 78 for a touchdown, but with that Justin Tucker amazing accuracy and leg strength, only need to go about 50 to lock in a 2-possession lead here. And obviously the way they've been moving, they can do that pretty quickly. Lamar Jackson, 76 on the ground, so beginning to make good on that 66%. Captain's
He only had like 12 or 17 rushing yards at the half, too. That was a monster quarter for him.
And look at our guy, the $3,800 man, Willie Snead, 5 for 61. So double digits for him, double digits for Marquise Brown. He's got a touchdown. Double digits for Mark Andrews, who has the other touchdown. So if you stacked up Ravens receivers, you are having a pretty good day. Of course, you want to counterbalance that with Johnny 5 sticks, John Ross 2 for 84, and a touchdown for him.
All right, so Alana says we've seen Guardians 1 and 2, and she loves those.
Okay.
So fine. If she's seen the Guardians movies, you're clear across the board. If that's all I need to know. So I would say, what do you think? Because we don't want this to drag out. We don't want it to take half a year. What do you think we should hold the Kilgores to? Starting at the beginning, 2 movies a week? Do you think that's fair?
I think it's reasonable. It's a good pace to set, but I mean, I feel like
if you could do better,
you don't want it to become a chore, you know?
Well, I don't think it's a chore. It's just something you're gonna have to schedule. You gotta put it on your calendar. You gotta make sure it happens.
I mean, summer's a great time for it. It's not like we're getting fresh new TV anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We'll need something to fill the time.
All right, Alana, tomorrow's Friday. I'm not saying you got to watch one tomorrow, but tomorrow's Friday. We'll usher it in as the start of the weekend. That's how we're going to view it. I think you need to watch one this weekend, whichever the one. I mean, wherever you're going to start, and you can go. You can make the decision if you want to go in chronological order of release, timeline order of the movies. There are different websites that you can Google that will provide those for you, and you can decide which one you're most comfortable with. I personally would recommend, I think I'd recommend the timeline order. That's what I did most recently after watching them all originally upon release, obviously. So I've done both. I would do the timeline order, and you got to start this weekend. You got to begin this weekend, and then from there, see if you can get another one in next week. We'll go from there. We'll evaluate you as we move. Alana says in the summertime, we should have more time to delve into this endeavor. Well, good. Then, I mean, here we are. It's summer. Let's go. I mean, if summer's a few months, you should be able to bang through all these movies. And then you'll get to the TV shows. By then, there'll probably be another movie. Be perfect. $17-10, Baltimore. Bizzle says, can't wait for Cobra Kai cough when it drops. You said it.
That's gonna be close, right? The trailer came out like a month ago, right?
I honestly have no idea. I don't even know if they filmed it yet. Cobra Kai season 3, they had in the can, I think, if I remember right. I'm going to Google it. Cobra Kai season 4. When is the release date? It is going to be 2021, quarter 4, so sometime between October and December. Okay, so they must have shot it, or at least they're shooting it. Good. The Mac line, cough on Disney Plus. They have the Marvel timeline in order. Perfect.
Ooh, I feel like the timeline is the tough one to lock down, because are you going? Like, is it timeline within the Marvel universe or timeline within when they were released? And also the chat pointing out that Deadpool obviously rated R.
Deadpool's not part of that universe.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Because you only get like you get what, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and
you got some of the X-Men in there.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't recommend watching Deadpool movies enough. I love those. Those are not kid friendly. But don't yeah, but those aren't part of this, so you don't have to worry about that. Alana says, "What's the This is a good question for you. What's the repercussion if we don't get to a movie this weekend? Because I need to be motivated."
I mean, I can't, in good conscience, recommend anything bad to happen to you guys. You guys sent me this beautiful sign and apparently a wonderful collection of cards to open up on stream and some 30-year-old gum to poison myself with. So I cannot possibly think of a punishment for you.
So I feel all of those things as well, but I'm vindictive, so I can come up with a punishment. And I love the Kilgores. They know it. You know it. We all know it. But if you want motivation, here's your motivation. I think we all want to be heard, right? In the chat, on the mic.
Big first there.
We all want to be heard. So here's the punishment. You demand a punishment, Alana, I'll give you a punishment. If you guys don't watch a movie this weekend, we will not read you and Jared in the chat out loud until you've watched.
Oh, so shunning, like the ancient Mennonite practice.
Yeah, we will be walking around with the shame bell. Shame!
Unshun.
Shame! Shame!
Raven
and his parents say to their kids, "This will hurt me more than it hurts you." Because I love reading your comments.
Oh. Well, we did get a Patrick Ricard sighting there on third down. So Ravens crashing towards the finish line here. If they pick up another first, that will pretty much do it. Even if they don't, they can make it a 10-point game beyond the 2-minute warning, which make things extremely difficult for Cincinnati. Lamar jogging, gonna get it anyway. Just kind of flexing on the Baltimore or the Cincinnati Bengal defense, and goes out of bounds, but it doesn't matter because it is the 2-minute warning anyway. This one going to end in tears, as it typically does for the city of Cincinnati. They will drown their sorrows in some Rheingeist and perhaps a little bit of chili made with chocolate and cinnamon, poured sloppily over spaghetti noodles and covered with a metric ton of poorly shredded cheese.
Jared says, "That's impossible, Koff. You may be able to resist saying my mediocrity, but Alana's is irresistible."
Oh. That's just picking up husband points right there.
I have great willpower, Alana and Jared. I have children. It's funny. I remember, hopefully we get another Baltimore touchdown. The Lamar Jackson crew needs it.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to do it himself. Run in, Lamar, run! Touchdown, Lamar Jackson. I mean, the number of times, and I'm sure you've experienced this with your young one, the number of times that people have said to me, like, you know, we'll be at like a toy store, you know? So I was like, how do you say no to that face? I'll be like, watch.
Oh, very easily, yeah.
It like couldn't be easier. I have great practice.
So we've been watching Bluey lately, which is delightful. I mean, Disney
Very
Plus,
funny show, yeah.
Hilarious, but like the patience that the Healer family has with their children is beyond what I could ever imagine. I get out-parented by a cartoon dog every single day of my life. Which, first off, where do they work where they have this amazing house and all these amenities? All right, fine. Australia is a very expensive place to live, and I have questions about how the Healer family came into all this money. Was it ill-gotten? Was there an inheritance? What do they do for? I don't know. I'm looking too much into this, but the patience with which Bandit deals with his daughters is so far beyond me. When they're just like, "No, you need to stop doing this," and he's like, "Okay, we'll play." Like, no matter what he's doing, he drops everything to play an imagination game with them, which is great, good parenting, but also completely unsustainable. Because when my daughter tries to get my attention when I'm working, and it's like, "Oh my God, go downstairs. I'm gonna go put on Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I'll see you in an hour." That's Like, I understand that you want my attention. I understand that I'm going to regret this later in my life when you're like blowing me off and don't want to hang out with me whatsoever. But at the same time, Dad needs to get some work done. So we'll meet up later. You go your way, I'll go mine.
Tom Cruise, I am fluent in no.
Yeah.
Look, it's part of the parent handbook. Got to do it. 24-10, very lopsided.
Plus side.
Billy X is our leader currently. And look, you all should have listened.
Yeah.
The happy hour sim. Let's all just captain Lamar and see what happens. Free roll. Well, Lamar's in the captain spot. 66% owned in that slot, 95% overall, and he has 54 points and counting.
I feel like that was good. Is that good?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's hit the rushing bonus. He's not going to get to the passing bonus, not without an overtime. But 3 touchdowns to his credit. Rest of that build, Ross, Brown, Andrews, Tucker, and Boyle. Nick Boyle. Billy X said, "I'm so confident I'm going to beat you, I'm going to do it with a goose egg in my lineup." And you know what? Currently, that's the case. So, Alana and Jared, here's how this is going to work. You have to start with the first movie. Let's see. Marvel, because I don't remember. Was it Captain Marvel that was first? Was Iron Man the very first? Marvel timeline order. I mean, I know it was the first, like they came out, but chronologically speaking. Hang on. Let me tell you. I have a great place called Google that tells me the answers to these things.
Ooh, a nice strike downfield there.
Yeah. Captain America, the First Avenger. So you guys need to start with Captain America, the First Avenger. And you have all weekend to watch it. All weekend through Sunday. If come Monday morning you have not watched it yet, you will be shunned until you do.
Which, tough but fair.
Tough love. But you've got a solid 3 full days plus tonight. You may want to just knock it out of the way early. Not even worry about it. Players of the game, my friend, who stands out to you?
Oh man, there are a few candidates here, but I think we gotta go Lamar. He's outscoring everyone. I think the next closest guy to Lamar Jackson is still like 20 points behind him in the flex. So it's probably going to have to be, unless Tyler Boyd catches a touchdown here, then I'll change my mind, because Boyd has been pretty useful here as this drive winds down. Looks like we're going to get one more play here, but barring a massive turnaround, it's going to be Lamar. 66% owned in the captain spot. And as far as the Babysitter Billy Award today, wow. Miles Boykin had a goose egg. Mark Ingram, 2.2. Gio Bernard at 9K, though, with 6 points. I think it's probably going to have to be Gio. 20% owned even at that high number, but just underwhelming through and through. As we get a touchdown, it is...
Hello!
AJ Green? It is.
AJ Green.
All right. right, so we're going to get an onside kick in the rare instance it is recovered by the kicking team. The Bengals would have a shot here. Not a great one. 18 seconds and no timeouts. They pretty much have to throw it to the end zone as much as possible. But the door not closed on them yet. And, well, that one gets A.J. Green off the schneid. Let's go ahead and lock in Gio, 20% owned. But he's not on my roster. And you know who is? That's right, Mark Ingram. Also 20% owned. Cheaper, but with 1/3 the point. So, Mark Ingram, congratulations. You are the babysitter Billy. Not my kid award winner for this sim.
29 touchdown in sim land for AJ Green. Alana, to answer your question, the first Avenger is 2.5 hours long. Don't forget, too, when you're doing your binge, that there are credit scenes, in credits, after credits. You don't want to miss those. Don't skip those along the way, even though some will be a little wonky in their order because you're doing the chronological order. Just got to accept that. Keep going. 24-17. Baltimore victory formation. So our present leading lineup, and I don't think it's going to change. Well, stat adjustments could make it change, but nothing that happens in this game going forward is going to change it. Lamar Jackson at captain, 66% owned, if you haven't heard. Marquise Brown, who had a great game, almost 20 points in only a quarter of lineups. Mark Andrews, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Boyd, who was awful, and Willie Snead.
Tyler Boyd wasn't awful. Tyler Boyd had double-digit points.
Tyler Boyd?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. The stats looked weird to me for a second. Yeah. They showed him as having one catch for 7 yards. No, 5 for 62 upon my refresh.
Perfectly reasonable. Perfectly fine. 11
Yep.
points.
No, he was a perfectly fine play. I take it back. I'm sorry. He got you 2x value. Terrible on my part. That was terrible. Look, I'm focused on Marvel now. So I'm not done. I'm done with the Sims, but I'm going to come back in about 2 hours for a little watch along. Talk to you about the NBA games with our friend Matt LaMarca, who has a whole lot going on for him over these next little while here, because he will be here for both Sims at 8 and 10. Pardon me. I got to stop talking, man. This is rough. Lions, Rams, Tom Carroll, Matt LaMarca. That comes your way in 45 minutes, 50 minutes. And then Moose, Jeff Ulrich, will parachute in, hang with LaMarca for Eagles, Raiders. Again, that's Madden After Dark. Christian will be back for the first two tomorrow with Emerson and Rossi, respectively, the 12 and the 2. You will not hear from me tomorrow. I'm not, wasn't a day off per se. I didn't get scheduled. I got to take this up with the bosses.
Wow.
They must said, like, we're tired of listening to this crap. We're mandating a day off. So I'm not working tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday.
Is this Tara Lynn getting her revenge?
Yes, it's Tara.
Cut you out.
It's Tara Lynn hijacking the schedule and saying, no, you're not working tomorrow. I'm doing a sim. And she is with Jeff at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Part of it, too, is that there are no sims tomorrow night. This is the new Friday night thing with the American Ultimate Disc League. So you will have that at 8 and 10 tomorrow that you want to make sure you check out here on the DK YouTube and Twitch streams as well. Enjoy it. Let's see. Anything good in the chat? Herb Dog sending an NBA request. Well, you better get after it. Lineups are locking. Bissell says a cough-free Friday. Sure is. Cena, that touchdown put me in 3rd place. Way to go. All right. Alana, Godspeed. Good luck. Jared as well. You have your motivation. And subscribe. Postroute.substack.com. Thank you to Mike, to Daniel, to Jim, obviously Christian, I am Adam. Coming up on the DK Dream stream, Pat Mayo, George Gamble, and another man named Martino Puccio, I'm going to say. They will make their Euro 2020 picks, punts, and predictions while previewing each group of this tournament and making the Euro 2020 bracket picks. Enjoy, folks.
Now entering the Pat Mayo experience. experience. Pat Mayo experience. Pat Mayo experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by Draftkings Euro 2020 preview, picks, bets. Maybe we'll fill out a bracket once we get down to it. We'll be using all of the odds from DraftKingsSportsbook.com to get you going through. But I do have a very special announcement. Number one, smash the like button to the episode. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network. And in the comment section, give me your favorite single future bet for Euro 2020. It could be a top four. It could be an outright winner at the very top end or at the back end. I want to hear what all of you have to say. And if you're watching this over in Europe, obviously I'm not in America, but I'm over in North America. I'm in Canada, if you need to know. But I'm sure, like, if you're from Greece, you want to pick Greece. I don't even know if Greece is in the tournament. We're about to find that out. But for all of my viewers out there who watch this normally for NFL and PGA and MMA and all of that stuff, very excited to be actually talking Euro 2020. There's very, very few instances I get into soccer throughout the course of the year, and it's not just an excuse for me to do terrible impressions, which will offend people in many different countries, but it's for me to learn a little bit because I want to get into this every single time around, whether it's Euro or whether it's World Cup. I want to do it, so I actually found some people who do know about this, and that's going to be a great privilege to both me and all of you out there, because starting on June 10th, the first day of Euro 2020, on the Thursday with the opening match all the way through the conclusion, we are going daily on Mayo Media Network. If you want to listen to the audio podcast, highly recommend you subscribe to Daily Fantasy Sports Picks and Bets, The Mix. The link is in the description of both the video and podcast version of this show. Go subscribe to that right now so you can get your picks and your bets for the day's Euro action. If you just want a preview of the games, hey, it's going to be good for that too. There's going to be three main contributors to that feed. I got to give a special shout out to my guy, Albert Vartanian from FTNBets.com, who is going to be contributing. And the other two on the show right now, joining me first up from TheAthletic.com and the State of Play podcast, we have Martino Puccio. What's going on, my man?
Hey, pretty good, pretty good. I'm excited to be on here. Been a fan of yours for a few years now, so finally excited that I get to talk soccer on a bigger scale now, and really grateful for the opportunity.
And from overseas, we couldn't be doing a show about Euro 2020 and have a bunch of North Americans talking about it. That would be ludicrous. George Gamble from Premier Sports Plays and We Love Betting UK. What's going on, man?
Yeah, once again, thank you very much for having me on. So good evening, or obviously good afternoon for wherever you're listening from. But no, really excited to be part of the show and obviously discussing some football with you. I've actually been focusing more on the Copa America, so it's going to be nice to discuss some Euro 2020 with you all.
Oh, you've been focusing on over here. Does Canada have any shot of qualifying for the World Cup?
Oh, no, it's the Copa America, so the South American tournament. Obviously, that's been thrown into lots of doubt, but we won't go into that too much. Obviously, we'll focus on the Euros, which I'm looking forward to getting my teeth into.
All right, well, let's just jump right into it. So, Martino, where's this being played? Is it all over Europe?
Pretty much. There's a bunch of different locations that were originally picked prior to COVID striking. That's why everything got canceled. So now they're basically having the best teams that were coming out from the qualifiers are basically hosting all their home matches. Like Italy, for example, all three of their matches are going to be taking place at the Olimpico, which is in Rome. So they'll be playing those there. Other teams throughout the entire tournament will be hosting some games. Like Turkey's going to be hosting a game within the group that they play with Italy. It's all over the place. It's pretty insane. It's not going to be filled capacity with stadiums. There's going to be some fans in there. So, yeah, it's really a lot to unpack. This is kind of the first time that I know in my life that I've seen them try this sort of format, because usually it's just one country or another. But yeah, so it's definitely unique compared to past years.
George, is that going to give any specific nation an advantage in Euro 2020? And yes, they're calling it Euro 2020, by the way, because you don't want to update your ledgers and create a new symbol. Just go with the one you already did. Don't worry about COVID. We're just going to pretend it's last year anyway. And I guess for SEO, for our purposes, we got to call it Euro 2020 now. But is that going to be an advantage for some of these teams that are hosting all these games?
Oh, 100%, in my opinion. You know, as Martino's already attested to, a lot of the kind of more successful nations, a lot of them are going to be hosting their own home games. So as he's mentioned, Italy, they'll be, I think they're hosting theirs in Rome. Spain, all of their group games at home will be based in Sevilla, you know, in the peak of summer when it's going to be ridiculously hot. And England as well, obviously the final is at Wembley and they're hosting their home games there as well. So, you know, they do gain that advantage 100%. And it's going to be very interesting for me. And I'm very interested to see how kind of these group stages end up, because obviously, depending on how they do finish, we could be in for some really interesting games very early doors. But in answer to your previous question, 100%, that home advantage and this new format is definitely going to serve a lot of teams and make their task that little bit easier.
So you're going to have games played all over the continent, but also in terms of the group stage, because when we throw up the group odds, you're going to see all 4 teams in one group are actually at minus money to advance to the next stage. So George, can you explain a little bit how teams actually advance in this tournament? Because 3 teams from one group will go through in some of them.
Yeah, exactly. So again, with this new format, everything is to play for. Some of these sort of nations that maybe, you know, they've never qualified for the latter rounds of a tournament before, it just gives them that extra incentive. So COVID has thrown up a few sort of strange situations, but in terms of just a kind of a sporting manner, it really throws up some interesting questions that we've never seen before. So it's kind of hard to predict how some of these things will happen. But yeah, with some of these groups, you know, particularly the one of the groups I was looking at, obviously you've got the group of death. Obviously the 3 can qualify, but you know, you've got just looking through here, there's France, Germany, and Portugal all in one group, all vying to finish in the top 2 ideally. But yeah, thanks to COVID, it's sprung up a few surprises. And like I said, it gives some of those nations that extra incentive to qualify. So we could be seeing some surprises in the latter rounds.
All right, well, let's jump into the overall odds again from DraftKingsSportsbook.com. Smash a like, give me your favorite bet in the comment section. And again, subscribe to Mayo Media Network for everyday coverage of Euro 2020 from the qualified people. Not from me. So that's probably who you want to hear when we're talking about betting from this entire thing. The very top of the board, France is the favorite at around 5-1, England 5.5-1, Belgium 7.5-1, Portugal 8-1, Germany 9-1, Italy 9-1, Spain 9-1, and then there's a drop off once we get down to Holland, who is 15-1. Martino, I root for Holland. My grandma's from Holland. I think that's how most North Americans at least try to follow this tournament. It's like, what tangential relation do I have to one of these countries? And then I'm going to go with that. So the only soccer jersey I own is a Dutch national jersey. So I'm just going to rock with them. Are they any good this time around? Because I assume that they're not.
They're not bad, but they're not as great as some people would like them to be. Losing Virgil van Dijk, who's one of the best defenders in the world and widely regarded as the best center back in the world when healthy in recent years, it's a big blow. But there couldn't be a nation that has a better backup option than with Matthijs de Ligt. And then they have Stefan de Vrij, who's been great for Inter Milan. They're okay at the back. They have good defenders. They have pretty good midfielders as well. The issue is the scoring. Their main option is Memphis Depay. Memphis Depay is not a naturalized striker. He is a little bit better off on the left side wing, but he has torn his ACL in his past career, earlier on in his career, so it's affected him with the pace on the outside. They just don't have that goal scoring player that's going to be able to get them to the next level to push further in the tournament. A lot of their games are going to be close, low scoring, and tight-knit games. They're just not going to be blowing people away, and that's why that number dropped off like that. And I also think the public was scared away that there's no Virgil van Dijk there because he's the biggest and sexiest name that they know in that squad. So at the end of the day, I understand why they felt like that. But they could make a push there. It's not like they're going to be out of all these matches. I think they're going to qualify. But for me, I get why they can't win because it's just not enough firepower there because they're going to be running into teams with good defenses. Their midfield's a little bit more defensive than it is creative. So that's going to hurt them as well. So at the end of the day, the Netherlands will be good, but I don't expect them to win this tournament.
George, like, do you think that, like, if we're going to try to pick a future winner here from pre-tournament, that we have to go with one of these big options that are inside 10-1?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, just going on what obviously you've mentioned regarding the Netherlands there. I mean, I think this tournament is going to be a lot about trying new players. For example, Weghorst, who plays his club football for Wolfsburg in Germany, he scored 20 goals in the Bundesliga this season, has been fantastic. And he's just been kind of introduced into the national side. So hopefully he can add a few goals. But 100% that defensively, they're okay with Van Dijk. They're brilliant with Van Dijk. He is probably the best centre half on the planet. But even with De Ligt, he's not, since he's moved from Ajax to Juventus, I wouldn't say he's improved that much. He's not gone to that next level. He still makes the odd mistake. He's got, he does have that mistake in him, and I think in the latter rounds that will cost them. But in regards to your current question, I think you're looking at sort of the guys inside the 10 to 1 bracket. I was very surprised initially, before sort of delving deeper, to see France on DraftKings plus 480. And I think the only reason we're getting those odds is because their first group game is against Germany in Munich. And that's a hard game, whoever you are. And I think if they were in a group with lesser teams, rather than the group of death, with Portugal as well, I think we'd see them a lot shorter than that. So, if they can overcome that test in Germany and get off to a flying start, then, I'd expect those odds to drop massively. And also not forgetting, they then go on to play whoever, if they win the group, if France win the group or finish runners up, they'll face the runners up or the winners of Group D, which is also a tough group. So I think that's the only reason we're seeing a good price on France. But yeah, I quite like the price of Belgium, plus 750. That's a very, very good price there. But inside that 10 to 1, I think that's where we're gonna see the winners here. And there's the likes of Spain, Italy, Belgium, France. I think they're all in with a shout, to be honest. So yeah, 100%.
Martino, what are you looking at the top of the board? Is France where you want to go to? Because that seems to be a pretty the consensus pick going in here. But I don't want to take France. Come on.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of been the vanilla choice for a lot of people, and it's understandable. The second unit team that they could throw out there is better than a lot of teams within this tournament itself. So I understand why people think that Karim Benzema joining them again after a long absence is a huge boost. He's one of the better strikers in the world in the past 10 years. So it's kind of hard to go off of them. You could argue their goalkeeper situation isn't as great. Hugo Lloris isn't as good as he was a few years ago. And you could say the same for their defense. Varane is great for Real Madrid. But if they go with Kimpembe, it's not the best option. That's the only spot where you could say, okay, they have a little bit of a weakness there. But everywhere else, it's just so elite, and it's hard to go against them. I find it interesting with England with the plus 540 at this point. They win their group. They face the winner, the second place team from the group of death. That is a very scary option for them. So if they were to go into the round of 16, it's the first round, like they could get eliminated immediately. Or you could just play it on reverse with any of these other teams, whether it's Portugal or Germany, or even if you want to go back to France again, say France finished second in their group. I mean, you're potentially looking at that. So the odds get changed drastically. So I think the important thing to note with those teams from the group of death is who do you actually think is going to finish where in that group? If you think a certain team is going to finish third, then you're probably better off actually betting them for the future because they're going to have an easier path than the team that's second, because they could easily get bounced from England because England's a quality team in themselves. So it becomes really dicey with that. So for me, I kind of really like, Belgium, France, and Italy on that path there, because Belgium and Italy could play each other in the quarterfinals if they win their group and they win the round of 16. That becomes a tough choice. And then they would eventually have to play France in the semifinal. That's kind of where these odds get dicey. But for me, where you look at other places around, I don't think we're supposed to name all these places, but some of the places don't have Italy as low of a number like that. They're kind of floating around in the 800 area. So you could get some value there if you really like them. So there's some options there and some flexibility. It's really all about how the bracket plays out.
Well, it's funny thinking about how these odds are set. The odds that we're using right now and looking at on the screen are from DraftKings Sportsbook in New Jersey. So if they're juicing up Italy's odds in New Jersey, I can kind of see how that goes. So, George, what are the odds on England over in England right now?
Well, over in England, again, it's very, very similar. Again, I'm just kind of double checking here. Obviously, I've got all my American odds going on here. So, but it's very similarly priced, and I can't understand it. I mean, I've got my England hat on, chanting, out the window, it's coming home. It's not coming home. We say it every time. It's just not happening. We've got the skin-fade Gascoigne in Phil Foden and the creative flair, Jack Grealish, but we've got an exciting squad. And I feel like I go into every tournament with England thinking, no, this squad's different. We've not had anything like this before. This could be it. This could happen. But England are notoriously slow starters in England. in any international tournament. Sorry, but yeah, they're floating around the 5-1 mark over here. So that's I believe that's plus 500 as well. So yeah, it's very similar. And I was surprised to see those outright odds. If I was honest, I thought they'd be a lot longer than that. I guess it's because their 3 matches, home matches, being played at Wembley, so they're expected to win the group. They're minus 250 to win their group, which isn't surprising at all. But for the reasons that Martino's just mentioned, if they're going to face if they do win the group, they could face any one of those sides, and I'd still argue that all of those sides, maybe apart from Portugal, obviously with an Asian Ronaldo, they've still got quality, but I think England are slightly better than them. But yeah, Germany and France, they're tough games, and England could be out straight away. So yeah, the price on England, I think, is still too short. I don't really see why they're priced up like that. I hope I'm completely wrong and we go on and win it, but yeah, I don't see it happening.
George, let's look down the board a little bit, and some of these other teams. Like I've heard Croatia is a pretty popular play. Right now, they're at, what are they at, 30-1, or sorry, 40-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. You have like Switzerland, they're probably going to try to play every game to 0-0. They're 60-1. So, I mean, if they can somehow like pick them to draw all 3 games and parlay that together, maybe that's a move. Is there anyone down this list that actually does intrigue you that can go on like a Greece-esque sleeper run?
Well, early doors, it was Denmark for me. I really like the look of Denmark. Their prices have been slashed right in. They've really come in as the outside sort of bet. For example, in their group with Belgium, they're a class apart from the other sides in the division. They're an exciting team to watch, and they do score goals. So I think Denmark, for me, over in the UK, I've got them here at around 25-1. So I'm trying to get my conversions on point each time. I believe that's plus 25,000, is it?
Yeah, 25. We can just say 25-1. People know what we're talking about.
All right, we'll go 25-1. We'll stick with that. But no, any lower than that, there's nothing really that appeals to me. So I think the winner will be below that 25-1 mark. Like, for example, you mentioned Croatia. Yes, I know they knocked England out in the semi-finals and obviously then lost to France in the World Cup final. Sorry, but they're not the same team they were. They've got an aging squad. They've still got quality, but they're not the same team they were. They really aren't. So I can see why they'd be 33-1. I don't expect them to progress that far in the tournament, if I'm being truly honest. But yeah, so up to the 25-1 to Denmark. The winner will come within that bracket, in my opinion.
Martino, is there any sleeper team that you're looking at down this list?
I really like Denmark. That was a great shout. Turkey is actually one of those sides that are one of the younger sides within this tournament. They have talent around. And the important thing to note is that we had that COVID break last year, right? So leagues were starting to ramp up again over the summer. They try to fit in the rest of that season. Then we jump right into the next season. And all these guys are tired from playing so many matches, whether they're in the Europa League, whether they're in the Champions League, or whatever international tournaments on top of these domestic leagues as well that have their cups. Some of these guys are going to get tired, like the Croatias of the world that are a lot older squads. So that's going to affect them eventually. With Turkey, you have a talented squad. Some of the players are a little bit older than you would like Burak Yilmaz, even though, I mean, he's just aging like a fine wine. But still, there's enough quality in there within some of these matches that the later on this tournament goes, if they sneak in a good result or two and they advance to, say, a quarterfinal, then you're looking at something where you could even potentially hedge your bet, right? Because I know hedging is a popular thing amongst people with futures. So if you could somehow get them in and they're at 5,000-1 at the moment, I think it would be a sneaky good one because they have more than enough capability of finishing second within their group.
Yeah, so you get them through at 50-1, and then you can just see what the other side of that match is, even in the quarterfinals, and just start hedging your money down. George, is that a way you like to play futures if you're doing long shots, or do you just like to let it ride?
I'm old-fashioned. I do tend to like to let it ride, but I have been known on occasion, if there are things going on, I think, and I see the routes that are going to be taken, then I'll have a look at hedging them. But yeah, overall, I'm old-fashioned. I sort of think if I'm going to put it on, I want to see if it comes off.
Now, Russia is 100-1. Like, do we just think that they might cheat and try to win this?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because there's absolutely no way I'm willing to put anything on it that they don't get even to the final. There's just no way that happens. But so yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But if you want to save your money, I wouldn't touch Russia with a barge pole if I were you.
Well, just being over in England right now, what are the expectations that people have? Like, does it is it one of these things? I always think about it like in terms of like, footy in England, a lot like hockey is in Canada. Like if Canada's in some sort of hockey tournament, everyone just assumes that they're going to win. That when they don't win, it's like it's just crushing to people's souls. Has England lost enough of these big stage matches that it's kind of the opposite? Like, yeah, we want them to win. We hope that they can win, but everyone just thinks that they're not going to.
We're always pessimistic, but we're so hopeful every single tournament. We're like, no, we could do this. And, as soon as one's over and we've been knocked out, embarrassed by whoever, we go, well, we were never going to do it. This is going to happen. We go through the so-called steps of getting over something. But yeah, every time there's a new build up to another tournament, prime example with this one is sort of like, well, we've got Harry Kane, he's lethal. We've got all of these youngsters coming through who look like potential Ballon d'Or winners. We could really do something here. And then we'll do something to absolutely ruin it. And we'll be devastated, depressed for a period of months. And then we'll just think, why did we even get that way? It was awful. And it's always going to be awful. But then the next tournament rolls around and you suddenly see it happening all over again. It's a constant cycle. It never ends. But so, yeah, going into this one, I think people are expecting us to do very well, particularly after the World Cup, when we got to a semi-final for the first time in absolutely ages. So I think that we're kind of expecting, it's the Euros. If we can win this, it puts us in a great position ahead of the World Cup. So, yeah, expectation is still high, with also an expectation that we're going to fail. It's just kind of the way it works if you're an England fan.
All right, let's go group by group and make some picks here. So let's start with Group A. Italy is the favorite in Group A alongside Switzerland, Turkey, and Wales. So you have Italy is minus 188 to win the group, minus 1,400 to qualify. And if people don't know what that means, it means you need to bet $1,400 to win $100 just to see them advance through their group. And you can be first, you can be second, or if you have the most points of all the third place teams in the group, you can still qualify that way. So if you're wondering why the odds are like kind of janky in terms of all the minus money that's going on, that is why. Switzerland is the second favorite at plus 450. Turkey is plus 450. And then Wales is going to come up at plus 1,200 here. George, what's going on with Wales? Why is Wales so bad?
I think the problem with Wales is they're so reliant on Aaron Ramsey and Gareth Bale. And Aaron Ramsey's got a potential injury issue. He's vital for them in that midfield. Teams like Wales, they've got, a lot of their players, for example, play championship football, which is the second tier in England. But apart from that, they've got Gareth Bale and Aaron Ramsey, who are just fantastic. They are brilliant, the elite of the elite. But yeah, Aaron Ramsey with those injury issues, Gareth Bale, no one really knows what's going on with him. Even in his loan spell at Tottenham, he'd have a few games where he was like the Gareth Bale of old, just absolutely brilliant. And then others where you forgot he was on the pitch. He wasn't that great. I mean, I was kind of potentially looking at odds for Wales not even to win a game. But with the problem with Gareth Bale, as I've just said, he's very inconsistent. However, with that, sometimes he's brilliant. So, but yeah, the fact that they're so heavily reliant on those two would be the reason that I think they're considered so low in this. Whereas the other sides that you mentioned in Switzerland and Turkey, they do have quality elsewhere. And I think they've got more of a team dynamic than this Welsh side do. And also with Wales, it's very quiet recently. Obviously, they had Ryan Giggs as manager building up to this one. I don't know kind of how much of it was made over sort of stateside, but Ryan Giggs was the manager, and he's currently had to resign, and obviously in the middle of a court case for some quite serious charges. So everything's kind of up in the air with them, really. So I'm not surprised to see that Wales are the sheer outsiders to even qualify from this group. And yeah, I think they're going to have a tough time in this one.
Martino, Italy, again, minus 188 to win this group. So let's just kind of pencil them in as the winners, I'm guessing. Unless you got, like you said, Turkey could be a sleeper team. Could Turkey win this group?
I'm not too sure about Turkey winning this group, simply because we mentioned earlier that these teams hosting these matches, this is going to be in Rome. Turkey really doesn't match up as well in the midfield. Italy's strength is within the midfield. Everyone traditionally always thinks, oh, it's certainly going to be the defense. The defense is arguably the weakest part of this team. And for me, they just can't match up there. They're not going to be able to stop their strikers. Demiral is a great young center back at Juventus, but he's not the top quality that you would expect him to be. They have Kabak that they could maybe play, but even then he's had his ups and downs at Liverpool. For me, I don't think Turkey can top this group, but I think they could give them a really tough game within the first match, which is going to be on Friday. So for me, it really comes down to them. If they're going to win that game, then they do it, obviously. but I just don't see it. I think best case scenario for them, they eke out a draw is best case. But for me, it's just Italy's group to lose, and it's just not worth looking at anyone else. If you rather look at like second place teams, then that's something you would want to look at.
So if it's going to be the second place team, so it just basically comes down to, don't draw with Wales somehow, and then whoever wins the Switzerland and Turkey match?
Yeah, basically. I mean, you just have to hope at the end of the day that you don't slip up to Wales, because Wales could even come together and say, okay, let's not get 0 points in this. We know we're probably not going to advance. Let's have some pride here, right? And again, as George mentioned, Gareth Bale, inconsistent. All you need in this sport is one moment of brilliance. We've seen him do it with Real Madrid coming onto the Champions League final after a dreadful season, seasons that he doesn't even step up to the price that he was bought for. But he comes in and he does like otherworldly stuff that you're like, oh my God, like this guy should have been contending for a Ballon d'Or every year. If he just has a moment like that, then you could see that happening. But I trust Switzerland more defensively. I think they're more structured than Turkey is. I think Turkey's more of a creative side that's going to be able to score some goals. So I think if there's actually a side to slip up against Wales, it'll be Switzerland.
Oh, interesting. So, George, if we go in this group, we'll put Italy at the top, we'll put Wales at the bottom. Who would you have coming in second?
I'd have Turkey coming in second, in my opinion, just because they see goals in abundance. As Martino said, they're a very creative side. And goals is something that Switzerland, they struggle with. They struggle to score goals. And I think this Turkey side they won't tear them apart, but they're full of more goals than this Switzerland team. And I don't see Switzerland outscoring Turkey. So if my money was on it, I'd be looking at this one. And I do think Italy win the group. I don't see a way of how they don't win this group. But I have then Turkey finishing in the second spot with maybe Switzerland finishing in that third position.
Let's move to Group B. We have Russia, Belgium, Denmark, and Finland in here. So we've talked a little bit about Belgium and Denmark already. Belgium, one of the favorites in this tournament. They're plus 750, and it seems like everyone likes Denmark as a sleeper team here. And then Russia is plus 400 to win this group and minus 225 to qualify. And then you have Finland basically coming in dead last in this grouping as we go into it. Is there that much separation, Martino, between Finland and Russia? Like, is that going to be like a competitive game here for third place?
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with where the odds are at right now. I think Finland's one of the weaker sides within the tournament itself. I think also a lot of it is just based on what Russia was doing within the World Cup. That's also 3 years ago at this point too. So some people always forget, it's a 2-year gap usually between the Euros and the World Cup. We don't have that at this time. And also, I mean, there was a lot of sketchiness going into it, so we won't get too much into that. But again, when a side hosts a World Cup like that, they have an extra juice behind them. So I think that's kind of where you saw some people push some money here. I think it's just a clear top two in this group. And I think Finland is way on the bottom, and then Russia rightfully in third.
George, is Belgium and Denmark outside of the group of death games like one of your most anticipated games to watch in the early going?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, I think it's Belgium's to win. Belgium are by far the superior side. But if Denmark can get something from this game, it'll be absolutely massive for them going forward, a huge confidence boost. But there's no denying this is a group that Belgium should be winning. Their side, they've lost just once in 19 competitive games, and they score a ridiculous amount of goals. In those 19 games, they've scored 68 goals, that is. There's just so much attacking flair with all of the players that they've got, in just so much quality. And yeah, they're a class apart from Russia and Finland, as are Denmark. But also Denmark have got the fortune of playing all their home games in Copenhagen. And Russia and Finland, they're just a shadow of the size. Martino's already mentioned, obviously, with Russia in the World Cup, and it was quite a while back. And this Russia side, they are aging. There's just not a lot to them, in my opinion. I don't think they've got what it takes to keep up with the likes of Denmark and Belgium. And Finland are just absolutely toothless in attack. I don't really see them making a dent on any of these sides in the group. So, for example, the bet that I really liked in this one was for Denmark and Belgium to occupy the top two spots in either order. You could get some really good odds on that. And I think that's dropped slightly now. But it was a no-brainer for me. I don't see how – there's just no way that Russia or Finland finish above Denmark or Belgium in this group.
Well, George, what is your favorite way to bet this group stage? Because I'm looking at it right now. Denmark's plus 275 to win this group, and Belgium is minus 140, basically, to win the group. Yet, in their head-to-head matchup, Denmark's plus 270 to win, and Belgium's plus 105. Now, you do have to worry about a draw on that, which is plus 245. But if you did want to take Belgium to win Group B, you would assume they would have beaten Denmark along the way. So wouldn't the move just be to bet them to beat Denmark for better money?
Yeah, but it's obviously going along with the game. Anything can happen in those kind of games. I don't like to just bet on an individual game. I prefer to kind of look at the narrative. So I know for a fact that Belgium and Denmark, in my opinion, I don't see how they don't finish in the top two. So for me, what's a kind of a safer bet is to have them finishing in that top two either way, whereas anything can happen in a particular game. You just don't know. So for me, the safer angle is for Belgium and Denmark to finish in that top two, because I don't see how that doesn't land. So that would always be my angle. I'd much rather always go with the pick and the bet that I see is safer, but also obviously with good odds as well. I don't necessarily see the value in betting that particular match just as a single match, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm trying to learn the best ways not to lose my money on Euro 2020. So I'm going to write that one down. We're going to be good to go on this. Martino, do we want to go with, just because we're making picks for these divisions and we're putting the teams in order? We have Finland at the bottom. We have Russia at number 3. Do we want to go against the chalk a little bit and maybe just sneak Denmark through in the first spot and see what that opens up?
I mean, you can. As George mentioned, anything can happen within these individual games, and within those individual games, like they could play great. Say they do end up beating Belgium, right? And they don't slip up against Russia or Finland, because sometimes you could say, oh, hey, they got a great result. It could even be a draw against Belgium would be considered a great result for them, right? And then they just don't put in that same type of performance against one of those two other sides because they put all their energy and focus into trying to beat Belgium. That's where I get a little bit worried about it. But I think actually with all these groups that we're probably going to be looking at, I think Denmark might have the best odds and outside shot to reach Belgium. And I don't say that with a lot of confidence, so let me make that clear. But again, the Danish are just going to be a very tough defensive side. They're going to have that creativity, and that match is going to go down to the wire. It's not going to be a beatdown from Belgium, in my opinion. So if you want something that can come down close to that, then why not, right?
Well, the way that how does the tiebreak work in all of this? So let's say that Denmark plays Belgium to a draw. If they kick out of Russia and Finland more than Belgium does, they would get the first place seed in this grouping, wouldn't they?
I believe they go through goal differential. George, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but usually that's pretty much how it's going to go at that point. There isn't much else to go with that. So yeah, it's really just going to come down to that. But again, I was just going to mention later on, I think Belgium is going to actually get the most group stage goals for an individual team. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really see that happening just because Denmark just doesn't have that type of firepower. If they get in, it's because they get a close win. It's not because they're just kicking the ever-loving God out of these other teams.
No, you can feel free to swear on the show. This is internet.
Yeah, I don't know what's okay or not because I'm used to cursing often. So yeah.
Yeah, you say whatever you want on the Pat Mayo Experience. You're good to go here.
What's up? It's prime time. DraftKings Dream Stream. You got me, Tommy Freeze Pops. You got him or him. I don't know which way he is. Matt LaMarca. He's here. Have you been here already today, or is this your first appearance?
They don't wake me up before 8 p.m. Freeze Pops. Come on, you know this.
A creature of the night. I am the same way. I am only here at night on the Dream Streams during the week. Welcome, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great Thursday. We got Lions. We got Rams. Goff, Stafford, two guys that will be connected. The Rams? Did I say that? I meant to say Rams if I said Rams.
You know what?
Let's
stick with Rams.
The Lions are playing the Rams. LaMarca, who do you have in your lineup?
That would be no one. I forgot to build the lineup. I've been a little bit preoccupied with this Nets game. Getting ready. We're doing the NBA Live Watch show tonight. So if you guys want to hang around, that'll be me and Koff talking a little hoops in between the Sims. So I didn't build one. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. I forgive you. No worries. Hey, you're a busy guy. You're an important guy. You got to get things straight, things in line the way they need to be. I built a line for this contest for those that joined the free roll. I'm in there. I got Kenny Galladay in the captain spot. Galladay! Danny Amendola, Marvin Jones, Cooper Kupp, Deontay Swift, and Robert Woods.
That's your second one. That's your second one.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift.
I always call him Deontay.
Come on, Pops.
I mean, you see
Take
D
a lap.
Swift.
Take a lap.
I'll be back.
I think we're off camera now. Freeze Pops is literally taking a lap around his apartment. He has returned. Okay.
So the Lions are one of those teams I never really know what to do. So I have way too many Lions in my lineup. I don't know. This could be a disaster. I didn't even get the player's name right when I said it just now. I mean, really off to a horrible start. I called them the Rams, apparently. I thought I said Rams. We'll have to go back and check the tape.
Check the tape.
Just a dashing start here for Freeze Pops on this lovely Thursday night. We'll be checking all those contests for you guys throughout the broadcast. We'll wait till some things happen first before we check the old contests, because you don't want to be that guy that's like, I'm in first place, and one drive is having, excuse me. Oof, a little indigestion. So here we go. Jared Goff, in real life, will be returning to LA to take on the Rams. Remember, we are playing out the 2021 schedule right now here on the Dream Stream. What do you think the Lions? Yeah, Jared Goff revenge game, baby. So what do you think the Lions will be looking at as far as a record goes by the time they end up here in LA?
I'm going to say bad.
Yeah, bad.
Bad record.
Same. For sure,
Like,
same.
I've never been a Jared Goff believer. I thought that McVay covered up a lot of his warts. He got to play with some good skill position players. Bob Woods, Brandon Cooks for a year or two, Cooper Kupp. Like, he's had some guys to get the rock out to. Now he goes to the team with maybe the least receiving talent in the league. I like TJ Hawkinson as much as the next guy, but their number one wide receiver might be like Amon St. Ra or whatever next year. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown, excuse me. So, there's just not much to work with there. I think he is going to have a dreadful year. I think the Lions are going to be in a position where they could potentially draft a quarterback next year in the draft. We'll see what their new head coach is about with all the kneecap biting and such. But yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty rough year for the Lions.
Matthew Stafford still on the Lions here in Simland, captain in 6.8% of lineups. 54% of you have him in your lineup in the flex. Kenny Galladay now on the Giants. He's on the Lions still here. He's captain in 7.5% of lineups. 42% owned in the flex. I feel like you're going to see a lot of ownerships for captain in this lineup hovering in that low teen to high single digits range, because to me, there's not really someone that jumps off the page as being a must captain for either one of these teams. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lamarca.
No, you're right.
You've been here longer.
Can I read you this Lions receiver depth chart?
Yes,
I
please.
forgot how bad it was. So their top 3 options on the depth chart right now are Tyrell Williams, Rashad Perriman, who's honestly okay. I don't hate Rashad Perriman.
Remember when he tried to retire like 5 years ago? And he's still around? I'm like, I thought you retired, dude.
And number 3 option, Quintus Cephas.
Ah, Cephas.
Yes,
Quintus
Quintus
Cephas. That's honestly sounded like you just sneezed into your mouth.
Gesundheit. And then Amon Ross St. Brown, who was a 4th or 5th round pick in the draft this year, and Geronimo Allison. Geronimo! Typically,
one of the best names in the NFL.
Are not good enough to succeed with Aaron Rodgers. You're probably not good enough to play football in the NFL.
But dynamite name.
Geronimo! Yeah.
No, that's sound logic by you. If you can't swing it with the dude that can sling it the way Aaron Rodgers does. You see what I did there? There we go. Lions field goal. Matt Prater lining up for the 3 ball, and it's good. Prater, one of the best legs in the NFL, sticking it through the uprights. 3-0 Lions. How great would it be if the Lions went into LA and won in real life this season? People would be freaking out. I kind of want the Rams to be bad to start the year. Like, everyone's been really high on the Rams. I like when the team that makes the big offseason moves stinks right off the bat. That's a nice sports trope that I enjoy.
It's definitely
it happens all the time.
Matt Stafford has a lot to lose, right? Because the assumption on Stafford has always been like, oh, he's a good quarterback. He's just playing a really bad situation, bad team around him.
Yep.
There's going to be no excuses if this Rams team is not a playoff squad next year. They do play in a very tough division. I expect the 49ers to be very good next year. Seattle's going to be competitive again, but there's no excuses for the Rams. They are among the favorites to make it to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. So if Stafford lets them down, he's going to take a lot of the heat here.
He's going to have all that egg on his face. Jared Goff, 12.4% in the captain spot. That must be a savings thing because he has a lower captain percentage than Matt Stafford. Very surprising. And Robert Woods, almost at 15% captained in the lineups here, 57.5% in the flex. Yeah, Robert Woods is a guy that I like to throw in the captain spot every now and then for the Rams.
Big Bob?
He can go off. He goes off, fam. 1st and 10 here for the Rams.
Speaking of going off, Bucks out to a 25-9.
I was just gonna say, are you monitoring this game here? Because the Bucks are not effing around. They came out firing.
9 points for Brooklyn with 2.5 minutes left to go in the first. Like, what is going on?
They just can't buy a shot right now. Milwaukee's hitting everything. It's a make or miss league, Lamarca. No, it's
the Nets have the most make or miss guys in the league.
You're right. It is a shocking start to this game so far. And look, the NBA is a game of runs. Clearly, this thing ain't over. It's early. I mean, I hope they get to double digits before the end of the first quarter, though. That'll shake your confidence. Minute 35 remaining there in the first quarter. People were talking about a sweep. I think I forget who I was with the other day. I mentioned that ESPN put up an Instagram. It was like, which team is better? And it put this Nets team up against the first Warriors team with KD. And it was like, can we just let this Nets team get to at least the conference finals before we're doing these types of comparisons?
Play 12 games together, Tom.
Yeah, right. I understand what you're doing from a content standpoint. It'll get people fired up. People will ignore the fact that it's a ridiculous thing to do before, we're deeper into the playoffs here, or before they even have won a championship. But, hey, that's the business. Goff, 3rd and 7. They're great. They're great.
They have some insanely good players. but it's premature,
Totally.
right? Like watching this team play, I have been just impressed that it's like they get these tough shots and they just make them look easy. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they continue to do that. This looks like it might be a fake. Nope, not a fake. I thought that was like a fake formation.
Whenever Hecker's involved, there's definitely an opportunity for a fake.
They
We
should
know
have
Johnny
faked it.
Hecker
That
loves
was like
the
a
fake.
4-yard punt.
Hecker, best punter in the NFL? I'd say so. You want to have a punter conversation?
I'll leave the special team stuff to you.
That me and Rossi.
You, Rossi, Rossi, just a man who loves the specials. You, obviously, your relationship with Morton, I feel like you have to.
Yeah,
pay
I've
somewhat
definitely grown
attention
to
it.
appreciate it, no doubt.
I could not care less.
We're recording some summer content tomorrow. Top 7 kickers of all time. Tune in for that one. Instead of doing top 10s, Rossi does it top 11. He calls it a podcast dozen. We're doing top 7s because Morton's number in the NFL was 7. So
I got you.
We're going to do top 7 number 7s in NFL history. We're going to do top 7 kickers. And then we're going to do he's obsessed with nicknames. The Great Dane, obsessed with nicknames. So we're going to do top 7 nicknames in NFL history. Amongst a lot of other content. Megatron's a great nickname. I think the sweetness
it fits perfectly, and it's just so cool.
For me, Walter Payton's sweetness is number 1.
Sweetness is good. Sweetness is good.
There's so many good, like even another bear, the Fridge. Come on, incredible nickname.
How about Kermit the Frog?
Who was Kermit the Frog?
Patrick Mahomes. He kind of talks like Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog here.
He does have a Kermit voice. Whenever I think of athletes having a Kermit the Frog voice, I think of Evan Turner, former NBA star Evan Turner. I don't think he was on a team this year, was he?
No.
I think he was. Yeah, because people were throwing him into Celtics coaching rumors for fun. Lions bringing it down to within the 10. Evan Turner, his voice was jarringly weird. Yeah, so we played great tonight. I got the shot at the end of the game. It was like, dude, what are you? Clear your throat or something.
Producer Michael throwing Roger the Dodger in there, going a little old school.
He likes the Fridge.
Fridge is good.
Fridge is great.
Speaking of like football news, what do we think about? Do you buy any of this? I don't know if you heard. Kyler keeping the door open of potentially playing baseball. Like, first of all, it would be super cool if that could happen, but I just don't see it being realistic unless he wanted to stop playing football.
Well, so we saw dudes in the past do this with Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson and Brian Jordan. Like we've seen dudes do it at a high level.
Not quarterbacks, though.
But that's the difference. Kyler is a quarterback. We've seen corners, we've seen running backs, we've seen safeties. We haven't seen the CEO go out and do that. So,
right. Like, it's a lot easier for Deion. His game plan every week is just
be athletic.
The other guy and not let him catch passes.
Yeah, exactly. And then in baseball, it was just be really fast.
Right. Bo Jackson game plan. When I get the ball, do Bo Jackson things.
Bo Jackson really underrated baseball.
Well, he was an all-star, I want to say, right?
You go back and watch his highlights, incredibly fun. Obviously, everyone knows about the football prowess, and they know about the baseball prowess too, but like, go YouTube some Bo Jackson baseball highlights. It was awesome. Kyler, the thing that's kind of different about him as a baseball player compared to other dudes that were multi-sport athletes over the last few years, like remember Jameis was a pitcher for FSU, and there's a few other guys. Kyler was, correct me if I'm wrong, Lamarca, the 6th overall pick in the MLB draft? Ninth.
He's the only player ever to be a first-round pick in the NFL and MLB drafts.
That's crazy. Like, He's clearly incredibly good at baseball. So for him, he might even just be looking at it as like a business decision, right? Like, I can go make millions as a quarterback, and I was the 9th pick in the draft in baseball. I could be an all-star in baseball.
But like, would he have to do the minor league stuff? I feel like he would have to at least start in the minors, and we're talking minimal money. You know what I'm saying? It takes a while
So the A's,
to get that.
The A's drafted him, right? Didn't you?
Correct.
You're much more in the baseball world than I am. I know the A's are having a decent season. Would it make sense for them over the next few years to add a dude like Kyler into the mix? Or, I mean, I know they're always starved for money as a franchise.
Yeah, the A's always need talent.
So you bring him in, and that's jersey sales right there. That's ticket sales that the Oakland Athletics have needed for years and years. Do they look at it as a business move more than a baseball?
I don't think that's necessarily it, because before they drafted him when he was not a known commodity.
Mm-hmm.
Like they drafted him with the intention that he was going to be a professional baseball player, but they let him play his junior season at Oklahoma on the football team because they were trying to sign him, and that was a concession that they had to make.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wins the Heisman, and the hype starts building up. So they lose him to the NFL. But like, it's not like they drafted him because they're like, oh, well, this is going to be great for us in terms of a marketing move.
Right. Yeah, because at that point it wasn't a consideration. So, end of one, DeAndre Swift. That's right, DeAndre. Not doing a ton there in the first quarter. Stafford, I think it was 6 for 9 passing. TJ Hawkinson, 3 catches, 34 yards. No one has a receiving touchdown at this point. Yeah, DeAndre Swift doing a whole lot of nothing. 3 attempts, 7 yards. No one else over 3 yards rushing. Kenny Galladay, 2 for 30. Reynolds, 2 for 32. Kerryon Johnson, 1 for -2. And Henderson, I believe Kerryon Johnson just had a baby. Congratulations to him.
Hey, congrats.
But yeah, I mean, just not a lot going on in that first quarter here. Obviously, 2 field goals for Prater, so congrats to him and to Prater owners. Let's check out the free roll. LaMarca, how's your lineup doing? Oh, wait, you don't have a lineup.
Womp womp.
I am in 109th. That's awful. That's one of the lowest ranks I've ever had. Domino Joe, 420 in first place, 29.38. Domino Joe. Love that.
Have you ever played dominoes?
I've played games similar to dominoes, but not traditional dominoes. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
So there's some game, man, I wish Morgan was here, I could ask her. There was a game that we played a bunch of times early on in the pandemic. It was like these white domino pieces, and they were all different colors, and there was like this base, and you needed to, I don't know. It's confusing. I'm not going to try and explain it. It was dumb for me to even try and explain it without her being here. So no, I have not played traditional dominoes is the answer. Have you? I feel like you're a dominoes guy.
I love dominoes, but like I am an extreme amateur at it. I remember watching, like I was in Jamaica when I was younger, much, much younger. And like all the cab drivers, while they were waiting for people that were out doing like the expeditions or whatever people were doing in Jamaica, they were all gathered around a table, and just, it was amazing to watch these guys because they were just, talking crap at each other. And it was real fun.
You were just
I
jealous.
had almost as much fun watching them as whatever the hype, or probably more fun if we're being honest.
That's awesome. Yeah, you see old guys, like when they get together and play games like that, you're like, oh, I can't wait to be like in that crew one day, Like a bunch of old dudes in the park playing dominoes. You're like, oh, it's gonna be sick to be like 76.
I want to be a chess hustler in the park, but
yeah.
But I'm nowhere near good enough.
I feel like you downplay yourself as a chess player.
No.
You bring it up enough that I think that you're actually sneaky good.
I'm sneaky, like plays it enough where
you should be better.
Be better than I am.
Gotcha.
But I
sense.
don't like study it. I don't do anything like I just play. I'm not getting any better.
Hey, you're just exercising the brain. It's important.
I like to do stuff to entertain the brain because I do a lot of other things that don't. So
That kill the brain cells. Exactly.
like I
understand.
randomly found my Game Boy the other day.
You just crushed Pokemon?
I had to put Pokemon in. So I've been playing Pokemon.
Rossi and I were talking about Pokemon last night. We just didn't know like of the origins. I didn't know that it was a Nintendo-owned company. We were fascinated by it. I didn't know it was around since 1996. Like Pokemon been in this game, right?
Well, I mean, you're a child, so I wouldn't expect you to. But when I was in elementary school, now I graduated elementary school in 2000. So, is that right? Yeah.
I graduated elementary school in 2004.
I graduated elementary school in 2000, and I remember like second, third, fourth grade, like that range, Pokemon was the thing. We all brought our cards to school. We traded, we battled, Pokemon was the thing. So I'm enjoying playing it. It's fun. It's a different game every time you play it because you
gotta catch them all.
Different Pokemon, right?
That field goal good. Sloman with the third field goal of the game here between these two teams. 6-3. A barn burner here at SoFi Stadium. I'm going to take a look at the contest real quick. Fly High 55 in first place for the Madden Stream 3K Thursday night special. He's got Henderson and Reynolds from this game in his lineup, as well as Cooper Kupp. We got Dante 82. We'll go with that. Leading the Madden Stream $250 free contest. No one from this game in his lineup there. He still has an open spot. Gonna have to throw someone in there for Madden After Dark if he wants to win. Bruiser B in first and second place in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker. So congratulations to him, Bruiser B, killing it. He's got two lineups in there. He's in first and second.
I think I saw him in the chat tonight too. So if you're here,
Bruiser B, you're killing it, bro. And the $250 free contest, we have a solo leader, just changed, Ben Melton 12. Goff, Stafford, Hawkinson, Reynolds, Prater, Rams. Oh, just changed again. So things are updating. We'll keep you updated as we go along. I mean, only things that have happened so far are field goals. So it's kind of hard to have a high-scoring contest when that's happening. Finicky half.
Lots of people looking for Drew Holiday to do some stuff on the court. I just saw him make a nice little... Nice. We got multiple chances for that. Nice little turnaround jumper on the baseline. So maybe that'll get him going a little bit.
He woke up. By the way, kicker ownership for this one. Prater, 0.4% captain. Sloman, 0.1% captain. 12% in the flex, 8% in the flex, respectively.
Yes, and Choker pointing out, I didn't want to burst your bubble, but if it doesn't show the player, it just means that game hasn't started yet.
These are things that I don't know as the rookie broadcaster to DraftKings that I am. I still don't know these things. I am still the newest player on the team, Lamarca.
Hey, you know what though? You've gotten enough reps. I thought you would.
No, but not at the one chair.
That's true. They really only give you that responsibility when you're working with me.
I'm still learning, people. Thank you for your patience.
Daniel says Tommy still carries the bags into the building.
100%. I'm still paying for the team meals.
The bullpen backpack, it's like My Little Pony. You have to carry all of Glash's hair product.
That's me. I'm still that guy.
Solution.
And I'm okay with that, Sometimes you just got to wear it. Be proud of it. Glash's wardrobe. Yes, Daniel.
Right, you got to do his laundry. Shine up the DVD wall.
Oh God, I would quit. I don't do well with dust. I'm anti-dust. That basement, when I look at his basement, it just screams dust to me. So many
think it's a
DVDs.
basement?
Oh, that's actually a good question. I've always assumed it's a basement.
It probably is.
Daniel confirming it is a basement.
We know you do these from your kitchen.
Correct. Serving them up, baby.
Hot and fresh.
I explained the kitchen thing the other day, though. It's best Wi-Fi for me. It's a relatively small place, so there's limited options.
I think Wi-Fi is something I take for granted. You know, living in New York.
It's not as relevant here. Like people aren't searching for that. Whatever you had, you said 500 something gig internet. Touchdown, Marvin Jones.
The most underrated fantasy wide receiver in the league.
Bucket.
Every year the guy gets drafted in the 40s at the position. He's like wide receiver 40 something. Every year the guy finishes top 30. I expect nothing to change next year with Jacksonville.
Wow, I like that. That's a nice little gem there from LaMarcus. I tell him this all the time. He won't accept it. Fantasy genius.
No.
On the stream with us right here.
It's only a genius if it works.
Well, hey, you've got numbers to back it up, buddy.
We are getting a little bit of a game here in Milwaukee. Brooklyn has cut it to 6.
Apparently, they just went on a 15-2 run, according to Daniel. Marvin Jones' 39th touchdown here in Simland. I think Marvin Jones is in my lineup. Let's take a look. He is, and I just jumped up to 71st. I'll take it.
There you go. Moving in the right direction.
Moving on up. People wanted us to do another sing-off the other day. They want us to sing, I think it was Hello by Lionel Richie. Is that correct?
Who is one of the I'm blanking on the name, but I can see his picture, like his avatar on YouTube.
Okay.
Sean Preston, I think.
Okay.
Has been asking for a duet of Hello by Lionel Richie.
Oh, so maybe that's who it was.
For months. Months he's been asking for.
I just don't think I have the range for Lionel. I was put to shame when Journey was on the table. I got to know my limitations here. But if it's a duet, I guess it's a team effort.
Yeah, I'm more of an Adele Hello. Hello.
Yeah, when they first brought up Hello, that's what I thought. I thought he was talking about Adele. And then, of course, the chat corrected me. He means Lionel Richie, you idiot. Oh, okay, my bad. Goff, 2nd and 12, finds his man. Doesn't really gain anything.
Lionel does have a tremendous voice, though.
Oh, incredible.
We would butcher the heck out of that. Speaking of people in the chat, I have 2 things to throw out there. First, I received a care package from Jared and Alana. They sent some vintage cards to my studio. And I ripped them.
On that.
Some decent stuff here. I got a Frankie Viola, New York Mets pitcher.
What year are we talking?
This was 91, I believe. There was some 89, 90, and 91. The coolest card was probably this John Elway.
Nice.
But anyway, I don't know if they're in the chat tonight, but I wanted to let them know that I've received their care package, and it was extremely nice. Something that I will always remember. And again, I'm very appreciative for the support from everybody out there. I mean, for the most part, everybody in this community gives back one way or the other, either through just chat and communication with the hosts, and it's really fun. Without the chat, this would not be nearly the same experience. It would actually be a far, far, far worse experience. So
yeah, it would be terrible. We would all hate each other. I feel like you guys balance this out very nicely. It's all about the community here, man. That's awesome. And
on that
people
note,
always sending each other stuff. It's amazing.
On that note, the other thing was I don't even know how long ago it was at this point, but I talked about how I tried Thai food and didn't particularly care for it. I got some sort of curry and wasn't a huge fan of like the coconut milk in the broth.
Okay.
And everybody basically said, you have to try the drunken noodles.
I was just going to tell you, drunken noodles extra spicy, baby.
So I got the drunken noodles today.
Amazing.
It was so delicious.
Yeah. That's one thing St. Louis does not have is great Thai food. In fact, I don't even know if there is a Thai restaurant here. I miss that. Drunken noodles are fantastic.
Right. Now, I will say I have a delicate palate. I like to think I'm a refined gentleman, so I don't need a ton of spice.
You take care of your palate.
So the choices were mild, spicy, and extra spicy. So extra spicy to me was immediately scratched off the list. I ended up going with
that's a painful
spicy.
next day.
I ended up going with spicy. I wish there was like a medium, but the spicy, I felt like it might have been a touch hotter than I wanted it to be, but it was a good heat, a flavorful heat.
That's the way to do it. Love a good flavorful heat. Once it gets past flavorful, get out of here. Can't do it.
So anyway, thank you to the chat for suggesting the drunken noodles, because that was something I will definitely get again.
There you go. Wow. Just benefiting on multiple levels here from the DK Sim fam. I love it.
I also got them with the shrimp. I don't know. Do you have a preferred protein that you put in there?
I've gotten it every which way.
Okay.
I usually go beef. Love a good beef. Goff. Oh no, sorry, Stafford. That will be Goff next season. Stafford taking the bad sack here. Timeout with only seconds remaining in the first quarter. 13 seconds to be exact. 3rd and 31 upcoming for the Lions. Remember, guys, stick around after this sim. Between the 8 and 10 sim, we got the NBA watch along. Your man right here, LaMarca, with Adam M. Kaufman. Gave him the middle name treatment. They'll be watching NBA. You guys will be hanging out. They'll be talking about all the good stuff, the DK Sportsbook, and what have you, DFS, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Glash and I did it last week. I've done it prior with Kaufman, and it's always fun. We'll touch on all the series. We'll touch on, the futures odds and all that good stuff. Talk about maybe the award winners, which have come out. Nikola Jokic, MVP, Rudy Gobert, Defensive Player of the Year. I don't think either of those was particularly surprising, but maybe
Jokic ran away with it.
Yeah, I think it was deserved. He was the best player this season from start to finish.
No doubt.
LeBron had a great first half of the year. Joel Embiid had good games, but they were spaced out with injuries and stuff. Jokic really carried that team the whole year. So,
a special year passing the ball as well. You don't see,
I mean, his numbers
like
for a big man are just ridiculous.
It's insane. So, here we go. It's halftime. We're going to step aside for a second and take a look at the sweat from earlier today. We had the guys talk about NBA chase or fade and previewed game 2 of tonight's NBA playoff matchup between the Clippers and the Utah Jazz, where the Jazz lead the series 1-0. Let's take a look.
This one I bet. I'm on the Clippers money line. I think this goes back to LA 1-1. We've seen the Clippers have no issues on the road in this postseason. Obviously, Utah, that second half got a little wild, but they knocked down a million threes. I think there's a lot of adjustments that the Clippers can make to get this win. Tyronn Lue letting Luke Kennard just get abused time after time in that pick and roll with Donovan Mitchell. That needs to change. But they took Mitchell's best shot and lost that game by 3, getting a meh game from Kawhi Leonard. He tried to keep him in it, but he wasn't special. And Paul George and Marcus Morris shot a combined 8 for 31 in that game. More shots are going to go in. Adjustments will be made. I think that the Clippers find a way to get this one done and keep this series close.
That was the sweat. Who do you like in that series, LaMarca? Jazz?
I picked the Clippers. I was hoping that they would take game 1 with no Conley. They'll have another chance with no Conley today. I still think if they can split in Utah, that would be a good result for them headed to Los Angeles. So I'm hoping that they can take this game tonight. I do still think they have the best player in the series in Kawhi Leonard. And to me, like, that's what the playoffs is about. The team with the best player typically wins.
That's how the NBA has operated for basically its entire existence. So
right
there you go. The sweat every day, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream. Check it out. All of your favorites from DraftKings always popping in. Stats good through the first half. I was going to say first quarter. First half. So we will be updating you on the contests here shortly. Taking a look at the Madden Stream 3K Thursday Night Special. Fly High 55 still in first place by a commanding lead at 105.68, but he only has 48 player minutes remaining. A lot of other dudes behind him with a ton of time left, so we'll see how that goes. Taking a look at the $250 free contest. Raven Johnson 81 in first place with 122.68 points, and he's still got 92 minutes remaining for his lineup here, well ahead of everyone else. So it looks like he's in a good spot there. Good for you, Raven. First place here in the 1K Flea Flicker is T Nazaro, just ahead Bruiser B. So Bruiser B, who was in first and second, now in second and fifth. So still shouting distance. And the $250 free contest for Detroit versus LA. We have a 4-way tie for first place at 60.59 points. So we'll keep you guys in the loop on how those things materialize here in the second half. 2nd and 2 here for the Rams. Lisa's saying Durant needs to quit walking around. Admittedly, I am not closely watching the game, so I do not know exactly what that means. Is he still loafing because he got poked in the eye? Is he being kind of a baby about the ref?
Not entirely sure what's going on.
He just missed a jumper from the top of the key. You know what? I kind of want the Nets to get the sweep here and then get to the finals and just get stomped by one of these teams out west. That would bring me some joy.
I want the Bucks.
You want the Nets to win it?
No, I don't want the Nets to win.
Oh, you want the Bucks to win it?
I want this to be a series. Like, I feel like as much as this playoffs, we went in saying like, oh, this is as wide open as it's ever been. We haven't had a lot of like competitive series.
Yeah.
Phoenix looks like they're going to roll through Denver. And if the Nets roll through the Bucks, like that's half the first round series or second round series, I think.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a I don't like the Nets perspective. If they went into the finals just tearing everyone up with 1 or 2 losses and then they just get stomped by Phoenix or one of these other Mountain West teams, it would just make me a little happy. I'd appreciate that.
If it is the Nets, though, like let's say the Nets win and KD gets another Finals MVP, he's really starting to etch into that upper echelon of NBA
Totally.
players.
I think he's already in the discussion.
Yeah. I would say he's probably a top 20 guy now, but he could get, into that top 10 type consideration. His numbers, the way he scores the ball, the volume and efficiency combination is just insane. It's not fair to shoot as much as he does and make as many of them as he does. It's crazy. For the playoffs right now, he's averaging 32 points per game. He's shooting 55% from the field, 50% from three-point range, and 91% from the free throw line.
He's insanely efficient.
That is unbelievable efficiency.
It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. It's because there's never really been a guy that can shoot the way he does with the length that he has. I mean, there's guys that have shown it at times. Obviously Dirk had great range. Lots of there's been dudes that have moments or stretches.
Gobert was the best shooter in the league.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
It's impossible to guard a guy like Kevin Durant when he's on. I mean, look at him. He's the tallest guy on the floor right now.
Yep.
Insane. That's why I was Team KD when.
Of course, I put the kibosh on him there as he misses the free throw.
Yeah, that's how it works. The broadcaster jinx. I was Team KD with the KD Odin draft, man. As a Celtics fan that thought that we were going to have a chance to get that number 1 pick or number 2 pick, I was like, look, as long as we end up with Kevin Durant, I do not care. Give us 1 or 2.
I mean, if history has taught us anything, it's that you take the wing player over the big man in the draft.
Yeah, you take the absolute unicorn over the traditional center who's had injury problems.
We're going to look back at this most recent draft and be like, wow, the Warriors took James Wiseman 2nd and LaMelo Ball went 3rd. I'm not the biggest LaMelo guy that there is, but who made that decision? The Warriors don't even play centers. What was the thought process there?
Yeah, we got guards, we got Curry, we got Clay, even though he's hurt. Did they have D'Angelo Russell at that point, or was he long gone?
No.
I lose track of
timeline. They had traded him for Wiggins.
So, okay, gotcha. So they had Wiggins, a wing. So,
but then obviously the most egregious example, as we get a pick, is a few years ago, DeAndre Ayton goes number 1. And I actually really like DeAndre Ayton.
He's a good player.
DeAndre Ayton's a very good player, probably underrated. But he goes 1, Marvin Bagley goes 2, and then Trae Young and Luka are the next 2 picks. That looks like just a terrible decision. I mean, could you imagine the Suns with Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and Luka? Even just put Luka on the Kings and pair him up with De'Aaron Fox. I think if you put Luka on the Kings, it's a better team than the current version of the Mavericks. The Mavericks are low-key trash outside of Luka.
Yeah, no, I really like that. Kings super athletic. They do a lot of what the modern NBA likes to do. Here's a question for you, Loarca. So, famously, Luka and Trae, in theory, were traded for each other in the draft.
Yes.
Who wins that trade as of now?
Clearly the Mavericks. Trae Young is a good player. Luka is a potential all-time great.
I'll be curious to continue to monitor that thing over the years. My one thing with Luka, and Luka is fantastic. But, and maybe this is unfair to say, but it seems like conditioning might be an issue for him.
I mean, he might need to lose a couple pounds here and there, but I do think, similar to James Harden, his stockiness helps him in terms of driving to the rim. Harden just bounces off people.
Yeah.
And Luka's a bit of the same way. Would I like to see Harden drop a couple of pounds? Yes, because he legitimately looks like he has a gut at times. But I understand why him and Luka carry a little bit extra weight. because you just have to if you're going to be that, size and drive to the rim as much times as they do during a game.
Danny Shelton with the sack there on Jared Goff. Second and 18.
Gopher in the chat says the Luka love is a little over the top.
Go on, Gopher. Explain
I need
yourself.
to know why you say that, because look at the numbers this guy has averaged the last couple of years and tell me what we're overhyping about a guy who just turned 21.
That's crazy.
He averaged
touchdown
27.
Rams.
He's averaged at least 27.7 points, at least 8 rebounds, and at least 8.6 assists in 2 of his 3 NBA seasons. He's a child. He has no help. And he has now put the fear of all things into the Clippers in back-to-back years in the playoffs.
He's so young, dude. It's crazy. One thing I think people always forget, and I'm guilty of this too, is in the history of the NBA, young dudes don't win titles. We always forget this. Never does the young guy come out and win unless he's with an all-time great. Like Magic, when he won when he was super young, he had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Larry Bird is sort of the exception, not the rule. Like, young dudes don't come out here and win championships in the modern NBA. It's just too hard to do, and they're drafted so young now. It's an impossible standard for them to be asked to go out there at 18 years old and try and win a title against apex LeBron at 28, 29 years old, right? When young KD was out there trying to beat that Heat team. And, it's the difference between grown men playing against boys. I know it's a cliche, but that's legitimately what it is. Jason Tatum, 23 years old.
Yep.
Putting up 50 points in a playoff game. 60 points.
The history of the NBA has always been you have to lose in order to learn how to win.
Michael Jordan spent a decade losing to these guys.
Correct. LeBron James spent basically a decade losing. It's just kind of how the NBA works.
I know Kobe was young when he won his titles with Shaq, but Kobe took his lumps early in his career with LA. I mean, he had that famous miss against the Jazz, the air ball. Yeah.
3 straight air balls.
Right.
No, and again, I hate how I'm often the guy that ends up being lower on Kobe, but Kobe was not the best player on any of those Shaq championships.
No, it was all
Which is why Shaq won all the MVPs.
Right.
Kobe wasn't the best player on a title team until 2008.
2009, yeah.
Right, okay, the Celtics were 08, and then the Lakers 9 and 10.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, in the 2010 finals, yes, Kobe was good. Pau Gasol was the best player on the team in that series, too. No question.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good team. They were a well constructed team. Lamar Odom was great for them too.
Yep.
But
if
yeah,
Perkins doesn't get hurt, we win that title.
Oh God, let me tell you, Kendrick Perkins.
That team, that Staten 5, healthy, never lost a series. Remember?
Healthy, dude.
They won all the series together in 08. 09, KG was hurt. 2010, they won every series up until the finals. Perk goes down. She couldn't shake off the rust. That's all she wrote. Undefeated. That Staten 5. Just saying. That's the end of 3. The Lions on top, 13-10 here with the fourth quarter on the way. Going to update you guys on some stats. Matthew Stafford, 16 for 20, 187 yards and a tud. Jared Goff, 14 for 18, 138 yards and a tud. Malcolm Brown, leading rushers, 9 attempts, 44 yards. Kenny Galladay, 6 catches, 85 yards. Cooper Kupp with a touchdown. Marvin Jones with a touchdown.
I saw this in the chat, but Robert Woods does not have a single catch yet.
That is correct. We spent most of the early part of the game, when we talked about Robert Woods, was gassing him up. Nowhere to be found on our box score here. Bobby Trees.
I like that nickname.
Bobby Trees lost in the woods here. So those are your stats. Fourth quarter on the way. Let's take a look at the contests. Fly High 55 still in first place in the 3K Thursday night special. BB Player 66 in first place in the Madden Stream $250 free contest. J Trill 87 in first place in the 1K Flea Flicker for this game and the $250 free contest. We have a new leader, the little guy, 0218 in first place. Rams in the captain spot, Stafford, Galladay, Cup, Hawkinson, Marvin Jones. Take a look at the free roll here momentarily. Lions, 2nd and 10. Goff looking to his right, finds his man, gets out of bounds. That's Swift with the catch. 3rd and 8 coming up here for Detroit. Lamarca not in the contest, so I will not ask him how his lineup is doing. I'm in 44th.
Whatever
First
the
place.
optimal is, that's what I had in my head, though.
Earn Dog 78 in first place. So this would have been Lamarca's lineup. Reynolds in the captain spot, Cup, Galladay, Stafford, Higbee, Prater. Prater owners loving this game. If you
So I have a
stack the
question
kickers,
for
you're having a
you,
good game.
Tom.
Yeah, give it
I
to
have
me.
a question for you. And now you're a Celtics guy, you're a Boston guy. I know you don't live there anymore, but
I wish I did.
do you have any regrets about the way that they handled the Isaiah Thomas situation? Because I think that this is like the definition of a no-win situation for that Danny Ainge got put into. The Isaiah Thomas, I will always say that they did him dirty. The guy played through injury. He played through, serious personal distress in that playoff series after the passing of his sister. He put it all out there for that team. And the second that Danny Ainge had to pull the trigger and ship him off, he did it. Now, from a personnel standpoint, certainly the decision to trade Isaiah Thomas for Kyrie Irving was a good one. Kyrie's just a better player. He's younger. It was a move that made a lot of sense. But I wonder if that ended up hurting them in the long run. I mean, famously, when Anthony Davis was available, his father said, AD's not going to come to Boston because they don't care about their players. And I wonder if the way that they handled that Isaiah Thomas situation had something to do with it. So
Kenny Galladay with the touchdown.
I have never gotten a Boston guy to say, no, we shouldn't have made that Kyrie Irving trade. I'm wondering if you have the stones to be the first.
I think that there's a part of them that wishes they handled it differently, but I think that hindsight's 2020, and they looked at Isaiah Thomas and knew how bad his hips were, and that he was going to essentially be out of the league in a few years because of the way his body was. Do I think that they took advantage of him as a player? Absolutely. I don't think that they, in good conscience, should have let him play in the playoffs as much as they did, given his health status, but they did that. I don't think an NBA team should have agreed to accept Isaiah Thomas, given his health status. Like, it's sort of on the Cavs for being like, it's, and remember, there was some dicey stuff with the physical when that trade went down. Like, it was announced and then it wasn't official for a few days because there was some weird physical stuff happening because IT's hips were so messed up. So I do think that the Cavs are, they got rid of IT in less than a season, so they're almost as much to blame for that trade not working as the Celtics. I'm not going to go back in time and say we shouldn't have done that, but I totally understand why players would be hesitant to play for a Danny Ainge-run organization after seeing how Isaiah Thomas was traded out of there in a wheelchair, basically. I don't begrudge them for feeling that way. But I can't say that I regret the trade, even though I hate Kyrie as a player. I know he's great, but I don't want to get into the whole Kyrie thing. But I dislike him greatly for how he handled his exit from Boston. But no, you got to do that trade 10 times out of 10 times. Just a better player. And we said it earlier, the teams with the best players win series and win championships. So when you can upgrade, you have to.
Okay.
But I love Isaiah Thomas. I love him. The little guy.
The king in the fourth.
The king of the fourth. King of the fourth.
The king of the fourth.
All hail the king of the fourth. Apparently, Koff hated that. That made me upset the other day. As a Celtics homer, I thought he'd be into it.
I mean, it's a great nickname.
Great nickname. Daniel saying he misses Tommy
And wouldn't you know it?
Oh,
It's Josh Reynolds. I thought that was Bob Woods getting on the board, but nope.
Jay Renz. I just made that up. No one's ever called him that. Touchdown for the Rams. Going to be a 3-point game here after Sloman kicks this extra point. Let's see how this affects the old contest here. I don't know why I'm not further up the contest. Let's see why. It's old Bobby Woods and Danny Amendola with the offers. Not helping
The
me.
double donuts.
The double D's.
Normally you get a free coffee with that at Dunkin' Donuts.
Buy one, get one, if you will.
I will say it was nice. I went to Dunkin', my usual roll through to get my morning coffee the other day, and I didn't realize it was free donut day.
Wow.
So I got a
Was that
free-
Monday?
I don't remember exactly when. It might have been last week at some point.
Yeah,
But-
you might be right. Because I saw on social media it was donut day, and I know Morgan loves donuts, so I went and got us a half dozen.
I like, what's your go-to donut? I'll tell you mine, and I think it's going to be a controversial pick. Love a good blueberry cake donut.
Whoa, wouldn't even consider that. Not because it's bad, just it's not on the front of my brain, but good call by you. I like the a frosted blueberry, the smaller ones, not cake, but it's like a glazed donut, but it's basically like a blueberry muffin as a donut.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't think I've
it's-
ever seen that donut.
It's delicious.
It's delicious.
So Morgan, when she was in high school, worked for this place called the Donut Palace in Ellisville, which is a suburb of St. Louis. And, so we still live about 40 minutes from her parents. So we'll go out there from time to time. And if we're over there on the weekend, I'll always pick up donuts for the fam. Delicious. Delicious. It lives up to the palace.
You're
Lives up
going
to
to
the palace
bougie donut
moniker.
shops.
Oh no. This is a mom and pop. They worked there in high school. Wake up.
Nah,
at,
that's bouge.
I'm telling you,
If it's not Dunkin' Donuts, it's bougie.
dropped an AirPod.
Freeze Pops dropped it. He's getting some good workout during this sim. Dirty taking a lap. Now he's got to retrieve the AirPod.
Big catch there for Marvin Jones. I think that was Marvin Jones. Yeah, there he is, Marvin. No, not bougie, dude. I reject your bougie claim.
Okay.
Mom and pop donut shop. I think they actually got saved by the Barstool Fund. They were one of those small businesses
that's kind of cool.
Money from them, yeah. I think that was them. 1st and 10 here. Stafford fakes the handoff, finds Marvin Jones again. Poppy Herb saying, "Yeah, TC, I'm sure it's Morgan who loves the donuts." Hey, look, I like donuts, but I'm well established here, not a big sweets guy. Well established.
Well established.
Doesn't mean I won't like, a nice donut here. It's not a big sweets guy.
Right. I'll take a donut.
Like if I'm going to a breakfast
me
place, I'll take.
free.
100%. I'll do a bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel before I do a donut at Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, give me that. I want that.
I've decided that a bacon, egg, and cheese with a salt, pepper, ketchup would be like my death row meal.
Wow. On a bagel or toast?
Bagel, probably. I mean, the classic New York answer is a hard roll.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I really like it on an everything bagel.
Yeah, same. That's my go-to. If I'm at like a bagel place, that's the move. Bagel places not really a thing out here either.
No, I know. That's another thing that it doesn't.
That's an
feel
East
like
Coast
that's
thing.
a New York thing, but it kind of is.
I mean, I'm sure Chicago has it, but we're 4 or 5 hours south of Chicago, middle of the country. We need bagel places, people. You know what they do? They go to this Einstein Bagels. It's like fast food bagels.
Yeah, like a bagel chain.
They're not good, man. They're not. I can't.
When I go to Vegas with my dad, which I've done a couple of times now, and I mentioned we already booked the trip for November. The whole family's going.
Family
I don't know
trip.
But his morning ritual when we're in Vegas is he goes to Einstein Brothers Bagels, and he gets his tea there, and I'm like, Dad, you come from Long Island to Vegas.
Yeah, what are you doing?
And you go to Einstein Brothers Bagels? We live in the bagel capital of the world.
Get something else.
He is a creature of habit, This is his routine. It's what he does.
Meager 66ing pork roll, egg, and cheese. I assume you've had pork roll. You're in the tri-state area. Do you call it pork roll or Taylor ham?
Pork roll?
Oh, wow. So, see, that's a New Jersey thing. I figured that you would have some crossover there. New Jersey, they have this salty meat. It's like a saltier ham. They call it.
Oh.
There's the state. Half the state calls it Taylor ham.
Scrabble or Scrapple?
No, Scrapple. No, it's not Scrapple.
Okay.
It's called. You got to look this up. It's half the state calls it Taylor ham. The
I've
other
heard
half
of
calls
Taylor
it pork
ham.
roll.
I don't think I've ever had it.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. Go check that out in Jersey. It's a polarizing thing down in the Jersey land.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever had it.
If you don't know about it, you probably haven't. Rams down to the Lions here. I don't think that's going to happen in real life, but hey, any given sim day. Bad Boys of Pop saying my first job ever in Los Angeles was Noah's Bagels. Still can't eat them. I actually danced off on a cruise with the Noah. Still can't eat them. Never heard of Noah's Bagels. Is that it? That must be another bagel chain.
Listen, Freeze Pops, I'm leaving you solo while I go fill up the water bottle in anticipation of my basketball show.
LaMarco, when you are back, I'm going to ask you for your awards. So you have until you fill up the water to decide.
All right, I will throw Robert Woods under the bus right now.
Okay.
And I will think about the player of the game.
Indeed. Goff finding his man. No! I thought it was a catch. It was an incompletion. 2nd and 10 for the Rams here. Down 6. They need a tud. Minute 15 to go. Who wants it more? Raekwon saying, let's eat Woods. Woods already has a goose egg. I don't see Woods, putting up a single point here. Call me crazy. Is that right on cue? No, Reynolds. We've mistaken Reynolds for Woods a few times during this broadcast. I apologize. 1st and 10 here for the Rams. Minute 9 to go. They have a timeout remaining. Lions have all 3 timeouts. They don't need them, though. Well, unless the Rams score quick here. Then the Lions going to want those timeouts. Lamarcus back. Who you got?
I missed literally a play.
You missed, maybe 2.
The time feels like it's exactly the same.
Not a lot of time has gone off the clock. They ran, and it was an incompletion and then a play out of bounds.
Okay. Player of the game.
Is it Matt Prater?
It might be Matt Prater.
Yeah.
It might be Matt Prater with 3 field goals and 2 extra points. At, whatever ownership he checked in at, which was
5 kicks, baby. 5 for 5 on kicks. Lisa Robinson saying Woods is going to get the Triple Crown, 0.00. Gone Fishing 1220 saying that Woods has a 30-yard reception. So I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm sure if ops, they're in the midst of getting all their scores updated, they'll correct that if that is true. Ernest Tyson saying Tommy Woods has 2 catches for 30 plus.
Kaufman is in the building. He's in our Zoom chat. He's in the YouTube chat. NBA Watch Along is next. Go nowhere. He commands you to stay. I ask nicely. Please stay and hang out with us.
We've been talking it up all game, people.
We'll talk
the
hoops.
time is here. 20 seconds to go until the NBA Watch Along. Lamaka, Goff, here for an hour talking NBA in between sims. You don't even have to leave. Just stay right here. Woods with another catch, or maybe his first catch. Ops will let you know. He's still going to get the anti-wooden nickel here.
Yeah, assuming he doesn't get in the end zone. Okay, he's up to 4 for 73. The graphic just said.
So yeah, I think our ops team they get to it, guys. Don't worry.
We'll update it. We will update it.
They'll get you what you need, okay? Relax. So that's gonna do it for me here on the Dream Stream. Lamarca, any parting thoughts on either one of these teams, this sim in general, bagels, salty meats, New Jersey, Long Island, your Islanders advancing?
Bagels power ranking. 1, Sesame. Everything. Sesame is like dead last on the list.
I don't even understand why sesame bagels exist.
They're gross. 1, everything. 2, egg. 3, plain. Everything else doesn't need to exist. I'll leave you with that thought.
There you have it, folks. Matt Lamarca with your definitive bagel rankings. I will now pass the baton to my good friend, Adam Kaufman. Kauf, the floor is yours. NBA Watch Along is here.
I didn't know there were definitive bagel rankings.
I just gave them out.
I didn't know that was a thing. Shouldn't there be like a podcast about that?
A vote? No.
Yeah, at least some formal ranking, and you got to have more of a. Would you go top 3 and then everything else? Like that.
Everything else doesn't need to exist.
Wow. So just 3 and out. What was the something and then the everything bagel and then
everything is 1.
Okay.
Egg is 2.
Everything is
plain
awesome.
is 3.
What was 2? Plain was 3.
No, plain egg bagel 2.
Egg bagel doesn't do much for me. In fact, you ever bite into an egg bagel expecting it to be a plain bagel? Boy, that really messes with the palate.
Wow, that's an amateur bagel eater move right there.
that's the kind
you gotta recognize the shade. It's a more yellowish hue.
Yeah, it's true. It's really amateur hour. It's a good way to put it. Oh boy. Well, this is the NBA Watch Along, folks, and let me do a little fancy technology. I'm going to share my screen so we can look at fun, cool stuff all together. He's Matt Lamarca. I'm me. You've heard from me all day long. Multiple sims, multiple between shows commentary. I have some semblance of a voice remaining. So what the heck? Let's get after it. Lamarca, we got another game. Almost called it a sim. We got another playoff game starting in a little less than an hour. It will feature, of course, the Clippers and Jazz, and we got plenty of time to get into that. Let's talk about what's happening right now, though, in Milwaukee, where the Brooklyn Nets have clawed back. There's unfortunately, for those of us who hate Brooklyn, there's no quit in this team, even absent James Harden. They were down 30-11 after one. 30-11, and they are now down 2 about 4 minutes into this third quarter. I know you haven't been able to watch intently, having just done a sim, but what are your thoughts on what we've experienced so far?
Yeah, this game, this was always going to be the game where Milwaukee gave them their best shot, right? And my one of my friends, colleagues that I worked with at Action Network back in the day, his name is John Ewing. He is now, like me, working elsewhere, but
sure.
He had a trend that he put out earlier. The Bucks are down 0-2 to the Nets. Since 2005, NBA playoff teams that lost the first 2 games of the series have gone 90, 49, and 3 against the spread in the first half of game 3.
90,
so that first half is really where teams make their stand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
They can't go down 0-3. No team has ever come back from an 0-3 deficit. So that's their chance. They have to hit them with their best punch and hope that it's enough. We saw that with the Bucks. They were so intense in the first quarter. I mean, holding Brooklyn to 11 points in a quarter, I did not think was possible.
No.
But Brooklyn took that punch, and now they are clawing back. It's a 1-point game. They're the better team. And the fact that you can get them as underdogs right now on the live line is extremely enticing to me. You know, I want this to be a series. I am invested in the Bucks. There's just nothing you can do to stop this team. You can't, like, you can play incredible defense on Kevin Durant and he's still going to score. Same thing for Kyrie Irving. The Bucks have to work hard for every point that they get. And with the Nets, it's just easy. So I think getting them plus 2.5 for the game, sure. Plus 120 on the money line, sure. And again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the Bucks can take this game and make this a series, but I just don't understand why we're expecting them to at this point.
So you said it right now. It's 1-point game, 7 minutes to go, third quarter, and minus 2.5 for the Bucks. The spread. The total is 199.5 for anyone that's up for betting in-game totals, obviously, and minus 150 on the money line here on the DK Sportsbook. And one thing that you said that I don't want to say I take exception to it. I just want to dig deeper into it.
Let's go.
Which is the Bucks have to work for everything they get. I think there's some truth in that. Giannis is having a great game. He, especially out of the gate, he was awesome. He slowed down a little bit. He still has 24 points. Finally, you're getting something out of Middleton. He has 22. Drew Holiday, nothing. I mean, he's got 5 points, but he's not giving you anything right now. But the larger and the bench, forget it. 4 points out of Bobby Portis. That's it. Nothing from PJ Tucker. Goose egg for Brooke Lopez. Not nearly enough help. But here's the thing. And it goes back to the old cliche. Doc Rivers says it all the time. I can't stand it personally, but there's some truth to it. It's a make-miss league. Okay? It's a make-or-miss league. The Bucks shot terribly from three-point range in game 1. Lost despite James Harden not being on the other side. Game 2, they just shot bad across the board. Regular shots from the field, three-point range in general, shot poorly. And again, they were blown out, embarrassed. Budenholzer could have lost his job halfway through the series. Here tonight, you got them at 4 for 20 from three-point range. They are shooting 20%. I mean, granted, neither one of us is sitting here watching.
Sounds like they have to work for their shots, Kaufman.
Does it, though? Like, how much of that are you crediting to the Nets' perimeter defense versus just they're missing their buckets? Like, I mean, I'm not saying you got to go out there and shoot 60% from three-point range, but 20? 4 out of 20 so far? I mean, this is this right here is a replay of game 1 right now.
Can we rephrase this? I'm going to rephrase this.
Sure.
They're 4 for 15 on non-Giannis three-pointers.
Okay.
That's a reasonable number to me. It's not good. It's sub 33%.
Yeah, it's
but
not good.
It's not like they are abysmal. The problem is that Giannis has taken 5 threes and he's 2 for 7 from the line.
Well, we need him to stop doing that. We need him to stop taking these 3-pointers, LaMarca, because my goodness gracious, what was his? As I look away, I'm looking at some stats, obviously. I want to see his, excuse me, his 3-point percentage. So he shot 30% from 3 during the year, which is not good. I mean, it's good, I guess, for a man of his stature. Here in the postseason, 12.5%. And that doesn't even include tonight, where he's, like you said, 0 for 5.
Every time you take one of those shots, you're playing into the hands of the defense. The defense wants Giannis to shoot those shots.
For sure. Absolutely.
It's
so
kind of like the
what's
same
the bigger
thing.
problem here? Is the bigger problem coaching? Poor game plan? Why has Milwaukee been so bad in this series without James Harden on the other side? Because I'm sorry, like to a certain degree, it's the Nets' talent for sure. Durant's really good. Kyrie is really good.
Durant is better than really good.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously, he's a superstar. Kyrie Irving.
He might be the best player in the league.
He might be, but he's top 5. He's top 5. Kyrie Irving is not, but he's top, 15? We'll put him in.
Yeah.
Top 20, something like that. But, I mean, Bruce Brown should not be giving you a dozen points right now, halfway through the third quarter. Like, the supporting cast for Brooklyn is not that good, absent James Harden. I had an interesting conversation. You tell me if you agree with this. I was talking earlier today with David Aldridge, who knows a thing or two about the NBA. I think we can agree with that. And we're
I'm
talking.
very intimidated to disagree with him, but please continue.
But it was an interesting theory. You know, we're talking about this series in particular, and he said, you know, nobody in Brooklyn would admit this. Like, no one in Brooklyn would say this. But losing James Harden, not, you know, permanently, like for a finals championship run or anything, but just in the here and now, losing James Harden, kind of a good thing to happen to them against a team like the Bucks, because now there's no kind of worrying about guys getting their shots and, you know, who's going to be the focus, who takes the last shot. Like Kevin Durant can go out there and take 35 shots and not think twice about it. Kyrie Irving can go out and shoot however many shots he wants and not think twice about it. Not the, you know, how do we get James involved and how many is he going to get and what's this going to look like? They can go out kind of carefree against Milwaukee, play with house money and just play their game. And it's worked in their favor, obviously.
I don't think that's a problem for this team at the moment. I think should these guys play together for future years down the line, then we might get into the I'm not getting enough shots type of stuff. But right now, these are 3 dudes who are just hungry to prove themselves.
I don't even think he necessarily meant ego-wise. I think he more meant it just like rhythmically out there on the
I don't think James Harden is upset that he has not had, you know, he's posted like a 25% usage rate when all these guys have been healthy. And I think he's okay with it. You know, Kevin Durant hasn't seen a huge bump without Harden. It's pretty much been the same for him. I think that, you know, certainly it's easy to make that case, you know, and I'm not trying, again, I don't want to be the guy that disagrees with David Thompson, but
Aldridge.
Sorry, makes more sense. I don't disagree with David Thompson either. Skywalker.
I don't even know who's David Thompson.
Skywalker.
Oh, sure.
All-time great player. I think that these guys like really are they just want to play basketball together at this point in time. They're not worried about any of the BS that everybody on the outside world keeps trying to push on them. You know, like I think for some reason, Kevin Durant still has a chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie Irving has a chip on his shoulder. James Harden has the biggest chip on his shoulder. You know, this is a guy that was told for years that his style of basketball could not win. Who was told that he was not good enough to lead a team to the finals. And maybe that won't change if he wins a title with Kevin Durant. Maybe he still won't get that credit that he's due. But I don't know. I don't worry about the chemistry with this Nets team and, you know, who's going to get the shots in this. I don't worry about that stuff as much as most of the other people seem to.
I was just looking at David Thompson's stats. He was ridiculous his first handful of years before that knee injury, man.
Yeah, I told you.
I mean, from his rookie year at 22 and 76 on through 81, all with Denver, a solid 25, 26 points a game. Yeah. Knee got the best of him before 30, though. That sucks. Hate to see that.
Happens when you're the nickname is Skywalker, you know?
That's right.
Blake Griffin will tell you about that.
Yeah, well, Blake, that's another thing. Blake Griffin going all Paul Pierce out of the wheelchair right now.
Seriously, the city of Detroit should be able to sue him.
Well, it's one of the reasons that I said earlier that this Nets team is just so unlikable. It's that you got two guys that couldn't be more sensitive in Durant and Irving to what people say about them and feeling like they need to react to every little solitary thing. You got Harden, who, not dissimilarly to Blake Griffin, forced his way out of Houston versus Detroit, whatever. But obviously quit on their teams in an effort to go elsewhere, to join up in part of, trying to form this super team, which they've done successfully, clearly. But you're right. I mean, Detroit should be livid as a city with Blake Griffin right now. Absolutely livid. At what point are you if there's a point, at what point are you no longer interested in the live spread? I mean, Milwaukee's still up 1, late third, still a dog, 1.5. At what point does it not become appealing to you betting in?
I think if the Bucks can stretch this out to 7-8 points, I would probably refrain from firing on the Nets at that point in time. But I do think the longer that this game stays close, the more it favors Brooklyn, right? Like in a one possession game down the stretch, which team do you trust to be the one to make a shot?
I'm honestly surprised it's so low scoring right now.
Yeah, that first quarter performance from the Nets really threw everything off.
I mean, each team has had a 30-point quarter. It's been tame here in the third so far, 19 apiece. Obviously, you guys are looking at what we're looking at right here. So the Bucks -2.5, -175 money line. I mean, I appreciate Milwaukee putting up a fight. It had to, obviously, to just show some stones here tonight. I mean, if, like you said, there was no chance of coming back from down 3-0. And quite frankly, even if they win tonight, I don't see them coming back to win this series. No. But at least they're, making the Nets think a little bit. Like, we don't know. We're not only are we not doctors, nor do we play them on the DK Dream Stream. We are not, we're certainly not.
I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night, though.
I bet you slept great. Who are you kidding? You haven't left that room in 1.5 years. We haven't, we're not at all connected, obviously, to the Nets, medical staff. Not that anybody listening is either, but ruling James Harden out the day before, no less, but ruling James Harden out for Game 3. Did that scream to you, he's just not ready? Like he's not right. We can't play him. Or you know what? We're up 2-0. We've had command of this team. It's not like we're eking by. We have dominated this team. We're just not going to rush it. We're going to play this out a little bit, as opposed to, let's say, even if it were 1-1. If it were 1-1, would James Harden have been out there tonight?
Yeah. Again, this is purely a guess.
Purely speculation.
Obviously the more that the Nets win and get cushion in the series, the easier it is to give Harden the night off. I do think that if this series was closer, we'd at least see him getting, the Joel Embiid treatment where he's questionable and going to give it a go through pregame warmups type of thing. But who knows?
Yeah, no way to know. See, obviously, what turns out to be for Game 4. Why don't we talk about the other game that is going to get going in, well, about 40 minutes at this point, but lineups locking for anyone, obviously, that is interested from a DFS showdown perspective, or obviously revising your classic lineups, you will have let us see here. Yeah, about 45 minutes away, as you guys can see.
35 minutes.
Well, 45 until the game actually starts, but 35 until lock.
Correct.
Correct. The Clippers and Jazz in Utah, and in general, Utah's favored by 2.5. Game total, if that interests you, is 222. Money line is -140 for Utah. The Clippers +120. How you feeling about this game in general? And we can get to DFS. Obviously, we'll get to sports betting here on the DK Sportsbook. But the game in general, what do you think?
I'm excited for this one. I think this series is going to be the most entertaining of the first round. Even if the Bucks can hold on and win tonight, I still expect the Nets to win that series before 7 games at this point. So I think the Suns are a potential sweep candidate. We'll talk about them in a little bit. Philly, Atlanta is a bit of a wild card with Embiid's knee, but these are just 2 good teams that I think are going to give us an entertaining basketball game. I look at that last performance. Utah got off to the incredibly slow start. They were off, for an extended period of time before that game played. So it kind of took them a bit to get going. I do think that the Clippers can bounce back tonight. There are just a few things that you look at that box score and it seems out of whack. For the first thing that jumps off the page is Kawhi Leonard being -12 when he's on the court. I can't imagine that the Clippers are going to get outscored by double digits with Leonard on the court very often. So I like them to improve in that department. The other big one is Paul George. It's becoming kind of a sad thing to see. When the moment gets important, he really has started to shrink. 4 for 17 in that game, 3 for 8 from 3-point range. I expect him to be better tonight. Maybe I'm falling for the Paul George trap. It's possible. Playoff P, pandemic P, whatever you want to call him. I expect him to be better. I thought that Luke Kennard gave them some good minutes off the bench. I think he's an interesting option to add to that rotation. I thought Zubac was playable in that game. So I think there are some things for the Clippers to take that, even though they lost the game, I think that they can win this one.
Well, you're right about playoff P, obviously. Paul George is, certainly ran from the moment against the Jazz in game 1. As we saw, Utah came away with the victory in that one. Some interesting numbers, courtesy of the DK Sportsbook, as well as producer Mike, from a betting perspective. So each of the last 4 games, between these 2 teams in Utah have gone under. Something to think about, obviously, with that Jazz defense in particular. Jazz have won each of, excuse me, geez. The Jazz have won, I'm choked up just thinking about this game. Nervous, anxiety. It's like I'm on the floor. Jazz have won each of their last 6 home games against the Clippers. And Jazz have also covered the spread 7 of their last 8 games. In general, let alone obviously involving the Clippers. We can get to some player props, all that good stuff as well. I'd like to see Utah win, quite frankly. I know there's some out there, and not even just Clippers fans. There's some out there around the NBA that would just like to see LA finally emerge, this LA team finally emerge, shove it in the Lakers' faces and just show that, hey, we are actually capable of winning something. There are probably an equal, if not greater, number of people that would like to see Kawhi and George fail together and for this to not work out the way they came.
I think
together.
It's a far greater number.
Yeah. But Utah, this has just been sort of to me, they were, over the course of the regular season, we've talked about it, they were kind of that, that fun story. Look at how good Utah is. And I said this 1,000 times, I never took them seriously as a true championship contender, a team that can go on a sustained playoff run and actually compete for a title. And quite frankly, I'm still not convinced, and I'm not convinced they're going to beat the Clippers. But if they do, if they come out of this series, I'd like to see it. You have to take them seriously, obviously, if they come out of this series. I still think the Suns would be favored, but this is and that's, provided Phoenix gets by Denver, but I think we expect that to happen. This is a fun Utah team to watch. Donovan Mitchell went crazy last time out. He's got a good supporting cast, obviously, and I'm really interested. This is a series I'm really interested in.
Yeah, you touched on Mitchell. I said earlier, I'm not sure, I can't even remember if it was with you or if it was with Freeze Pops during the sim, but it is hard to win a playoff series when you do not have the best player on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kawhi Leonard is the best player in the series. I think Kawhi Leonard is right up there with Kevin Durant as, best players left in the playoffs. But Donovan Mitchell is really trying to enter that threshold. He's got a ways to go. He's not the same, efficient scorer as guys like Durant and Leonard, but he's upped his usage rate to at least 40.5% in 3 of his last 4 games. He's scored at least 25 points in all 5 playoff games so far this season. The Jazz have won all 5 playoff games where Mitchell has been in the lineup. Like, he is trying to give the Jazz that superstar element that most people thought that they lacked, right? That was the knock on the Clippers. Yes, or the Jazz. Yes, they have a great team. They're winning in the regular season, but can they contend in the postseason, which is historically driven by superstars? And Donovan Mitchell is trying to say, yeah, we can, because I'm a superstar.
Do you buy it? I mean, I appreciate confidence in oneself, obviously, but
I kind of do.
Can
I
he
mean,
take over?
he's had a lot of reps in the playoffs, like he went toe to toe in the first round last year with Jamal Murray, just throwing haymakers back at each other. Like Donovan Mitchell has had a lot of reps as being the number 1 guy on a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's ready to make that leap. I mean, we saw it in the second half of game 1. I don't know if he can go toe to toe with Kawhi Leonard, but if Kawhi Leonard is going to get no help from his supporting cast, that makes it a much easier, task for Mitchell to overcome. Like if Paul George is not going to be the 1B to Kawhi's 1A, or even just the number 2 to Kawhi's number 1, then this series becomes very winnable for the Jazz.
Why don't we get into some DFS as it concerns this game tonight?
Sure.
Let's see. Let's see what potentially jumps out. I mean, I don't think. Well, with Conley ruled out, Joe Ingles would seem to be a good play. He's someone obviously to think quite a bit about. Let me see. Dig into some of the numbers here.
My thing with these showdown contests, is it's very much stars and scrubs heavy. You typically cannot win these contests without having all the studs in for the most part. So for tonight, all my lineups will have.
When you say that, do you mean loading up your studs in the flex and going with kind of a punt captain?
It depends. I don't think that tonight you need to. You don't have that, 20K player you can put in the flex, right? Like Donovan Mitchell at 15 is expensive, but that's not overwhelming on the salary. If you put Mitchell there and Leonard and George in the flex spots, you have enough that you can build around that.
Yeah, I mean, you're seemingly fading Gobert. I don't know if you're going to. I'm not doing a dummy build, so I don't know if you can fit Clarkson. Obviously, Ingles is a good cheap play. You would think Morris is a good play. Zubac is in a good spot.
This is why I was saying that that range, the 5 to 8K range, is kind of no man's land for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Zubac. I'm going to play Luke Kennard. Like those are the guys that are going to be in my lineup because they let me get the studs in.
Yeah.
And Ingles, for what it's worth, is right on the borderline. He can probably fit into a stars and scrubs build at 5,200, but I'm super cool with not having Jordan Clarkson in my lineups tonight. Fine with not having Royce O'Neal. I'm fine with not having Bojan Bogdanovic. Like, those are the players you're going to have to sacrifice if you want to go stars and scrubs, which historically has been proven to be the winning strategy in most of these contests.
So you like a Donovan Mitchell captaincy tonight?
I do. Again, 40+% usage rate the last or 3 of the last 4 games. He's seen the highest assist rate boost on the team with Mike Conley off the court this season. And there's just one of him, right? Like, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard have to play with each other. Donovan Mitchell, it's just him.
Let's see. I want to see what some Showdown. See what the chalky captains look like for Showdown tonight for people for large GPPs, obviously, are thinking about. You know, you might have to go a little differentiation. That's okay. So looks like George is emerging as maybe the most popular captain right now.
He's the easiest to fit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and he's cheaper than Mitchell, and he's
right. I mean, it's close with him and Mitchell.
Decide if you trust him, but
there's very, very, very minimal price difference between the two.
I mean,
but
and
every dollar matters in these.
You do that, obviously. You can fit in Kawhi, you can fit in Mitchell, you can fit in Ingles, and then you need a couple of cheaper plays. You could also go with Ingles at captain. I don't know how you feel about that. It's more of a punt play, obviously. It allows you to fit maybe another stud.
I think you're a little bit higher than me on Ingles.
Yeah, I could be.
I don't know if I see a ton of upside with him.
Yeah.
If Mitchell's going to be a 40+% usage type guy.
Yeah. And he had 22 fantasy points last game. Hadn't been good the handful before that. But
right, and he didn't shoot the ball well. So there is room for some shooting progression with him.
Yeah.
But again, like, I think his ceiling is probably capped at around 30 DK points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may be right about that. Mm-hmm. All right, what about Sportsbook? You know, people have been looking a little bit at what's on our screen. At least they were before. I mentioned it. -2.5 for the Jazz. Over-under is 222. -140 on the money line for Utah. Purely betting. What's your move?
On the Clippers, I will take them on the money line as opposed to the 2.5 points, just to grab the plus money payout. You know, when we're talking about, I think Jules had this stat earlier on the sweat.
We're going to credit Jules?
I'm crediting Jules.
Man.
Like, only 3
checks
teams.
in the mail, guy.
Only 3 teams have covered the spread during the playoffs without winning the game outright. So if you think the Clippers are going to cover, just take them on the money line and get the +120. So that's sort of the direction that I'm going with there. You can look at the prop market too. I'm in on the Zubac props.
Yeah.
Again, I think that Big Zoo is going to be a factor in this series. I'm not sure if we have some listed up here for the big man
for player props.
If you can find some scoring props or rebound props for him, I would probably be on the over for both.
Let's see.
You probably got to go to actual player props.
Yeah. Well, I mean, those are popular ones that show up too. So let's Zubac.
Lots of specials.
Lots of specials. Many specials.
There we go.
Oh, okay. No, there's nothing there. Not on points. Or rebounds or assists.
Okay.
All right. Nothing offered on the DK Sportsbook for Zubats then.
Sorry, Big Zoo.
But LaMarca loves you.
I do. I'm in on Luke Kennard as well. I'm in on his overs if you can, if they're available. As for the big 3, I feel
son of a gun.
You don't need to scroll like crazy. We can just talk about it.
We'll talk while I look.
if I was going to bet on one of the big three, and again, I've made my points known on this stuff. When it comes to prop betting, the lines on the stars are going to be a lot sharper than the lines on some of the role players because they have to be. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be lots of people who want to bet on Kawhi Leonard points and Donovan Mitchell points. There are not going to be a lot of people who want to bet on Avika Zubac rebounds. So they just have to make those lines sharper. I'm sorry?
I said, which is offensive, might I add.
It is offensive. It's just a shame. But if I was to place a bet on one of the big three guys, I would take the over on Donovan Mitchell assists, I think. Again, he's been the biggest assist beneficiary with Conley off the court this season.
I will tell
he
you.
had the scoring working in game one. I think he probably has fewer points in game two, but he should be able to make up for that with a few more assists.
We do have a special odds boost on the DK Sportsbook for this late game. Rudy Gobert, 3+ block shots. The odds boost from plus 100 to plus 115. What do you think of that?
Not a huge fan, to be honest. Rudy's had 2 in game one. He's had more than 3 blocks. 3+ blocks.
Yeah, 3 or
so we
more.
win on 3. Oh,
yeah.
That's not bad then.
Oh.
I misinterpreted. I thought it was over 3.
He only had 2 against the Clips, as you said, in game one, but he hit 4 out of the 5 games against Memphis.
Right. And yeah, I don't understand why he's not playing a little bit more. He's like 33 minutes or so the last couple of nights, last couple times out. I'd like to see him closer to 36. I'd feel a little bit better about this number if he was playing that much. But the guy's the defensive player of the year for a reason. He can block some shots. 2.7 per game this season.
Rim protector.
And 3.1 blocks per 36 minutes. So I think this number's pretty fair. Roll the dice if you're interested.
All right. So in the time that we've got left, why don't we talk about some series lines here? Okay. The Clippers are plus 175. Jazz are minus 220. So tell me how you feel about that before we look at other teams and other games and whatnot.
I'm still sticking with the Jazz, with the Clippers. I like them at the start of the series, and again, I think they win tonight. So if that happens and they get a split headed back to LA, I think that puts them in a good spot. So I think that grabbing them at plus 160 is a decent number.
Yeah, plus 160. The Jazz minus 200. I stand corrected. Some adjusted odds here. Philly and Atlanta. Okay. You've got minus 200 or minus 250, pardon me, for the Sixers, plus 195 for the Hawks.
This one's a no bet for me. I was in the boat before the start of the series that the Hawks had a chance to win. I think the Hawks, as I've said numerous times, were the most underrated team entering the playoffs. They're just a good basketball team. But the fact that Joel Embiid has played essentially like the same guy that we have seen all season, he doesn't seem to be bothered at all by that knee. I do think that the 76ers will win if he continues to play at that level. But that knee scares me. It does kind of feel like it could be a house of cards, and you just never know when it's all going to come crashing down. So I'm staying away at these numbers. If I was forced to take a side, I would still take the Hawks at roughly getting 2-1. But I don't expect them to win if Joel Embiid gives the 76ers the same kind of minutes he's given them the last 2 games.
Now,
does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. How about Suns and Nuggets going back to the Western Conference? Big number, understandably so, with this series couple games in. The Suns minus 850 and the Nuggets plus 550.
So do me a favor. Why don't you click on that series correct score tab?
Sure. Happy to.
Suns 4-0 plus 300.
Yeah.
I'm enticed. The big secret, and it's not a secret, but outside of Nikola Jokic, this Nuggets team is really bad right now.
Not having Jamal Murray has been very impactful.
It's bad. It's a bad team.
Well,
they're
Aaron
playing
Gordon's
Austin Rivers
Porter's
40
been
minutes a night.
Yeah, he's been bad. Barton has barely been available. It's the
So
MVP
it's really
everybody else.
It's Jokic, right? He's been going Super Saiyan mode, and that's what's made the Denver Nuggets competitive. He had a great first round series against the Blazers, but life is just going to be much tougher for him against DeAndre Ayton. I think Ayton is one of the more underrated defensive players in the league right now. He's just a really good center on the defensive end of the court. He did a great job against Jokic in game 1. He limited him to like 35% shooting as his primary defender. And Jokic wasn't a huge factor in game 2 as well, evidenced by the fact that the Suns won by 25 points. So this series does head back to Denver. Similarly to what we saw with Milwaukee tonight, I expect that we see the Nuggets' best punch in the first half of game 3. If you want to try and take advantage of that trend I mentioned earlier, the Nuggets would certainly qualify for that. But I just don't know if it matters. I don't think this team is good enough to beat Phoenix. So I will take the Suns with the sweep at plus 300. I think that's a good number.
CP3 said last night that DeAndre Ayton arguably has been their MVP here in the playoffs. It's hard to disagree with that, with what he's been doing, especially, like you said, defensively.
Love the guy. And he's going to have the unfortunate designation of being the guy that was drafted before Luka Doncic, but such is life. He's really evolved into a nice role with this Suns team as their defensive anchor, pick and roll rim runner. He might never be the same offensive level center that the team envisioned when they drafted him first overall, but you can make a nice living in the NBA as a defensive center who sets picks and runs the rim.
And listen, I mean, which one of them still in the playoffs? Ayton or Luka?
That's right, baby.
That's right. That's what it's all about. So who right now, don't worry about the odds, obviously, but
sure.
What you've seen so far, how you expect these series to play out, and we're early in the second round, I realize, but which teams do you see emerging from each conference? Is there a team in the East that can beat Brooklyn? Is there, is Phoenix the favorite in the West? How are you viewing this thing?
So for me, the answer is no. I don't think anyone can beat the Nets. They're too good. They have the best player in that conference by a pretty astronomical margin. No disrespect to Joel Embiid, but Kevin Durant he's too good at basketball. So I can't imagine them losing before the finals, and they're basically even money to win the whole thing at this point. I really like them to ultimately get the job done. As for the West,
I just looked on the DK Sportsbook. We might be able to show it to you. Plus 110 Nets to win a championship.
Yeah, I'm viewing your screen share, bro.
What's that?
I'm viewing your screen share. What do you think I've been looking at this whole time?
I didn't know if no, I mean not you. I mean the people on YouTube. I know you're looking at it. The Jazz are plus 340. They've got the next best odds.
Yeah, I like the Suns at their number more than the Jazz at their number. Again, I mean, I think the Clippers can beat the Jazz. I think the Suns are going to walk to the Western Conference Finals. The Suns have everything you look for. They have the veteran in Chris Paul, who's been there. They have the scorer in Devin Booker. They have the defender in DeAndre Ayton. They have some, role players. Jay Crowder's been here. Like, Mikal Bridges has really become a guy for them. So they have the thing you worry about is the rest of the team besides Chris Paul too young? They haven't really cut their teeth yet, but outside of Kawhi Leonard, nobody in the Western Conference has cut their teeth in the playoffs at this point. So unless you think Kawhi is going to get the Clippers there, which I'm not ruling that out either, I still think the Clippers are very live to win the West. Why can't Phoenix do it? Sure. I think that the way the numbers are situated currently, The Suns at plus 600, the Clippers at plus 750, I think are the two value plays I would be looking at. But again, barring injuries, when all is said and done, I think the Brooklyn Nets hold up the trophy. The LOB, the Larry OB, if you will.
The LOB, not men left on base for baseball. The Larry OB, as he said, Larry O'Brien. So here's the deal, folks. You got one more sim coming at you tonight. Lamarca is going to rest those pipes for just a couple of minutes, but then he's going to be back with you with Moose, Jeff Ulrich. They're going to go over all things Eagles Raiders. I'm sure Lamarca, at the very least, would be keeping a close eye on what is happening in the association as that first game, the Nets, the Bucks, as they work to wrap up by then. And of course, you will have the start and, first half or so of that Clippers Jazz game as well. I'm sure you can, I'll get some golf questions in to Jeff if you'd like to do that as well. Tomorrow, you are without me. No work for me tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday. You've got I offered. Look at the sign-up sheet. I just didn't get scheduled. This is on Drew. There are 4 sims tomorrow: the Nooner, the Mad Matinee, the Early Bird Special, and the Happy Hour sim. 12, 2, 4, 6 Eastern Time. 8 and 10, no sims. We will have the instead it will be the American Ultimate Disc League, and we encourage you obviously stick around for that. YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us, because it is going to be a good time. And with that, I'll be off watching some of that and then continuing my Fast and Furious binge. But I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to leave you with the crew who will all hang out for the next sim as well. From Jim and Ops all the way to Daniel, our technical director, and Mike, our producer, and of course, Moose and Lamarca, which sounds like a buddy cop show. Matty, great time. Happy to be with you. Look forward to doing it again soon.
Later, buddy.
See you guys soon.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name is Jeff Ulrich, taking you home tonight on Madden After Dark with some indigestion to come to boot along with me, apparently. But joining me, Matt LaMarca. I do believe he was just on this stream. I could be wrong about that, but Matty,
player.
You were.
Yes.
Yes.
I was working. I worked the sim with Freeze Pops at 8, straight into the NBA show with Cough.
That's what I figured.
And now I've finally made it to my time with Jeff Ulrich, and we will take this bad boy home.
I mean, the DraftKings Dream Stream enjoyed their like, it was a very like moose-less day so far, so there wasn't me like just chatting about golf all in the breaks and stuff. So I haven't been in the stream much, and I don't know who was on what. So I just knew I was doing the stream with you, buddy, to bring it home here on Madden After Dark. So we got one more to go through here. We've got oh my God, I've forgotten the teams already. So now I got to pull my lineup up to remember which team I made the lineup for, and it's not showing up. So
Eagles and Raiders, I believe.
Completely just bollocks this. It's Eagles and Raiders. Yeah, I put Deshaun Jackson in my line. Why isn't it showing up? Probably just hasn't shown up yet. All right, we got Eagles and Raiders. There it is. I put Deshaun Jackson in my captain spot. I got Carson Wentz, Ertz, Alshon Jeffrey. Lineups are locked. I'm a terrible play-by-play man, but we're getting there. I know that
ice cold 3-pointer. Sorry.
Who did?
Durant, ice cold. That's what he does.
I mean, look, if you were on the Dream Stream, you were obviously watching the NBA scoring updates and the leaderboard live we do, the NBA follow along that we do, excuse me. So, the game is very close right now. LaMarca's going to be watching the game for us, giving us updates. We don't do play-by-play, just updates. So, right now, obviously, we got a close game. What is there, like a minute left in the third? Minute and a half?
Yeah, about $1.20.
What, are we tied?
No, Brooklyn just went up 3 with that 3-pointer.
So we got Eagles Raiders in the stream. I'll be keeping an eye on that. Matt's going to keep an eye on the game. The end of this game could go to OT. Could end quickly. I mean, if Durant keeps hitting threes, it's going to end quickly. But did you get a lineup in through all this NBA craziness?
I did not.
It's okay. We forgive you.
Forgot.
Dude, you didn't even get a break. You didn't even get a break. You got a great excuse. I will say this. I look very Raiders-esque tonight, so maybe I should have gone with the Raiders, but I just couldn't resist. Oh, my God. They got the great Eagles uniforms. I love that Daniel only chooses to suit up the Eagles in the good Eagles uniforms. So shout out to Daniel. He knows.
What player do you think about when you see
Daniel's got great fashion sense, dude. He knows where the good unis are. So those are like the only uniforms the Eagles should ever wear. That in the forest green aways or homes or whatever. So anyways.
But what player do you think about when you see them?
Yeah, I know. We were talking about, I can't remember who I was talking about this. I don't even know what color green would you even describe their modern day jerseys. Like, it's not even a green. It's just like it's like some weird color mix, like a kid put together, and it's like, it's not even green. Like, it's not even, like, you're the Eagles. You go with the green, man. Go with like a real, like, royal, some kind of green that people recognize, but no. Anyways.
Well, my answer to the question is Randall Cunningham. That's what I think of when I see these unis.
Totally. Sprinting down the sidelines, at like 100 miles per hour, making everyone else just look like slow motion. Throwing the ball 62 yards, in the air, 70 yards in the air, whatever. It's true, man. The ultimate weapon before there was an ultimate weapon, Randall Cunningham. It's even a Sports Illustrated with him described as the ultimate weapon, so. He was it before it was it, man. Anyways, we got Raiders, Vegas, and we got Philly here, guys. So let me know who you got in the captain spot. Like I said, Matt was too busy to get a lineup in. I put Deshaun in there. I actually kind of like my lineup. I'm not gonna lie. I did win a free roll.
A interesting captain play because he can take it to the house on any touch. So I mean,
he's got that super speed, he's got the turbo boost. He's got the nitro built in. So gonna see what he does on the Rams this year. I don't hate him as like a late round draft pick in like that. And in best balls, I know that's your favorite tout saying. I don't mind him in best balls. But in all seriousness, like Deshaun Jackson is kind of like a best ball only type of fantasy football player. So unless you're in a deeper league, if you're in like a 16-team league, then you can start to think about it. Oh, we got 2nd and 6 here. I don't know why my screen is so fuzzy, but it is. Flag. How's Sanders? The Colonel.
All right, Buck's going to push. Are they going to call timeout? They're down 1 with 15 seconds left. Oh, Drew Holiday to the rim for a bucket.
Okay, here we go. And here we got, Carson Wentz actually is going deep and incomplete. So not as exciting as the basketball game. No shock there. So we got Bucks up 1, 11 seconds left. They call timeout, I assume.
11 seconds left. Timeout, Brooklyn. And you know what time it is, Jeff.
Yeah, we all know what time it is.
The Slim Reaper.
Yeah.
Iceman Slim.
Get your butter out.
Carson Wentz is just letting it air out tonight.
He is. I mean, it's 4th and 13, but you appreciate the consistency. Yeah, get your ketchup out because it's KD time. You eat ketchup with KD as a kid or as an adult? Kraft dinner?
Oh, God, no. Disgusting.
That's a staple for me, man. When I was a kid,
Ketchup
I don't
on
do it
mac
now.
and cheese?
Yes, absolute
Ugh.
staple.
I mean, now that I think about it, it's not the most absurd. It's not like you're saying, you ever tried peanut butter on mac and cheese? Ketchup and cheese is a good combination, but no, it's never occurred to me to combine those two things.
It's a staple. I mean, it does taste better as when you're a kid. Like I don't really do it now that I'm an adult, but I don't even remember having mac and cheese without ketchup when I was a kid. It's Tyrell Williams over the middle.
Were you like a big ketchup household?
Yeah, kind of. Like we didn't really get into like the crazy condiments. Like we were very bland from a condiment standpoint. You go over to like some people's like houses and they got like they got like a million different spices and herbs, like that weird kind of family. They go into like weird shops or they're bringing stuff back from them from vacations. That was nice.
Okay, interesting sequence there. We had a scramble. The ball ends up in the hands of Bruce Brown. He takes it to the rim. Contested shot. Bucks rebound. For some reason, they flip the ball to Giannis. So Giannis will be going to the line to shoot 2 free throws, potentially make it a 3-point game. Giannis at the free throw line today is a disgusting 4 for 9. Wow. Oh, they had a foul to give.
Oh.
So now they will get it to Middleton and they will foul Middleton.
Okay.
Well, that's a much better outcome.
Isn't he like 80%?
Close to 90, yeah.
Close to 90. I was gonna say 90, but I didn't want to build him up to something. I knew he was a pretty good free throw shooter. So, well, that one could be over. I mean,
the worst case scenario for the Nets is they will still have a chance to tie.
Yes.
But
with how many seconds we're
you're
talking
happy with the way that played out if you're Milwaukee, 100%. Yeah. And Derek Carr will take about a 20-yard loss.
Yes, appreciate you working that in. There's like 2 seconds left in that game, though, right?
2.1 seconds. Middleton makes the first.
Bad boys a pop. The real answer is, heck yeah, we were a ketchup household. We grew up poor. We used to eat ketchup sandwiches. I had a friend who legit would eat ketchup sandwiches just because he liked them. He was also like the craziest person I've ever met. So
that's like Frankenstein from Big Daddy. Hey, what do you want there, Frankenstein? 40 packets of ketchup.
Yeah, he legitimate, and then he put like a candy in them or something like just off the wall. Anyways. I need to bore you with that talk.
Now,
it's like he made them both.
The classic NBA, if a tree falls in the forest situation, which is up by 3, do you foul the opposing team? Do you let them get a shot for the win, or do you put them at the line? I think with 2 seconds left.
Well, did he make both free throws?
They made them both. With 2 seconds left, it's probably too close where it's going to be like a catch and shoot situation if you go for a foul, unless the guy has his back to the basket.
Yeah.
The guy's probably going up and you're going to put him at the line. So I don't know if you can hit, if you can foul in this situation. But man, I would be tempted if I had the opportunity, because I do not want to see Kevin Durant shooting a 3 to tie the game.
No, you also don't want to see Kevin Durant at the line with 3 free throws, but it's tough. Like if the opportunity is clearly there to foul before they get up for the shot, you take it, but it's got to be clearly there. There's Alshon, little catch, 7 yards.
Oh. He missed. Back rim.
Who was it, KD?
KD got the look. It wasn't a particularly good look. It was like a little bit of a running 1-footer. Good for Milwaukee. I'm happy that they pulled out the win.
I'm really happy for Milwaukee, man. The Twitter feed after that game too was just like, it was just overkill, man. Like, it was just like, I get it. I mean, I'm not suggesting the Bucks like put up didn't get smoked, but I mean, it's just 2 games. Like, good teams get beat sometimes, man. I don't know. Like,
it's one of those things with Milwaukee where, at least for me personally, like, I have bought in so heavily the past 2 years.
Right.
I thought they were the best team in basketball. They let us down. And then we lowered our guard, right? We lowered our guard this year with the Bucks. We were like, yeah, their numbers are good, but you can't trust this team in the playoffs. And then they came out and just drummed the Heat.
Yeah.
They swept them. The last 3 games weren't even close. Like, it was a beat down with a capital B. And that just got everybody excited again.
Yeah.
And we thought that this was going to be a series. And then those first 2 games happened, and it was like, man, we were fooled again. Milwaukee got us again. But who knows? If you can win game 3, maybe you steal game 4, and then anything can happen.
Did Harden play tonight, or?
He did not. Still no Harden.
So we'll see. If he's back for game 4, it'll be a obviously much tougher task. But yeah, even if the Nets lost game 4, I mean,
it'd still be favored to win.
Yeah, still pretty big favorites. 2 games at home. Harden probably coming back for at least one of those. Like, so
yeah, I'm a little bit more skeptical. I mean, Harden missed a lot of time with a hamstring injury during the regular season, like 20 plus games, and that's what he's dealing with now. The team has kind of been a little bit quiet about how serious the injury is. The fact that they've ruled him out like a day early, is never a good sign.
No, for sure. It's not
Maybe
minor.
the fact that they, have been winning pretty convincingly has given them that luxury, but like, it would not shock me if Harden is out of the lineup again in game 4, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Yep. I agree. I mean, it's like you said, it does seem like not minor, but because they were up 2-0, it's like you kind of knew that they probably weren't rushing them back for this one.
Right.
They probably want to push. They probably wanted to try and push it as much as possible. So I don't know. They can probably win the series without him, but I do think if he doesn't come back, it's got a chance to even go 7. So.
I predicted a 7-game series before the start. I don't feel good about that prediction at this point, but I'd love to see it. Love to see it.
All I know is that everybody on Twitter was, just trashing the Bucks, left, right, and center, saying the series was over. So whenever that happens, I just kind of I would really like to see, I'd love to see the Bucks come back and win this series. I know a lot of people would, just because because of Kyrie Irving. But there's Carson Wentz on a very easy rushing touchdown doing the Mamba or something now. Surprising. I mean, we rarely see the QBs take like the open lane, so that's kind of nice to see. 1 second left in the quarter. Philly taking the lead there. We had the end of the Brooklyn Nets Bucks game there. We were tracking. If you missed it, Bucks ended up winning. KD missed the last second three to try and tie, send it to OT. But yeah, good for them, man, making a series. Obviously, they had to go the distance here. Came down to the last shot just to get a win. But anything can happen. It's playoffs, dude.
I think it'll make you happy to know, Jeff, that the Colorado Avalanche have tied it up.
Yes, that does make me happy. Mainly because I don't want to. I was the only analyst who picked the Avalanche to win tonight, and was basically getting jabbed on the sweat this morning. Was basically getting like jabs already. Like, are you crazy picking the Avalanche? It's the best team in the season. I mean, regular season. Like, they're underdogs tonight. This isn't right. So I don't know. It's a close game so far. Avalanche scored like 30 seconds into the game, but then they just Golden Knights so opportunistic. So interesting game there too in the NHL side, man. 2-2 right now. McKinnon's got 2 points. That was a prop I did like today. Hopefully you hit that. That one's at least going to cash for me. Plus 165.
Nate Mack.
Man. Return of the Nate Mack. We need more Nate Mack, not gonna lie. We got Raiders, Eagles. I haven't heard your opinion on the Julio Jones news. I've talked about it all week, but I haven't talked to you about it. You sad for AJ Brown? You can't draft
the saddest.
Yeah,
I'm the saddest. We'll run through the stats and then I'll give my full thoughts.
State of the Union on Julio and AJ Brown. 49 yards for Carson Wentz. 3 yards passing for Derek Carr on 2 attempts. What a quarter. Sanders, 22 yards. Wentz did have the rushing touchdown. If you're just joining us, Carson Wentz rushing touchdown. That's the only touchdown of the game. Deshaun Jackson, 3 receptions, 29 yards. Alshon Jeffrey, 2 catches. Goodwin, Goddard, Tyrell Williams, they all got a catch too. But that one was kind of uneventful, except for the one little kind of Eagles drive that got put together. So stats are good. So we're going to get right back into the second Q and go. Derek Carr. Oh, God. Flag, too. Could be roughing the passer.
Could be. It should have been a pick is what it should have been.
Yeah.
Just Eagles right underneath the ball, and they both go for the volleyball spike.
That was a very Derek Carr-esque play. Derek Carr fine from the clean pocket. Not so fine under pressure.
So as for Julio, my general thought is it doesn't raise the overall ceiling of the Titans by that high of a degree.
Mm-hmm.
I question whether or not Julio is still Julio.
Yeah, that's a legit point.
I think people are undervaluing how much production that they already got from the number 2 wide receiver spot last year with Corey Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And the Titans are still a run-first team. They had the 30th, the number 30 in terms of pass play frequency last year. So unless the Titans are going to shift that into a more middle-of-the-pack type of offense, I'm just not sure how much of an impact he's going to have. Like, it would not shock me if he finished with similar numbers to Corey Davis. Corey Davis had about 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns. You know, maybe the scoring goes up. Maybe it's a couple of more yards. Again, 17-game season, so you have to extrapolate things a little bit. But
yeah,
I still think they're going to be a team that's built around Derrick Henry and their run game and then the play action. And I think A.J. Brown is the team's number 1 option. So overall, I'm not thrilled from a fantasy perspective. I think lower ceiling for A.J. Brown, lower ceiling for Derrick Henry, lower ceiling for Julio. The only real winner is Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, Tannehill could win in a couple aspects. I mean, they could theoretically try and reduce Derrick Henry's workload. It's just a touch, which obviously more passing attempts, more volume for Ryan Tannehill. You like that. But I pretty much gave the exact same take. I said, I actually like the Titans, but I like them from the fact that they won 11 games last year with one of the worst defenses in the league. And they did improve their defense. And I said the same thing. I'm not sure how much Julio matters from a win-loss column standpoint. Everyone ripped me for saying it, by the way. Just going to remind people. So, Matt, you should rip Lamarck if you're going to let me rip me. But
Freeze Pops is on the same page as us. He was the first person to ask me this question. And he said he's been catching a lot of flack from the other DK Sim,
That's what I was on with, because we agreed. We like Julio, but on the Titans, it's not. He's stepping into a Corey Davis role, and we haven't seen Julio have injuries last year. Does he give them a boost if he's healthy? Probably, yes. He's an improvement, but the improvement that Tennessee needs is on the other side of the ball. So, I actually do like the Titans. Fantasy is a completely other aspect, just from a real life standpoint. I think they're a really interesting team next year, but it's mainly because I can't see their defense being any worse. And when you still win 11 games with that kind of defense, really all you have to, the only place it goes up, especially after you had Julio Jones. So
yeah, I'm with you. I'm definitely buying them as the best team in the South. I know that there are some people that really like the Colts. I am not one of them.
Yeah,
I don't think that going from Phillip Rivers to Carson Wentz is a huge upgrade.
No, I agree 100%. And that's the one thing this Julio Jones has really kind of moved me on. Maybe not more than anything. It's just, this kind of puts me over the top of, it's easy for me to say now, straight up, Tennessee over the Colts. I think you're, it's basically a coin flip for the division win. I'll take Tennessee there right now. So. We also did the schedule game for both these teams last weekend, and the Colts have a brutal opening schedule. Terrible, first 5 games. So.
Yeah, the schedules. I mean, again, did the Colts win the division, or were they the wild card last year?
They were the wild card, yeah, because they played Buffalo first round, yes.
Okay. Right, because they gave Buffalo a pretty good...
they did, actually.
Pretty good showing.
And again, it's not so much that, and you probably agree with this, it's not so much that we don't, think the Colts... We don't think the Colts are, going to go 6-10 or something. I certainly don't. No. But, when you put these teams up against each other, I don't see the Colts getting over the top just because they added Carson Wentz, and that's going to be a touchdown for Miles Sanders. Nice drive here by the Eagles, actually. I think you had Deshaun Jackson on the catch before that. So Eagles getting up there, but I don't see that putting them over the top. And Frank Wright, good. They got good, definitely have good lines. That's the one
good
thing. They're a solid team in the trenches, but are they that good? I don't think they're that good there that they can just overcome the other stuff. So we'll see.
It's still a quarterback league, right, Jeff? You know what I'm saying? The trenches matter. They can cover up a lot of weaknesses. As a Jet fan, I saw a team with subpar quarterback play make it to back-to-back AFC championships, but those are the outliers.
Yep.
You have to have an outlier type season to make it that far with subpar quarterback play.
And to that point, as much as I like to rag on Tom Brady, how much changed for the Bucs outside of Brady from 2019 to 2020? Antonio Brown. Okay, sure.
Nah.
Yeah, we're not really counting
6 games of Antonio Brown.
And he played 40% of the snaps. Gronk, I'm not counting that either. Gronk isn't even Gronk wasn't even an addition. It was just there. You could have just used Cameron Brate. It would have been fine. So right there you have an example. Tom Brady definitely giving you an upgrade over Jameis Winston from a win-loss standpoint at the very least. So at least in my opinion. And it's a good example. I mean, I have gone on and said, one of the massive reasons why Tampa Bay won is their D&O lines, but they weren't winning the Super Bowl with Jameis Winston. I'm sorry, it wasn't happening. There's no chance. So It's actually a good example. It's in a way, it's a good example of both. You need good D lines and O lines, but you've got to have some kind of like modicum of elite quarterback play in pretty much every instance of Super Bowl championships, outside of like that Denver Broncos team.
You can make the case that the trenches won the Bucs the Super Bowl last year, but Brady is what got them there.
Yeah, exactly, totally.
And just it was also a very fluky situation where they happened to be facing a team that was missing, both of their starting offensive tackles.
Yeah. They as Tom Brady does, they got a little bit of a lucky draw, as most Super Bowl winners do. Let's be honest. There's a pick, terrible deep ball by Derek Carr, well underthrown into double coverage. Another Derek Carr special. Henry Ruggs going to save his quarterback from pick six. Eagles about to put the cherry on top of a dominant first half here. 2.5 minutes left. And maybe it's one of those things too. When you have a dominant D line and O line like that, maybe you don't need like a big arm quarterback. You just need someone who's like smart out there, and is able to execute the smart play. Like Peyton, being able.
I think the arm might be the most overrated part of playing the quarterback.
Yes. I mean, I think Peyton kind of proved that in his like later years, right? Like even when he first went to Denver and he was like just balling out, like he really wasn't. Like he still had no arm. It's just it was covered up because.
Give me the brain over the arm any day of the week.
Yeah, it was covered up because every third pass was a screen pass to like Eric Decker or Demaryius Thomas, who went for 50 yards and a touchdown. Like, so when you can just hit on that consistently, I mean, you don't need to do much else. You just use your like you said, use your brain, timing, knowing what the defense is giving you.
So since we're doing a Raiders game here and we just saw Henry Ruggs make a tackle, do you have any take on any of their receivers from a fantasy perspective? Because like if you think Ruggs or John Brown can be, can emerge as like their number one receiver, like their Nelson Aguilar of last year,
right?
You can get all these guys at discounts in drafts.
Yeah.
I am definitely more of in the John Brown camp. I've always thought that guy produced when given opportunities. So I don't think it should be a problem for him to outproduce Henry Ruggs, who was awful last season. But I'm curious if you have a different take. Like, am I sleeping on Ruggs, or is he just, to me, smells like a guy who was drafted in the first round because he runs fast with pads off?
Yeah. Henry Ruggs just felt like a bad pick when it was made, and I got no take that says he wasn't. Between those two, I'd probably be on John Brown as well. I think the guy is very interesting there just because of you look at their depth chart and it's like, okay, you've got two smallish, speedy guys. Probably both of them aren't going to work out. Like maybe one of them has a decent year, but like you're not going to rely on both of them. Like one of them has like an Aguilar type of year. The other one just like does not much. Bryan Edwards, their other wide receiver they picked last year, profiles as a legit wide receiver one. He was hurt most of his rookie year. Most people probably just forgot he even exists. That's the dude I would be like really keeping an eye on, especially in preseason. If he shows up even a little bit, they pretty much have to start him on the outside. Here's their core: Ruggs, Brown, as I said, two shorter, speedy guys, and you got Zay Jones and Willie Snead. Those are your options outside of Bryan Edwards. Like Bryan Edwards is probably going to start on the outside, so you're going to get like a near every down wide receiver on the Raiders with a decent quarterback. Like I'll give Derek Carr some credit here, especially behind like a pretty decent O-line. Bryan Edwards is a guy you should really be looking at. I don't know, redraft leagues. I don't know, maybe like as the last guy you pick up, or just keep your eye on him for waivers. But
no, I'll give you the ADPs right now. And again, this is very early in the process.
I mean, Edwards' ADP is like non-existent.
All of this is very subject to change.
Yes.
Henry Ruggs is the first wide receiver off the board. He's coming off the board at average wide receiver 51. John Brown is next. He's coming off the board as wide receiver 63.
Wow.
And Brian Edwards is coming off the board as a wide receiver 93.
Yeah.
He's not even being drafted in like a good handful of leagues.
Yeah, like even in deep leagues, he's not being drafted. And here we go. I mean, targets.
But it can't
last
be
year.
all Darren Waller. Like somebody's gonna have to catch the ball.
Yeah. Darren Waller, 146 targets last year. Renfro, 77, but Aguilar, 82 targets. Ruggs, 43 targets. So one of Brown or Ruggs is probably going to slip into that Nelson Aguilar role. But again, Brian Edwards is a guy who, if he does start playing every down, I think he'll be the guy to eat up more of those targets, potentially even take away from Waller a little bit. He'll definitely have a shot at going 80-plus targets. I think all three of those guys could, but I think that with Edwards, you more have a guy who could even push for 100 targets, whereas I don't think there's really any universe where like Ruggs or Brown gets 100 targets because they're just kind of one-dimensional, and you get a 50-yard attempt here at the end of the half. Oh, made it through. I lost sight of that one.
A low laser beam.
Yeah, it was a low laser beam. Screamer out to center, just scream right over the fence. Low screamer, man. All right, 3 points for the Raiders. Good for you, getting on the board, breaking that goose egg. But yeah, that's my take. I'm not.
Gorilla Jimbo says 1,000-yard receiver, John Brown, if he can stay away from injury. I buy that.
Yeah, I do too. I buy that John Brown is the better pickup over Ruggs. Like I definitely buy that. Again, I don't think you're looking at a 100-target guy. He could probably do that on just have an Aguilar type of year, really. I think that John Brown could do that. He's also had injury issues and he's looked good in certain spots and he's looked like invisible in others. So I don't know. The Raiders certainly need him to do something because Ruggs was, like I said, when that pick was made, it was just like a head shaker. And I don't know, man. He looks very one-dimensional. He doesn't look like a great route runner or anything. He's going to be like bad Cordell Patterson, basically, where he doesn't even have like the return or running ability. That's the end of the first half. 14-3 Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. What's going on here?
Eagles, fly to a 14-3 lead. Sorry.
It is 14-3. Oh, we got another NBA going. The Jazz and the Clipper playing. Okay.
Yes, I'm excited to watch the second half of that game when I'm done here.
Yep.
I made my pick on the NBA show. I took the Clippers.
Okay.
But obviously we'll see what happens. They're down at the moment.
They've cut the lead though. Weren't they down like 10 points right off the bat?
It was 10-2 early, and they've cut it a bit. Cut it.
I've just looked at the score like twice. I don't have it on or anything, like I assume you do. But I've missed all the stats. I'll update them as they go, guys. There really wasn't that much, especially on the Raiders side. So touchdowns so far, we've had Carson Wentz rushing touchdown and a Miles Sanders rushing touchdown. There we go. Okay, 27 yards rushing for Miles Sanders. Producers are so on the ball. Stats already updated, but they're just backtracking just for me because I'm an idiot. So okay, we're all good. Let's roll on through this and see if the Raiders can make a comeback here. Hopefully you guys are all doing good. I'm going to check out the chat here. Sorry, Matt and I are talking playoffs, and then we were talking Julio, and I haven't even had a chance to pop in except for like once here. So must be better year, John Brown or Gabriel Davis? That is actually a really interesting question. I kind of like Gabriel Davis, so.
I'll take John Brown.
I mean, I will too, just because I don't know if Gabriel Davis is going to have the targets there. Like, he might legit.
Agreed. I like Gabe Davis as well as a player, but especially since it seems like they're going to trade for Ertz, he could be way down on the list of pecking, the pecking order in terms of targets.
Yes. Like, let's not forget Beasley's still there, going to grab a bunch of targets. You know, Davis getting 80 targets would probably be like a really good year for him. Oh, and then, God, Manuel Sanders is there too. I forgot. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I like Gabriel Davis too, but might need an injury there. I think you got to go with John Brown. It's a good question. Good player comparison must be.
It's funny. They're literally right next to each other in terms of the ADP.
Yeah.
Davis is 62 and Brown is 63 at the wide receiver position.
Missing the Eagles, INT, Sean. We'll get it to you. I'll drop a note in the chat, or they'll probably just hear this if they're missing some DST points. But they will definitely update it. Yes, they will get it. I don't mind. Again, I always say this. I don't mind you dropping it in once, and we'll note it. But like, you know, you drop it in 5 times, ain't nothing gonna like change. We'll probably just mute you.
And just
looks
like that,
looks like they already got it
fixed.
fixed. Looks like we already got it fixed. Again, you won't offend me if you drop it in once. Just be like, hey, Jeff. Just to want to shout out, you know. Do it coolly, you know. Like don't get the caps button going like Fantasy Hawk or anything. A little pass over the middle. Tyrell the Gazelle leading the Detroit Lions receiving corps, and by corpse I mean actual corpse. Corpse of a team.
Again, I think I would bet on Perryman if I was to take one of those two players, but
they're like the same player.
Yeah, I do like that. Like Perryman at least has shown flashes that he can produce when the number one wide receiver. Like that stretch that he had filling in for Mike Evans and Chris Godwin in Jameis's last year, he was pretty good.
Yep.
I would roll the dice on him, I guess, but it feels like a situation that you probably can avoid.
It is interesting though, isn't it? Like someone's got to catch some balls there. I guess Hawkinson.
It's the same exact situation as Oakland.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yep.
You know, like you have a tight end. I think TJ Hawkinson is either the number 4 or number 5 tight end, depending on how you feel about Pitts in Atlanta. And then it's just a bunch of question marks at wide receiver.
Yeah. I definitely think that Hawkinson is going to be a guy I end up taking just because, you know, you're not going to get a top 2 tight end in every league. Like you're not going to get Waller or Kelsey. So there's just got to be a lot of targets there for Hawkinson. I don't even know if I like him that much, but the floor is. We probably said this about a lot of tight ends last year. The floor is safe, but it really wasn't safe for any of them. So outside of Travis Kelsey and Waller,
I will say it looks like Amon-Ra St. Brown is being drafted before Williams and Perryman, and that feels wrong.
That's interesting, man. Really?
People love the unknown factor of the rookie.
That feels very wrong, dude.
I mean, I completely agree. But he's got the story, right? His brother's in the league. His dad, Mr. Universe or whatever.
Right.
And it's always the allure. Like, we know that the other guys aren't great players. We don't know. Amon-Ra could be good.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that he was drafted where he was drafted is a pretty good indicator that he's not great.
Yep. I think people just like the name. Okay, Josh Jacobs, touchdown. Here we go. Raiders making a deal of it here. Another rushing touchdown. Sanders had the other one. Actually, we've had 3 because Wentz also rushed for a touchdown. So we've got no passing touchdowns in this game. Both lead RBs with the touchdown now. I'm going to go for 2 here. Let's see if John Gruden wants to roll the dice.
Musby says his breakout guy this year is Lazard. I was very high on Lazard going into last year, and he was pretty good when he was on the field.
Yep.
But it's hard to buy any Packer not named Devontae Adams given the quarterback uncertainty.
Yep.
I certainly don't want the number 2 receiver catching passes from Jordan Love this year.
Yeah. No, that team will turn into Aaron Jones centric offense pretty quick if Jordan Love is the QB. Dude can, go mobile for a little bit as well. So, yeah. Lazard, again, I agree. I think he's a good number 2 receiver. The Packers definitely should upgrade because they're so close to winning a championship. But from fantasy perspective, yeah, there's definitely potential there. But there's just a lot of risk right now with the Aaron Rodgers situation. So, okay, so yeah, Lions depth chart. Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Equinemius St. Brown is like really profiles well too. He's never really been able to put it together and like stay on the field for the Packers. They keep giving him chances. So I guess there could be something there with them, but like I would be in agreement with you with the Lions depth chart, man. Like I think Perriman is probably the guy. Tyrell has, even when he had his chances, like I like him, but I think he just works better as a number 2. I think Perriman will be another guy I'll probably take some shots on. It's really just going to come down to whether he can stay on the field. If he can play like 14 games, probably have a really good year. Like for him.
mean, the upside for all of these guys is probably like a wide receiver 3, but
yeah,
you'll take that with where they're being drafted.
Exactly. I mean, like we said, Perriman isn't even the first wide receiver being taken off the board right now for Detroit. So, oh my God, it's 3-3 in this hockey game.
Lots of scoring.
Yeah.
You would think that a high-scoring game would favor Colorado, correct?
Yeah, I mean they have more shots on goal, but I will say like their goaltending looks horrific tonight. 3 goals on 15 shots by the Golden Knights. So
oh my, that is
Grubauer. Philip Grubauer is not having a series to remember right now. He could be the flying ointment there. Get you the chopper. Go Carson. Oh, little rollout off cross body screen pass. Is that Ertz? Yeah, Ertz still hasn't been traded, has he? That was Goddard, actually.
Still in Philly. The Bills made some salary cap moves. I can't remember if that was last week or early this week, but that kind of seemed to me like it was the precursor to an Ertz trade, but they haven't pulled the trigger yet. So
yeah, I thought that one would get done like a lot sooner, but maybe they'll just like do it opening a camp or something. I don't know. Be very shocked.
Let the Eagles get a bit more desperate. Who knows?
Yeah. The Bills have turned into like a pretty shrewd franchise too, so it could be just a matter of them waiting out the Eagles or something weird like that.
Right.
Yeah, pretty big move for the Bills, to go from like where they are drafting Sammy Watkins like 4th overall, Emmanuel. I can't remember his name. Who's the quarterback they drafted from Florida State?
Oh, it's something Manuel. EJ Manuel.
EJ Manuel. I called him Emmanuel.
I wanted to say JP Lossman, but that was pre-EJ Manuel.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, so EJ Manuel, I think there was another bad draft pick in there somewhere, but anyways, yeah, they
drafted Matt Barkley too, right?
No, Barkley.
Oh no, that was Carolina. That was Carolina. He was the backup last year.
Oh, did Carolina draft Matt Barkley? I can't remember who drafted Matt Barkley. Was it Philly? No, it wasn't Philly.
Eagles. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was Chip Kelly who did that, didn't he?
The Chipster.
God, that guy made some bad personnel moves. Holy crud. He had a decent team. They had a winning year. They got to the playoffs with Nick Foles of everyone. Then he's like, no, I got to get me some Sam Bradford in here. Let's sell half the team to get Sam Bradford, and let's give DeMarco Murray, like burned out DeMarco Murray, a truckload of money. Yeah, that'll do it. When we already have the show.
To go with the classic Bill Parcells analogy.
Yeah.
Just because you could cook, don't mean you should shop for the ingredients.
Beautiful and perfect saying. I like Bill Parcells, man. Yeah, that guy went from like being one of my like favorite coaches to being like, what are you doing? Like, have you ever watched a football game in your life?
Well, it was fun at first, it
was fun. That's why we all liked him.
Anytime somebody's going to do something different, like it seems like the NFL is so slow to make changes.
Yep.
So anytime you get somebody who's willing to come in and do something different, it's exciting.
And win games. Like he had the winning season, like I said, with Nick Foles of all people. But it was just like
another 20-yard loss on the sack.
Yeah, these sacks are becoming ridiculous. But it was like you were watching like just someone just self-sabotage himself after that season. Like just brutal decision after brutal decision. You're like, where is this going? Where is this going? It's going to you being out of the NFL. Eagles got a Super Bowl out of it too. That's the funny thing. He messed it up so bad, it was good for the franchise. Oh, man. Crazy. Those crazy Eagles. Okay, 14-9. Sounds like, I don't even know what kind of score that sounds like. Sounds like a rugby score. Wentz, 134 yards. Derek Carr, 125 yards. No passing touchdowns. Again, if you're just joining us, we've had 3 rushing. Sanders, Jacobs, and Carson Wentz all with rushing touchdowns. No one even near the bonus in this game. 31 yards rushing for Sanders, 54 yards receiving for Djax is the high, 5 receptions. Ruggs, Waller, Tyrell Williams all with 4 receptions. She's a slow one, folks. If you like D and special teams and tackling and sacks, you're at the right place.
If you like quarterbacks taking 15, 20-yard sacks, this is the game for you.
My God, the Golden Knights scored again before the end of the period. 4 goals on 16. Oh, my God. Get this guy out of the net. I can't even watch this anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing, Grubauer? Grubauer. Scrub hour after this. Okay, there's a little out. Waller. No, yes, that is Waller.
Well, they'll just have to answer again, Jeff.
I mean, it definitely feels like
done it twice.
Definitely feels like a 6-5 game. So, I'm sure we haven't seen the last goal in that game. So, I can hang my hat either way that I was on the over in it. So, that's good. And the Nate McKinnon points came through. But I'm gonna get walloped tomorrow if they lose in the Sweat. So, tune in for that. 11 a.m. Eastern. Sweat. Every day on the Draftkings Dream Stream, folks. Tune in, support us, support Matt. Baseball takes.
I don't go on the Sweat anymore.
No? You got too much going on. They need you.
The mornings are tough. I come on when they need me in the afternoons. I do my baseball show tomorrow with Bukes.
Right, you're on the baseball, the slate and stuff. That's right.
But
we'll get normally on the Sweat. I'll bet you we'll get Matt on the Sweat for NFL season. We'll wake him up early for NFL season.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's not even that I'm sleeping. I'm just writing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Just writing up a storm.
I got a small, like, little window probably of a little bit less work now that NHL is winding down.